Chapter 1. The Tiny Isle. Chen Fei gradually awoke, instinctively squinting against an overwhelming brightness. What is so blinding? He pondered, quickly realizing something was amiss. The sensation beneath him was entirely unlike the softness of his own mattress. Where am I sleeping? The haze of sleep had not fully dissipated, yet he could feel his mind awakening, the familiar rhythm of thought returning, as if his brain, a finely tuned apparatus, was slowly revving up. He sat up slowly and began to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, his eyes widened as he took in the scene. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of pitch-black sea, stretching infinitely into the horizon. The space he occupied was merely a small area, approximately 2 by 2 meters, resembling a tiny island. However, to call an island was a misnomer. It was more akin to a barely inhabitable rock, failing to qualify as a standing ground, and resembling instead a place for repose. As his brain began to function, he found himself engulfed in a state of bewilderment. His eyes registered the reality, yet his mind struggled to catch up, a barrage of questions swirling within. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? A sudden gust of wind swept through, chilling him to the core, the coldness rushing down to his feet like a bucket of icy water poured over him. This unexpected chill jolted his mind into action. Instinctively, he glanced down, and upon seeing what lay beneath, his hand shot to cover himself, while his eyes darted around in alarm, internally screaming, "Where are my underwear?" In his panic, a memory flickered, prompting him to turn and look at the pillar he had been clutching. To his surprise, it was a semi-cylindrical crystal, one side smooth and flat. Chen Fei cautiously lifted his hand from its protective position and reached out toward the crystal. The moment his fingers brushed against it, the crystal erupted with light, startling him into taking a step back. Words began to materialize upon the crystal's surface. Name: Crystal Island Tablet, ID, CC34567. Description: the crystal tablet is the core of the island, serving as the primary means of communication, trade, and information exchange. Should the crystal core be destroyed, the island would submerge within 30 minutes. If the crystal cup is lost, you shall forfeit your right to survival. Please safeguard your crystal cup. Regaining his composure, Chen Fei tapped the crystal cup once more, and the display instantly transformed into a world chat channel. Messages surged like a tidal wave, scrolling at an astonishing rate of hundreds of entries per second, far too rapid to comprehend. At the bottom of the channel, options for regional chat, friend messages, inventory, and crafting were displayed. Chen Fei clicked on the regional chat. CC75333. Is Chen Hui there? Contact me if you see this. CF46648. Where is this place? Who brought me here? Give me back. CG12365. I am Lee. My father is Lee. Hurry and take me back. I will give you 5 million. CC00007. Dad, Mom, I am your daughter Guoming Fei. Please add me as a friend. CR45454. What is this place? I am so hungry. Does anyone have something to eat? Where are my clothes? Who has stolen my clothes? CS66521. Upstairs, have you checked the item bar? There is what you need. Also, Jiang Xiaoya, please add me as a friend. CB85444. Do not panic, do not rush. Poverty still lingers nearby. CC76000. Is this living environment a place where one can truly reside? So99999. The strong never complain about their surroundings. CC76000. But I'm a weakling. I not only complain about the environment, but also about the strong. CM 55255. The 3 essentials for survival in the wild: fire, water, and do not act recklessly. Is this paradise for survival enthusiasts? CI 49527. It does not matter, living anywhere is still living. After all expenses this year, I am left with nothing. If I did not possess the ability to self-comfort, I would not have survived until now. Upon reading this, Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback. Item bar? He hastily opened it and indeed found a package inside. Eagerly, he clicked to open it, and then the Crystal Island Cup displayed a message. Congratulations, CC34567 has opened the novice package, obtaining ordinary fishing rod X1, bread X2, 500 milliliters mineral water X2, shirt X1, pants X1, Crystal Island Tablet Extension Bracelet X1. Bracelet. can be carried at all times for purposes such as disassembly and manufacturing. The bracelet will disappear if the Crystal Island tablet is destroyed, or if the Lord dies, the bracelet's destruction does not affect the Crystal Island tablet. After reading this information, Chen Fei blinked in confusion and asked the Crystal Island cup, "Is that it?" "That's all. I'm still here, and you only provide clothes without undergarments. Isn't that a bit outrageous? It seems I will have to remain idle." However, despite his complaints, he quickly donned the shirt and pants. The pants were relatively normal, but the shirt bore the imprint of CC 34567 on both sides, clearly indicating it was a unique mark from the novice package. Chen Fei intended to open the regional chat channel to inquire about the situation, but upon opening it, he noticed the number of participants displayed in the upper right corner. 2 for 99, 9992, 500, 000. Well, no need to ask what a crowd of 250,000. So be it, he chuckled wryly. He then calmed himself and meticulously examined his items in the inventory. Since I've come this far, I might as well accept my fate. If I cannot return, then I shall resign myself to it, Chen Fei thought to himself. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had spent 23 years alone, without even a girlfriend, and felt untethered. It seemed that living anywhere made little difference to him. Common fishing rod 1. This is a most ordinary fishing rod. You may attempt to use it for fishing, and with a stroke of luck, you might even reel in a chest from the depths of the sea. Of course, it is equally possible that other items may surface instead. Open Novice Package 1. This can be disassembled, yielding 2 units of fabric. Shall I proceed with the disassembly? But what purpose does this fabric serve? Wait a moment. Fabric? Underwear? So, there are indeed undergarments here. It seems I need a discerning eye for beauty, Chen Fei mused, caught between laughter and exasperation. Chapter 2. The Check-in System. Having familiarized himself with his belongings and equipped his wristband, Chen Fei was poised to explore the island when a chime resonated, signaling the activation of the check-in system. Was it bound? Bind it, Chen Fei exclaimed. Bind it tightly welded if you must. For Chen Fei, who had not experienced romance in his 23 years, novels had served as his sustenance, and he was well acquainted with systems. The binding process commenced. 100 binding successful. Shall I check in? Check in. Congratulations, host. You have received an A-grade water purifier. A grade water purifier, capable of purifying 1 liter of A-grade water daily, totaling 96 liters of ordinary purified water. A-grade water? What does that mean? Does water have grades? What distinguishes A-grade water from regular water? However, the system offered no response. Chen Fei resolved to open the chat channel to see if other survivors had encountered similar circumstances. Regional chat channel CC 55555. Look what I caught. Fish 3 kilograms, wood 4, purified water 500 milliliters 2. I discovered that one can fish here without bait. CB 57289. I want to go home. I don't wish to remain here. CK 84644. Does the previous speaker not understand the situation? If you've come, then make the most of it and strive to survive. Could we truly appear here without a sound? Is it so unusual to catch fish without bait? CU 68888. I also caught something. Flint 1, wooden planks 4, bread 500 G1. By the way, are you planning to eat your fish raw? Mom and Dad, I'm adding you as a friend. I'm Little Fish. CM 55920. Iron pan 1, fabric 4, wooden planks 4, instant noodles 1 slight gains. The regional channel now saw fewer individuals failing to grasp the situation. Most have begun fishing, striving to survive. Upon reading this, Chen Fei resolved to commence his own fishing endeavor. Although he had not encountered any information regarding graded water, it was, after all, a gift from the system, and he felt hesitant to inquire further. Let be, I shall understand once the water is produced. He filled the water purifier, took up his fishing rod, and prepared for his fishing venture. Despite possessing a system, he could not afford to be idle. The sun shone brightly today. Shortly after casting his line, Chen Fei felt a tug on the rod. He swiftly reeled it in, discovering a 3-pound red carp. But how could a freshwater fish appear in the sea? Moreover, a koi at that, it seemed quite illogical. Yet why question it? His very presence here defied reason, especially considering he had awakened a system. Although he had caught a koi, another problem arose: the absence of a fire-starting device. Was he to consume the koi raw? He resolved to make an effort today. He must procure a fire-starting mechanism. Chen Fei then opened the regional channel to chat, glancing at messages while fishing. After approximately half an hour, he felt a slight tug on the fishing rod. Instantly, he lifted it. Sensing a difference in weight, it took considerable effort to bring the catch to the surface. Before him appeared a wooden box. A wooden box? Chen Fei paused momentarily, then began to inspect it. He gently placed his hand on the box, and the wristband emitted a prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained a supply box. Would you like to open it? Two options appeared, yes or no. After a brief moment of hesitation, he noticed no further action and placed his hand above the box, giving it a gentle pull. The box opened, and Chen Fei's expression darkened. He had wanted to open it manually. What was the point of the prompt? Peering inside, he discovered 4 stones, 2 kilograms of rice, and 500 milliliters of purified water, nothing more. The island was already small, so Chen Fei decided to push the box aside, planning to use it as a windbreak for a more comfortable night's sleep. However, just as his hand brushed against the box, another prompt appeared on the wristband. Empty supply box, discovered 1. Would you like to decompose it? Instinctively, he selected the option to decompose, which resulted in another prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained 4 wooden planks. Ah, so that was how the wooden planks available in the World Channel came to be. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the 6-sided box only yielded 4 pieces of wood. He dismissed the thought and decided not to dwell on it. Having caught stones in water, he had expended considerable energy, so he took a bottle of water and drank heartily. Regrettably, there was still no fire-starting device. Chen Fei glanced at the 4 wooden planks, scoffed disdainfully, and turned away. Friction fire? Even a dog wouldn't learn that, let it be. Thus, he tidied up and prepared to fish once more, humming a tune. Little 1, little 2, carrying a backpack to school, unafraid of the wind and rain, unafraid of the sun's glare. Perhaps today's fortune had indeed favored him with the koi. Not long after, he felt another subtle tug. In an instant, based on his meager experience, he deduced that this catch was not a living creature. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, another wooden box landed at his feet. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 Didu safety balloons, 20 glycerin suppositories, and 2 rolls of toilet paper. Chen Fei's face shifted through shades of red, purple, and finally black as he howled at the sky. I am a virgin in 2023. This is too much. Silently, he decomposed the supply box into 4 wooden planks and turned back to fishing, though his clenched fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. He mumbled to himself, am I angry? After all, toilet paper is still a useful item. At that moment, a message in the regional channel caught his attention. CA 38238. Ah, brothers, look what I caught, 2 foundation stones. CC 85222, what are foundation stones? Are they better than what I have? A schematic for a water purifier, common one to SH 77520. Dear brother upstairs, I find myself devoid of water. Could you kindly spare me a drink? Much love to you. CI 55444. Esteemed brother 222, I've on a whole day without water. Might you provide me with a sip? I am but a humble elementary student. CD 81811. Even in survival, there exist beggars of the internet. Chinjia, upon seeing the message, please add me. I am Lu Kai Kai. CV90008. Dear brother upstairs, do you sell the diagrams for the water purifier? I would gladly exchange them for a tint diagram and an axe diagram. CC 35277. The esteemed individuals above are formidable. I dare not provoke them. Yet Chen Fei's gaze was not fixated on the water purifier diagrams, but rather upon the cornerstone, murmuring to himself, is it as I have suspected? Chapter 3. Grade A purified water. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Chen Fei's hand twitched slightly, and he immediately realized that he had caught something. He raised the rod, and another wooden box fell at his feet. While his mind lingered on the discussions from the regional chat channel, his hands deftly opened the supply box, revealing a congratulatory message, 2 cornerstones and 100 Didu safety balloons. Chen's luck seemed to be holding, although the Didu balloons were somewhat bothersome. However, they were medical supplies, so he brushed off any irritation. The description of the cornerstone was straightforward. Item, cornerstone. Description, each cornerstone can expand the island area by 1 square meter, after which it is consumed. Chen quickly grasped the cornerstone and brought it close to his wristband, which predictably projected a virtual panel displaying a map of his island. alongside 2 plots of land, each measuring 2 cubic meters, and his own 2 plots of 1 square meter. He dragged the plot next to his main island and clicked confirm, watching as the surrounding sea swiftly receded, expanding his island by an area of 1 meter by 2 meters. Filled with excitement at the newfound expanse of his island, Chen felt a surge of relief. His island had been small, cluttered with supplies, leaving him little space to sleep without the fear of tumbling into the sea. Now, with the island's area expanded, he felt a profound sense of security. Contentedly, he resumed fishing as dusk began to settle. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, a mountain of supplies had accumulated beside him. He took stock of his day's haul. Dudu safety balloons 200, fish 7 kilograms, toilet paper 2 rolls, rice 2 kilograms, stone 8, wood 16, obtained from the supply box, cornerstones 4, Kong Shui Fu 2, purified water 500 milliliters 2, bread 2, barbecue grill blueprint 1, stone axe blueprint 1 of course. He had also deliberately refrained from dismantling 2 empty supply boxes to store items. Suddenly, a feeling of forgetfulness washed over Chen, accompanied by the faint sound of dripping. Turning around, he discovered that his water purifier was full. No wonder, he had intended to check on the quality of the water during the day. As he had been fishing in the afternoon, it had slipped his mind. He walked over slowly, his hand brushing against the small storage device of the purifier. And the wristband chimed with a notification. Grade A purified water. Regular consumption can enhance physical fitness, possess antibacterial and disinfectant properties, boost immunity, alleviate fatigue, and treat or prevent minor ailments. What a remarkable find. This truly was a treasure. However, Chen faced a dilemma. The storage device was full, and he had no container for the water. Then he remembered the empty bottle he had used earlier that day. He hurriedly picked up the bottle from the ground and poured the grade A purified water into it. The grade A purifier could produce only 1 liter of water per day. Since it had been less than a day, the bottle contained just over 300 milliliters of grade A purified water. Taking a sip, he savored its sweetness, feeling all the day's fatigue dissipate. Chen Fei noticed that the ordinary purified water beside the water purifier had also overflowed. No matter, he thought, if there were difficulties, he could check the Crystal Island cup for possible solutions. He opened the Crystal Island tablet and navigated to the trading channel to search for empty bottles. Indeed, a plethora of items appeared instantaneously, yet most required either 2 pieces of wood or 1 stone to exchange for a genuine black item. Never mind, he concluded. It was beyond his means. He then opened a regional channel, where the most prominent display in the upper right corner read 2, 491, 582, 500, 000. To his astonishment, over 8,000 people had perished in less than half a day's time. This grim statistic intensified Chen Fei's urgency for survival. The regional channel was rife with lamentations. CK 13875. Does anyone have food? I've only had 2 pieces of bread today. I'm so hungry. I'm trading wood and stone for food and water. Please help. CG 88778. I'm so thirsty. Does anyone have spare water? I didn't catch a single bottle this afternoon. No kind souls willing to trade me some water? I can offer wooden barrel crafting diagram 1. CC 84557. Mom and Dad, can you see this? If you do, please add me. I'm Yang Chuan. CG 22211. Is there a nice guy who could spare me some water? I promise to show you something pretty. CV 33554. I have no spare water or food. I'm willing to trade my supplies. I also have a bear diagram. Lu Z, please add me. CB98444. Damn, Mom. Little sister, if you see this, please add me. Fish meat in exchange for water. Anyone interested, please add me. CJ79634. To the one above, I'm your father. Hurry and give me a fish. CJ21144. Can we set a fixed time for these messages? The previous 2 hours were fine, but now there's sin at all times, making it impossible to see anything worthwhile. Upon reading this, Chen Fei found what he sought and promptly added CG88778 as a friend. It wasn't too long before the other party agreed. CC34567. 500 milliliters of water for the wooden barrel crafting diagram. CG88778. Brother, that S2 unfair. 2L is the minimum for a trade. CC 34567. Water is of utmost importance now. I need not elaborate further. The crafting diagram is of little use at present. CG 88778. Then 1. 5L is the least I can accept. CC 34567. A maximum of 1L, and the crafting diagram holds minimal value. I don't have much water either. CG 88778. I'm on the brink of dying of thirst. Let us finalize this deal. I'll take a loss. Just as Chen Fei intended to trade the purified water from the purifier, he realized he lacked a container to submit the trade request. His eyes then fell upon his medical supplies, specifically a doo-doo balloon, and an idea sparked within him. He messaged the other party to hold on a moment. After all, he had only mentioned 1 liter of water without specifying it needed to be bottled. He swiftly grabbed a doo-doo balloon from his medical supplies. After tearing open the packaging, he rushed to the island's edge, thoroughly rinsing it in seawater, and then lightly washed off the salt with some purified water. He seized a bottle of mineral water he had just caught that afternoon, gulped down 2 swigs, and used the empty bottle to fill 2 portions of the purified ordinary water into the balloon before initiating the trade. 1 liter of purified water for the wooden barrel, crafting diagram 1. Chapter 4. The trade of purified water and island expansion as the other party consented to the trade. Disregarding their reaction upon receiving the water, Chen Fei's gaze immediately fixated upon the wooden barrel manufacturing blueprint in his possession. He opened the crystal island tablet and selected the manufacturing option, where he discovered that creating a standard wooden barrel with a capacity of 150 liters required 18 units of wood, usable only once. Faced with his meager supply of 16 pieces of wood and the 2 resource boxes nearby, he hesitated momentarily before navigating to the trading channel, intending to procure additional wood. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Chen Fei opened the wooden box and retrieved the blueprints for the barbecue grill and the stone axe to examine on the crystal island tablet. The blueprint for the barbecue grill required 2 units of metal and 8 units of stone, while the stone axe blueprint necessitated 1 unit of metal and 3 units of stone. As he contemplated these 3 blueprints, he was struck by sorrow, realizing that due to his lack of a fire-starting device, he had yet to enjoy a proper dinner after a long day's toil. How did it come to this? After a day of diligent effort, he could produce nothing. Determined to seize the opportunity presented by the inflated prices of food and water, he resolved to profit from the price differences to acquire some materials and open the trading channel. The availability of wood was indeed overwhelming. After all, it could be obtained simply by dismantling resource boxes. Most transactions allowed for 5 pieces of wood in exchange for a single loaf of bread, while 250 grams of fish could be traded for 8 pieces of wood. The price of water was comparable to that of food, with 500 milliliters of water fetching around 8 pieces of wood. In contrast, the price of stone was double that of wood, with 1 unit of stone exchangeable for 2 units of wood. Having grasped the pricing dynamics, Chen Fei made a swift decision to utilize his 4 remaining base stones to expand the island. The demand for food and water was immense, yet few were willing to trade materials for them. Even without a formal understanding of economics, he recognized the market's current nature. Demand exceeded supply. Upon searching for fire-starting devices, he discovered a list of 7 or 8 options. He selected the one with the lowest price, a flint, and traded it for 5 kilograms of fish, opting for an immediate transaction. Simultaneously, a survivor named CC95210 received a notification of a closure, and with a joyful expression, checked their trade, exclaiming, "Ha! Finally, I have food. I thought I was going to starve." They quickly retrieved the fish, muttering to themselves, "Wait a minute, I traded my flint for fish, but what about cooking the fish? Without fire, how can I roast it?" Tears of regret streamed down their face as they clutched the fish. Meanwhile, Chen Fei swiftly gathered his medical supplies. He divided the doo-doo balloons into 80 portions, each containing 500 milliliters of purified water. With 5 liters of water, he acquired 80 pieces of wood and 40 pieces of stone, yet he could not find any metal. He was uncertain whether it was due to a lack of catches or simply no one willing to list it on the trading market. Consequently, Chen Fei posted a request for purchase, offering 2 units of metal in exchange for every 500 milliliters of purified water. For the remaining 25 liters of purified water, He set aside 5 liters as a reserve, dedicating 10 liters to acquire base stones at the same rate as metal, offering 500 milliliters in exchange for 5 base stones. Unexpectedly, wood and stones swiftly struck a deal, selling out in mere moments. After all, merely acquiring water was already a commendable feat given the vast population. Many individuals went without food and water for an entire day. Thus, Chen Fei contemplated opening the regional channel to ascertain the situation. As he did, he encountered messages pertinent to himself. CT94498, a prominent figure was selling purified water earlier, and fortunately, I managed to snatch some quickly. CF94237. Is this for real? Someone is genuinely willing to sell their water? CT19000. I also managed to purchase some, but what is up with this seller? Are they using doo-doo balloons to contain purified water? Will it pose any issues when consumed? CU99541. The individual above is being overly dramatic. You act as if you are in a survival game. Having water to drink is already a blessing. Furthermore, if it is labeled as purified water, it must be safe to consume. If it were contaminated or dirty, the trading channel would automatically indicate that it was tainted or murky. Even if a loaf of bread had a bite taken out of it, it would be shown as such when listed. CI 32411. I'm grateful for the water sold by the esteemed seller, and even more thankful for the doo-doo balloons they provided. Today, I injured my arm and searched for medical supplies for quite some time, only to find that the kind seller included doo-doo balloons, which I used as a makeshift bandage. Upon reading this, Chen Fei found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his unintentional act of lacking a water container would yield such significant consequences. He had braced himself for criticism, yet a twist of fate emerged. Thus, he sent a message in the World Channel. CC34567. Purified water available in exchange for cornerstone and metal. Transactions welcomed. Code 33321. Wow, I've caught the esteemed seller above. Do you need any trinkets for your legs? CQ25441. Esteemed seller, could I exchange a smaller amount of cornerstone for water? 5 units seem excessive. I only have 3 units. Can I trade them for 300 milliliters? CQ36985. I can only offer 4 units. Can they be sold separately? CC64584. I possess only 2 units of cornerstone. What is metal? I've never encountered it. CK61135. What are you all discussing? What is cornerstone? Chen Fei then realized that the issue was not a lack of willingness to exchange cornerstone, but rather that everyone had failed to catch 5 units of cornerstone. However, he too faced his own dilemmas. Selling smaller portions would be a waste of his doo-doo balloons. After some contemplation, he spoke again in the regional channel. CC34567. 1 unit of cornerstone can be exchanged for 100 milliliters of purified water. But you must provide your own container. No sooner had he sent the message than a multitude of friend requests flooded in, overwhelming him. After a considerable flurry of activity, he not only fulfilled the demand for 10 liters of water in exchange for cornerstone, but also traded away the 5 liters he had reserved for himself. He even managed to exchange for kilograms of the remaining 5 kilograms of fish. Now, aside from the 5 liters of purified water intended for acquiring metal, all other trades had been completed, and Chen Fei had no intention of withdrawing the offer for the metal, especially since he found himself abundantly resourced once again. At present, Chen Fei possesses fundamental resources, including 98 units of stone, 196 units of wood, and 58 units of cornerstone. Glancing at the wooden barrel he intended to craft, he realized it was of little use since all the water had been sold. Nevertheless, he utilized 18 units of wood to create the barrel. Unable to construct a barbecue grill, Chen Fei resorted to using 2 units of wood to prepare fish for his meal. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a sense of insecurity crept in, prompting him to approach the island monument and expend the 58 units of cornerstone he had recently acquired. Gradually, the seawater surrounding the island receded, significantly expanding his small island. Chapter 5. The S-Class automatic fishing rod. After devouring the grilled fish, Chen Fei felt somewhat unsatisfied. Reflecting on his hunger, he retrieved 2 pieces of bread and consumed them. He smacked his lips, realizing they lacked a hint of oil, salt, and the zest of cumin and chili. Yet he shrugged it off, understanding that during survival, one must not be overly particular. He lifted an A-class bottle of purified water, inspecting it while muttering, "There's no panel, and I can't discern any enhancement to my physique." Just as he finished speaking, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind, announcing the activation of his personal panel. Startled, Chen Fei nearly leapt from his spot. He had assumed his system was solely limited to the signing-in function. After a day of inactivity, save for a minor stir during sign-in, the sudden emergence of the panel took him by surprise. Upon accessing the system interface, he saw Host, Chen Fei level, none strength, 8, average for ordinary people, 10, agility, 8, average for ordinary people, 10, physique, 10, average for ordinary people, 10, items, Purifier A-class. Upon reviewing the information, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing his 20 years of solitude had not been in vain. However, he pondered the nature of the item. Was it not considered a reward from the system sign-in? Regardless, he had grown accustomed to the system's quirks, having harbored great expectations upon its awakening. Now, he felt indifferent. Aside from signing in, it seemed rather unhelpful, lacking even a chat function, presenting itself as a mere collection of data. Glancing at the time on his wristband, he noted it was already past 10 at night. As for fishing, he dismissed the idea. The moon was absent, and he feared falling into the sea. Recollecting the day's bizarre events, being transported to this island and awakening a system, left him feeling mentally drained. With no proper place to rest, not even a bed, he embraced an empty supply box beside him and gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Chen Fei awoke, not from a natural slumber, but from the discomfort of his hard sleeping surface. Groggily reaching beside him, he unexpectedly touched something resembling a stone. Wait a moment, a stone? This is a survival island. How could there be stones? Turning to the side, he indeed spotted a few scattered rocks. Chen Fei felt a bit bewildered. It seemed utterly illogical that the ground could sprout such items while he slept. Yet, he possessed the advantage of not overthinking. His grandfather, the director of the orphanage, had always advised him that staying out of unnecessary matters was a key to survival. Indeed, Chen Fei had learned well to heed advice. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in, inquiring whether he wished to sign in for the new day. Without hesitation, Chen Fei selected the sign-in option. "Congratulations, host. You have received an S-class automatic fishing rod. A critical hit has been triggered for continuous sign-ins." "Congratulations, host. You have received an S-class automatic fishing rod too." Stunned, Chen Fei was taken aback by the unexpected critical reward. "I hadn't prepared for this," he exclaimed to the system. "My apologies for misjudging you yesterday. I shouldn't have claimed you were limited to sign-ins." However, the system remained unresponsive to his remarks. With a beaming face, Chen Fei lifted the fully automatic fishing rod from the system space to examine it. Item: fully automatic fishing rod, S-grade description, Mode 1, automatically identifies, locks onto, and retrieves supply boxes within a radius of 300 meters from the fishing rod. Mode 2, automatically identifies, locks onto, and catches sea products below S-grade within a radius of 300 meters from itself. Chen Fei was filled with excitement. If there had been only one mode, given the size of his island, the second mode would have been utterly useless. However, the fact that this fishing rod boasted 2 modes was nothing short of exhilarating. As for the previous ordinary fishing rod, it was practically worthless. With the addition of the fully automatic fishing rod, he found himself at leisure. He first poured the purified water from his water purifier into the wooden barrel he had crafted, then set the fishing rod to both modes. While he leisurely prepared instant noodles for breakfast, he activated his wristband to check his messages, initially glancing at the status of the metal he had purchased, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that 2 transactions had been completed. He was not concerned about the lack of trades, but rather about whether anyone had succeeded in fishing. Having only 2 metal blocks, he could either choose a barbecue grill or an axe. Chen Fei decisively opted for the axe, as its practicality outweighed the necessity of food. Due to his sale of purified water the previous day, his friend request had surged to over 999. Still fatigued from the previous day's mental strain, he had not scrutinized the requests in detail. Today, however, He filtered through the applications to find useful information and soon stumbled upon one that piqued his interest. CC22222 requested to add you as a friend. Tomato seeds 5G. May I exchange them for some purified water? This message had been sent at 11 p.m. the previous night, just as he had drifted off to sleep. He promptly accepted the request and replied, CC37567. Hello, do you still have the tomato seeds? About 15 minutes later, he received a response. CC22222. Sorry, I just woke up. I still have the seeds. Can I exchange them for 2 bottles of water? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fei deemed the price reasonable and, feeling too lazy to negotiate, consented. CC34567. We can initiate the trade now. As soon as he sent the message, the other party responded, albeit with a somewhat hesitant tone. CC22222. Would it be possible for you not to use that to fill my water? Chen Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. Ever since he had seen the chat in the regional channel the previous day, he too had been reluctant to use doo-doo balloons for water, considering they were medical supplies that could save lives in emergencies. CC34567. I don't have any extra bottles here. Do you have any empty ones? You can send them to me first, and I'll fill them with water and return them to you. CC22222. All right. Thank you. Your friend has initiated a trade. Mineral water bottles, too. However, when Chen Fei received the bottles and noticed the punctured holes in the caps from teeth marks, he fell into a prolonged silence, reminiscent of a childhood friend he had grown up with in the orphanage. Chapter 6. Sue mangling deep within the recesses of his memory. Vivid scenes from his childhood at the orphanage resurfaced in his mind. A little girl, sporting a pair of adorable canine teeth, trailed behind a young boy, striving to keep pace with his footsteps while cradling a bottle of mineral water in her arms. She raised the bottle above her head and called out to the boy ahead, Fei Gu, could you please open the bottle for me? Linger is thirsty. Yet, the boy did not pause without turning back. He replied to the little girl, we'll talk about it when we reach the gate. Grandpa Director is waiting there. Drinking water while walking can upset your stomach. When the boy reached the gate and turned to look back, he saw that the girl had fallen far behind. The bottle's mouth nestled between her lips as she nibbled on the cap with her tiny teeth. Upon reaching him, the bottle was already leaking from her efforts. Yet she lifted it high and presented it to the boy with a sweet smile, saying, Fei Gu, have some water. In that moment, her laughter was pure and enchanting. She was 7 years old, and he was 9. From that day forth, it seemed the girl had developed a fondness for chewing on bottle caps. In elementary school, parents typically provided their children with water bottles. However, their orphanage was quite impoverished, unable to ensure that each child had their own. Grandpa Director filled mineral water bottles and soda bottles with water for everyone to take to school. Yet, Linger was the one who needed her bottle replaced most frequently, as she would always bite through the cap. The boy asked her, why do you like biting bottle caps? The girl, with a charming smile, replied, Little Fei Gu, I can't twist it open, gazing at him with her big, innocent eyes. She was 10 years old, and he was 12. 3 years later, the boy returned to the orphanage, but the girl was nowhere to be found. He inquired of Grandpa Director, where is Linger? The director replied, her family has found her and taken her away. That day, having grown up in the orphanage and understood life at an early age, he cried inconsolably. She had found her family, and he should have felt happy for her. Yet, he couldn't help but weep, for his little shadow was gone. Now, after 8 years apart, he wondered, was she well? Time passed without his notice, and Chen Fei slowly regained his composure, still holding the 2 empty bottles. He realized that the other party had sent him several messages. CC22222. I broke the cap. You could just put it in the bottle. CC22222. Is it ready now? CC22222. Where did you go? However, Chen Fei was evidently still lost in thought, and, upon seeing the persistent messages from the little tail in front of him, instinctively typed, CC34567, Little Linger. Realizing his mistake, he attempted to retract the message but found no option to do so on his device. He could only send another message, CC34567. Sorry, I mistakenly messaged an old friend. My apologies. Yet, he received no reply in return. What Chen Fei remained unaware of was that, at this very moment. On the same island, number 22222 in Group C, Su Mengling was similarly lost in thought, her gaze fixated on the words displayed on her wristband. Her mind was a blank slate. Her family and friends affectionately refer to her as Lingling or Mengling. While at the nursing home, she was called Linger. The only one permitted to call her Mengling was her beloved Chen Fei. In a moment of unconsciousness, Su Mengling sent a message to Chen Fei. CC 22222. Chen Fei. At that instant, both fell into a profound silence. After a considerable time, they moved almost synchronously, sending messages that read, CC 34567. Is that really you, Xiaolinga? CC 22222. Are you truly Xiao Fei? Once again, silence enveloped them, as neither Chen Fei nor Su Mengling knew what to say next. After a while, Chen Fei broke the stillness. CC 34567. How have you been all these years? Su Mengling seemed to revert to her childhood self, recounting the myriad experiences of the years gone by. From the moment her parents took her from the orphanage to her interactions with her family, including her grandparents. She spoke of her journey abroad for education and her recent return with intentions to join her father's company, only to find herself transported to this desolate island world. From the moment Chen Fei finished his breakfast, Su Mengling had been animatedly sharing her stories until the afternoon, when Chen Fei noticed his throat growing increasingly hoarse. Glancing at the time on his wristband, he realized it was already past 1 o'clock. In his distraction, he had forgotten that Linger had not had a drop of water since their conversation began. Hurriedly, Chen Fei grabbed 2 empty bottles, filling them to the brim with pure water. He then rummaged through his supplies, checking the remaining 200 milliliters of A-grade purified water from yesterday, which, combined with the freshly purified 600 milliliters, amounted to over 800 milliliters of A-grade water. He promptly poured half a bottle for Su Mengling and sent it to her with a message. CC 34567. Xiao Linger, please drink some water and take a moment to rest. Your voice is hoarse. Upon seeing the pure water, Su Mengling displayed little reaction. She was aware of Chen Fei's endeavors to sell water in the trading area. However, when she glimpsed the description of the A-grade purified water, she was utterly astonished. My goodness! Xiao Fei possesses such remarkable water. Reluctantly, she accepted it after Chen Fei kindly persuaded her, culminating in him sharing the details of the A-grade water purifier, which could purify nearly 100 liters of water daily. Nevertheless, Su Mengling refrained from questioning further, perceiving anything her Xiao Fei produced as entirely natural. Trusting him implicitly, she believed he would never harm her. Now, as the clock indicated it was past 1 in the afternoon, Chen Fei realized they had missed lunchtime. Su Mengling had not consumed any pure water, let alone food, as she had spent the morning conversing with him. Unlike him, she lacked an automatic fishing rod and had likely not fished that morning. He swiftly informed Su Mengling to finish her water and rest, promising to procure some food to send her shortly. As Chen Fei approached the automated fishing rod, he was utterly astonished. The device had hoisted a supply box, obstructing his view. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an abundance of fish all around. Many had been caught only to leap back into the sea. Unlike a human angler, the automated rod lacked the intelligence to properly store the caught fish, resulting in heaps of them piling up. With so many fish, they were bouncing back into the water after being caught. It seemed that his plans to relax had been thoroughly thwarted, as the rod could neither place the fish in the box nor leave them in the pit, necessitating someone to supervise the growing piles. Furthermore, the adjacent supply boxes had also accumulated into a considerable stack. After counting, Chen Fei realized he had managed to reel in 16 supply boxes in just one morning, while it had taken him nearly an entire day to catch merely 6 the day before. Such a stark contrast was astounding. The standard fishing rod had a mere 50 meters of casting distance, while the S-grade rod boasted an impressive 300 meters, which explained the discrepancy, along with its automatic fish recognition feature. Thus, Chen Fei opened 3 supply boxes without examining their contents, setting them aside to focus on the fish, which he needed to place in the empty supply boxes. He could sort through the items later. After some time, he scanned the fish's weight with his wristband and was surprised to find that none had escaped, totaling a hefty 196 kilograms. He quickly utilized the wristband's camera function to take a photograph of the fish and sent it to Su Mingling, followed by a snapshot of the towering stack of supply boxes. CC 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shaoling, how about we have fish for lunch? There are so many supply boxes that we might need to open them slowly after our meal, and we can enjoy a grand feast in the evening. On the small island designated as CC 22222, Su Mingling glanced at the scant supplies on her island, including half a loaf of bread left over from breakfast. Initially feeling guilty for not being able to assist her brother Chen Fei in relying on his provisions, she was nonetheless taken aback by the photos he had sent. Even she, despite her naivety, recognized that something was amiss. While Chen Fei had been chatting with her all morning, she had caught nothing, yet he had amassed such a bounty. However, she understood that he must have his own secrets, and she would not pry. Yet, seeing that he had ample food alleviated her guilt, prompting her to reply sweetly. CC 22222. All right, dear brother Fei, there's no need to rush. Take your time. Still, she felt a twinge of inadequacy, wishing she could offer him more help. Determined, she picked up her fishing rod and moved to the edge of her island, fishing while silently encouraging herself to catch something that could aid her brother Chen Fei. Chapter 7. The fish in distress and cultivation. Chen Fei meticulously selected several aesthetically pleasing fish with firm flesh, swiftly using a stone axe to scale and gut them in one seamless motion. Lacking salt and other seasonings, he could only roast the fish in their natural essence. Having learned from the morning's experience, he understood the necessity of vigilance near the fishing rod and took the opportunity to organize his supply box. Engaging in little conversation with Su Mingling, he promptly sent her a fish weighing over 2 pounds while he quickly consumed his own lunch. Approaching the remaining supply boxes, he opened each one, refraining from dismantling all the empty ones, instead leaving 6 intact. With effort, he pushed 3 empty boxes behind the automatic fishing rod, aligning them parallel to the previous 3. As there were no additional fish storage devices available, he had to make do with the empty boxes. The freshly caught fish could not be stored for long, so he planned to sort through the contents of his fishing supplies in the afternoon, packaging any unneeded items to sell for materials before dinner. Although his luck had not been particularly favorable, the sheer volume of his supplies yielded bountiful rewards from the 18 boxes: 500 g of salt 2, 30 g of watermelon seeds 1, 5 g of celery seeds 1, 5 g of cucumber seeds 1 to 15 units of metal, 43 units of stone, 1 box of cigarettes, 1 pair of flint, 1 lighter, 7 loaves of bread, 500 milliliters of purified water 3, 1 family bucket, 300 milliliters of cola 3, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 apples, 3 oranges, 2 kilograms of rice 2, 2 folding fans, 18 cornerstone units, 1 stone bowl template, 1 saw manufacturing blueprint, 1 tang knife manufacturing blueprint, 1 shear manufacturing blueprint. What a veritable windfall. To Chen Fei's astonishment, a template had emerged. It is important to note that manufacturing blueprints can only be used once, while templates allow for infinite production given the necessary materials. Moreover, the salt he had long coveted had finally appeared. He also acquired numerous seeds, but would he truly cultivate them? Considering the time required for them to mature, would he even have the opportunity to enjoy the fruits of his labor? With resources being so scarce, the necessity of watering these seeds must also be weighed. Furthermore, he unexpectedly acquired a whole box of cigarettes, 20 packs, with 10 cigarettes each. In his own seed district alone, there are 5 million residents. One could only imagine the number of habitual smokers. The trading hall allowed purchases from the entire world channel, encompassing 24 districts. Chen Fei activated his wristband and glanced at the regional channel's population. 2 for 180, 021 out of 2, 500, 000. To his surprise, nearly 20,000 had vanished in just a day and night. Unbeknownst to him, not everyone had expanded their islands. Some had tragically fallen into the sea during sleep, never to resurface. One must never underestimate the depths of human curiosity, which can manifest in myriad perilous ways. Many, unable to endure the harsh realities of their survival environment, opted for self-termination. Chen Fei appeared to have recalled something as he picked up the manufacturing blueprint and approached the Crystal Island Monument. He first utilized 5 pieces of metal to craft the saw, then employed 9 pieces of metal to forge a tang knife, and finally used 3 pieces of wood to create a chair. Without further ado, he grasped a stone axe and tang knife, making his way to the edge of the island to validate a hypothesis. Using the tang knife and stone axe in tandem, he commenced digging at the periphery of the remote island where the foundational stone had been expanded. After nearly 2 hours of excavation, reaching a depth of about 1 meter, he discovered that he had yet to break through. Thus, he persisted, digging to approximately 2 meters. By around 6 in the evening, he found himself still amidst soil. A smile graced Chen Fei's face, for it appeared his conjecture was indeed correct. The island constructed upon the foundational stone could extend downward, far beyond a mere 1 or 2 meters. Although he was uncertain of the exact thickness of his island, it was evidently sufficient. He then moved to the side, commencing tillage, for he intended to plant vegetable seeds. While he was unaware of the maturation period, he could certainly utilize the seedlings as greens. His concern lingered that an extended absence of greens might adversely affect his health. After all, the optimal time to plant a tree is now, and the same holds true for vegetables. It was not until the rumbling of hunger echoed within him that he realized it was already past 7 in the evening. Unlike the previous night, when not a sliver of moonlight was visible, today the sun shone large and round. Beneath the moonlight, Chen Fei, weary yet determined, completed the tilling. Enduring hunger, he planted the seeds and subsequently sprinkled a little purified water over them. He then retrieved the bucket of fish he had caught that afternoon, taking out 2 pieces of bread to make do for dinner, as he had many tasks awaiting him that night and no time to prepare a proper meal. The fish and supplies from the afternoon remained unorganized, and he needed to list today's catch for sale. Otherwise, it would spoil by the morrow. With both stone and wood in abundance, Chen Fei found himself lacking only in metal pieces. Having caught 15 metal pieces that day, he had used 14, leaving him with just 2, including 1 left over from the previous day. He took out a chicken leg, a chicken wing, and 2 chicken pieces, intending to send them to Su Mingling. Upon opening his wristband, he discovered several messages from her earlier that afternoon. Su Mingling, Little Fei, I caught some good things this afternoon for you. Su Mingling, single bed blueprint X1, foundational stone X6, metal X8, tint X1, tomato seeds 5G, rapeseed seeds 5G X2, warehouse blueprint X1, raincoat template X1, iron pot blueprint X1, trade none. Su Mingling, Little Fei, it's dark now, are you still busy? Chen Fei was taken aback by the messages. Had this little girl sent everything she had? After receiving the items, he sent back the foundational stone, tint, chicken leg, chicken wing, and chicken pieces to Su Mingling. Chen Fei, use the foundational stone to expand your island a bit. I will manufacture the single bed blueprint shortly and send it to you. I will hold on to the metal pieces as I am in need of them. Once I craft the iron pot, I will prepare meals here and send it back to you afterward. Unbeknownst to Su Mingling, who seemed to be perpetually awaiting news from Chen Fei, her replies were almost instantaneous. All right, Xiao Fei Gij, she typed, followed by bread X2, fish X1. 5 kilograms. Transaction not completed. However, Chen Fei did not accept the offer, responding with a frown, you need not send me food. Keep it for yourself if you are hungry. Taking advantage of the remaining moonlight, which allowed for slight visibility, Chen Fei hurriedly planted the seeds in the soil he had turned earlier that afternoon. He then retrieved the fish he had caught and the supply box. As for the fishing rod, he left it outside, unconcerned by the darkness. It would yield another catch by morning. By the end of the day, Chen Fei had amassed 412 kilograms of fish and had opened 21 supply boxes. Upon opening the boxes, he was surprised to find stone X17, bread X8, instant noodles X5, purified water X8, pebbles X1 large bag, metal X19, fabric X7, stone X48, wood X55, shovel blueprint X2, toilet paper X2, wooden house blueprint X1, double bed blueprint X1, straw mat blueprint X1, single bed template X1 to his astonishment. He had caught an abundance of purified water in the afternoon, and what was now available from the supply boxes. Yet, he was puzzled by the presence of the pebbles. His interest in the bag of pebbles outweighed his curiosity about the pebbles themselves. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fei laboriously dragged the large bag of pebbles and emptied it into the substantial pit he had dug earlier. Now he possessed a double bed and a single bed template, although he had felt that his wood and stone supplies were sufficient earlier in the afternoon. The sudden influx of blueprints and templates made him feel rather impoverished. He opened the Crystal Island tablet to check the wooden house blueprint, which required 300 units of wood. Should he manufacture it? The double bed blueprint needed 18 units of wood. He noted that he only had 290 units, and while he could dismantle some supply boxes for more, he hesitated, recognizing the boxes still held value. He decided to purchase a few instead. However, Chen Fei was taken aback to find that the price of water on the market trading channel had significantly decreased. He intended to open the regional channel for further insight, but remembered he had yet to send Su mingling the bed. Swiftly, he retrieved the template, opting not to use the single bed blueprint he could not send to himself. Upon inspecting the island tablet, he saw that a single bed required only 12 units of wood, prompting him to quickly craft one for Su mingling. He then opened the warehouse blueprint, only to discover that it required an astonishing 500 units of wood, even more than the wooden house. It seemed prudent to first investigate the reasons behind the drop in purified water prices, as failure to sell it would significantly impact him. Chapter 8. The Sale of Cigarettes. An unexpected island monument prompt. As soon as the regional chat channel was opened, a flurry of messages emerged. CC25878. I am quite fortunate to have survived another day. I managed to catch 6 bottles of water today. I hope to secure more food tomorrow so that I can get by for another day. CG87442. I was able to catch 2 loaves of bread in the morning, but by afternoon I caught nothing. I did find a few packets of seeds, but they are hardly a meal. Chapter 33,211. Wasn't there purified water for sale yesterday? Why is there none today? I didn't catch any water today. CF99885. Haha. There are still people who haven't caught any water. I have this water purifier blueprint, common 1CT33326. Indeed, what is going on? I also caught many seeds, including 30G of sunflower seeds. CJ00544. This can't be true. Are we being pushed into an agrarian society? CG55444. Whoa, is me. My fishing rod was dragged away by a fish. Can someone rescue me? CR32108. What agrarian society? I feel like we have entered the age of exploration. Raft Blueprint 1CI 24589. Today, food has indeed become scarce. I can only eat this to stave off hunger. Ice Cream 2Co11115. As for that lost fishing rod, you might as well dig a hole and bury yourself. The craving for a smoke has struck. I feel utterly devoid of motivation. It appeared that everyone had enough purified water, prompting Chen Fei to quietly exit the regional chat channel. He had deliberately left some stone materials unutilized, contemplating crafting stone bowls with the newly acquired blueprint to sell purified water later that evening. However, he faced a dilemma. If the water remained unsold, there would be no place to store the freshly produced purified water. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He could employ the method from last night, filling doo-doo balloons with water and storing them. After all, one must not let resources go to waste. Now, however, he found himself lacking space to store them. Many people were in dire need of food, and he could exchange the fish he had caught along with cigarettes for materials to construct a wooden house and a warehouse. Chen Fei promptly accessed the trading channel and discovered that all the metal he had purchased yesterday had been sold, much to his surprise. Observing the influx of players catching metal today, he decided to list all 400 kilograms of fish. He offered 4 choices for every 500 G of fish: 8 wood, 6 stone, 3 metal, or 3 base stones. His gaze fell upon a nearby cigarette box, and with a mischievous grin, he opened it. After dismantling the carton and the smaller boxes, he resolved to sell the cigarettes one by one. After all, rarity begets value. He had only this one box containing 4,000 cigarettes. Thus, he began by selling 600 cigarettes from 3 cartons, taking his time with the sales. He set the price at 1 cigarette for 6 wood, for stone, 2 metal, and 2 base stones. After reviewing the prices, he felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, I still have a conscience. He He then activated his wristband and sent out a message to both the world and regional channels. CC 34567. Food and cigarettes have been listed for sale. Those interested should act swiftly. It's first come, first served. Upon sending the message, a torrent of notifications erupted, yet the global channel rendered the multitude of languages indecipherable. He noticed that his sending box had plunged into darkness. Evidently, each individual was permitted to dispatch but a single message per day. Thus, he transitioned to the regional channel. CJ 31221. Goodness, someone is actually selling cigarettes. I haven't smoked all day, and I feel utterly drained. No matter the cost, I must have one. CI 99,000. What are you thinking upstairs? They're already sold out. Co 31315. Haha, I managed to snag 3. Co 98888. I got one too, but when I wanted to buy another, they were gone. Does anyone have a light? CP 87774. Seriously, you lot are a bunch of beasts, so quick? Just a moment ago, there were over 200 in stock, and in a second, they vanished. Side 33555. Do you have any left, big shot? Put some more up, even if it's pricier. I feel like I'm at my wit's end. I just want to smoke one before I go. Chapter 33,215. For those who didn't team manage to grab any, I'll pay double for one. I haven't smoked all day, and seeing these cigarettes has me trembling with excitement, only to have them slip away. CC 56646. Is this true? A real big shot? Selling fish by the 100 pounds, while I've only caught 3 all day. CD 87994. Wasn't he at this big shot who sold purified water yesterday? Chapter 94,949. Indeed. That S him, the one selling the water in those fancy packages. Chen Fei mused on his own integrity. He never anticipated that cigarettes would sell so rapidly. As a non-smoker, he found it difficult to conceive the lengths to which seasoned smokers would go for a single cigarette. It seemed one could forego meals for a day, but a day without smoking was simply intolerable. Opening the back-end messages, he was greeted with a staggering 999 notifications. After a brief moment of dismissing them all, the count surged back to 999 almost instantly. Meanwhile, the fish and cigarettes he had listed were completely sold out. Upon confirming, a notification promptly appeared, detailing his gains, too. 720 wood, 968 stone, 498 metal, and 509 cornerstone. Seeing this, Chen Fei couldn't help but grin widely. What a windfall. He surveyed the collection of blueprints and realized the island remained too small. He resolved to expand the island first, then construct everything he could, for he was blessed with an abundance of resources. Having utilized over 560 cornerstones, he planned to expand outward from the Crystal Island Monument. Since the monument could not be relocated at will, Chen Fei decided to position it at the center of the house, constructing wooden cabins atop it. A wooden cabin requiring 300 wood was erected, as was a warehouse needing 500 wood placed beside the house. As for the bed, who would sleep alone when a double bed was available? He opted for the spacious double. A shovel only required 1 metal and 1 wood, while a bamboo mat merely needed a single piece of wood. Trivial matters indeed. A cast iron pot could be fashioned with just 3 metals. After completing his projects, Chen Fei noticed that 119 Dudu balloons remained. He pondered, could these hold a significant amount of water? He selected a dozen packages, unwrapped them, and began to cleanse the grease that adorned them. Given the current low price of water, he resolved to store it in these containers within the warehouse for future use. Alternatively, he contemplated digging a pit tomorrow to place the water, sealed in balloons, inside. By the time Chen Fei finished filling the containers and replaced the old seawater with fresh, he found himself lying on his bed near midnight. As he reclined, sifting through messages from individuals seeking to purchase cigarettes from him, while also hoping for any additional items he might need, a sudden, piercing sound erupted from the island monument, causing even his wristband to flicker ominously, as if to signal a warning. Assuming an invasion or some form of destruction threatened his territory, Chen Fei swiftly rose and rushed to the monument. To his astonishment, he beheld bold, enlarged red letters emblazoned across its surface. Greetings, survivors. After more than a day's time, you have likely begun to acclimate to the challenges of the island. Congratulations! You are now qualified to be a survivor. When the sun rises tomorrow, Your trials will officially commence. Wishing you a restful night. I eagerly anticipate your performances. Chapter 9. Duplex Studio Apartment A-Class. Expansion. Chen Fei stood in stunned disbelief. This was utterly absurd. Upon opening the regional chat channel, he was met with the alarming figures displayed in the upper right corner. 2, 461, 400 out of 2, 500, 0, 0, 0. He had not misread the numbers. Nearly 40, 0, 0, 0 lives have been lost, yet the island monument insisted that the ordeal had yet to commence. The chat window erupted into chaos, inundated with notifications reminiscent of an alarm bell from the monument. Out of a potential 46 million, at least 45 million were already gone. In that moment, standing before the monument. CF97884. What the? Is this some sort of joke? It hasn't even started yet. CJ64665. What is happening? I just fell asleep and was awakened by the alarm, only to be met with this shocking news. CC58995. Is there no end to this? I am on the brink of starvation, and it hasn't even begun. CK86999. I need a cigarette. I must calm myself. Is there anyone with cigarettes? I'll pay handsomely. CI87555. Since the monument claims the challenge hasn't begun, I must inquire. What exactly is this challenge? CK95444. Yes, what is the challenge? Could you please elucidate? CO55484. I have a premonition that the days ahead will be arduous. CL88008. Who has alcohol? I would trade everything for it. After drinking, I wish to sink into the sea that might provide some solace. CF99991. Chunmu, Fong Qingyan. I am Fong Hui. Please add me as a friend. Chapter 66,166. All right. While most are present, let's reach out to family and friends. Quickly send messages. Chapter 68,889. Indeed, let us afford everyone some time. This might be their only chance. Chen Fei contemplated the situation and produced 600 cigarettes, only to find the price had doubled. It was not out of malice. Survival was at stake. If he did not act decisively, he might be the next to perish. CC34567. I understand everyone's feelings. I believe many are unsettled. I only have this many cigarettes, all listed on the trading market, limited to one per person. CK88899. Damn, unscrupulous merchants profiting from disaster. But whatever, many need to calm down. No matter how high the price, people will still buy. Thank you. CA57255. Indeed, thank you. Chunjia. I am Zhao Su. Please add me as a friend. Chen Fei stared in disbelief at the cigarettes that had vanished in an instant, silently acknowledging, see, I told you, my heart is not cold. They should be grateful for the price increase. System message. Is it time for check-in? A chime sounded as a new day dawned. Host, will you check in? Chen Fei felt a surge of frustration toward the system. If it did not inquire, it would not allow a check-in. Congratulations, host, for consecutive check-ins. You have received Duplex Studio Apartment A-Class X1. Please select a placement location. Today's check-in did not yield a critical hit, but Chen Fei was not particularly disheartened. After all, one could not expect such fortune every day. However, the apartment was indeed excessive. He had constructed a wooden house at 11:30 p.m., and by midnight, he was already bestowed with a duplex studio apartment. Beside the island monument, Chen Fei prepared to place his own single apartment. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. He found himself unable to position it as it was described as a small two-story apartment, yet the dimensions indicated it required a space of 50 meters by 50 meters. Was the system's definition of small not aligned with his own understanding? The area of a single foundation stone is 1 square meter. And that evening, he had already utilized 560 foundation stones. His small island comprised merely over 600 stones in total. Even with the 800 stones obtained from the sale of 600 cigarettes, it was insufficient. Although the cigarettes sold that night were priced at 4 stones each, not all transactions yielded stones. He also received wood, stone, and metal in various quantities. With a pang of regret, he glanced at the 14 cigarettes in the corner, struggling to resist the temptation. Who would wish to reside in a dilapidated wooden hut when a splendid apartment awaited? The required 50 meters by 50 meters equated to 2,500 stones, and he was far from that goal. Moreover, it was not merely about the 2,500 stones. A coastal location necessitated ample space, as constructing too close to the water offered little safety. With a resolute heart, he decided to sell 3 more cigarettes, listing them for trade solely for stones, and turn away from the nearby box, reasoning with himself, "If I do not look, I shall not feel regret." To his dismay, nearly half of the cigarettes he had just acquired were sold by the end of the day. What had happened to the promise of steady, unhurried gains? CC 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Newly listed cigarettes, truly limited stock this time, accepting only stones. Hurry and get some. CW 23365. Damn, this unscrupulous merchant is still at it. So 45865. How many times has this been? Within 2 hours, I have seen him list cigarettes 3 times, each time in such quantities. Does he take us for fools? Not only the others, but even Chen Fei felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet he found himself powerless to change his situation. He yearned for his own 2-story apartment. Alas, you have put me in a difficult position. Opening the friend channel, he located Su Mingling and posted a picture of his newly built wooden hut in the chat. After a moment's thought, he added a roll of toilet paper. Chen Fei, wooden hut 1, toilet paper 1, trade offer. Just as he clicked send, he realized something was amiss. Checking the time, he discovered it was already 1 a.m. To his surprise, Su Mingling responded immediately. Su Mingling, little Fei, I don't need the hut. Keep it for yourself. I have a tent, so I don't require it. But I don't need the toilet paper. Thank you. After some persuasion, he convinced her to accept the hut by mentioning he had a better place to stay. Chen Fei, after receiving the hut, do you have space to place it? Considering his own circumstances, he inquired of Su Mingling, and soon received her reply. Su Mingling, no. Indeed, unless he asked, she would never bring it up, remaining as she always had. Although the wooden hut only required a space of 3 meters by 5 meters. Not everyone shared his abundance of foundation stones. After some contemplation, I placed 100 cornerstone blocks into the dialogue box and sent them to the other party. For myself, once I've expanded the island, 100 cornerstone blocks would be inconsequential. Should I desire to extend the perimeter by an additional meter, I would require over 200 blocks. However, for Su Mingling, whose island area closely resembled its original state, 100 cornerstone blocks would prove quite beneficial. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Fei rummaged through his belongings and unearthed the fishing rod he deemed useless, one that even a dog would not employ. Nevertheless, he sent it to Su Mingling, reasoning that while it held no value for him, it could yield an additional bounty for her. Chen Fei, 100 cornerstone blocks, 1 ordinary fishing rod for trade. I've sold plenty of cigarettes and fish today, so I lack for cornerstone blocks. Please expand your island first. This fishing rod is of no use to me, and it would merely gather dust here. Better it serve you. Internally, he silently apologized to the fishing rod. Not even a dog would make use of me. No, that's incorrect. I need not provide for a dog. Still wrong. Even a dog wouldn't find me useful. How lamentable. I might as well be less useful than a dog. Silence ensued. Eventually, Chen Fei conceded. He accessed the trading area on the island tablet and discovered that the cigarettes had all been sold, indicating that even at this hour, the trade of cigarettes remained unaffected. Observing the freshly acquired 2,400 in time credits, along with the remaining 700 cornerstone blocks for trade with Su Mingling, he opted to expand the island. This time, he chose to expand outward from the island tablet, pushing the adjacent warehouse and cultivated fields further out. Upon completion of the expansion, Chen Fei nestled a double-story single apartment at the center of the island, with the island tablet conveniently positioned in the living room of the first floor. Inspecting the single apartment, he found it remarkably splendid, with each floor featuring a living room, a communal bathroom, a kitchen, a tea room, a reception area, and a cloakroom. The second floor housed 4 bedrooms, while the first floor boasted 7, each equipped with its own private bathroom. This was no mere small single apartment. It could rightly be described as a single apartment complex, truly worthy of its A-grade designation. It surpassed the completeness of a small villa. It possessed a television, air conditioning, a washing machine, and even a gas stove. Regrettably, it lacked running water, electricity, and gas. Suppressing his inner joy, Chen Fei recalled the island tablet's notification that the official challenge would commence with the sunrise the following day. Thus, he resolved to take a rest and rejuvenate his spirit. Chapter 10. The Scorching Heat, Ascending to F Level, the enigmatic island of foundations today. Chen Fei awoke to the oppressive heat, feeling as though he had been sleeping beside a furnace, his makeshift cooling mat thoroughly drenched in perspiration. Glancing at his wristband, he noted the temperature had soared to 43 C, and the time read 7:25. Could this be the challenge alluded to by the island's monument? Chen Fei felt in his heart that it was far from straightforward. Just as he contemplated rising to wash his face and prepare for breakfast, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to dash downstairs to the automated fishing rod station. "My fish," Chen Fei lamented, a cry of despair escaping his lips. He quickly sent a message to Su Mengling. "My fish have spoiled. Let us postpone breakfast. Bread X3, purified water X4. 57L, orange X1, apple X1. As for the variable amounts of purified water, it depended on the water storage apparatus, which could be quite unpredictable. Stay hydrated, it's sweltering outside. Don't worry, I've cleaned everything thoroughly," he added, not pausing to await a response. Chen Fei hurried to the purifier, pouring the previously purified water into a wooden barrel. He then carefully transported the water stored in the doo-doo balloon to the bathing area, sealing the bathtub's drain before filling it. Should the doo-doo balloon burst, there would be no waste, a primary concern. Once he completed his tasks, he intended to sell the water. After all, in such scorching weather, purified water would surely be in demand. Without delay, Chen Fei seized a shovel and returned to the fishing area, tossing all the dead fish into the sea, except for the ones he had just caught, as the others had succumbed, their stench a testament to their demise. He then began to dig a pit where he had placed a fishing rod, intending to excavate a large hole and create a channel to draw seawater into it. A shallow pit would prove futile. Under the relentless sun, it would merely boil the fish in his soup over time. Moreover, with the plethora of fish he caught daily, a small or shallow pit would not suffice. Whenever thirst struck him, he would sip ordinary purified water, and when fatigue set in, he indulged in A-level purified water along with a piece of bread. After more than 3 hours of labor, Chen Fei finally completed the pit, only to find the outside temperature had reached a staggering 46 C by 11 o'clock. He rushed back to his apartment and downed the last half bottle of A-level purified water in one gulp. At that moment, Chen Fei sensed a transformation within himself. An invigorating surge of energy coursed through him, filling him with vitality. Although he had consumed A-level purified water before, he had never experienced such a sensation. He promptly opened the system panel to review his information. Host, Chen Fei level, F level strength, 20, average for a normal person, 10 agility, 20, average for a normal person, 10, constitution, 21, average for a normal person, 10, items, A-level purifier, S-level automatic fishing rod X2, housing not included in the inventory. So this was the essence of the elevation brought by A-level purified water. His level had ascended to F level. With his attributes now double the average of an ordinary person, he had indeed reached F level. Truly remarkable. This was the epitome of valuable resources. Chen Fei's eyes gleamed at the sight of the A-grade water purifier. Between F grade and A grade, there were E grade, D grade, C grade, and B grade. The F grade alone was twice the standard level for an ordinary person. What, then, could be said of the higher tiers? In that moment, Chen Fei grasped the terrifying nature of graded items. As noon approached, he realized that he had been preoccupied with digging and channel repairs all morning, neglecting to eat. He decided to prepare an early lunch to replenish his energy. Approaching the fishing rod, he managed to catch 2 fish in less than 10 minutes, both impressively large, each weighing over 2 pounds. Beside him sat a pile of resource boxes, which he resolved to open in the evening, as the sweltering heat made him reluctant to move. The supplies would remain safe inside. After all, during the day, even dogs would not dare to open the resource boxes. The rapid success of his fishing, coupled with the notable size and fatness of the fish, puzzled him. Normally, such conditions would not yield such results under the scorching sun. Could it be that his earlier baiting with dead fish had been particularly effective? Reflecting on his recent crafting of an iron pot and his successful catch of salt, Chen Fei decided to make a pot of fish soup for lunch. Previously, he had caught rice, but without a pot. He had been forced to subsist on bread and instant noodles. Today, however, he could steam fresh rice to accompany the fish soup. Although he had only one iron pot, he was not overly concerned. The heat of the day would keep the food warm outside. Thus, he constructed a simple stove from stones, kindled a fire with wood, and set the rice to steam. Meanwhile, he took the fish aside to scale and gut them. The kitchen in his apartment was utterly unusable, lacking gas and space for a fire, necessitating this makeshift setup outdoors. Once the fish were prepared, Chen Fei returned with an empty resource box, planning to fashion a wooden lid for his pot with a saw. Such rudimentary items were within his capability to create. Though the crafting system on his crystal island did not support trading, nor did it display item names. As he busied himself with the fish soup, he opened his wristband to find messages from Su Mingling. Su Mingling. All right, Brother Xiao Fei, you go ahead and busy yourself. Don't worry about me. I have food here. This message was sent in the morning. Su Mingling. Brother Xiao Fei, please don't use balloons to hold water anymore. Look, I've caught this wooden bucket crafting template one for you. Su Mingling. Brother Xiao Fei, it's too hot for me to go fishing. Aren't you back yet? Reading this, Chen Fei felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaoling, recognizing her good fortune, except when it came to catching food and water. After accepting the crafting template notification, he replied to Su Mingling. Chen Fei, it's far too hot. Please stay indoors and rest. Be careful of heat stroke. Have you run out of water? If so, let me know immediately. Chen Fei, I'm back now and currently simmering fish soup. We'll have it for lunch. Su Mingling, I still have enough water. I haven't finished the water you sent me this morning. By the way, Brother Xiao Fei, have you checked the regional chat channel? Many individuals find themselves without homes, resorting instead to makeshift shelters constructed from wooden crates and timber. Presently, there is a desperate demand for water, as numerous people have succumbed to heat exhaustion. Reflecting on water, Chen Fei suddenly recalled the vegetables he had planted the previous day. Surely they wouldn't have withered under the sun, would they? However, considering that he had merely sown the seeds yesterday and they had yet to germinate, it seemed unlikely that there would be any significant issue. Or so he hoped. Upon uttering this thought, he opened the door and casually glanced at the vegetable patch, only to be astounded by what he beheld. To his astonishment, he saw a multitude of tender green shoots emerging from soil. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he sent a message to Su Mingling. The vegetables I planted yesterday seem to have sprouted today. I shall take a closer look. In a flurry, Chen Fei dashed to the vegetable patch, gazing at the delicate sprouts with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Was this phenomenon attributable to the seeds or the quality of the soil? He recalled that when he had risen early that morning, stones had been protruding from the earth. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the foundational stones he had observed yesterday were now adorned with many additional stones and green shoots. It appeared that the cause of this remarkable growth was not the seeds themselves, but rather the foundational island's influence on plant growth, perhaps even possessing the capacity to accelerate ecological evolution. Did this imply that by merely expanding the island's area, he could cultivate vegetables or fruits that would yield considerable profits in the future? It seemed that he, or rather they, the survivors, had barely scratched the surface of the potential offered by the foundational island. Perhaps everyone had been preoccupied with fishing in the sea, neglecting the development of the island. Or maybe some had already discovered this secret, but chose to remain silent. If this were the case, did it not suggest that the value of the foundational stones would appreciate, potentially serving as a form of currency in this island world? It appeared that prior to the revelation of this secret, everyone's thoughts were lost in the ocean, overlooking the island's potential. If it became common knowledge that the foundational island could accelerate ecological evolution, then one could continuously obtain resources necessary for sustaining life without relying on the ocean, provided they had sufficient land. Thus, it would be prudent for him to seize the opportunity to capitalize on the other survivors, stockpiling foundational stones or expanding the island's area, as it was an assuredly profitable endeavor, given that the foundational stones would inevitably appreciate in value. At that moment, Chen Fei gazed at the newly sprouted vegetable seedlings, his mind drifting back to his water resources, and he let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. From this moment onward, the balance of power had shifted, my friend. No, it was time for prices to rise, indeed. Chapter 11. A Jiao Wei emerged from the supply box upon this realization. Chen Fei hurried to his apartment, crafting 2 wooden barrels from the island monument. One barrel was placed beside the A-grade water purifier as a reserve, while the other was filled halfway with pristine, pure water. He took a stone bowl, intending to water the vegetable garden first, to prevent the fish soup from scorching. He cautiously removed the wood from beneath the nearly cooked pot, allowing the soup to simmer for a moment before he set off to the garden with the bucket. With the utmost care, he watered each plant using the stone bowl. After finishing in the garden and returning to the apartment, he promptly fashioned several stone bowls. He sent some fish soup and rice over to Su Mingling before settling down to enjoy his own meal. Eating without checking the world news felt nearly as uncomfortable as not using one's phone before sleep. Thus, Chen Fei opened the regional channel. CF64684. The heat is unbearable. Does anyone have water? Please sell me some. I can't endure this any longer. I'm on the verge of heat stroke. CT54676. This wretched weather makes it impossible to go outside. I can't even fish, let alone find water. CX64654. I'm dying from the heat. There's not a shred of shade. I'm being scorched out here. Help me. CX54540. Are you foolish? Can't you use the supply box to build a shelter first? Just put some boards over 3 sides on top of a container. CX54540. Alas. In a moment of greed, I saw water for sale in the market, and lacking a few wooden boards, I dismantled my entire supply box to trade for a bottle of water. CW31616. Well, you deserve it then. For mere bottle of water, you dismantled your shelter. If you don't get scorched, who will? CC51515. Has anyone fished up a person from their supply box? CF34664. A person? What kind of person? Is it the kind I think it is? CS34645. Am I hallucinating? Is the sun blinding me? CK37346. Everyone, don't pay any mind. It's probably just another attention seeker. Chapter 61681. Help. There's a monster in the container. CR34548. Look, here comes another one trying to draw attention by claiming there's a monster. CR37644. Wait a moment. The person who just mentioned the monster has a gray avatar. So78874. No way. Could there truly be a monster? Upon reading this, Chen Fei keenly sensed that something was amiss. He drew his tang knife and ran toward the direction of the automated fishing rod by the supply box. In this survival world, one could only survive through utmost caution. He would rather make a fruitless trip than ignore his suspicions. As for the earlier comment about dogs not opening supply boxes during the day, he brushed it aside. Since last night, a total of 78 supply boxes have been fished up. How could there be so many? Could it be that the challenges mentioned by the island monument also increase the number of supply boxes? Is this what they call the greater the storm? The more precious the fish? He hadn't opened any supply boxes yesterday, but after a cursory glance in the afternoon, he estimated around 30 or 40. Yet, within the span of just this morning, he had already fished up the same amount as yesterday. With great effort, Chen Fei wielded his Tang Dao, managing to pry open all 78 supply boxes. However, he found no sign of the rumored monstrous beings or any humans. Just then, his fishing rod snagged another supply box, and as it landed on the ground, Chen Fei noticed it was slightly trembling. With a sense of caution, he scrutinized the box before gently prying open its lid with the tip of his Tang Dao. To his astonishment, as soon as the lid was ajar, a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a human leapt forth, initially intending to observe it. Chen Fei was caught off guard as the creature bared its teeth and lunged at him. Instinctively tightening his grip on the Tang Dao, he thrust it toward the creature, the blade piercing through its chest. Yet, undeterred, the creature charged at him once more. Despite having reached F level, Chen Fei found himself unable to harness his full strength in this moment of panic. As the creature lunged, he instinctively kicked it away before turning to flee. After running a few paces, he heard a thud, Glancing back, he saw the creature sprawled on the ground, convulsing. Taking a deep breath, he approached the creature, withdrew his Tang Dao, and confirmed its lifelessness. In a flurry of anxiety, he hoisted the creature and stuffed it into the supply box he had just opened, pushing it into the sea, discarding the now empty box. In such precarious circumstances, Chen Fei dared not stray far from his fishing rod. Should another creature appear while he was away, it could spell trouble if it made its way to the shelter. Thus, he remained vigilant by the box, meticulously assessing the contents within. The haul included 66 units of cornerstone, 121 units of timber, 82 units of stone, 23 units of plastic, 6 bags of 2 kilograms rice, 59 units of metal, 47 units of fabric, 16 bottles of 500 milliliters water, 7 loaves of bread for sun protection suits, 1 gourmet seasoning package for self-heating hot pots, 6 completely melted ice pops, 1 bag of D-level apple seeds, 20 g, 1 bag of cherry seeds, 20 g, 2 bags of grass seeds, 70 g, 2 bags of strawberry seeds, 5 g, 2 units of D-level soil, 2 blueprints for Tang Dao manufacturing, 1 blueprint for fire axe manufacturing, 6 blueprints for spear manufacturing, 1 blueprint for crossbow manufacturing, 2 blueprints for bow and arrow manufacturing, 2 blueprints for iron pot manufacturing, 1 blueprint for small wooden boat manufacturing, 1 water circulation system, 1 wooden cabin template, 1 hoe template, 1 shovel template, and 1 fence template. Upon witnessing the wealth of resources within the supply box, Chen Fei silently regretted his earlier complacency. It was clear that he must open supply boxes daily moving forward. The ice pops and sun protection suits, combined with the fan he had previously acquired, seemed to foreshadow the impending, sweltering weather. Additionally, the abundance of weaponry likely represented the spoils caught earlier that morning, hinting at the unpredictability of supplies after noon. With the temperature already soaring to 48°C, Chen Fei felt a chill creeping down his back. If he failed to open supply boxes and faced a horde of creatures akin to the dog-headed one, even his F-level status would not guarantee his survival. Notably, he also discovered the presence of plastic, a material he had never encountered before among the supplies. Fortuitously, he managed to reel in a D-grade apple seed and some soil. However, he found himself perplexed by the utility of D-grade soil. Upon consulting the description, he discovered that seeds of a certain grade, when planted in ordinary soil, would yield only common fruits. Conversely, if ordinary seeds were sown in graded soil, the outcome would still be commonplace. Yet, if a C-grade plant were cultivated in D-grade soil, it would only produce D-grade fruits. Just then, he hooked a supply crate, but Chen Fei refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he cautiously wielded his Tang knife, inching closer to the crate and gently lifting the lid. Inside lay a living entity. As Chen Fei raised his knife, poised to strike, the figure within the crate opened its eyes, locking a bovine gaze with him. The figure, now standing at over 2 meters tall, addressed Chen Fei. "My lord." Instinctively, Chen Fei inquired, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" The towering figure replied, "I am Chen Fei. I know not where I hail from, only that you are my lord. Beyond that, my memories elude me." A buzzing sensation enveloped Chen Fei's mind as he called upon the system to examine Chen Fei's profile. Name, Chen Fei level, none. Special units can consume upgrade food to rapidly enhance their level. Yet their potential limits their advancement to the peak without exceptional opportunities. Loyalty, 100. In the island world, all servants begin with a loyalty of 60. But due to system influence, it is forcibly elevated to 100 and cannot diminish. Strength, 19. Average for a common person is 10. Agility, 19. Average for a common person is 10. Constitution, 19. Average for a common person is 10. To his astonishment, the figure before him was none other than the legendary warrior of yore. This unsettling sense of security was perplexing. With the system's recent maneuver, he felt virtually invincible. One could only commend the brilliance of it. Despite Chen Fei's current lack of a level, Chen Fei felt no confidence in a confrontation. Recalling his recent near demise at the hands of goblins, he was overwhelmed by a sense of embarrassment. Chapter 12. Acquiring Weapon Manufacturing Blueprints, Li Xiaoning remarked, "Indeed, with Chen Fei's assistance, the tasks ahead will be considerably more manageable." Chen Fei contemplated patting Dianwei on the shoulder, but, missing the mark, instead gave a light slap to his muscular arm. Fearless one, put forth your best effort. Next year, I shall find you a sister-in-law. No, next year. Well, as long as you give it your all, you keep watch over the fishing rod. First, take this tang knife. I shall procure a suitable weapon for you. If you come across a chest, feel free to open it and set aside any supplies. Should you encounter a living being, call for me. If it is a monster, simply dispose of it by throwing it into the sea. As Chen Fei sprinted toward the apartment, he turned back to instruct Dianwei, if you feel thirsty or hungry, come inside for a drink and a bite to eat. He had a significant task ahead, while others remained unaware. He intended to access the trading channel to acquire a stockpile of weapons. With monsters now looming, self-defense was imperative and weapons were in high demand. He aimed to secure a cache. Even if he couldn't provide Dianwei with a pair of drum hammers, he would at least procure a set of dual tridents. Upon opening the trading panel, he searched for weapon blueprints, revealing a vast array of options: swords, spears, axes, and more, all requiring pure water for transactions. Without hesitation, he purchased a dozen of various blades, including the foreign saber, mountain cleaver, and Nepalese knife. He then turned to the category of bows and crossbows, acquiring numerous options there as well. Suddenly, a particular weapon blueprint caught his eye: the blueprint for the Fong Tian Huaji, available for trade at 1,200 units of wood. In the interest of time, he bargained it down to 1,000 units of wood and subsequently traded for 3 pairs of golden whips and 2 pairs of golden hammers. Without further ado, he secured those as well. Opting for the long spear as a general weapon, he swiftly acquired 30 units. After all, its straightforward handling suited him well enough to demonstrate a few moves. Having exhausted his stock of purified water, he found only a few bottles of bottled water he had caught. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing that the water purifier still contained some reserves. Before claiming his trophies, he chose to mass-produce, crafting all the weapon blueprints he had just purchased, alongside items like iron pots and shovels. Upon selecting to utilize 83 blueprints, the consumption of 210 units of wood and 470 units of metal was confirmed. As he witnessed his metal reserves dwindle significantly, Chen Fei couldn't help but grimace. He handed a pair of hefty iron hammers to Dianwei, who seemed less than enthusiastic, opting instead for a pair of dual tridents. Thus, Chen Fei equipped him with a large cleaver at his waist. At that moment, the fishing rod snagged a supply crate, prompting Dianwei to rush over. Upon opening the crate, a fish-headed monster emerged. Before the creature could fully escape, Dianwei reached in with his massive hand, grasping the monster by its neck with ease. With a firm squeeze, a crack echoed as the creature convulsed and fell silent. Chen Fei stood by, dumbfounded, contemplating this is not right. Shouldn't he have first unleashed the dual trident in a display of prowess, unleashing the azure dragon from the sea, roaring through the heavens, only to conclude with a graceful retreat? Hastily returning to the apartment, I offered Dianwei the freshly purified grade A water, having filled a bottle to the brim. After a moment's contemplation, I poured out a little more than half, deciding to reserve it for later use in watering my newly cultivated vegetable garden, blending it with ordinary purified water to observe any potential effects. Dianwei, resembling someone about to consume a medicinal elixir, swiftly drank down the grade A water from the mineral water bottle, and suddenly, his body quivered. I quickly accessed Dianwei's system panel. Name: Dianwei level F. Special units can consume upgraded food to rapidly elevate their level, but progression is contingent upon inherent potential. Once the potential ceiling is reached, advancement without exceptional opportunities is impossible. Loyalty: 100. According to the island world rules, all subordinates start with a loyalty of 60. But due to system influence, loyalty is forcibly raised to 100 and cannot be diminished. Strength: 49. Agility: 49. Constitution: 49. What could account for the 49? I dismissed the thought, feeling fatigued. I resolved to organize supplies first. I traded a crossbow, which comes pre-equipped with 10 bolts, a spear, and a machete, to Su Mingling, advising her to exercise caution and warning of potential monsters lurking in the sea. Should she detect any anomalies with the supply crates, she should promptly push them into the ocean without taking risks. Upon noticing the blueprint for a small wooden boat, I decided to craft it and discern its utility. To my astonishment, the small wooden boat required 800 units of wood. I hurried to the shore, where I soon spotted the small wooden boat I had just crafted. Climbing aboard, my wristband immediately prompted me. Would you like to relocate the island cup to this vessel? If you choose to relocate, the island will submerge within 30 minutes, and you will acquire all foundational elements constructed on the island. I was taken aback and quickly selected no. What a ridiculous proposition. I was quite content on my island, and now I was being asked to relocate. Chen Fei called out to me, and together we dragged the small wooden boat to the island's coastline. Returning to the apartment, I opened a fence template and surrounded my vegetable garden with a perimeter fence. After a moment's thought, I decided to erect another fence on the opposite side of the garden, resolving to cultivate an additional plot. To my surprise, each meter of fence required 1 unit of wood and 3 units of metal. Equipped with a shovel and hoe, I fashioned a sunshade from fabric to wear. As for Chen Fei, he had no use for it, nor could he fit into it due to his physique. Entering the newly fenced area, I began to toil, determined to plant the recently acquired seeds along with D-grade apple seeds. I also placed the 2 square units of D-grade soil within the enclosure. However, I opted against planting the grass seeds, as they're difficult to manage, and I had no need for grass. At that moment, I heard Chen Fei calling for me. I rushed over to find him facing off against a woman. I thought to myself, where did this fierce woman come from? How dare she glare at Chen Fei? However, he possessed an additional system compared to others, which he promptly activated to examine the information of the woman before him. Name, Li Xiaoning, level, none, special unit. Loyalty, 100, loyalty forcibly increased to 100 due to system influence. Strength, 19, agility, 19, constitution, 19. Could it be that this is the princess of Pingyang? Upon seeing Chen Fei approach, Li Xiaoning immediately dashed to his side, exclaiming, "My lord, this brute from the Han refuses to listen when I claim to be your person." After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Fei, who equally returned her gaze with defiance. Nonetheless, Chen Fei also posed several inquiries to Li Xiaoning. Yet apart from knowing her name, she could not articulate anything further. Well, it seems her cognitive faculties are lacking as well. It is not entirely their fault. After all, the masterminds behind the island had effectively erased all memories save for their names when they packaged and boxed them. Despite this, Li Xiaoning could still be considered a martial general. Chen Fei facilitated a brief exchange with Chen Fei, providing her with a foreign knife and a long spear. It would be a pity to waste Chen Wei's robust physique on trivial labor. With this arrangement, their tasks became considerably easier. As dusk began to settle, the two had already completed plowing the land. Chen Fei added a touch of grade A purified water to the ordinary clean water, reducing the amount slightly, as even he could not afford to waste water in such weather. He handed the shovel to Chen Fei, instructing him to enlarge the water hole where he intended to place fish and to let in some seawater, while he commenced preparations for their dinner. With 3 pots already in use, and having opened a seasoning gift pack, Chen Fei planned to stew several fish and steam a larger quantity of rice, as he was certain that Chen Fei, being the hearty eater he was, would consume a considerable portion. He called out Chen Fei. In an instant, Chen Fei appeared before Chen Fei with remarkable speed. Was this the sensation of being under Cao Cao's command? Such a delightful sense of security. Go catch some fish for 4 people. If you anticipate a greater appetite, then catch more. Before long, Chen Fei returned, cradling a decent catch, approximately 10 pounds of fish. Chen Fei's lips twitched slightly as he waved his hand, urging Chen Fei to continue his work while he began to scale and clean the fish. After preparing the meal, Chen Fei opened the friend chat panel, intending to send dinner to Su Mingling. To his surprise, he found 2 messages from her. Su Mingling, Water Purifier Blueprint X1, Warehouse Blueprint X1, Chick X6 Trade Unavailable. Su Mingling, Brother Fei, today I caught a person, Xian Chiji, but he is a Xian Chiji who cannot compose poetry. All he knows is his name. To have caught a living being was fortuitous. He could rear it especially since the vegetables on his side had also grown quite a bit. Nevertheless, Xian Qiji was a promising figure, an illustrious warrior renowned for his prowess in cavalry. One could hardly concern themselves with his poetic abilities. Chen Fei then prepared an additional bowl of fish and rice to send to Su Mingling. While he opted not to accept the water purifier blueprint, considering it a mere ordinary device capable of purifying only 2 liters of water daily, sufficient for one, but barely enough for 2 to avoid dehydration. Chen Fei called the 2 of them to join him for a meal. Considering the addition of another person, he went to fetch 2 self-heating hot pots. Just as he turned around, he noticed Li Xiaoning escorting a middle-aged man into the room. When asked, the man could not provide any response, introducing himself as Li Han-san. Upon opening the system panel, he discovered that the loyalty was also at a perfect 100, yet the 3-dimensional attributes were merely 11, 7, and 8, revealing him to be nothing more than an ordinary individual. Chapter 13. A fortuitous fine Dian Wei's manner of eating was truly beyond words. Clutching a large bowl filled to the brim with rice, he devoured it in mere bites. Chen Fei thought to himself, this gluttony is something I can relate to. Others simply cannot afford to indulge in such excess. He patted Dian Wei on the shoulder and earnestly advised him, Evil One, you are at a critical stage of growth. Do eat more fish. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoning stifled a laugh, remarking, the Lord is merely toying with a fool. In the end, not a morsel of rice or a drop of fish soup remained in the enormous pot. Dian Wei, with no reservations, tipped the leftover rice into the pot and consumed it along with the broth, leaving even the hot pot licked clean. Chen Fei then presented 2 more loaves of bread to Dian Wei, inquiring, Are you full? Perhaps you would like to have a bit more? Unfamiliar with the concept of politeness, Dian Wei eagerly accepted the bread and began to munch away. After all, this was his bodyguard, and it was imperative that he was well fed. On the other hand, Li Han-san appeared distinctly out of place. Having finished his meal, he proceeded to tidy up the supplies, moving everything to the living room of the apartment. Today's supply box contained not only the most basic resources, stone, metal, fabric, wood, stone, and plastic, but also for weapon blueprints. The basic resources will be summarized later to avoid unnecessary verbosity. 2 additional gourmet spice packages appeared alongside some containers of salt, while the likelihood of finding food and water continued to diminish. Was this a subtle encouragement for survivors to become self-sufficient? If so, the price of stone would surely rise swiftly, prompting Chen Fei to accumulate some tonight. What piqued Chen Fei's interest was the appearance of 2 units of D-grade soil, as well as 30 g of D-grade wheat seeds. It seemed the island world still offered survivors a glimmer of hope, gradually introducing higher-tier food items to elevate their levels. Those who were less fortunate or merely scraping by would inevitably be phased out. In the end, only a crafting template and 2 cards remained. The template was for a harpoon. Though ordinary, it was still valuable, as many lacked sufficient weaponry and were left defenseless against monsters. The prospect of producing and selling harpoons in bulk was promising. Crafting them from metal and wood and then trading them on the market could yield a continuous supply of these materials. The final 2 cards were entirely unexpected for Chen Fei. 2 summoning cards for the large white pig. After their use, he could summon them. He had only ever heard of summoning Ultraman, never of a large white pig. Eagerly anticipating their activation, he was indeed greeted by 2 hefty pigs, each weighing over 300 pounds. He had expected perhaps a pet or a pig with special abilities. Why not store such splendid creatures in the supply box instead of within the cards? This could easily lead to misunderstandings. Chen Fei hastily employed the fence template to enclose the large white pigs, anxious they might wander off, for if one fell into the sea, it would be a grave loss. Upon seeing the template, a thought suddenly struck me. 3 new individuals had joined our ranks, yet I had yet to provide them with their sleeping arrangements. Consequently, I utilized the single bed template to create 4 beds. Why, for you may ask? Because Su Mingling had also welcomed a new addition, a certain Xian Qiji, who intended to construct a wooden cottage for his counterpart. After forwarding the beds to Su Mingling, Chen Fei proceeded to open the regional chat channel. As for Dian Wei and Li Xiaoning, Dian Wei had taken Li Han-san to catch fish, planning to sell their catch shortly. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoning had ventured out to fish for supply crates, urging them to work overtime. The number of participants in the chat channel had now reached 230, 065 out of a possible 500, 000. Just 2 days prior. Only a few tens of thousands have been eliminated, yet today alone saw over 200,000 fall. CG8 5257. Who on earth stole my weapon? So many monsters abound. CC5 8885. The genius above, selling weapons? Are they courting death? CF 48897. I managed to catch quite a few weapon blueprints this morning, but I didn't pay much attention. After all, the island posed no real danger. However, monsters appeared this afternoon. CF 11222. Have any of you caught people yet? I've hooked a rather foolish individual. Apart from their name, they know nothing else. CD 88888. What a mere person. Today, I caught a military general, a high-ranking one at that. I intend to form an alliance. Who wishes to join? CS 22233. As if no one else has generals, and a high-ranking one at that. Do you even comprehend the rank of a high general? CT 11147. All of you are formidable figures. I seek to ally with the strong. Aren't the individuals you've caught merely names? How do you know he is a high general? CA 00088. Haha, I caught a blueprint for a wooden ship. No time to waste. My age of exploration is about to commence. ISNT, salvaging supplies and weaponry from the sea much quicker. CT 25884. Still fishing? What's the use? I lack water and food myself. How can I afford to sustain another? What I've caught is already listed on the trading market. CL 56984. Goodness, what a talent. You're listing everything on the trading market. CV 56687. Clearly, you're not well informed. Many individuals have already been listed on the trading market. Not everyone possesses the resources to sustain another person. CT 15583. Who caught the high general? There are numerous high-ranking generals. Suda, Han Xin, Guan Yu, or perhaps the unparalleled General Pan Feng. CD 88888. His name is Xing Daorong. Although he only knows his name now, I've heard he is a high general from Lingling. Haha, are you envious? CF 55877. I am utterly speechless. He is indeed a high general, possessing the courage of 10,000 men, and could even go toe-to-toe with Zhao Yun, although the outcome. Code 36991. Indeed, I feel quite envious. I've heard he has a tendency to get hungry. Chen Fei was taken aback by the existence of human trading. Upon opening the trading channel, he was greeted by a multitude of listings akin to selecting blind boxes. The descriptions featured only names, though one could add remarks. However, if the remarks did not align with the actual situation, the listing would not be permitted. Throughout history, countless individuals have risen to prominence. Even if you are familiar with their names, you cannot be certain they are indeed the historical figures in question. Chen Fei, for instance, traded some fish recently caught by Dian Wei for 5 individuals, who he named Zhao De, Guanda, Qinda, Li De, and Su Er. Observing these 5 men standing before him, their hands and lips trembling in indignation, Chen Fei felt a surge of frustration. Although their loyalty had been instantly elevated to a perfect score of 100 by the system post-transaction, their displayed attributes were all below 10. You all, change your names immediately, he exclaimed. From now on, you shall be known as Zhao De, Guanda, Qinda, Li De, and Su Er. Indeed, the interpretation of these matters rested solely with the merchant. After dismissing them, Chen Fei soon spotted a name of particular interest, accompanied by a note reading, "Too much to eat, cannot afford to raise." And Jing Si, "Too much to eat, cannot afford to raise," was listed for trade. 30 kilograms of food for 5 L of purified water. After negotiating, he exchanged 35 kilograms of fish and 2 L of purified water. Although he could have pushed for a lower price, he opted for haste, fearing that should this individual be the one he hoped for, the opportunity would be too great to miss. Upon completing the transaction, Chen Fei promptly accessed the trading panel, reveling in the system's advantages. Name: Jing Si, Li Sun Xiao. Level: None special units can consume upgraded food to rapidly enhance their level. But their potential limits must be considered. Without exceptional opportunities, advancement is impossible beyond these limits. Loyalty. 100 in the island world. All servants have an initial loyalty of 60. But due to system influence, this was forcibly raised to 100, rendering it unchangeable. Strength. 19 agility. 19 constitution. 19 haha, I have truly stumbled upon my flying tiger general. This is worth far more than any general. After instructing Li Tsuanxiao to familiarize himself with the island alongside Dian Wei, Chen Fei resumed his search for potential trades. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped past, and it was already past 10 o'clock. Li Xiaoning and the others had returned, tending to the supplies gathered during the day by the flickering light of the nearby bonfire. Only Dian Wei and Li Tsuanxiao remained, taking turns to monitor the fishing rods. Yes, they had resolved to alternate their rest throughout the night while the rods remained in action. Nearby stood 3 newcomers, having been acquired after a certain gambler suffered losses. Disappointed, Chen Fei was about to close the interface when he suddenly spotted another name that piqued his interest, and the price was quite reasonable. Gao Chonggong, offering 3L of purified water. Lacking the inclination to haggle, either due to unfamiliarity with his true identity or knowing who he was but being certain he was not the historical figure, he decided to take a gamble. The cost-benefit ratio was too favorable. If he truly had the legendary Lonling King, it would be a tremendous gain. And even if he miscalculated and lost 3L of water, acquiring a strong labor would not be a loss. This time, fortune clearly smiled upon him. Haha, I told you. How can a gambler lose every day? How can a child cry perpetually? Chapter 14. Marine creatures assault the island eagerly. I chose to review the information. Name, Gao Chonggong. Rank, none, special unit. Loyalty, 100. Strength, 19. Agility, 19. Constitution, 19. This time, I truly stumbled upon a treasure. Who would have believed that he exchanged 3 liters of purified water for a Lonling Wang? After the initial excitement, Chen Fei did not forget the pressing matters at hand. He promptly placed the 433 kilograms of fish and 300 cigarettes he had caught today onto the trading market. Fish, 500G, can be traded for 8 units of wood, 6 units of stone, for units of plastic, 2 units of metal, 2 units of cornerstone, and 3 units of fabric. Cigarettes, 1 unit can be exchanged for 4 units of wood, 3 units of stone, 2 units of plastic, 1 unit of metal, 1 unit of cornerstone, and 2 units of fabric. Given a vast population exceeding 1 billion, before Chen Fei could even advertise, within mere minutes, everything was snatched up. His supplies paled in significance against such a colossal populace. After all, as the food and water in the supply box dwindled, and with the emergence of servants, both food and purified water would only become increasingly precious. Considering the throng of people before him, Chen Fei felt overwhelmed. Arriving at the Crystal Island Monument, he utilized the template to construct 5 wooden cabins and 10 single beds. Each cabin would accommodate 2 beds. Henceforth, this would serve as the residence for Li Hansan and their group of 9. He would reside on the 2nd floor of the apartment with Li Xiaoning, while Li Tsuanxiao, Gao Chonggong, and Dian Wei would occupy the 1st floor. Although night had fallen, the temperature remained unyieldingly high at 33 C. Recalling that he possessed a blueprint for a water circulation system, he sought it out and, upon accessing the construction interface at the monument, discovered that modifying the apartment as water circulation system required 260 units of plastic, 40 units of stone, and 20 units of metal. Upon inspecting his basic materials, he found only 254 units of plastic. He then accessed the trading market and, with just 1 liter of water, acquired sufficient plastic. Upon completion of the construction, Chen Fei realized that while the water circulation system was in place, there was insufficient water supply for it to function. Observing that night had already deepened, he decided against arranging for water diversion, opting instead to tackle it the following day. After all, with their larger numbers, they could easily accomplish it tomorrow. For tonight, they would make do and rest. Meanwhile, Chen Fei began to tally his basic materials: 3,605 units of wood, 3,325 units of stone, 1 unit of plastic, 506 units of fabric, 885 units of metal, and 794 units of cornerstone. Opening the expansion page, he swiftly allocated all the striking stones to expand the island and hurriedly instructed Dianwei to reposition the fishing rod. Discovering the template for a standard fish spear revealed that only 1 unit of wood and 0.3 units of iron were required for crafting one. Just as he intended to produce several for sale on the trading market, a system notification interrupted. Is it time to sign in for the new day? Upon signing in, the host received a micronuclear power plant S-Level 1. Once again, this unexpected twist arose. Having just completed the water circulation system, he was now bestowed with a nuclear power plant. Did this not imply that air conditioning would soon be within reach? With air conditioning, who needed a water circulation system? Yet, before Chen Fei could finish his complaint, an alarming sound abruptly echoed from the Crystal Island monument. Warning! Warning! The island is under attack. Please be vigilant. This truly is a case of one wave, not yet subsiding before another arises. Upon opening the island map, he indeed noticed a red exclamation mark in the southeast corner. Therefore, accompanied by Li Xiaoning and Dianwei, the four of them armed themselves and set off to investigate the situation. Before long, they returned, carrying a long-snout swordfish, weighing 4 kilograms. It appeared they had made a considerable catch, as it was food of a certain grade. Without time to contemplate further, Chen Fei initiated the construction of a miniature nuclear power station, only to encounter the same issue as before. This compact nuclear facility required a staggering 200 meters by 200 meters of space, far exceeding the available area. To accommodate this miniature power plant, at least 40,000 foundation stones would be needed. Moreover, what if it was placed too close and a nuclear leak occurred? Rest assured, the nuclear power station awarded by the system is absolutely safe and reliable, with no possibility of a leak. The system chimed in at that moment. I couldn't care less about leaks. My island has barely utilized 4,000 foundation stones, and now you demand 40,000 from me. I still possess a warehouse blueprint, and my plan for today's island expansion was to construct another warehouse. Even if I aim to build multiple warehouses, it would still fall short of accommodating a nuclear power station. A warehouse measures only 15 meters in length and 10 meters in width, occupying just 150 foundation stones. Suddenly inspired, Chen Fei hastily utilized 2,000 wood and 600 metal to fabricate 2,000 fish harpoons. Just as he intended to stock them, 1 foundation stone per harpoon, an alert sounded again, indicating the island was under attack. Checking the map, the group swiftly rushed back, only to find a grouper, which was promptly impaled by Li Xunxiao's spear. Opening the chat channel, Chen Fei discovered he was not alone in facing an assault. CV21612, what is going on? I was just about to sleep when I was suddenly notified that the island was under attack. CJ25444. Indeed, I too faced an attack. It was an electric eel. Unfortunately, it managed to escape. Otherwise, it would have made a fine meal. CB55544. There's nothing to be done. My fish also fled. They are far too agile in the water to catch. CC55887. You all are fortunate. I was in such a deep sleep that by the time I realized it, a fish had already damaged one of my foundation stones and slipped away. CR57788. I heard the alarm too, and after it ceased, I found that they had damaged one of my foundation stones before departing. CT11114. This ISNT in active destruction. It's clearly a delivery service. I managed to catch a large ribbon fish here. CT54425. Unfortunately, I lacked the proper tools. The fish was injured and escaped, but I couldn't capture it. Seeing that many had been attacked, Chen Fei immediately devised a plan, pricing the 2,000 fish harpoons at 10 units of wood and 3 units of metal for each harpoon, at tenfold the price. I shall earn a modest profit. Is that unreasonable? With the emergence of biological attacks on islands, I have listed a batch of harpoons. Eager to seize unexpected gains, hurry and purchase. I express my gratitude, esteemed one. My word, such abundance. Surely, a template has been acquired. observing the nearly instantaneous arrival of 20,000 timber and 6,000 metal. Chen Fei's smile was nearly crooked with delight. He promptly commenced production, this time not 2,000, but 20,000. This batch consisted of 10,000 harpoons exchanged for timber and metal, while another 10,000 harpoons were traded for cornerstone, with each harpoon yielding 3 pieces of cornerstone. For those who missed out, act quickly. This time, those lacking timber and metal may trade with cornerstone. I can't shake the feeling that someone is exploiting us. Alas, there is little we can do. After all, they possess the template. The pace of sales has evidently slowed, yet the market remains far from saturated. Considering there are over 1 billion people, a significant number surely lacks suitable tools. Moreover, many seem to hesitate. Some are preoccupied with dealing with island assaults, while others may be asleep, unaware of the attacks. Approximately 5 minutes later, all transactions were complete, and inventory was entirely sold out. Chen Fei checked the sales records and noted that the 10,000 harpoons traded for cornerstone had vanished quickly. The delay was merely due to waiting on the other 10,000 harpoons. It appears that many have yet to realize the substantial increase in the value of cornerstone due to the marine biological destruction of island foundations. Consequently, Chen Fei resolved to take advantage of this final opportunity, for prices would soon rise. Go all in. The market is still vast. Bring forth 100,000 harpoons. Confirm the production of harpoons. 100,000, consuming 100,000 timber and 30,000 metal. This time, to maintain market equilibrium, Chen Fei opted for all resources to be tradable. 1 harpoon could be exchanged for 20 timber, 15 stone, 10 plastic, 5 metal, 5 cornerstone, or 5 fabric. He listed these directly, yet he refrained from broadcasting the news, fearing it would incite envy or backlash. The speed of transactions slowed considerably, yet still, over 1,000 trades occurred each minute. This was merely the beginning, and he anticipated a gradual decline in pace. Nevertheless, he believed that by morning, he would have sold a substantial amount. Upon reviewing his existing cornerstone, he found himself with 30,285. Notably, the area required for a satellite nuclear power station demanded 40,000 cornerstone, and allowances must be made around the power station. Should there be a buffer of 1 meter, that would necessitate 400 cornerstone. Although the system indicated no possibility of leaks, Chen Fei resolved to maintain a buffer of 3 to 5 meters around the station, which would require an additional 2,000 cornerstone. Feeling somewhat drowsy, he contemplated the futility of retaining the cornerstone, for expansion was inevitable. With a decisive flourish, he allocated all 30,000 cornerstone towards the island's expansion. This evening, in pursuit of a more fruitful catch, Dian Wei, Li Sunxiao, and Gao Changgun decided to take turns keeping watch throughout the night. Meanwhile, Chen Fei sought out Li Hansan and his companions, requesting that they send 3 individuals to join Dian Wei in the vigil. Armed with rudimentary torches of their own making, Dian Wei and his companions remained vigilant, attentively observing the movements of their fishing rods. Li Hansan and his group stationed themselves near the island's edge, prepared to respond swiftly should any further assaults on the isles occur. If the situation escalated beyond their control, they would call upon Dian Wei for assistance. Li Xiaoning had initially wished to remain and partake in the night watch, but her offer was declined by Dian Wei and the others. Despite their lack of previous memories, they were still formidable figures in their own right, and the thought of having a woman guard them weighed heavily on their consciences. As for Chen Fei, his reluctance was not born of a desire for idleness. Though he possessed some martial prowess, his combat experience rendered him evenly matched against goblin foes during the day, and facing the night watch would be akin to handing over his life. Chapter 15. The Patterns of Marine Life Attacks. Chen Fei found himself enveloped in a vivid dream, wherein he wandered aimlessly through a vast desert, the relentless sun bearing down upon him, leaving him parched and yearning for water. Abruptly, he was awakened by the oppressive heat of his room, reminiscent of a steamer. He activated his wristband, deactivating the sleep mode, and was met with a staggering temperature of 39 C. It was astonishing that the morning's temperature mirrored that of the previous day's peak. The air conditioner. He hastily expanded the island and activated the nuclear power station. Upon checking the trading interface, he discovered that the harpoons he had listed in the early hours had completely sold out. The sheer volume of resources at his disposal left him in awe. 310,000 units of wood, 280,000 of stone, 63,000 of plastic, 83,000 of fabric, and 104,000 of metal. It seemed that plastic, having only recently appeared, was met with a low purchasing power due to the price he had set, resulting in modest sales. What astonished Chen Fei was the unexpectedly high demand for stone. It appeared he had underestimated the quantity possessed by others, though he was uncertain of the number of individuals in other world channels. He surmised that their own channel likely boasted hundreds of millions of participants. He observed that few had located their relatives or friends through the world channel, and the fervor for such searches had diminished significantly. Given this trend, the number of world channels might vastly exceed his expectations. However, at that moment, his primary concern lay with the fact that his supply of foundational stones was now sufficient to construct a seaside island equipped with a nuclear power station. Thus, Chen Fei descended the stairs to find Dian Wei and the others who had kept watch the previous night, intent on inquiring if any significant events had transpired. Yet, as he stepped outside, he was met with an unexpected scene. 6 individuals, meticulously bound with cut fabric, stood in a neat row resembling an ellipsis. Among them were an elderly man, a youth, a middle-aged man, a young girl, a maiden, and a woman. Behind them lay an astonishing array of 70 to 80 supply crates. Fortunately, their mouths were unbound, and upon seeing him, they called out in unison, "My lord." Chen Fei was aware that the loyalty of any servant caught by his fishing rod would be forcibly elevated to 100. He seized a Nepalese army knife and swiftly cut the bindings that restrained their hands and feet. After a few minutes of inquiry, supplemented by data from the system's auxiliary panel, he felt a surge of fortune. The elderly man introduced himself as Su Xing, the woman as Zheng Fun, and the middle-aged man as Wang Daniu, all seemingly ordinary individuals. There are 3 more individuals. Name, Hua Tsubing, level, none special unit. Loyalty, 100 strength, 19. Agility, 19. Constitution, 19. Name, Cayenne, level, none. Loyalty, 100 strength, 6. Agility, 8. Constitution, 8. Name, Li Mingda, level, none. Loyalty, 100 strength, 3. Agility, 7. Constitution, 4. Chen Fei found himself in a quandary. Strong men could be assigned to physical labor, while women could be tasked with cooking. Hua Tsubing was the most versatile and could handle any job, and Kai Yin could be designated for cleaning. However, how could he assign tasks to the young child and the old man? The young child could be looked after by Li Xioning. After all, she was his niece. As for the old man, Chen Fei glanced at the heap of supply crates behind him and then at the seaside. Perhaps he could use the old man for baiting? Would the old man attract more fish with baiting? The gaze he cast upon the old man made him shiver. Ultimately, Chen Fei could not bring himself to use the old man for baiting and instead assigned him to the vegetable garden, where he could either work or wander aimlessly. He called upon Li Suanxiao and inquired about the multitude of crates. It turned out that the 3 of them had discussed it the previous night. Of course, it was Li Suanxiao and Gao Chonggong who had deliberated, while Dian Wei listened. The island had expanded, yet the distance for automatic fishing rods was limited to 300 meters. Should they change their fishing location to see if they could yield greater rewards? It was uncertain whether the increase in harvest was due to the island's expansion or the rise in its population, or perhaps both factors were at play. Regardless, the harvest from the previous night had far exceeded previous totals. Chen Fei then inquired with Li Suanxiao whether the island had faced any attacks the previous night. Li Suanxiao led him to the shaded side of the nearby warehouse, revealing a collection of fish that had already undergone evisceration. Chen Fei noted that the lowest grade of these fish was F, with 3 of them classified as E, realizing the implications. He promptly messaged Su Mengling to inquire about her situation. Chen Fei, were there any marine life attacks on your island last night? Su Mengling, yes, there were. After midnight, there was 1 attack, another after 3, and yet another at 6 in the morning. Chen Fei, Did you notice the levels of the fish that attacked the island? Su mingling. No, they were all ordinary fish. Even Xi and Chiji caught one. Chen Fei then switched to the regional chat channel and scrolled through previous conversations, discovering that nearly everyone had suffered attacks from marine life on their islands. Regardless of whether they had subordinates, it seemed that attacks occurred roughly every 3 hours. The most significant difference between him and the other survivors appeared to be the area of the island or perhaps their individual levels. He glanced at his own attributes on the panel. Host, Chen Fei level, F strength, 22 agility, 21 constitution, 23 island area, 34 211M items, A-grade water purifier X1, S-grade automatic fishing rod X2, S-grade mini nuclear power station X1, not yet deployed. Summon Li Hansan and have him call the individual who guarded the island monument last night. Upon investigation, Chen Fei discovered that including the 2 instances he managed before sleeping, there were a total of 21 waves of attacks last night. Excluding other variables, each increment of 5,000 square meters in the island's area corresponds to an additional wave of attacks. Remarkably, the 3 level fish that assaulted the island last night were merely low-aggression species like perch. In contrast, the F-level category encompasses a wider variety, including octopuses and sea anemones. I seek to understand whether the patterns of fish appearances correlate with my own status or the highest level of personnel on the island. Thus, I can simply wait until Dianwei and the others advance to E-level and observe what kinds of marine creatures manifest. By 9 o'clock, if marine life attacks again, it would indicate that since last night, regardless of day or night, marine creatures will assault every 3 hours. Should there be no further attacks, it would suggest that these entities only emerge at night. As for the concern that upgrading the island would attract more marine assaults, it is entirely outside Chen Fei's realm of worry. After all, his manpower is ample, and he plans to trade for additional servants from the marketplace shortly. The marine life assaults pose no significant threat to him. Moreover, they provide a source of food for level advancement. He instructed his servants to deliver these level fish to his newly appointed cook to enhance everyone's meals. Subsequently, Chen Fei decisively expanded the island using the 112,000 foundational stones he acquired earlier that morning. At this juncture, the island's area has reached 146,000 square meters. Should another marine attack occur, it would likely be the 30th wave. Finally, he could provide electricity to the apartment, as he had grown weary of enduring days without air conditioning. The micronuclear power station housed numerous circuit transportation facilities, and he summoned his servants to assist in linking the electrical circuits. Chen Fei noted that the seedlings in his vegetable garden had already grown to half the size of his palm. Indeed, the foundational island proved formidable. At this rate, he could expect to harvest vegetables within a week or so. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Fei swiftly secured all doors and windows, then activated the refrigerator and air conditioning. He observed Zhang Fun and Kai Yin diligently preparing meals, perspiring profusely. An idea struck him. Perhaps he should acquire several more female servants to alleviate the workload. With an increasing number of individuals, it was evident that there would not be enough space to dine together, making separate meal preparations an inevitable trend. Just as he was about to access the trading market, a thought crossed his mind, and he sighed. Never mind. His water purifier could only purify 96 liters of ordinary drinking water daily, supplemented by the water arriving in supply boxes, totaling approximately 105 liters, with 19 individuals on this side and 2 more with Su mingling. Alongside the necessity to irrigate the crops and care for 2 large white pigs and 6 chicks, water was indeed in high demand for cooking. Fortunately, he had previously stocked up on some purified water. Otherwise, they would have long since faced shortages. At that moment, the meal was ready, and Kai Yin placed the prepared dishes in the living room of the apartment. In the living room, the only individuals who remained to dine with Chen Fei were Dianwei, Li Sunxiao, Gao Changgong, Li Xiaoning, Hu Zubing, Kai Yin, and Li Mingda, totaling 7. The others gathered outside, utilizing supply crates as makeshift tables for their meal. Chen Fei produced stone bowls and distributed the A-level purified water, which had been filtered by the purifier the previous night, to everyone. Today's meal consisted of seafood ingredients classified as D and F levels. As they feasted, Li Tsuanxiao, Gao Changgong, Li Xiaoning, and Hua Tsubing ascended to F level, while Dian Wei, upon setting down his bowl after finishing, attained a level. Chapter 16. Excavating freshwater springs in the fish pond after finishing their meal. The initial plan was for the little girl to accompany Li Xiaoning. However, possibly due to her amnesia, the girl was quite reluctant. As a result of her loyalty, a child of 4 or 5 years old had taken to following Chen Fei. The newly appointed little chef, Kai Wenji, also stayed by Chen Fei's side. Yet, each time the little girl saw Dian Wei, she would tremble with fear, recalling how he had once bound her. Chen Fei found it difficult to comprehend Dian Wei's reasoning. What danger could a small girl possibly pose that necessitated binding her hands and feet? Once everyone had finished their meal, he arranged for the excavation of a large pond. The intention was to keep the fish caught for sale in this pond, as counting and hanging them up for sale each evening was too cumbersome. Today, Chen Fei's task was simply to enjoy the freedom of no obligations, as the increase in manpower alleviated the need for him to undertake any strenuous work. Thus, he took Kai Wenji and the little girl to the second-floor lounge, where Li Tsuanxiao and the others would not venture without cause. Opening the trading hall, he finally had the time to sift through the items he needed. By the time lunch arrived, he paused to organize what he had acquired. 1 water cup template, 1 table template, 1 bench template, 1 slipper template, 1 towel template, 1 spatula template, 155 g of F-grade soil, 45 g of E-grade soil, 13 g of D-grade soil, 110 g of E-grade watermelon seeds, 200 g of E-grade peanut seeds, 15 g of E-grade celery seeds, 50 g of E-grade grape seeds, 30 g of F-grade carrot seeds, 30 g of F-grade onion seeds, 25 g of F-grade green radish seeds, 15 g of E-grade scallion seeds, and 45 g of E-grade chili seeds. Additionally, he noted he had acquired 15 iron pot blueprints and 5 barbecue grill blueprints. Chen Fei also confirmed that marine creatures attacked the island indiscriminately, regardless of the time of day. After lunch, he utilized the templates to create a multitude of items that everyone could claim. In the afternoon, he instructed his servant to develop a vegetable garden in the newly opened area, intending to designate this garden for cultivating high-grade fruits and vegetables. Unbeknownst to Chen Fei, his recent sales of harpoons had drawn attention on the Sea Area Island, CC22444. At that moment, on CC22444 Island, a bald man was directing 3 servants to transport goods onto a nearby medium-sized sailboat. Behind him stood a marshal general named Hong Tao, the leader of a smuggling gang. After being captured, he had faced a death sentence, but had never anticipated escaping his prison cell. Fate intervened, and he found himself in this island world. Just past midnight yesterday, he had witnessed Chen Fei selling harpoons. Having once obtained a harpoon manufacturing blueprint, he was acutely aware of the potential profits involved. This morning, he had opened a medium-sized sailboat from a supply crate. However, he knew that a single vessel was insufficient for him to confront Chen Fei confidently. What bolstered his confidence was the compass-like object he was toying with, as he examined its information. Item, location compass, disposable item, function. Upon entering the designated island number, the compass will automatically chart a course to that location. Hong Tao chuckled coldly, remarking, "Some individuals are indeed ostentatious, acquiring so much yet lacking the strength to safeguard it. When one possesses no power but seizes what is not rightfully theirs, they ultimately weave garments for others. Some things are beyond your grasp. Allow me to safeguard them for you." Subsequently, Hong Tao boarded the medium-sized sailing vessel accompanied by his marshal generals. Should the Crystal Island be transferred to this ship? If the island monument is relocated, one could obtain 430 units of foundational stones, but cannot be moved again for 180 days. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed with the transfer, turning to watch his island gradually succumb to the encroaching sea. Meanwhile, Chen Fei remained blissfully unaware. Standing beneath the large fish pond excavated by the group earlier that day, his expression one of astonishment. To his surprise, he discovered clear streams of water bubbling up from the pond's bottom. Initially, the others feared they had breached the foundational island, prompting a hasty retreat. After a brief wait, and realizing there was no collapse, the fearless Chen Fei dashed down, scooping the flowing water into his mouth, only to find it was fresh water. This revelation stirred Chen Fei, who was amusing himself with a small child in the apartment's second-floor living room. Although it took nearly a day to unearth fresh water, it indicated that the foundational island could indeed produce potable water. Did this not imply they could excavate a well? Without delay, Chen Fei decided to allocate half of his workforce to continue digging the fish pond, while the other half proceeded to the side of the apartment to prepare for well excavation. The fish pond was vast, and nearly a day's labor had yielded little, while the well would not require such extensive space. At this juncture, the population on his island had reached 26. Remarkably, today a supply box had revealed 7 new individuals, though they were all ordinary folk. The discovery of a spring had alleviated his most pressing challenge. Thus, Chen Fei resolved upon a new development strategy to expand operations and allow for early rest. This rest signified a break after work, not a dissolution of the group. Should he find himself without companions, it would bring him to tears. Without further ado, he accessed the trading market, intent on acquiring more populace. As a prosperous individual, his foundational resources were abundant, and he opted to exchange these resources for new inhabitants. He prioritized familiar names, even if it required a greater expenditure of resources. Should he encounter 1 or 2 of significance, it would be a substantial gain. As for the potential of acquiring individuals with duplicated names, that was easily remedied. He could simply rename them without altering their surnames. From Wang De, Wang Er, Wang San, Wang Si to Zhang De, Zhang Er, and so forth, he would continue the sequence. He wished to avoid calling out for Zhang Fei only to have a multitude respond. Seizing the moment when the populace is unable to sustain themselves, one should, while capable, procure more individuals, for in the future, when the cultivation of crops and vegetables flourishes and servants can be supported, the value of population is bound to experience a remarkable surge. The significance of population is universally acknowledged. However, the current necessity to sell is born out of desperation, as one cannot even sustain oneself, leading to the sorrowful decision of relinquishing them. Thus, Chen Fei, with a sweeping gesture, acquired a total of 50 servants, including notable figures such as Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, Wei Qing, Zhang Wenyuan, Ma Mengqi, and Li Yaoshi. He understood, well, that an increased population could assist him, thus hastening his progress. Upon completing his purchases, a system scan revealed that he had indeed encountered a rare 2 probability. Name: Chun Zian level, none. Special units can consume upgrade food to rapidly enhance their own level, but their potential limits the extent of their advancement without unique opportunities. Loyalty: 100. According to the rules of the island world, all servants start with a loyalty of 60. But due to system influence, their loyalty is forcibly elevated to 100 and cannot diminish. Strength: 19. Agility: 19. Constitution: 19. It is no wonder someone would be willing to part with such an individual. Had he not possessed the system, he would not have recognized this name. After much contemplation, Chen Fei finally recalled who he was, grateful that they shared the same surname, as he had a faint memory of him. The renowned General Mo Zilio, whose prowess made entire armies retreat, was none other than the Southern Dynasty Liang's General Chen Qingji. Styled Ziyun. Chapter 17. A grand sail the sun was on the verge of setting. Chen Fei arranged for them to swiftly assist in excavating the well and fish pond. After all, the sooner they could be unearthed, the sooner they could be utilized. With the increasing number of people, relying solely on his A-grade water purifier for clean water was evidently insufficient. Contemplating the challenge of providing meals for such a large group, Chen Fei opened the trading channel and selected female servants, not bothering to scrutinize their names, as he was unfamiliar with them. He promptly summoned 6 and assigned them to the temporary kitchen. With a flick of his wrist, he constructed wooden houses and beds on the island monument, along with various necessities, distributing them evenly across the 4 cardinal directions and corners of the island, 2 individuals per wooden abode. Given the expanded area of the island, dispersing them would also enable a swift response to unforeseen circumstances. Due to the considerable number of people, Chen Fei had converted one of the vacant warehouses into a kitchen. A small section was partitioned off with an empty supply box, its opening facing the kitchen, serving as a storage cabinet. The larger segment was furnished with tables and chairs for communal dining, functioning as a makeshift dining hall. At that moment, Li Xiaoning arrived before Chen Fei, accompanied by two girls, evidently just emerged from the supply box. Li Xiaoning introduced them, saying, "My lord, these just came from the supply box." Interestingly, one box yielded two individuals, much like us, only aware of their names. The taller one is the Qiao, and the shorter one is Xiao Qiao. Is this a twist of the three kingdoms? Chen Fei mused. It seems quite advantageous, akin to a buy-one-get-one-free offer. After this, Li Xiaoning departed. The mention of the three kingdoms brought to mind the distinctive virtues of Wei, the romanticism of Shu, and the less admirable reputation of Wu. Alas, such a reputation had been tarnished by his son Quan. During those tumultuous times, regardless of which general was captured, the options were either to exchange for provisions or cities. Upon hearing of Guan Yu's capture, Lu Dai'er had prepared provisions for a trade, only for Sun Quan to order Guan Yu's execution. Truly, Sun Quan of Hefei was renowned as a warrior. In his eyes, the world revolved solely around Hefei. Later that evening, although Chen Fei dined with Dian Wei and the others, he was served a special meal prepared by Kai Yan. The variety of his food appeared more exquisite, despite being similar to that of the others. Meanwhile, Su Mengling had sent over 5 portions of meals and 2 sets of wooden houses for her companions. Today, Su Mengling surprised him with a gift. Fishing net manufacturing template 1, rope manufacturing template 1. No trade needed. Dear brother Fei, you won't need to prepare our meals anymore. With the increasing number of us, it would be quite cumbersome. Moreover, I have more hands available now, and we can cook for ourselves. Chen Fei considered this. Previously, with only Su Meng by his side, it was manageable for her to provide meals. However, with the growing numbers, it would indeed become a hassle. Very well then, he replied. Let the others cook for themselves. But I will send you the supplies for you and Xi and Chiji. You lack higher-grade food, and consuming only ordinary fare will not help you advance in levels. Title: Fishing Net Template Introduction. Capable of catching ordinary small to medium-sized fish, yet unable to capture supply crates. Manufacturing requirements: Fabric 7, Metal 0. 7, Plastic 0. 7, what is most urgently needed by everyone? Simply put, food and water. Su Mengling is indeed a fortunate soul. It must be acknowledged that without a system, one's luck may not rival hers. With the fishing net, one can capture a greater bounty of fish from the sea, even in the face of predatory fish attacking the island. Previously, Chen Fei believed that in such weather, the use of fabric was minimal. However, it has become clear that this fishing net is far more marketable than his own fishing spear. The utility of the fishing net extends greatly, even for himself. While it cannot catch the fish threatening his island, it allows for 2 fishing rods to gather supply crates, enabling his servants to manually harvest fish nearby in their small boats. By the way, he had yet to check what treasures awaited him in today as supply crate. He called upon Li Xiaoning, who was responsible for categorizing the contents after the crate was opened. The basic supplies extracted from the crate were of little significance to him at present. What mattered most were the blueprints and templates. Live chickens 17, 2 roosters, 15 hens, live ducks 13, 1 drake, 12 hens, chicken eggs 5 gene, live pigeons 11, 2 males, 9 females, sea salt extractor blueprint 2, axe blueprint 2, telescope blueprint 1, various weapon blueprints 33, small warehouse blueprint 2, medium warehouse blueprint 1, wooden basin template 1, water purifier template 1, dress template 1, glove template 1, long pants template 1, safety shoes template 1. The previously available bread and instant noodles have now run out, and only 2 bottles of water remain. It appears that to continue surviving, self-sufficiency will be essential. Moreover, some small edible animals have begun to emerge. Yet, with so many people on the island, these resources seem rather insignificant. In the future, opportunities must be sought to trade for supplies. Though such necessities are in demand by all, making it unlikely that many will be available for sale. Upon examining the sea salt extractor blueprint and the water purifier template, name, Sea salt extractor template description. Extracts 2 kilograms of sea salt daily manufacturing requirements. Metal 3. Plastic 5 name. Water purifier template. Ordinary description. Purifies 1. 5-2 L of clean water daily manufacturing requirements. Metal 3. Plastic 4 Chen Fei pondered over the water purifier template, questioning how he could market it. The daily purification yield is too meager. If priced cheaply, his profit margins would be minimal. Conversely, if priced higher, few could afford it. And those who could likely lead relatively comfortable lives, not necessarily in urgent need of water. Failing to sell now could prove detrimental. Should others acquire the template, or if mass production occurs, the value of his template would significantly diminish. At times, Chen Fei contemplated setting a higher price for the fishing net, while keeping the water purifier's price relatively lower. The daily supply of purified water is insufficient. If the price is increased, sales may plummet significantly. It is more prudent to adopt a strategy of low profit margins and high volume. Having made this decision, I shall no longer hesitate, especially while everyone is still awake. The trading channel is currently bustling with activity, and it is the perfect moment to engage in substantial commerce. Upon reviewing my basic resources, I find I possess 312,000 units of wood, 280,000 units of stone, 63,000 units of plastic, 105,000 units of metal, and 84,000 units of fabric. I open the island monument to consume fabric alongside 70,000 metal and 7,000 plastic to manufacture fishing nets, which I shall promptly list for sale. The pricing will remain consistent with previous offerings. During the initial wave, I will only accept raw materials. After securing the initial batch, I will utilize the acquired materials to produce the subsequent wave, effortlessly ensuring a bountiful profit. The fishing net transaction is as follows: fabric 70, metal 7, plastic 7. In the regional chat channel, a message reads, "A new batch of fishing nets has been listed in the trading area. Those in need should act swiftly. They can be used for fishing during the day or for capturing marine creatures attacking the island's foundation." In the world chat channel, another announcement states, "A new batch of fishing nets has been listed. Hurry, for if they run out, a subsequent batch will not be available for some time. A water purifier will also be listed shortly. Prepare your resources as the quantity is limited." Given that the world chat channel allows only a single message per day, Chen Fei must advertise in advance. Upon concluding his announcement, he refreshes the trading area and discovers that the nets have sold out. Clicking to finalize the transaction, he receives 700,000 units of fabric, 70,000 units of metal, and 70,000 units of plastic instantly. Chen Fei muses, "It appears that everyone is quite affluent, which puts me at ease. If I were to deplete your resources, whom would I sell the subsequent fishing nets and purifiers to?" Clearly, Chen Fei's concerns are unfounded, as the world channel encompasses nearly 1 billion islands. However, he notices that the regional channel's population has dwindled to 2 million. What is going on? A reduction of 300,000 individuals. These are my flock, my beloved friends and family. Without hesitation, Chen Fei opens the island monument and immediately continues production, this time doubling the quantity to 100,000 units. I believe that adding another 100,000 units should suffice. This time, the transaction involves a complete resource exchange. For each fishing net traded, wood 91, stone 77, plastic 63, fabric 63, metal 49, and foundation stones 49, calculated in a 4:3:2:2:1 ratio. Nearly 15 minutes pass before the entire transaction concludes. This delay is primarily due to the significant volume of trades Chen Fei conducted, causing a stir that led to discussions in both the regional and world channels, effectively advertising his products. In the regional channel, one user exclaims, "Wow, the world channel has gone wild. Everyone is scrambling for fishing nets. How much is this fishing net mogul making today?" Another comments, "I don't know how much he earns, but I know my resources are dwindling." A third user adds, "Is the fishing net seller around? Would you consider joining my alliance? I can provide resources while you supply the generals. I will protect you, As I have General Xing Daorong, a final remark states, while my neighbor stockpiles grain, I stockpile weapons. Is my neighbor my granary? CC 22444. Fool. What is the worth of such abundant resources? In the end, it remains uncertain whose they truly are. I believe I shall soon present you with a delightful surprise. CN 67884. The very individual who sold the harpoon yesterday is indeed swift in his actions. CL 08884. The unscrupulous merchant sold harpoons yesterday, and today he has already discarded his own in favor of selling fishing nets. CM 36422. Perhaps he had already acquired the fishing net template, fearing that the harpoons would not sell. Thus, he opted to sell the harpoons first, profiting from two resources. CZ25710. It is rumored on the global channel that he intends to sell water purifiers as well. Is this true? Even the luckiest individual cannot be this fortunate. Surely, it cannot be so. Is he perhaps cheating? Chapter 18. The small island, global announcement. It appears that there are indeed many who harbor resentment towards the affluent. However, Chen Fei possesses the capability to handle such sentiments. At present, the most crucial matter is that it is once again time for reaping the rewards. Upon concluding the transaction, he garnered an impressive haul. 3. 531 million units of timber. 2. 457 million units of stone. 1. 644 million units of plastic. 1. 497 million units of fabric. 826,000 units of metal. And 841,000 units of cornerstone. The influx of resources was immensely gratifying. There is no need to rush. The comfort will only amplify once the water purifier is sold out. Xiao Qiao and Qiao, come, make me feel at ease, Chen Fei called out. Meanwhile, both Xiao Qiao and Qiao, with their heads bowed and faces flushed, were too shy to meet his gaze. Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Fei quickly corrected himself, clearing his throat. Ahem, what I meant to say is, could you please fetch me the water purifier template? From now on, you two shall serve as my secretaries. Though they were unfamiliar with the term secretary, they nonetheless retrieved the template and handed it to him. Each standard water purifier requires 3 units of metal and 4 units of plastic for manufacturing. Previously, he had to divide the production into 2 batches due to insufficient materials. But that was no longer the case. His resources were now more than ample. He decided to streamline the process and produce 100,000 units at once, consuming 300,000 metal and 400,000 plastic without a hint of regret. Come, let's list them for sale. The trading options remained the same, but this time he opted for a more modest profit margin, setting the price at 5 times the manufacturing cost to accommodate those with limited resources. The listing for the water purifier was as follows. Water purifier 1. Timber 100 stone, 75 plastic, 50 fabric, 50 metal, 25 cornerstone, 25. Once the items were posted in the trading area, Chen Fei turned his attention to another pressing matter. His warehouse was running out of space. With only 2 small warehouses at his disposal, one of which had been converted into a dining hall for his servants, he instructed Xiao Qiao and Qiao to locate the blueprints for the 2 small warehouses and 1 medium warehouse that had been discovered in today as supply crates. Initially, he intended to construct them immediately, but to his dismay, he found that the vacant land was unsuitable for building. The island monument indicated that there were obstacles in the way. The island monument's map was densely populated with red dots. As Chen Fei zoomed in on the map, he noted that despite the sweltering heat, which had not given rise to weeds or trees, numerous stones had emerged on his barren cornerstone island. Pondering this, Chen Fei stroked his chin in contemplation. Does the cornerstone island possess the ability to accelerate ecological evolution? What would transpire if he allowed nature to take its course? Would it devolve into a desert, transform into a jungle, or would the stones on the ground grow larger, evolving into mountains? Even if that were the case, such evolution could still yield stone for quarrying or timber once trees sprouted, suggesting that the cornerstone could indeed produce stone and timber. Chen Fei found himself quite pleased with his astute observations, realizing that retaining the cornerstone would not yield any interest. The cornerstone is measured per square meter. and thus Chen Fei decided to utilize all 450 of his cornerstones for expansion, reserving the cornerstones obtained from the sale of the water purifier for future use. After expanding the island, Chen Fei opened his personal information to check the island's area. Host, Chen Fei level, F strength, 25 agility, 23 constitution, 26 island area, 875, 671 M items. Water purifier A-class X1. Automatic fishing rod S-class X2. Building types are not displayed. Upon noticing that his island area had nearly reached 1 square kilometer, he pondered whether to expand it directly to 1 square kilometer. At this moment, the water purifier should be about ready, so he checked how many cornerstones he had. Indeed, they had all been sold, yielding 1,684,000 wood, 1,260,000 stone, 588,000 fabric, 841,000 plastic, 437,000 metal, and 426,000 cornerstones. Discovering that he had more than enough cornerstones, Chen Fei resolved to expand the island area to 1 square kilometer. He clicked on the island monument to expand, and just as he completed the expansion to 1 square kilometer, a surprising sound emanated from the cup. Congratulations! You are the first survivor to develop an island area into a small island, earning the Island World Reward. All existing basic materials will be doubled, and your number will resonate throughout the entire island world. Astonishment was the norm. Chen Fei was left dizzy and shocked by the news. Before he could fully comprehend it, he noticed bold, enlarged red banners appearing at the top of the world and regional chat channels. Congratulations to survivor CC34567 for being the first to upgrade their island to a small island, unlocking the scoring leaderboard and other features. For details, please check your mail. Congratulations to survivor CC34567 for being the first to upgrade their island to a small island. Congratulations to survivor CC34567. This announcement looped 3 times in both the world and regional chat channels. At that moment, both chat channels erupted with excitement. Regional channel, CS94948. This big shot is incredible. I feel like we are here to survive, while he is here on vacation. CC87949. A small island? Who knows what area is needed to qualify as a small island? CD05574. Is there anyone knowledgeable enough to explain what area qualifies as a small island? CS84880. I feel like I'm progressing well. I have only reached over 10,000 square meters. CR97967. 10,000 square meters? At this rate, who knows when that will happen? I'm not even at 500 square meters yet. CN32111. The person above should read carefully. It's 10,000 square meters. Not yet a small island. Probably at least 100,000. CH2801 cent 000. Just considering his earnings from selling the water purifiers and fishing nets tonight, it must exceed 100,000. CA32100. Indeed, even if we average the 6 types of resources, the cornerstones alone would require several 100,000. CD00412. Everyone, hurry and check your mail and the leaderboard. Chen Fei, disinterested in explaining the specifics, decided to let them speculate. At this moment, he was gazing at the island monument and the wristband displaying newly received email notifications due to the survivor CC34567 upgrading the island to a small-scale model. The following adjustments were made. 1. The initiation of a scoring leaderboard. Scores will be comprehensively assessed based on various factors including island area, food reserves, building ratings, held items, basic material stock, and island population. The scoring rewards will be calculated every Monday at midnight. The first place will receive a buff that increases plant growth speed by 100. The second place will receive 80. The third place, 60. 4th to 10th place, 40. 11th to 100th place, 20. And 101st to 1000th place, 10. 2. The activation of player naming privileges, allowing one to bestow upon themselves a resounding name. 3. The commencement of personal shop functionalities. 4. The establishment of a tidal auction house, where items could be entrusted for auction, with a 10 commission fee deducted upon successful transactions. Upon reviewing the leaderboard, Chen Fei noted, 1. CC 3456728784222. WJ 33666 35773. Русим 777 35 364. Jij 00007 in 30.999. Des DD 0000031.002. Stice Z fit 26666. 1000. LL 87654 20,023. To his astonishment, he possessed over 87 million points, despite not feeling particularly affluent. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Setting aside the S-class fishing rod and the A-class apartment, the exact scoring for high-level items remained uncertain. However, could his S-class nuclear power station be somewhat beyond the norm? The S-class nuclear power station employs the AP3000 reactor, with a power output of 75 million kilowatts. Assuming this 40,000 square meter S-class facility could accommodate 4 to 6 similar advanced reactors, coupled with superior technology resulting in enhanced efficiency, the overall power generation could reach approximately 15 to 5 million kilowatts. According to the formula W point, where W represents energy, P represents power, and T represents time, the daily power generation would amount to roughly 5 million kilowatt hours. If this nuclear power station were to participate in the scoring, it indeed would be revolutionary. Moreover, it appeared that his basic materials had also doubled. He swiftly checked the quantities of his foundational resources via the wristband. Wood, 11,056 million, stone, 7,994 million, plastic, 3,672 million, fabric, 4,186 million, metal, 3,748 million, cement, 626,000. Chen Fei promptly initiated the construction of warehouses, 2 small warehouses, each occupying 150 square meters, 15.5, requiring 500 wood and 10 metal. Meanwhile, a medium warehouse, measuring 750 square meters, 50-35, necessitated 500 wood and 100 metal. Upon completion, he discovered that his resources had scarcely diminished, indicating that he would not need to worry about basic supplies for a considerable time. Tomorrow, he planned to engage in extensive procurement, transforming them into assets beneficial for his development. Storing it away in the warehouse to gather dust is the least prudent choice. As for tonight, let the resources remain in the open space. Tomorrow, the servants can move them. To transport them now would be unwise, for in the unfortunate event of a fire in the warehouse, it would result in a significant loss. Chapter 19. The SSS-class Steel Colossus, although the hour was late. Approaching 11 o'clock, it was evident that time had not dampened the fervor of the survivors. Is that score even real? 87 million points. And the second place has barely over 50,000. I seriously suspect someone is cheating, remarked a user. It turns out the big shot is right beside me. Another chimed in. Well, the first place was practically predetermined, mused another. Enough with the envy. Stop fixating on the leaderboard. At least we have the newly released features to utilize. With no pressing matters at hand, it was time to wind down and rest. Clicking on his island number, he opted to change his name, whimsically adding the words Universal Commerce after Fog Concealment. Excellent. I shall name it Fog Concealment. Universal Commerce. It is merely a code, after all. The essence of fog concealment signifies maintaining an air of mystery amid the pervasive sea mist, while universal commerce implies thriving through maritime endeavors without incurring losses, embodying the principle that those who align with me prosper, and those who oppose me suffer. The shop could not remain vacant, as idleness equated to loss. Thus, he manufactured 10,000 units each of wooden houses, single beds, harpoons, fishing nets, and water purifiers to stock the store. Time for some rest. The remaining tasks can wait for tomorrow. The next day, as he groggily opened his eyes, He was greeted by the system's notification of signing in for the 5th consecutive day. Do you wish to sign in? He mentally cursed at the system. He had intended to indulge in a few more moments of slumber. Who had the time for signing in? However, upon turning over, he sensed something amiss in his bed. It felt as though someone was there. His mind instantly cleared, and the drowsiness dissipated. Opening his eyes, he discovered a young girl beside him. Was it Xiao Qiao? No, there was another one. How could both Xiao Qiao and her elder sister be asleep in his bed? Had his words from the previous night led them to misconstrue the situation? It seemed highly probable, as he had forgotten to arrange rooms for them. Given that his servants possessed 100 loyalty, Chen Fei typically left his door open at night. At that moment, both Xiao Qiao and her sister awoke. Their cheeks flushed as they exchanged a fleeting glance with Chen Fei before hastily shutting their eyes once more. While the island's acquired servants had lost memories of their past lives, they still retained vague impressions of emotions and were rather conservative in their thoughts. This was quite awkward for him, yet he could not wait for the two young ladies to speak first. Therefore, Chen Fei feigned nonchalance, clearing his throat. Shall we rise and have breakfast? Realizing that avoidance would not resolve the situation, he acknowledged that he had to confront it. But wait, what did he mean by it had already happened? He hadn't done anything at all. As the trio descended to the dining area, their dedicated chef, Cayenne, presented Chen Fei with his meal, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze, yet her heart brimmed with resentment. She had assisted in watching over the little one the previous night, only to find her home had been robbed. Meanwhile, Chen Fei continued to eat as if nothing were amiss, casually signing in. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the SSS class Steel Colossus 1. Having swiftly finished his meal, he eagerly anticipated unveiling the SSS class Steel Colossus to behold its true form. After acquiring the vessel, it was placed beside the island. As Chen Fei and his companions exited the apartment, they were immediately hit by a wave of heat, with temperatures soaring to 44°C. Even at his F-level rank, he found it impossible to remain outdoors for any length of time. Ordinary individuals would likely struggle even to fish or gather, confined instead to the shelter of their homes. Adjacent to the coast lay an enormous behemoth. Chen Fei hastily activated its data panel. Name: Steelbone Titan SSS class. Basic parameters: length 160 meters, equivalent to the height of a 40-story building, with a streamlined hull that protrudes 5 meters at the bow, resembling a colossal, supine steel axe. Width: 45 meters, draft: 15 meters, with a 12-meter clearance from the water surface when fully loaded. The vessel's height from the bottom to the deck is 28 meters, comprising 3 distinct levels. Observed from a distance, it appears as a moving mountain of steel. The entire ship is divided into 5 layers and 3 zones. The lowest zone serves as the living essentials area, the middle zone as the daily living area, and the topmost level functions as a lookout tower and defense zone. Total weight: 12,000 tons. When navigating, the hull cleaves through the water, generating surges up to 8 meters high, capable of capsizing any nearby wooden vessel. Power system: uranium. At the center of the hull's lower level lies a small pressurized water reactor, capable of sustaining the Titan at a speed of 150 knots, approximately 280 kilometers per hour, for 15 years without the need for frequent resupply, thus establishing itself as the tireless sovereign of the deep sea. Operating system: artificial intelligence. At that moment, it felt as if a little angel and a little devil were engaged in a spirited debate within Chen Fei's mind. The little devil urged, abandon the island. Life aboard the Titan is far superior. The little angel retorted, we cannot forsake it. The Foundation Island accelerates the evolution of the ecosystem. The little devil countered, the Titan offers comfort, free from the threat of marine creatures. The little angel insisted, the Foundation Island has limitless potential for expansion. The little devil pressed on the Titan, you can go wherever you desire. The little angel asked, do you wish to become a homeless wanderer? Can you endure drifting at sea for long? Ultimately, the little angel triumphed over the little devil. Chen Fei had nearly succumbed to his inner desires and chosen life aboard the Titan. He pondered, to construct such a colossal vessel, the required metal would amount to billions, while my mere 3 to 4 million in metal might not even suffice for a single deck. Previously, Chen Fei speculated that his ranking score was influenced by these superlative items, and now he decided to verify this by checking the leaderboard. 1. Mist Phantom 4078. 952. Yi 36 455 3. Eves Listening to the Wind 36 104. Bamboo Tapping Snow 35 775. As expected, his score surged by 2 million points. Furthermore, the items he had placed in his shop before bedtime had sold out, except for the harpoon, resulting in a significant influx of basic resources. Today, ordinary servants could no longer work outside. The oppressive heat rendered prolonged exposure dangerous, and the risk of heat stroke was simply not worth the potential gain. He then instructed his servants to enter the SS-class steel giant vessel, specifically into the living quarters, as the deck was currently akin to an inferno, with temperatures soaring to an estimated 70 C, sufficient to grill fish placed upon it. The chat channel had descended into chaos. The external temperature was a sweltering 45 C, and with no one daring to venture outside, nearly everyone remained confined to their rooms, engaging in conversation through the channel. It is noteworthy that the survivor designated as CC22444, who had harbored intentions of plundering him, had momentarily abandoned such plans. This was not due to a lack of ambition, but rather a strategic decision to gather allies to aid in his endeavors, for he was merely driven by greed and not folly, especially considering the high-ranking points of Chen Fei, which would be unwise to provoke. Chen Fei, accompanied by Xiao Qiao and her companions, entered the living quarters of the colossal vessel. With no coordinates to guide the ship's departure, it remained anchored, serving as a floating hotel, spacious and equipped with air conditioning that provided unparalleled comfort. Suppressing the flutter of excitement within, he opted against relocating the island monument to the giant ship. Just as he was about to take a step, the voice of the ship's artificial intelligence resonated in his ear. "Welcome, Master," aboard the vessel. Without pausing, Chen Fei made his way to the control room, eager to escape the oppressive heat of the deck, where he wished to linger not a moment longer. He inquired of the artificial intelligence, "Do you have a name?" The artificial intelligence responded, "As you have not named the vessel, I do not possess a name." Chen Fei replied, "Very well. Let this ship be called the Surging Wave." The artificial intelligence acknowledged, "Understood, Master. I shall henceforth be known as Surging Wave." Chen Fei countered, "No, you shall not be called Surging Wave. From this moment on, your name shall be Xiao AI. Chapter 20. The Indigenous Assault. At that moment, Chen Fei received a message from Su Mingling. Yi Yukong City. Su Mingling little brother Fei. Quickly check the regional channel. Someone has been attacked. Upon opening the regional chat channel, Chen Fei indeed found everyone discussing. 1. Wuli Deng, 3 characters. 2. Yu, 1 character. Simplified for brevity, Feng Fu Chong Shan. It seems that individual has encountered peril. Their name has already turned black. Huawei Mian. How terrifying. What should I do if I encounter them? Is there an elder brother to assist me? Shirxing. Was it just him who faced this? Did anyone else encounter them? Yu Qiaoqing Huaxiang. I just faced them here as well, but I managed to scare them off. I have 4 servants with me, armed with stone knives and spears. Yin Shengxiang. Who are they? Why are they attacking us? We merely reside on this island. We have not provoked anyone. Ting Chan. It's too hot outside. I can only hide indoors. In this dreadful weather, don't even think about sending me out to fight. I can't endure standing out there for even a moment. Yin Wan Qian Feng say, "Haha, with their capabilities, they dare to target me? Everyone, congratulate me on capturing a small wooden boat." Jin Shu. Great one. Could you explain why they are attacking us? Where do they come from? What is their combat strength? Yin Wan Qian Feng say, 4 individuals arrived at our island, rowing a small wooden boat, clad in animal hides. As to where they came from, I am uncertain. Their speech is incomprehensible to me. It sounds like a jumble. They seem somewhat like natives, and their combat strength is quite feeble. Only one of my servants received a minor scratch. Chen Fei scrolled through the chat records and discovered that many had been attacked, most of whom were also dressed in animal hides. It appeared that the recent acquisition of servants from treasure chests was not a benevolent gesture from the island world, but rather a prelude to the impending conflict. Upon checking the prices of servants, he found that they had indeed risen. Those who could not afford servants, who relied on a single individual's sustenance to feed their family, were likely now feeling anxious. Chen Fei decided to give Su Mingling a heads-up to remain cautious. Chen Fei, be careful. If anything arises, inform me promptly. If you encounter natives, let your servants take the lead. Su Mingling. All right, I understand. However, it's too hot today. I've instructed them to rest indoors. In this weather, even a brief venture outside could lead to heat stroke. Chen Fei, I've just acquired a new boat, but unfortunately, I lack a navigation chart. Otherwise, I could bring you here. Su Mingling, no need, little brother Fei. It's too dangerous. We are still unaware of the situation at sea. What if we encounter waves? Chen Fei, that is not a concern. My boat is resilient against waves. The principal issue is that we lack mutual location information. Su Mingling, it's unfortunate that chat doesn't allow for sharing our locations. At that moment, Li Xiaoning approached Chen Fei. Li Xiaoning, my lord, today's supply box has revealed new findings. In addition to the dog-headed creatures, there are now bull-headed and goat-headed beings. The strength of the Minotaur surpasses that of the goat men, who possess a higher degree of agility. Chen Fei inquired, very well. I understand. Are you capable of managing on your own? Should I arrange for someone to assist you? Li Xiaoning confidently replied, I can handle it entirely by myself, as it takes quite a while to catch even a single monster. Chen Fei responded, then proceed. Stay in a small house nearby and do not venture out. Wait until the automatic fishing rod has retrieved the supply box before you check outside. At present, Li Xiaoning is the sole guardian by the automatic fishing rod, while Dian Wei, Li Sunxiao, Gao Changgong, Hua Xiubing, and Chen Qingji remain vigilant in the apartment's hall, monitoring the situation regarding the marine biological base island. Due to the sweltering heat, others are unable to assist, leaving only these few at E level and Chen Qingji, who is at F level, capable of operating outside. Currently, Chen Fei's island has expanded to an area of 1 square kilometer and is subjected to 200 attacks every 3 hours. Despite their elevated levels and swift speeds, the 5 cannot guarantee that none of the 200 attacks will go unnoticed. Naturally, during the night's rest, Chen Fei only permits Li Hansan and others to stand guard by the island monument. They are only roused should anything aside from marine biological bases or the island arise. During the night, the island endures merely 2 rounds of marine assaults, resulting in a loss of only 400 base stones, a cost Chen Fei can comfortably bear. As the creatures retreat after damaging a unit of base stone, Dian Wei and his companions deal with marine creature attacks during the day, not due to the loss of a few hundred base stones, but primarily to acquire leveled fish ingredients. Following the upgrade of Chen Fei's island to 1 square kilometer last night, the size of the marine creatures attacking his island has increased significantly. They are no longer merely 3 to 5 kilograms. Even crabs and mantis shrimp have reached the size of pot lids. Most notably, many marine creatures now weigh between 10 to 20 kilograms. Of course, there are also smaller varieties, but the smaller they are, the higher their level tends to be. After all, even the highest level krill cannot rival a low-level shark. With little else to occupy his time, Chen Fei resolved to explore the island. The wavebreaker ship was left with only 20 servants, and he called upon Dian Wei, accompanied by over 20 individuals, including Xiao Qiao, to venture forth for further exploration. Concerned that unforeseen events might arise during his absence, he opted to retain the majority of his servants on the island. Although the current weather does not favor heavy labor, these individuals would still prove useful should any emergencies occur. Xiao AI, proceed at full speed in a straight line towards the east, Chen Fei commanded. Understood, master. The command to sail east at full speed has been received, Xiao AI responded. The ship's intercom announced that the vessel was accelerating, urging everyone to fasten their seatbelts. We are increasing speed. Please refrain from moving about. Current speed, 20 knots, 35 knots, 55 knots, 115 knots. The ship's speed is stabilizing at 148 knots. The vessel's speed has stabilized, allowing passengers to leave their seats and walk about freely. Chen Fei suddenly experienced a déjà vu reminiscent of traveling on a high-speed train. What does 148 knots signify? 1 knot equals 1 nautical mile per hour, and 1 nautical mile is approximately 1,852 kilometers. Therefore, the conversion of 148 knots to kilometers per hour is calculated as follows. 148 multiplied by 1,852 equals 274,096 kilometers per hour. Thus, 148 knots is equivalent to 274,096 kilometers per hour. This illustrates the prowess of artificial intelligence in autonomous navigation. Had a crew member been at the helm, such a velocity would render any obstacle ahead nearly impossible to react to, likely resulting in a calamity akin to that of the Titanic. Accompanied by Xiao, Chen Fei made his way to the observation room, gazing towards the rear of the ship. The journey was truly spectacular. The surrounding winds howled against their faces, providing a refreshing coolness that countered the oppressive 46 degrees Celsius outside. The vessel sliced through the waves, creating towering plumes of spray that reached several stories high. Suddenly, Chen Fei noticed a shark surfacing for air directly ahead. With little time to ponder, the ship collided with the creature, unleashing a cloud of crimson mist. The shattered remains attracted nearby large fish and a school of sharks, which swiftly encircled the debris to partake in the feast. One could not help but marvel at the cycle of life. Indeed, the fall of one great creature nourishes many. The fortunate fish, having savored their bounty, attempted to follow the ship, but after a brief pursuit, they realized they could not keep pace and gradually faded from Chen Fei's sight. Chapter 21. The distribution of survivor islands. After navigating for more than half an hour aboard the Wavebreaker, Chen Fei suddenly spotted a small black dot ahead. He instructed his assistant, Xiao AI, to gradually reduce the speed. Peering through the nearby telescope, he discerned a diminutive island measuring merely 4 square meters, devoid of any visible inhabitants. He then directed Xiao AI to cautiously approach the Wavebreaker. Upon landing on the island, Chen Fei discovered it to be a survivor's island, featuring a fishing rod strewn nearby and a crystal island monument, yet no hand rings were in sight. Approaching the crystal monument, he reached out to touch it and found the inscription indicating whether the unclaimed monument CC 34566 should be destroyed or occupied. However, it detected that he already possessed a monument, offering the option to claim it as a subordinate monument. Considering the insignificance of destroying such a small island, yielding at most 4 units of cornerstone, Chen Fei pondered briefly before opting to claim it as a subordinate monument. Instantly, the monument prompted him again, asking if he wished to collect the monument or develop a subordinate island at this location. What was there to contemplate? Since he could claim it, why not? Remaining there served no purpose. Having successfully claimed the monument and acquired 4 units of cornerstone, Chen Fei noticed a notification on his hand, ring indicating that he could now place 1 monument. Simultaneously, an alarm alerted him that the island he occupied would sink within 30 minutes, urging him to vacate promptly. Grasping the idle fishing rod, he boarded his vessel, and just as he stepped aboard, another message appeared on his hand ring. It detected an available subordinate monument and inquired if he wished to relocate it to the ship. He was informed that once the subordinate monument was placed, it could not be moved again for 180 days. What a fortunate opportunity. He promptly chose to relocate the subordinate monument. Congratulations to the survivor, Wu Yin, for successfully transferring the monument to the subordinate vessel. Should the vessel sustain damage, he could swiftly repair it using the basic materials required at the monument's location. Originally dubbed the tireless sovereign of the deep sea, the relocation of the monument implied that as long as he had resources to mend the hull, the Wavebreaker would become an unsinkable dominion of the abyss. Given that the island to the east was designated CC 34566, could it be that venturing further east would unveil the next island? Chen Fei commanded Xiao AI to steer the vessel eastward, diligently recording the distance traveled. Indeed, after less than 40 minutes, another small island emerged on the horizon. Observing through the telescope, he estimated this island's area to be about 300 to 400 square meters. He noted that 4 individuals were present on this island. Anxiously watching his direction, Chen Fei opted not to approach the Wavebreaker, as he had no need for additional monuments and found the other party's modest island size unappealing. The journey from the previous island to this one took just over 30 minutes, covering a distance of 150 kilometers, though the distance appeared short. Traversing it by small boat using sails and manual rowing would take an entire day. Confirming his suspicions, Chen Fei instructed Xiao AI to return along the same route. Upon opening the regional chat channel, he was indeed greeted by messages pertaining to him. Wind and twine tree. Help. I've spotted a large ship not far from my island. Clouds drift over Stonebridge. ISNT that just the natives? They only have small wooden boats. No need to panic. Wind and twine tree. This is not a small wooden boat. It's a massive vessel, truly enormous. I feel like I'm in grave danger. Leaf Hyde's voice. If you're in such peril, you might as well trade all the resources on the island to me. We can't let the natives benefit. Crossing the Starry River. Stay calm. Worst case, we'll fight back. Perhaps they don't have many people aboard. Rain beats on banana leaves. Young man, if you find yourself unable to hold on, could you trade your supplies to me? Once you meet your end, I would be willing to enter a ghost marriage with you. Wind and twine tree. How can you talk about ghost marriage when I'm not even finished yet? That large ship seems to be turning away. Stars hang low over the fields. Chase after it. They must feel they can't defeat you, or they wouldn't flee. Flowers yet to wither. Not necessarily. Perhaps they think you too impoverished to bother with. Cicadas chirping in deep alleys. The sister above speaks truthfully. Chen Fei clicked on the profile of Wind and Twine Tree, and indeed, it displayed the IDCC 34565. What was still unknown was that directly to the east of him lay an island with a lower number. Were there islands to the north and south as well? If so, would they be numbered CB, CD, or something else entirely? Little AI, upon reaching the original island numbered CC 34566, change course and head south. I must ascertain the distribution pattern of the islands. If I can discern the pattern, then even without a nautical chart, this grand ship may navigate the seas. At that moment, he received a notification from the subordinate island monument. Your subordinate vessel is under attack by marine creatures. What manner of creatures could possibly keep pace with the wave breaker? Chen Fei glanced outside the vessel, and indeed observed a large pod of orcas desperately pursuing the wave breaker, accompanied by several great white sharks and other sizable marine predators, encircling the ship in an aggressive manner. Their speed was clearly beyond the norm, indicating they were of a higher level. Little AI, shake them off. He had no desire to engage in battle with this formidable gathering of marine life, especially since he had brought along only 20 or so individuals, with just one warrior, Dian Wei, accompanying him. Moreover, they lacked weaponry capable of inflicting lethal damage upon the larger marine creatures. Ramming the vessel would only yield a heap of flesh. Should the conflict reach a stalemate, the multitude of sharks and orcas would surround them. But why had he not faced any attacks on his way here, only to be ambushed on the return? Could it be due to the presence of the island monument on board? If an island monument on the island provokes marine creatures, would the same apply to a subordinate vessel? However, the immediate priority remained to shake them off. Just then, a loud clang echoed. Your subordinate vessel has sustained minor damage from an S-class orca attack. Would you like to spend 5,000 metal to repair it immediately? Chen Fei promptly accessed the island monument page to examine the three-dimensional status diagram of the ship's hull. He discovered that a mere dent at the bottom of the vessel necessitated a staggering 5,000 units of metal for repairs. Even with his considerable wealth, such an expenditure was untenable. He hastily contacted the island via the auxiliary island cup, requesting Kai Yin to send him 20,000 units of metal, opting for immediate repairs. It became evident that his decision to evade confrontation, rather than engage in battle, was indeed prudent. Should the wave breaker slow down and become encircled by these marine creatures, even his millions of metal would scarcely suffice for the vessel's restoration. Eventually, the pursuing marine creatures dissipated. However, during this interval, he endured 2 effective assaults from them, depleting over 8,000 units of metal for ship repairs. Although the attacks were more than 2, only these 2 inflicted damage upon the wavebreaker. Just as he had shaken them off, Chen Fei noticed another island emerging ahead. Was this due to his own evasion? Or did the world rules of the island protect these high-level marine creatures from appearing near the islands? He could not ascertain the reason and would have to verify it gradually in the future. Chen Fei took out his telescope and peered at the island, observing the presence of inhabitants. The islanders, in turn, had also detected his presence. However, upon opening the chat channel, he found no messages from them. Consequently, Chen Fei commanded Xiao AI to maneuver the wavebreaker closer. To his astonishment, as the vessel approached, a young man emerged from a house accompanied by 2 attendants, brandishing a flag made of white fabric held aloft. They slowly approached the edge of the island, seemingly in a gesture of surrender. Initially, Chen Fei had no intention of engaging with them. However, without communication from the chat channel, he could not ascertain the island's designation. Thus, he instructed Dian Wei to descend and feign being a native to inquire about the island's number, while ensuring that the others remained out of sight in the cabin. After all, Dian Wei had reached the pinnacle of a level, on the cusp of advancing to D-level, and Chen Fei felt assured sending him. Name: Dian Wei level. E-level. Special units can consume upgrade food to rapidly enhance their level, but progression beyond their potential limit is contingent upon unique opportunities. Loyalty: 100 in the island world. All servants start with a loyalty of 60, but under the system's influence, loyalty is forcibly elevated to 100 and cannot be diminished. Strength: 59. Average for ordinary humans is 10. Agility: 59. Average for ordinary humans is 10. Constitution: 59. Average for ordinary humans is 10. As the wavebreaker drew closer, Dian Wei stepped onto the opposing island. The inhabitants, clearly taken aback, were astonished that only one person disembarked from such a large vessel. Dian Wei requested to be led to the wooden hut where the Crystal Island Monument was housed. Just as he intended to raise his hand to activate the monument and check the island's number, a sound of slicing air rang out behind him. It turned out that this survivor, seeing only one person descend from the wavebreaker, had chosen to command his attendants to launch a surprise attack, blinded by the allure of substantial gains. How could such a large ship possibly contain only a single individual? Dian Wei now possesses formidable strength, agility, and constitution, all rated at 59, rendering him far beyond the average individual whose attributes hover around a mere 10. With a swift maneuver, he evaded an attack, deftly disarming the assailant of his long sword, and with the back of the blade, he incapacitated 2 other assailants, seamlessly placing the sword against the throat of the survivor. Thus, the trio was escorted by Dian Wei to the shore of the island, where Chen Fei was summoned from the wavebreaker. Upon grasping the unfolding events, Chen Fei disregarded the pleas for mercy from the survivor and proceeded directly to the small wooden cabin, placing his hand upon the Crystal Island Monument. The main island monument can only be destroyed and converted into a subordinate monument if the owner is absent from the island's vicinity or has perished. If the monument's owner is alive and chooses to convert it into a subordinate monument, their consent is imperative alongside the option to forge a subordinate contract. Once such a contract is established, the contracted party forfeits their chance at survival, and their life becomes subject to the whims of the contract's master, with their life bracelet vanishing instantaneously. Regarding those who have threatened him, Chen Fei had no inclination to convert the survivor into a subordinate. Instead, he resolved to cast him into the sea, and even the 2 attendants were deemed unworthy, leading him to opt to sell them off, as he found their presence distasteful. Consequently, he decisively chose to establish the subordinate island monument, boarding the wavebreaker with the survivor's fishing rod, some inconsequential supplies, and a total of 372 units of foundational stone acquired from the monument. Chapter 22. Su Xingxi upon boarding the breakwave. Su Xingxi summoned Dian Wei. Chen Fei inquired, "Erlai, what is the identification number of the opposing island?" Dian Wei, scratching his head in earnestness, replied, "My lord, I had not the chance to observe before they launched their ambush. I remain unaware." Chen Fei, exasperated, muttered under his breath, "For once the subordinate island monument is collected, it cannot be deployed unless specifically chosen for placement." Consequently, he instructed Xiao to utilize the island cup of the breakwave to send a message to Cayenne, requesting the exchange of a small wooden boat and a midday meal once prepared. Upon receiving the small wooden boat, Chen Fei decided to position the new subordinate island monument upon it. However, upon opening it, he discovered that the island cup only displayed the subordinate island number 2 for Misty Hyde. Had he truly spent half the day laboring only to forget about the essential matter? It was evident that Dian Wei was not dependable in such matters. Furthermore, he himself neglected to check the monument's information, opting instead to collect the subordinate island monument without further inquiry. The breakwave, piloted by Xiao AI, set sail due west. Chen Fei intended to navigate towards the southern sea islands of his main domain to reconfirm the island identification number. After completing a circuitous route, he would have no choice but to dine aboard the breakwave. Sure enough, not long into their voyage, they encountered an assault from marine creatures. Half an hour later, they beheld another island. Through the telescope, it appeared similar to the previous one, encompassing merely over 300 square meters. 2 small wooden cabins were visible, yet no inhabitants could be seen. Even as the breakwave drew near, no one emerged, and the chat channel remained silent. After observing for a while without any sign of life, Chen Fei speculated that the island's residents might have perished or were likely engaged in nighttime foraging. Choosing to rest during the sweltering day, he ordered Xiao AI to steer the breakwave closer. Uncertain of the current circumstances on the island, Chen Fei instructed Xiao and Xiao Qiao to remain aboard the breakwave while he, accompanied by Dian Wei and 10 servants, disembarked onto the island. Given the diminutive size of the island, bringing more individuals would be impractical. With 10 servants and Dian Wei in tow, Chen Fei believed he was exercising utmost caution, though he felt a twinge of apprehension over potential ambushes. As they stepped onto the island, a timid voice emerged from one of the cabins. "Who are you?" "There is nothing left on my island. Please spare me." Chen Fei, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, Please do not misunderstand. I came to check the island because I noticed no one had emerged. I merely wished to confirm your island's identification number." At that moment, a small head peeked out from the door, followed by a proud middle-aged man emerging from the adjacent cabin. It appeared that the island's authority rested with the girl before him, as the middle-aged gentleman bore no bracelet. Su Xingxi naturally found it hard to believe that anyone would go to such lengths to visit her island solely for the purpose of checking its identification number. However, upon glimpsing the bracelet on Chen Fei's wrist, she was taken aback, and upon sight of the breakwave, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. Upon discovering that Chen Fei was also a survivor, Su Xingxi realized that her situation was dire. She, too, was an orphan, having endured a childhood in an orphanage where she faced hunger and bullying, which led to her developing mild autism. As she grew older, she diligently saved money with dreams of purchasing a house of her own, living frugally in the process. The moment she was transported to the island world coincided with her 20th birthday. Today, she intended to celebrate her birthday in a modest rental she called home. After purchasing some vegetables at the market, she had just finished preparing a simple meal when she was abruptly thrust into this new reality. Unfortunately, her luck was decidedly poor, bordering on tragic. Aside from the water and bread provided in her starter pack on the first day, she had not caught any food or water despite her relentless efforts. Her base island measured 300 square meters, largely due to the numerous foundational stones she had collected from supply crates. However, the stones were of little use to her. Her primary need remained food and water. The expansion of her island was necessary, as they lacked the stamina to fend off marine creatures that threatened to destroy the foundational stones. Every 3 hours, she had to allow the creatures to dismantle a section of her island and retreat, and the sweltering 46°C heat made it impossible for her to venture outside. To survive, she was compelled to sell most of what she caught each day. The middle-aged man beside her was someone she had deliberately chosen to keep around. Relying solely on herself was inadequate for confronting the monsters within the crates. To ensure her survival, she had opted to provide for one additional person. Yet today, she had no catch to show for her efforts, leaving her with 2 grim choices: sell the middle-aged man for supplies, buying her some time, or face starvation together. After all, should she choose to sell her companion, she would be unable to open any more supply crates. If a monster emerged, death would be inevitable. Under Chen Fei's gaze, Su Xingxi slowly opened the door and uttered a line he never anticipated. "Before you kill me, could you spare me a morsel of food? I do not wish to become a ghost of starvation. I beg you." Chen Fei, taken aback by her plight, instinctively replied, "All right, wait. Something feels off. Who said anything about killing you? I merely wish to see the number on your island steel. I forgot to check the number of the steel I just received, which is why I came here." Su Xingxi was nearly brought to tears by his response. "You have already obtained a steel, yet you claim you will not kill me? The lack of food is of no consequence. I am bound to perish anyway." Chen Fei insisted, "I did not intend to harm you. No, that is not what I meant. Forget it. It's difficult to explain." He then bypassed her and entered the room, opening her island steel to check the number. Zinju 34250, judging by the number. It appeared to be situated within the distribution layout of their C district, C group, approximately 317 by 316. The distance to fetch Su mangling in the future is easily calculable. 34567, 317x 22222, thus 317x 12345, leading to x 12,345 31738. 94. This implies that from my island, embarking southward for approximately 39 island distances would bring me near CC 22222. Each island's distance takes my vessel, the breaking waves, merely over 30 minutes. Therefore, traversing 39 sections would require just over 20 hours, a duration well within a single day as 24 hours. The only inconvenience lies in the fact that the return journey would necessitate another day. Upon exiting Su Xingxi's residence, Chen Fei remarked, "All right, we shall take our leave now. Farewell. However, I must implore you to refrain from discussing matters regarding me in the chat channel. Otherwise, there will be no escape for you." Su Xingxi appeared somewhat bewildered, inquiring, "You truly do not intend to harm me? Nor do you plan to seize my belongings?" Chen Fei, exasperated, replied, "I have never suggested any ill will towards you. And frankly, your possessions do not pique my interest." Su Xingxi then proposed, "Well, you seem like a good person. Why not take me along? I have little chance of survival anyway. I can assist you, provided you offer me some food." She added, "By the way, I possess something I have yet to part with. I can gift it to you." With that, she dashed back inside, presenting Chen Fei with an item. Disposable Positioning Device 3. "Consider it a gift. I have no family to utilize this." Chen Fei, slightly taken aback, mused that had he known of such an item, he could have simply searched for it in the trading channel or procured one at a premium, sparing himself the effort to ascertain the island distribution. He then addressed her, "I may take you with me. However, your island monument must become my subordinate monument, and you must sign a subordinate agreement. This means you will forfeit your status as a survivor, and your life will be under my control. If you can accept these terms, I shall take you along. Otherwise, I cannot harbor an unstable element. Furthermore, your servant must be traded to me." Having grown weary of a life marked by hunger and lacking the courage to end her own existence, Su Xingxi observed Chen Fei's demeanor, which did not suggest malevolence. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. As for her survivor status, for one on the brink of starvation, it held little significance. "Very well, I accept your terms. Please take me with you." Thus, Su Xingxi proceeded to trade her only servant to Chen Fei. Zhao Guangyi 1, trade successful. She then vacated her position, allowing Chen Fei to claim her island monument. Chapter 23. The auction of the Sorghum River Charioteer. Chen Fei suddenly inquired of Su Xingxi, "Do you know the name of your servant?" Su Xingxi replied, "I believe it's something like Zhao Shai, but I just call him Uncle Zhao." Chen Fei placed her hand upon the island monument, designating it as Subordinate Island Monument Number 3. The survivor, Misty Shadow, was about to claim your island cup as a subordinate monument and propose a contract. Do you agree? As the other party clicked to confirm the contract, the bracelet on her wrist gradually vanished. Su Xingxi, with astonishment etched upon her face, asked, "You are the Misty Shadow from the leaderboard?" Chen Fei responded, "All right, let us board the ship and have lunch first. Dianwei, please assist in moving the belongings swiftly. The island is on the brink of submergence. Xiao AI, please chart the return route based on the most recent path." It wasn't until the Xiao Qiao set down lunch before her that Su Xingxi regained her composure. The ship was extraordinarily vast and opulent, entirely unlike anything one would expect to encounter in the realm of island survival. Chen Fei's gaze, however, was fixed on Zhao Guangyi, who, despite his evident hunger, displayed an air of arrogance while dining. She accessed his system panel. Name, Zhao Guangyi level, none loyalty, 100 strength, 9 agility, 13 constitution, 8 initially. She had anticipated a more regal presence, yet his base attributes were disappointingly low. In light of this, she mused, why not sell him? Chen Fei found his demeanor quite irksome. For whom was he displaying such pride? In this domain, she was the one in command. Coincidentally, her ship, the Breaking Wave, required a substantial amount of metal for its voyages, so she decided to trade him for some metal. Thus, for the first time, Chen Fei activated the auction feature. Auction item. Zhao Guangyi won. After some contemplation, Chen Fei crafted the item description. Since she could not input false information, she opted for an accurate portrayal. Description: a historically renowned emperor, acclaimed as the Sorghum River Charioteer. In a famed battle, he traversed 200 miles by night, single-handedly with a cart. Starting bid, metal 500, with each subsequent bid not less than 50. Remaining time, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. She hoped to secure a favorable price for herself. Opening the regional channel, she announced, "Pin falls like a phoenix. Everyone, hurry to the auction house. Someone is selling an emperor." Picture in the frame. The charioteer of the donkey cart, Zhao Guangyi. Is there even a buyer for this? Melody of the zither. There are foreign players on the global channel. The communication automatically translates into various languages. Clouds of poetry. Not only foreign players, but many from our own country are also unaware and may wish to purchase. Glaze color. The seller's description is intriguing. Could traversing 200 miles by a night not imply a retreat? Books brewed by moonlight. This young gentleman is quite the opportunist. I happen to have some free time. Would you like to seize it? Ink divided into 5 colors. To reframe a lost battle as a renowned one. Truly a talent. Fingers blooming with fire. This dreadful weather has made it impossible to fish for supply boxes. From where shall the resources for purchase come? Leaving blank. Even if I acquired him for $94.94, I could not sustain him. How much of my resources would he consume daily? Autumn in the ink pool. Why are there so many women in the chat channel today? Frost on the strings. Those men are braving the blazing sun to fish. Constructing wooden cabins beside the island and opening their doors to gather supplies within. Dan Xing, unaware of the passing day, remarked, "I attempted it myself, but it proved utterly futile. Not to mention the fact that the supply crates cannot even be brought inside. The temperature renders the interior akin to a steamer." Chen Fei, observing Su Xingzi, who was engrossed in his meal, inquired, "Are you skilled in the culinary arts?" Su Xingzi, swallowing his food with some difficulty, replied, slightly flushed, "Yes. I usually cook for myself." Chen Fei responded, "Excellent. Upon our return to the island, you shall teach the others to cook. Henceforth, the meals will be entrusted to you." Su Xingzi asked, "The island? Isn't it on the ship?" Chen Fei replied, "You will understand once we arrive. There are others on my island. Your daily task will be to keep an eye on the island monument and promptly relay any significant news to me. In your spare moments, teach them how to cook." Chen Fei indeed missed the culinary delights of the past. The meals prepared by these ancient individuals were hardly to his taste, lacking in variety. Alas, he found himself too pressed for time to peruse the messages in the chat channel. Having finally encountered a modern individual, and one who could cook at that, he felt compelled to fully utilize his labor. Before long, they spotted their island from a distance. Throughout the journey, aside from a single encounter with a marine creature that cost over 4,000 metal, no other mishaps occurred. Upon returning to the island, Chen Fei noticed not only the warriors, but also an elderly man busily working in the island soil. Curious about his activities, Chen Fei approached. "Old Su, what are you busy with? Why not take a break in this heat?" Su Xing remarked, "I noticed many palmyra trees this morning and am preparing to transplant them together." Chen Fei queried, "What are palmyra trees? Why transplant them? Aren't you concerned about the heat, old man?" It was Su Xingzi who explained, "Palmyra is an ancient term. We refer to them as palm trees today. They are common in tropical and subtropical regions, with feathery leaves that effectively dissipate heat, enduring high temperatures and intense sunlight." Chen Fei exclaimed, You mean those palm trees whose hearts can be ground into starch? I hadn't realized you possess such knowledge. Su Xingzi replied, I studied agriculture in university, but these palm trees are less than calf high, so I couldn't recognize them either. I was surprised that this elder could identify them. Chen Fei commented, You mean old Su? He emerged from a supply crate. When I first saw him, I thought he was merely an old man and almost overlooked him. Eventually, I assigned him to the vegetable garden for him to wander freely. Yet appears he has taken quite an interest in gardening, spending his days there from dawn till dusk. Su Xingzi remarked, He shares some resemblance with the historical figure Su Xing. He bears the same surname. Could he be a descendant? The speaker was oblivious. But the listener was attentive, causing Chen Fei to halt. Su Xing? That is indeed his name. What is his background? Why am I not acquainted with him? Su Xingzi was equally astonished. Master, you cannot be unfamiliar with Su Xing, can you? He advocates that wise rulers should cultivate the land and partake in the labor alongside their subjects, preparing their own meals, opposing the notion of rulers reaping rewards without toil. He is indeed a representative figure among the agrarian philosophers of the 100 schools. Chen Fei, taken aback, thought to himself, What a remarkable figure this old Su is. No, I should refer to him as Elder Su. Does he truly have such a significant background? Instantly, Chen Fei adopted a more respectful demeanor and approached Su Xing. Elder Su, are you weary? Such trivial matters should not require your direct involvement. I shall arrange for 2 assistants shortly. You may delegate the tasks to them. Your role should merely be to provide technical guidance. Su Xingzi, observing the swift transformation in Chen Fei's demeanor, was astonished at how rapidly he could change his attitude. Consequently, Chen Fei led Su Xingzi back to the apartment, intending to arrange a few helpers for Elder Su. Along the way, he remarked to Su Xingzi, From now on, you may simply call me Chen Fei or Island Master. The title of Big Shot feels rather awkward. Su Xingzi replied, Very well, I shall call you Island Master from now on. Upon returning to the apartment, Su Xingzi displayed a look of astonishment, having never encountered such a setting before. He was surprised to discover that while others were still residing in wooden or stone huts, Chen Fei had already settled into an apartment. Was this perhaps a creation derived from the resource box? At that moment, Li Xiaoning entered the apartment, followed by 12 newcomers, 4 women and 8 men. It was unexpected to see such a significant number of individuals emerging from the resource box today. Clearly, those survivors unable to fish due to the sweltering heat had missed this remarkable opportunity. Li Xiaoning announced, My lord, these are the newcomers from this morning's resource box. I have brought them for your consideration. This was in accordance with Chen Fei's previous instructions. Any unfamiliar or newly emerged items or individuals from the resource box were to be reported to him for prior arrangement. Upon scanning the system, a delightful surprise awaited him. 11 ordinary individuals and 1 warrior. Name, Su Zhongkong level. None. Special units can consume upgraded food to rapidly increase their level. But their potential limits must be considered. Without special opportunities, they cannot advance beyond their potential cap. Loyalty, 100 in the island world. All subordinates start with a loyalty of 60, but due to system influence, loyalty is forcibly raised to 100 and cannot diminish. Strength, 19 agility, 19 constitution, 19 chapter 24. The token of the island merchant, to his astonishment, it was Su Chu. Now, he found himself in the company of both Dian Wei and Su Chu. Chen Fei decided to retain Su Chu as a guardian alongside Dian Wei. In truth, there was no imminent danger on the island. He merely sought to relish the pleasures afforded by the esteemed Chow. Today had certainly stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. Having first encountered Su Xingzi, then discovered Su Xing, and now the emergence of Su Chu. As for the remaining 11 individuals, he assigned Su Lao 4 men and 2 women. The 2 women were designated to the kitchen, while the men were allocated to assist others. Chen Fei intended for Hua Xiubing and his compatriots to train these ordinary servants, transforming them into a defensive force for the island. Not only the island, but he also deemed it essential to organize personnel aboard the ship, the Breakwave. Given the vessel's considerable size, he felt uneasy without a few hundred individuals stationed aboard. As for the sweltering heat, it was of little concern. He then summoned Hua Xiubing, instructing him to take the servants aboard the breakwave for training. Presently, the number of servants was rather limited, allowing the martial generals to take turns in their instruction. At that moment, Su Xingzi, now fully engrossed in her duties, called out to him, "Island Master, I have discovered an auction item that may pique your interest." Chen Fei responded, "What is it? Let me take a look." Item: Token of the Island Merchant 1. Item description: a unique token that, when utilized, will allow the island merchant to sense your island's location and arrive within 24 hours. Perhaps you can procure desired items from a merchant. Auction price: 800 foundation stones, with a minimum increment of 80 stones. Current price: 1150 foundation stones. Auction end time: 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds remaining. Chen Fei found this item quite intriguing. "This is excellent. It will be invaluable to us. We must secure it." Su Xingzi replied, "Understood, but the time is still early. The final price may increase significantly." "That's of no matter. Whatever the cost, we must acquire it. However, we cannot solely expend our resources. Thus, I shall grant you the authority to manufacture items. Please produce 1,000 copies of every template item and list them in the shop. Should any item sell out, replenish with another 1,000 copies." "Certainly, no problem. By the way, Island Master, the Zhaoguangyi you listed has just sold for 15,400 metals. Such a high price. Who could possibly be the unwitting buyer?" "Island Master, that price is actually not excessive. Currently, the price of servants has surged several dozen times compared to before, and you are selling an emperor. Its description is quite enticing." Chen Fei had initially intended to purchase additional servants, but upon examining the shop, he discovered that the available number of servants had dwindled to less than 1% of what it once was. It seemed everyone had come to recognize the significance of manpower. They were now inclined to sacrifice their own provisions to sustain their servants. After all, should they face an indigenous attack, without servants, they would have no opportunity for resistance. He glanced once more at the price of the servants, which had escalated from the original range of 20 to 30 units of food to approximately 200 units. The exchange rate for basic resources had also surged from 30 to 50 foundational stones to 500 to 700 stones or other resources of equivalent value. Given the increase in the number of servants, food had multiplied several times over. In the face of existential threats, the scarcity of mere supplies had become less significant for those striving for survival. Moreover, Chen Fei noticed that many were seeking graded food. It appeared that the rumor of such food enhancing 1S level had spread widely. The price of graded food had indeed soared several times compared to ordinary food, with 1 kilogram of F-grade food being able to procure 8 to 10 kilograms of regular food. As for E-grade food, it was only being sought after, with no offerings available for sale. Chen Fei had already resolved to exchange graded food for some servants, as the levels of his military generals, with the exception of Su Chu, had all reached at least E-grade. Once they attained level 1, consuming E-grade and F-grade food would no longer yield any benefits. The growth rate of ordinary servants using graded food was exceedingly slow. The initial batch of ordinary servants had, at best, reached the pinnacle of commonality, failing to achieve even F-grade status. He opened his panel to review his status. Host: Chen Fei, level, F-grade, strength, 29, agility, 27, constitution, 31, island area, 999, 487 square meters, items, A-grade water purifier X1, S-grade automatic fishing rod X2, SSS grade iron giant ship X1. His growth rate was merely marginally superior to that of ordinary servants, and he could not compare to the generals. Presently, the generals faced 6 waves of oceanic creature assaults each day, with each wave comprising 200 instances, although they could capture only 60% of the graded ocean creatures. The average weight of these creatures was around 10 kilograms. After excluding those with shells and those that were inedible or toxic, along with the removal of entrails, they could yield approximately 230 kilograms of graded meat daily. With over 120 individuals on his island, after ensuring that the higher-level individuals were well fed, each servant could receive around 1 kilogram of sustenance per day. However, if graded food were used to exchange for servants, the supply of graded food would inevitably diminish. The crops being cultivated were still only half finished. Chen Fei calculated that, with the automatic fishing rod catching fish from the pond daily, and with the servants undergoing daily training, he could potentially supply meals for approximately 200 individuals without limitation. Indeed, he realized he lacked any risk mitigation capability should an unforeseen event occur, disrupting food supplies. Everything he possessed would evaporate into thin air. After careful deliberation, he decided against the continued acquisition of servants, despite the certainty that their prices would rise further, potentially multiplying several times from the current rates. For the sake of prudence, he resolved to reserve food for 50 individuals daily as a buffer stock. The remaining 30 slots were designated for the eventual emergence of new servants from his reserve supply. After perusing the trading channel and various shops for an extended period, Chen Fei reluctantly closed the page, feeling a pang of regret. Witnessing the opportunity to acquire resources slip away before his very eyes was akin to suffering a financial loss. He summoned the little one to entertain him for a while, gradually regaining his composure. It was only upon the urging of Su Xingzi that he snapped back to reality. Island Master, the auction for the Island Merchant's token is entering its final 5 minutes. The current bid stands at 9,000 keystones. Shall we proceed? Chen Fei replied, "Let us bid, doubling the current price." As Chen Fei placed his bid, within the last 30 seconds, another competitor raised the stakes to 20,000. In the final second, with resolute determination, Chen Fei decisively secured the token for 27,000 keystones, triumphing over a rival who had offered 25,000. Once the token was in his possession, Chen Fei promptly utilized it. As dinner time approached, the merchant had yet to arrive, suggesting he would not be coming that day. After dinner, Chen Fei requested that the two Chiaos present him with a list of the resources acquired from today as treasure chests: cigarettes 1 box, stone house blueprint 8, medium sailboat blueprint 1, medium warehouse blueprint 2, large warehouse blueprint 1, small steam engine blueprint 1, sea salt extraction pool blueprint 2, shirt template 1, raincoat template 1, plastic pipe template 1, long gun template 1, pavilion template 1. Aside from these items, there were merely some basic resources and household utensils such as pots, pans, shovels, and spoons. Notably, the appearance of cigarettes was unexpected. He still had 8 from the last haul. However, he questioned the necessity of the small steam engine and medium sailboat, pondering the practicality of a pavilion in such dismal weather. It would merely serve as decoration. Yet the long gun template arrived at an opportune moment. Today, he found that the 80 long guns he had meticulously stored could not even be fully equipped. This afternoon, he considered purchasing additional weapons, but upon reviewing the prices, he found most to be exorbitant, not due to a lack of funds, but rather an unappealing cost-to-value ratio. Among his current assets, the sea salt extraction pool proved to be the most beneficial. Name: sea salt extraction pool construction requirements: stone 540 dimensions, length 10 meters, width 6 meters, depth 0.5 meters, volume 30 cubic meters. Description: the weight of 30 cubic meters of seawater is approximately 30 tons. 1 cubic meter of seawater, 1,000 kilograms, yielding 30,000 kilograms. The salt content is calculated as 30,000 kilograms, 3,510 kilograms. With this, he no longer needed to worry about his sea salt supply. Under the current weather conditions, a pool of sea salt could be harvested in a single day. However, the extraction pool bore a significant drawback. It would cease to function entirely on rainy days. In this sweltering heat of 40 to 50 degrees, the production speed of sea salt would surely lead to an overwhelming surplus. Chapter 25. The Wavebreaker sets sail at night. Thus, Chen Fei contemplated the construction of a warehouse and a sea salt extraction pool. However, he encountered the same issue as before. Although a vast expanse of vacant land was available, the emergence of food stones and saplings on the ground rendered it impossible to place any structures. Each building endeavor necessitated the reconstruction and expansion of the island, a practice that could not persist indefinitely. Presently, his island was still small, and the vacant areas were contiguous, which was manageable. It seemed prudent to allow this section to evolve naturally. Should it develop into an ecological zone, it would be even more advantageous. Glancing at the blueprints, he noted there were not many items to construct. One large warehouse, two medium warehouses, and two sea salt extraction pools, in addition to the 8 stone houses. He activated the manufacturing blueprint and examined the requirements for the large warehouse. Item: Stone house blueprint construction requirements. Stone 10, 20 dimensions. Length 15 meters, width 12 meters. Item: Large warehouse blueprint construction requirements. Width 30,000. Stone 10,000. Metal 200 dimensions. Length 200 meters, width 150 meters. Remarkably, the wooden house required only a modest 15 square meters, whereas the stone house demanded an expansive 180 square meters. Chen Fei decided to position them behind his apartment. The warriors, such as Chen Fei and Su Chu, had been enduring considerable hardships alongside him, and it was time to allocate housing for them. Initially, Chen Fei believed the large warehouse would require a mere 1,000 square meters. He was astonished to discover its actual area was a staggering 30,000 square meters. Now, he possessed one large warehouse, 5 medium warehouses, and 4 small warehouses. The small warehouse designated for the kitchen had become insufficient, prompting Chen Fei to resolve that if no restaurant blueprint was available, he would need to acquire another medium warehouse. The 750 square meters of a medium warehouse would suffice for the time being. Recalling that Su Xingzi had given him 3 positioning devices that day, he retrieved one, realizing it could be activated at the island monument. He intended to inquire if Su Mingling would be willing to come to his island. Chen Fei, today, I obtained several positioning devices and discovered that your island is not too far from mine. Would you consider joining me on my island? Su Mingling. Really? That would be wonderful, Brother Fei. I would love to come to your place. Chen Fei. However, should you come here, it may be necessary to relocate your island monument onto the ship. Su Mingling. That is perfectly fine. I'm not particularly attached to my survivor identity. Even if it were destroyed, it wouldn't matter. Chen Fei. I am approximately 39 islands away from you. Given my ship's speed, it will take about 20 hours to reach your location. I will arrange for my warriors to fetch you. Su Mingling. All right, Brother Fei, I am ready whenever you are. Chen Fei. Very well. Simply wait on your island. I will send someone out tonight. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything on your island right now. Su Mingling. Okay. I was alarmed today to hear that natives were attacking the island. As Chen Fei concluded his conversation and glanced at the time, he realized it was already 9 p.m. Dian Wei went to summon Li Tsuanxiao and Chen Xingji. Upon their arrival, Chen Fei promptly began assigning tasks. Tonight, you will take 30 individuals and head to CC 22222 Island to retrieve someone for me. The Belangho operates on automatic cruise. You may manage your rest rotations during the journey. Generally, your involvement is minimal. The presence of additional personnel is merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Take the positioning device and depart immediately. The earlier you leave, the sooner you shall return. Li Tsuanxiao and Chen Xingji accepted their orders without hesitation and departed. Chen Fei then handed over the template created earlier that evening, along with a box and a half of cigarettes, to Su Xingzi. You are to list all these in the shop. For items with templates, we shall limit the listing to 1,000 units at a time. We will replenish once they are sold out. If we cannot sell 1,000 units, our losses will be minimal. The cigarettes should be sold individually. As they are a hard currency, we will only exchange them for cornerstone and metal. Should you find that the items produced from the templates are struggling to sell, we can consider reducing the price. There is no necessity to adhere strictly to 8 to 10 times the manufacturing cost. A 3 to 5 times markup is also acceptable. As for those who are aggressively selling in the trading area, it is evident they possess templates. In such cases, we shall decrease the price and sell at 1.5 times the manufacturing cost. Once we have an excess of raw materials, we will convert all subsequent goods into cornerstone or metal for trade. Su Xingzi was astounded by Chen Fei's commercial acumen and promptly replied, "Understood, Island Master." At that moment, Chen Fei's Belangho had already set sail. Should they encounter attacks from marine creatures, a substantial amount of metal would be required. Thus, Chen Fei was in urgent need of a metal supply to ensure logistical support. Cornerstone serves as a universal currency, whereas metal guarantees safety. Hence, Chen Fei focused his efforts on these two resources. He activated his wristband to check the quantity of his basic supplies. After all, Su Xingzi had facilitated numerous transactions throughout the afternoon, yielding substantial resources. Wood, 16, 859. 000 stone. 12, 803, 000 plastic. 5, 112, 000 fabric. 6, 331, 000 metal. 5, 122, 000 cornerstone. 981, 000 suddenly. Chen Fei recalled that he possessed a medium sailboat blueprint from the day, which he intended to construct first. Tomorrow, after retrieving Su mingling with his Balangho, it would facilitate the relocation of the island monument. Thus, he selected the materials required for the medium sailboat on the island monument. Item: medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint construction requirements, with 24,000 specifications. Length 84. 5 meters, beam 14 meters, full load displacement 1, 705 tons, total tonnage 3, 375 tons. Net tonnage 2, 26 tons, capacity for 370 passengers. Speed, 8 to 12 knots, 1 nautical mile 1. 852 kilometers, therefore, 8 knots, 81. 852.14. 816 kilometers per hour. For Chen Fei, 20,000 units of timber was merely a trifling matter, yet the speed was somewhat impressive. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of his ship, the breaking waves, gliding across the sea at nearly 150 knots, he found the current pace of 8 knots rather unimpressive. After arranging a room on the first floor for Su Xingzi and transferring 300,000 units of metal to Li Guangxiu, he instructed Su Xingzi to teach the night watch sent by Li Hansan how to conduct metal transactions for the subsidiary island steel. Chen Fei intended to retire to his quarters, as spending the better part of the day aboard the ship had indeed exhausted him. Furthermore, instructing the servants on metal transactions was a precautionary measure, ensuring that should Chen Xingji and his cohorts find themselves short on metal, they could swiftly replenish their supplies. As for placing Su Xingzi on the first floor, it was a matter of necessity. The rooms on the second floor were fully occupied. Chen Fei occupied one room. Li Xiaoning shared another with Xiao Zizi. Kai Yin had her own, and the duo of the Qiao and Xiao Qiao shared space. However, Xiao Zizi seemed reluctant to share accommodation with Li Xiaoning, preferring instead to stay with Kai Yin. Chen Fei had forgotten to allocate a room for the Qiao and Xiao Qiao yesterday, so he rectified that oversight to avoid future complications when additional guests arrived. Moreover, placing Su Xingzi on the first floor facilitated proximity to the steel. Yet the first floor was also fully booked with Jian Wei, Li Guangxiu, Gao Changgang, Xubing, Chen Xingji, and Su Chu each occupying a room, leaving the last room for Su Xingzi. Chen Fei planned to relocate the generals the following day, as 8 newly constructed stone houses, each spanning 180 square meters, would comfortably accommodate them. If necessary, they could wait for the breaking waves to return and then reside above. Chapter 26. Soaring Metal Prices. The following day, Chen Fei rose early, feeling particularly refreshed after a deep slumber. A rare luxury since his arrival on the island, where he had been accustomed to staying awake until the early hours of the morning, with no opportunity for rest during the day. After retiring around 10 p.m., he awoke around 7 a.m., invigorated. Xiao Qiao, since you're awake, why not rise? It's not the first time. Why the shyness? He teased, casting a bemused glance at Xiao Qiao, whose face was flushed yet remained feigned asleep. As for the Qiao, she had likely risen earlier and sneaked out. He couldn't quite explain how he knew, but he just did, certainly not from catching her during a midnight trip to the restroom. He had arranged accommodations for them, yet they insisted on joining him in his bed. Upon activating the system for check-in, a notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received S-Class Item Enhancement Card, continuous check-in on the 6th day, critical hit achieved. With a quadruple multiplier, resulting in 4 S-Class Item Enhancement Cards. Quadruple critical hit? Is there a triple multiplier followed by 10-fold or even 100-fold boosts? Chen Fei inquired, intrigued. The system, somewhat unusually, responded, yes, The more consecutive days the host checks in, the higher the potential critical hit multiplier. Chen Fei retorted. Other systems offer 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold rewards. Yours is rather lackluster, my dear system. The system replied. The system is speechless. Chen Fei jested. Ah, today the system seems lively. Do you prefer being called my dear system? The system explained. I lacked the energy to engage with you when you first bound me. Chen Fei mused. So I was merely deluding myself. Well then, my dear system, please use the enhancement card to elevate my level to S-class. The system responded. You cannot enhance it. Did you not read the item description? Do not provoke me when I have just acquired a bit of energy. Chen Fei laughed heartily at the system's flustered reaction. All right, I shan't tease you further. Can you enlighten me about your origins and the reason for our binding? The system explained. I possessed no memories prior to binding with you. Not even the method of our binding. I became aware only after our connection was established. As for my origins, I am entirely oblivious. My memories only span the 6 days since our binding. However, rest assured, we are intertwined. Your fortune is my fortune. Your misfortune is my misfortune. If you were to encounter any calamity, I too would cease to exist. There is no means of separation. Chen Fei had little hope of gleaning further information from the system. So he opened the item enhancement card to peruse its details while descending the stairs to prepare for washing up and breakfast. Name: S-Class Item Enhancement Card for description. This card may be used to elevate any non-living item below S-Class by 1 level. With 4 S-Class enhancement cards at his disposal, it was evidently unwise to enhance a lower-level item. Ultimately, its function merely elevates items below Grade S by 1 level, rather than directly promoting them to Grade S. For Chen Fei, the most advantageous upgrades at present are only the Grade A water purifier and the Grade A apartment building. As for the others, he lacks even a single Grade D item. Utilizing the enhancement card on them would be a sheer waste. Upon arriving at the living room on the first floor, before the meal commenced, Li Xiaoning approached him, burdened with an assortment of items to report. My lord, today the supply box yielded new foundational resources. As she spoke, she laid the items before him. Indeed, they were previously unseen. 1 unit of iron, 1 unit of copper ingot, and 1 unit of aluminum. Chen Fei, realizing the implications, inquired, Did the supply box contain any metals today? Li Xiaoning replied. Before 6 a.m., there were metals, but none were caught after that hour. Chen Fei acknowledged her response. All right, let's eat first. He then turned to Su Xingzi, seated before the island monument, saying, Please inquire whether Li Xunxiao and the others require metals or other resources for the repair of the Wavebreaker. Meanwhile, he accessed the crafting blueprints, discovering that the designs for weapons and certain items requiring metals now specified the need for copper or iron, with indications that metal blocks could serve as substitutes. Su Xingzi reported, Island Master, they have responded that starting from 6 a.m. today, the ship repair requires iron, while metals can be used in place of iron. Chen Fei commanded, From this moment forth, convert all our sales to metal transactions. Additionally, acquire all metals available in the trading channel shops, even if it necessitates immediate transactions, provided the prices are not excessively outrageous. Exchange everything. Su Xingzi affirmed. Understood, Island Master, I will commence the acquisition immediately. Chen Fei added, I shall join you in the exchange once I finish my meal. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to squander it. By the time everyone realizes, it may be too late. He continued, Let us also trade some items in the shop for iron resources, and inform Li Xunxiao that if iron resources are available, metals should not be utilized. From this point forward, all iron resources received in our shop, except those urgently needed for manufacturing and stocking the cherry path, shall be allocated to Li Xunxiao, although he currently possessed over 5 million metals in his warehouse. Who could ever have too much of materials that could be transformed into any metal? After all, precious metals like gold and silver also fall under the category of metals. Moreover, rarer elements such as lithium, cobalt, and nickel can also be converted from metals, and the periodic table holds many other scarce elements that share the same properties. After the meal, Chen Fei and Su Xingzi ravaged the trading channel's various shops for over 2 hours, only pausing near 10 p.m. It was not due to their satisfaction, but rather because other survivors had begun to catch on, making it increasingly difficult to find metals in the trading area, as nearly everything had been delisted. Currently, Chen Fei's stockpile of essential materials includes wood, 5, 43 million, stone, 6, 40 million, plastic, 2, 01 million, fabric, 2, 21 million, metal, 14, 08 million, basic stones, 570,000, iron, 4, 08 million, copper, 70,000, and others. A substantial amount of foundational resources and various items from shops were utilized to exchange for approximately 8 million units of metal. Initially, such a volume was unnecessary. However, as problems became increasingly apparent, a collective acquisition ensued. Eventually, the value of metal surged from 4 to 1.80 in relation to wood, with numerous individuals competing against Chen Fei. Ultimately, the price reached a stabilization point of over 100, settling now at 120. Nevertheless, considering the world channel's population of 70 to 80 million, Chen Fei's acquisition of merely 1 unit of metal per 10 individuals is not particularly significant. Even if he were to obtain more, it might still be insufficient. This morning, he had 18 million units of wood, but now only 5 million remain. The world and regional chat channels are currently abuzz with activity. At this moment, the regional channel has only 88 million users, with nearly 25 having lost their survival qualifications. Chenk, I discovered it too late, managing to seize only over 800 units of metal. Starfall, fortunately, I noticed early, but I have no resources left to acquire, having traded for just over 1,000. Qian, are you all out of your minds? The leaderboard has entirely changed, except for the one at the top. Wind Whisper. It's unclear whether the metal score is high or low. Merely observing the leaderboard yields little insight. Creamy Frost. All fundamental resources appear to be scored based on quantity. I saw Brother Mist purchasing metal, and his score plummeted accordingly. Snowfall. Sisters above, Brother Mist is mine. Do not meddle with our relationship. I intend to bear him children. Crane returning to the depths. Ladies above, this is a chat area, not a barren land. Murmur. No one informed me in advance. When I saw 1 unit of metal could be exchanged for 40 units of wood, I thought someone had mistakenly added a 0. I sold everything, believing I had made a profit. Moonlight among pines. Indeed, with the weather so sweltering, a Haven Tea ventured out to gather resources for 2 days. Who would have known metal became such a rare commodity? Sweet peach sauce. A bunch of fools. If you can't keep up with the chat, perhaps cultivate some sycophants. They will inform you of any significant news. Wild Boat. Are you referring to me as a sycophant? Rain on banana leaves. It seems there is gossip to be had. Please, elaborate. Stop. Count me among the onlookers. Starry Slumber. Brother, survival is at stake. How can you still indulge in gossip when living is becoming increasingly difficult? Meow Claw, meow, what are you discussing? I'm on a world leaderboard now. Most of us are still in the primitive era, relying predominantly on wood and stone. Why hoard so much metal? I exchanged a substantial amount for food and useful resources. Do you intend to gnaw on stones? Meow. Yun Shu. You have indeed ascended to the world rankings. Remaining within the top 100, you embody a living transparency. Chapter 27. The Indigenous Assault at Present. The price of metal is indeed elevated. However, for Chen Fei, it is justifiable. Conversely, for other survivors, it may appear somewhat exorbitant. 120 units of timber equate to 30 units of cornerstone. As he switched to the leaderboard, the standings were as follows. 1. Misty Shadows 400-7540. 2. Sweet Rice Wine 56,522. 3. Bamboo Strikes Snow 56,114. Slumber 54,895. 5. Purple Mountains at Dusk 54,896. Little Mist Bud 53999. A mere glance at the rankings sufficed for Chen Fei. Devoid of rivals, he felt utterly unperturbed. This leaderboard held little significance for him, save for its impact during the weekly tally. At that moment, Huitzubing rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, there is something amiss in the distance. For dark shapes have appeared to our southeast, resembling ships." Could it be the merchant convoy summoned yesterday, using the island merchant's token? Chen Fei commanded, Dianwei, Su Chu, summon the troops immediately and arm yourselves. Let us venture out to investigate. Once the troops were assembled, they approached the island, binoculars in hand. The distant vessels remained indistinct. He could discern 4 sailboats, which were not mere small wooden boats, yet considerably smaller than the medium-sized sailboat he had crafted just the day prior. In fact, collectively, they were not even half the size of his medium sailboat. As minutes passed, one of the vessels drew nearer, and through the binoculars, Chen Fei discerned that these were not merchants at all, but rather indigenous individuals clad in animal skins and wielding weapons. Their dilapidated vessels, propelled by human strength, were exceedingly slow. Chen Fei was not a benevolent soul. Even fellow survivors were not exempt from his cunning. Recalling descriptions of the indigenous people from the chat channel, which suggested their combat prowess was not formidable, he instructed his servants to conceal themselves behind the house, not out of fear, but rather to avoid frightening away these intruders. Since they dared to covet his island, they would be forever entombed here. The oppressive heat was unbearable, with the temperature soaring to 49 degrees Celsius. He could hardly endure waiting for a band of indigenous people. Even with his current F-grade physique, he could not withstand it, so he retreated into the cool shade of the house. Fortunately, the ordinary servants had found refuge in the shelter behind the dwelling. Otherwise, in such sweltering conditions, they might succumb to heat exhaustion before the indigenous people even set foot on the island. At long last, the 4 small boats gently docked at the edge of the island, and Chen Fei finally glimpsed the indigenous group. Yet, this sight diverged significantly from the regional channel's description, were the stone knives and spears of the primitive folk. This assembly bore steel weapons and bows, numbering no less than 40 or 50 individuals. What audacity they possessed to assess their adversaries based on their own standards. While others arrived with only a handful of companions and a rickety boat, they presented such a formidable contingent. Initially, Chen Fei had contemplated utilizing these indigenous people for training purposes, but it appeared he would need to employ his generals instead. As the indigenous folk approached the island, Chen Fei swiftly raised his hand, commanding the generals and servants to advance. The indigenous leader spoke in a rapid and incomprehensible tongue, leaving Chen Fei bewildered. Suddenly, a few scattered arrows were shot toward his entourage. Fortunately, with the presence of several martial generals, the arrows were deftly deflected, sparing them from casualties before the conflict even commenced. As the martial generals charged into the ranks of the indigenous people, it was akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. The supporting entourage swiftly followed suit, while the indigenous warriors, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee. However, their morale had already shattered, leading to a rapid disintegration of their forces. The battle concluded swiftly, mere minutes later, with the indigenous group left in disarray, all captured by Hua, Xubing, and his men. On Chen Fei's side, one servant had an arrow lodged in his thigh, and 3 others sustained minor injuries. Lacking armor and having received little training, some injuries were inevitable. Had it not been for the martial generals providing cover, the losses could have been far more severe. Given the current weather conditions, it was imperative to treat wounds promptly to prevent infection, prompting several servants to escort the injured for medical attention. As for the indigenous forces, 7 were slain, 11 wounded, and the leading figure along with 29 others were taken captive. The 4 indigenous individuals left behind on their vessel, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, leapt onto the same boat and fled. Chen Fei chose not to pursue them, as a ship, the breaking wave, was not on the island, and he was left with only a small wooden boat and a medium-sized sailing vessel. In addition to the 3 boats brought by the indigenous people, the small boat would be unable to catch up, and the medium-sized vessel required a larger crew to operate. His priority was to secure the indigenous captives, and he harbored concerns about potential unforeseen circumstances should they venture too far. At that moment, a dark spot appeared on the southwestern horizon. Chen Fei promptly instructed his servants to bind the indigenous captives securely and gag them before taking them away for strict surveillance. The remaining personnel were put on alert. The midday sun offered no respite. The approaching vessel was markedly faster and singular. It would not be long before its details became discernible through the telescope. It was a ship significantly larger than his medium-sized sailing vessel, encased in iron plating, with a large character for merchant emblazoned on the canvas. Could it be that a merchant from the island had arrived? Nevertheless, he did not relax his vigilance until the ship docked at his shore. When a bearded man disembarked, Chen Fei, accompanied by the marshal generals, went to greet him. "Greetings, my lord," the island merchant Gus said. "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Gus, the island merchant. Guided by the coordinates of your island, I arrived here today, and I am delighted to be your guest." Chen Fei instructed the system to open Gus' profile to review his basic information. Name, Gus identity, island merchant level, A-class description, a neutral entity traversing between the Sky City and various locales in the island world. Bound by the rules of the island world, unable to initiate attacks against island lords with survivor status or their servants. Chen Fei, Mr. Gus. You may simply call me Chen Fei. Welcome to my island. Would you like me to arrange accommodations for you and your crew to rest? Gus. Oh no, thank you. Lord Chen Fei. The weather is truly dreadful. We must return before nightfall and cannot afford a delay. I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit my ship and inspect the goods I have brought. Would that be agreeable? Chen Fei. Then I kindly ask Mr. Gus to show me around. Gus led Chen Fei and his companions to the reception room aboard the merchant ship. Once they were seated, he had tea served. Gus then produced a list from his pocket and handed it to Chen Fei. Lord Chen Fei, this is the inventory of items I have brought. Please take a look. If there is anything you desire, let me know, and I will have my crew retrieve it from the hold for your selection. This bearded man was quite efficient, articulating matters plainly without wasting time, much to Chen Fei's satisfaction. However, Gus' true thoughts were rather different. He mused that a novice lord could possess little in the way of resources, and it would suffice to simply get through the transaction. Even if he presented the finest wares, the young lord might not be able to afford them. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, he would hardly deign to conduct business in such a remote locale with Chen Fei. Chen Fei perused the list. Flour, 2 wood per kilogram. Rice, 2 wood per kilogram. Millet, 2. 5 wood per kilogram. Pork, 12 wood per kilogram. Mutton, 18 wood per kilogram. Beef, 25 wood per kilogram. Fruit wine, 80 wood per cask, and various foodstuffs and canned goods. Flashlight, 30 wood each. Walkie-talkie, 60 wood each. Sewing machine, 450 wood each. Sewing kit, 5 wood each. Toolbox, 150 wood each, and other daily necessities. Cow, 3, 500 wood each. Sheep, 800 wood each. Horse, 5,000 wood each. Rabbit, 150 wood each, and various chickens, ducks, and geese. Goblin slave, 800 wood each. Catfolk slave, 1, 500 wood each. Foxfolk slave, 1, 500 wood each. Human slave, 500 wood each. Chapter 28. Clearing the inventory of the island merchant aside from clothing templates, I can surprisingly produce garments myself using a loom. The clothes generated from templates bear identical styles, which does not sit well with Chen Fei. Beneath this list, there are various conversion ratios for resources. Wood 4, stone 4, plastic 2, fabric 2, iron 2, copper 1, foundation stone 1. Although this exchange rate differs slightly from that of the survivors, the disparity is not significant, save for the absence of a metal option. Unexpectedly, the island merchant has delved into the slave trade. Chen Fei then raised his head and addressed Gus. I want everything on this list except for the slaves. How much of the other goods did you bring? Gus replied, all right, I will have my assistants prepare them for you. Wait, did you say you want all? Chen Fei affirmed, yes, I want everything you brought. Gus stood up, though not particularly pleased. My lord Chen Fei, that jest is not amusing. Besides some tools, I brought a substantial amount of food, totaling hundreds of thousands of pounds, along with over 100 cattle, sheep, and horses. If you lack the means to purchase it all, it will require over 10 million units of wood. I hope you're not jesting. Feeling helpless, Chen Fei opened his wristband to show Gus his inventory. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to convince Gus of his adequate resources for exchange. However, upon reviewing Chen Fei's wristband panel, Gus became excited, grasping Chen Fei's hand and asking, Oh dear Lord Chen Fei, I was rash earlier. I apologize. I wonder if you have any intention of parting with your surplus island tablets? I can offer you a high price, along with metal resources. I can exchange 1 unit of metal for every 100 units of wood. To Chen Fei's surprise, the island merchant was even willing to acquire island tablets, seemingly at a generous price. As for the metal, he had no intention of selling, having painstakingly accumulated it, and future opportunities to acquire it might be scarce. Chen Fei replied, I'm afraid, Mr. Gust, I do not intend to sell the metal. However, I am curious about the price you would offer for the island tablets. Upon hearing this, Gust did not appear disappointed. Rather, he exhibited a joyful expression. Initially, he had not held high hopes for acquiring an island tablet. But Chen Fei had surprised him. Gust exclaimed, Oh, my dear Lord Chen Fei, if you are truly willing to sell the island tablet to me, I would be willing to offer 20 million foundation stones, which equates to 80 million units of wood. Chen Fei countered 30 million. Mr. Gust, if you're willing to offer 30 million foundation stones, I can sell you the island tablet. This tablet was the very one from Su Xingxi. During his last voyage, Chen Fei had obtained 3 island tablets. One was affixed to the wave breaker, another to a small wooden boat, and the last he had kept in reserve without a specific use. Gustav eagerly acquiesced. Very well, my dear Lord Chen Fei, it is settled then. 30 million it shall be. Suddenly, Chen Fei felt a pang of regret, as if he had undersold his treasure. After all, his island spanned a mere 1 square kilometer, and since his arrival in this island realm, he had amassed less than 2 million foundation stones. 30 million foundation stones represented a substantial fortune for him. Yet, having spoken the words, he found it difficult to retract his offer. However, Mr. Gustav, Chen Fei interjected, the items on the list require only a little over 10 million in timber. The remaining foundation stones would need to be converted into over 100 million in timber. I am curious as to how you intend to make such a payment. Knowing that he could not retract his decision, he quietly pondered that if his counterpart could not provide sufficient resources, he could not be held accountable. Gustav then produced a scroll from his pocket. I sincerely apologize. Lord Chen, I did not bring enough resources on this occasion. The list contains many precious items, and I hope you will agree to allow me to discount part of the price with some of the resources listed here. Ah, it was as I suspected. No high-tier items or blueprints appeared on that list. It seemed the bearded man was not entirely forthright and had concealed his hand. Upon unrolling the scroll, which appeared far more distinguished than the item list, Chen Fei examined the contents. F-grade flour, 150 planks per kilogram F-grade meat, 150 to 200 planks per kilogram E-grade flour, 700 planks per kilogram E-grade meat, 750, 1000 planks per kilogram D-grade flour, 2,200 planks per kilogram D-grade meat, 2250 to 3000 planks per kilogram C-grade flour, 6,500 planks per kilogram C-grade meat, 6,750 to 9,000 planks per kilogram B-grade flour, 20,000 planks per kilogram B-grade meat, 20,250 to 27,000 planks per kilogram once these food items attain a higher grade. The distinction between various meats or grains diminishes significantly, as elevating their grade primarily enhances 1S level, with taste merely serving as an additional bonus. Gustav had only a few dozen kilograms of B-grade food in stock, and there was not a single A-grade item to be found. Continuing to peruse the text, we find the following items. E-grade fishing net, 50,000 wood D-grade fishing net, 200,000 wood F-grade dagger, 1,000 wood E-grade spear, 5,000 wood C-grade ring-headed knife, 50,000 wood E-grade bow, 8,000 wood E-grade walkie-talkie, 50,000 wood large warehouse blueprint, 10,000 wood public restroom blueprint, 3,000 wood and a few miscellaneous blueprints, F-grade and E-grade chickens, 800 wood F-grade and E-grade ducks, 900 wood F-grade and E-grade geese, 200 wood E-grade white pigs, 800,000 wood E-grade sheep, 100,000 wood C-grade Northeast tiger 8,000 wood other level animals, 60 individuals. F-grade catfolk slaves 2, 300,000 would each F-grade Foxfolk Slave 5, 400,000 would each F-grade Goblin Slave 15, 8,000 would each. Chen Fei Gust. Do you not have any templates here? Gust. Esteemed Lord Chen Fei, you are well aware of the significance of templates. For merchants like us, templates are fundamental. They are not available for external sale. Chen Fei. Then, how much would is required for all items on this scroll, excluding the slaves? Gust. Esteemed Lord Chen Fei, should you wish to purchase all items listed on this blueprint, excluding the slaves, it would require 87 million wood, adding the 15 million from the inventory. I shall round it down to a clean 100 million. Gust. However, esteemed Lord Chen Fei, I originally intended to sell goods on this trip and did not bring sufficient resources. May I use this item to cover the price gap for the island monument? Item, contract cards 48 description. The contract card could be used to enter into a contract with any creature. Once the contract is signed, betrayal becomes impossible. To use the contract card with creatures of varying levels, D grade and below require 1 card, C grade requires 2 cards, B grade requires 3 cards, A grade requires 4 cards. S grade requires 5 cards, SS grade requires 6 cards, and SSS grade requires 7 cards. Furthermore, upgrading levels after using the contract card does not affect its efficacy. After speaking, he handed the 48 cards to Chen Fei. Gust, this is the only valuable item I currently possess. These cards typically cost at least 100,000 foundation stones, equivalent to about 400,000 wood each, and are scarce in the market. I propose to use them to offset 19 million wood, while I would like to use all my slaves valued at over 4 million to cover the remaining 1 million. Esteemed Lord Chen Fei, would this be acceptable? Chen Fei did not expect that this bearded fellow possessed such valuable items. Had his goods not fallen short of 120 million wood, he would have missed out on a great opportunity. Now, regarding these slaves, if purchased, is it possible to elevate their loyalty to 100? The system responds, to forcibly elevate loyalty to 100, for conditions must be met. 1. They must already be the host's servants. 2. They must be human or humanoid. 3. They must be able to speak human languages. 4. The target cannot be a survivor, nor can those who have lost their qualification for survival. Thus, the catfolk and the foxfolk can be forcibly enhanced, whereas goblins cannot. Upon understanding this, Chen Fei promptly replied to Gust, I wholeheartedly accept your proposal, Mr. Gust. However, I shall take possession of the other slaves. Please take the goblin back, as I harbor a distaste for non-human forms. Gust responded, very well, esteemed Lord Chen Fei. I appreciate your understanding. Chen Fei inquired, I wonder, Mr. Gust, whether you will be able to visit my island and conduct business with me in the future. Gust replied, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chen Fei. You have acquired my token, and due to the rules governing the island world, I was transported to the vicinity of your island through a teleportation space. To trade with you again, you must obtain and activate the token, allowing me to descend. Chen Fei asked, might I inquire, Mr. Gust, if you possess any additional tokens? Could you possibly leave me some tokens for future correspondence? Gust lamented, I am truly sorry, but according to the world regulations, as an island merchant, I cannot proactively leave tokens. They must be acquired by you yourself. Chen Fei then expressed, in that case, I hope that when we next meet, you will bring along a greater assortment of rare items or blueprints. Gust acknowledged, certainly, esteemed Lord Chen Fei. It is growing late, and I must take my leave, as the seas are perilous at night. I must return before darkness falls. I shall ensure to bring you ample goods next time. Chapter 29. Utilizing S-Class item enhancement cards. Gazing at the merchant Gust's grand vessel as it gradually receded into the horizon, Chen Fei instructed Hu Xubing at his side. We must interrogate the indigenous captives we captured today separately. Whether through sketches drawn in the dirt or gestural communication, we must extract their intentions behind the assault on us, along with any pertinent information. Understood, my lord. I shall commence at once, Hu Xubing replied. Chen Fei continued, proceed as you see fit. If one perishes under your methods, simply replace them. Having sustained injuries from the invaders on his island, Chen Fei had no intention of allowing them to leave alive. At that moment, Chen Fei, accompanied by Dianwei and Su Chu, arrive at the enclosure housing the C-class Siberian tiger. Observing the creature before him, Chen Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. However, the thought that this majestic beast required 8 million units of timber, equivalent to 2 million units of stone, caused a pang of distress within him. His island spanned merely 1 square kilometer, valued at 1 million units of stone. Having spent 2 million units of stone on a pet, he also needed to present 2 contract cards to tame it. Upon producing 2 contract cards and selecting the Siberian tiger, the creature promptly settled down, its gaze transforming into one of docility. Chen Fei recognized the success of the contract and, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, issued several commands to the tiger, which it dutifully obeyed. He then opened the enclosure and led the Siberian tiger back to his apartment. With a pressing need for substantial units of stone, he had procured a considerable amount of food, supplies, and animals from the island merchant today, resulting in an overwhelming abundance on his island. Currently possessing less than 600,000 units of stone, he knew this was woefully insufficient. He resolved to sell off all unnecessary items in exchange for stone to expand his island. Arriving at the lobby of the first floor of his apartment, he sought out Su Xingxi, who was engrossed in the latest news of the Island Cup. Xingxi, how are sales faring for the items in our shop? Chen Fei inquired. Master of the island, most survivors currently do not find these resources particularly essential. Aside from water purifiers, other items are increasingly difficult to sell. The demand for water purifiers remains due to the warm weather, compelling everyone to seek ample supplies of water. However, items like fishing nets are largely redundant for most at present. This is partly due to the heat making fishing unfeasible, but primarily because many have progressed to blueprints or templates, rendering these items non-essential. Currently, the prices for wooden houses and fishing nets have plummeted to just 1.5 times their production cost. Chen Fei could hardly fathom that he would one day be troubled by an excess of supplies. His island, a mere square kilometer in size, was now overflowing with items, including pigs, cows, and sheep, after his recent purchases from the island merchant. Beyond the fenced vegetable garden, the open land had been completely ravaged by the livestock, with the weeds and trees he had refreshed now entirely consumed. The goods traded with the island merchant lacked templates. Selling these items would mean that for every unit sold, he would have one less, proving to be an impractical endeavor. Chen Fei, Xingxi, let's take that long gun template out and manufacture some long guns to sell. With the recent indigenous attack incidents, I believe the weapons can fetch a good price. I had intended to wait a bit longer, but clearly, time is of the essence now. The other survivors are our clients. The greater their numbers, the more profit we can derive. As for the pricing, we can set it at 8 to 10 times the cost. With the exception of the raw materials needed for production, we require a substantial amount of foundational stones. After the transactions, please submit the details of the stones received to Xiao Qiao. Su Xingxi. Understood, Island Master. Chen Fei. By the way, everyone should step outside the apartment. I need upgraded. Please wait in the external houses or the warehouse for a while. The heat is unbearable right now. Chen Fei glanced at the temperature displayed on his wristband. It read 52°C. First, he upgraded the A-grade water purifier to an S-grade one. Name: S-grade water purifier 1. Description: capable of purifying 192 liters of ordinary pure water daily, yielding 1 liter of S-grade pure water. This merely doubled the output of ordinary pure water, converting the A-grade to S-grade, yet the quantity remained unchanged. How wonderful it would be if all the purified water were S-grade. Alas, Chen Fei's insatiable ambition led him to aspire for more. After all, B-grade food costs over 20,000 kilograms of wood, while A-grade is hard to come by, and S-grade is a rare luxury, with just 1 liter per day being a fortunate occurrence. Upon accessing the island monument to upgrade the double-layered single apartment to A-grade, he discovered the available land on his island was insufficient. Consequently, he utilized all of his over 500,000 foundational stones to expand the island, allowing for the construction of several warehouses, which he enclosed with fences to house the purchased animals temporarily. Chen Fei's current stock of foundational stones was inadequate, so he had to make do for the time being. After the expansion, Chen Fei opted to upgrade the apartment. Name: S-grade single apartment, building 1 description. 6 stories for elevators with a total height of 24 meters. The first floor boasts 12 guest rooms, the second floor 10, the third 8, the fourth 8, the fifth 6, and the sixth 4, totaling 48 guest rooms. Each floor features a spacious lounge, 2 conference rooms, 2 dining areas, 2 studies, 2 gyms, and a swimming pool. The indoor area covers 800 square meters, while the outdoor area spans 1,000 square meters. This transformation elevated the structure from a 2-story apartment to a 6-story villa. Chen Fei still possessed 2 S-grade upgrade cards, which he chose to withhold for future needs. He called everyone back inside, though they presumed the apartment's enhancement was due to special items exchanged from the island merchant. While they were astonished, they did not dwell on it too much. Hence, he redistributed the rooms among them. Suddenly, Su Xingci inquired, "Island Master, what happened to the island monument? Where did it go after the apartment's expansion?" Chen Fei surveyed the first-floor hall, but the monument was nowhere in sight. He hadn't paid particular attention to it during the upgrade, and now he was uncertain of its whereabouts. "Chen Fei, everyone, please search for the island monument and ascertain its whereabouts." It wasn't long before the group discovered the island monument in the 6th-floor living room. Although the monument cannot be easily moved, in future expansions, it may not necessarily be placed on the same floor. "Chen Fei, Dianwei, Su Chu, you two are tasked with sawing off the small wooden boat that holds the island monument. Do not attempt to repair it. Simply retain the base. Once completed, transport it to the 1st-floor living room. As for the island monument on the 6th floor, let it remain there for now. When we acquire more monuments, we shall desire to place one on each floor. Xingci, it is inconvenient to use on the 6th floor. Once Su Chu and the others have finished with the monument, you may utilize it in the 1st-floor hall, which serves equally well. Today, we did not procure any templates from the island merchant. Please discuss with the Xiao, and after ensuring we have sufficient meat, sell off all the lower-grade and ungraded meat. Given the current weather, it cannot be preserved. If we do not consume it promptly, it will spoil. There is no need to sell the grain, as it can be stored effectively. As for items of varying grades, please see to it that the lower-grade ones are sold. Our primary needs at present are cornerstone and iron ingots, so let us refrain from trading other resources. After all, the more survivors that endure, the greater our benefits will be. Thus, Chen Fei produced the scroll and item list to present to the Xiao. You two should consult with Su Xingci regarding the sale in the shop. Refer to the prices on this list. Common meats that are scarce can be sold at 3 to 5 times their usual price, ensuring accessibility for all and preventing starvation. As for graded meats, they should be marked up 8 to 10 times. Survivors who can afford graded meats are generally more affluent, and our primary profit will stem from their resources. After all, upgrading is a necessity, and even at a higher price, there will be a considerable demand. Moreover, higher-grade items can be auctioned in batches, thereby enhancing the scarcity of premium food. This marketing strategy should be considered by Su Xingci. Chapter 30. The tidal twin shells at this moment. Chen Fei suddenly recalled that Li Suinxiao should be arriving at Su Mengling's island tonight. Concerned about the possibility of an unfortunate misunderstanding due to unfamiliarity between the two parties, he resolved to inform both sides. He decided to contact Li Suinxiao first. "Chen Fei, who is on the island? When do you anticipate reaching CC 22222? Subordinate Island Marker Number 1. My lord, this is Chun Qingji. General Li is resting, and I am taking over his watch. It is currently 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Island Marker's positioning device indicates that we will arrive at CC 22222 in approximately 3 hours. Chen Fei, very well, please ensure your safety. Have you encountered any unexpected incidents on your journey today? Subordinate Island Marker Number 1. There have been no unforeseen events. Our vessel has reached maximum speed, and we have not made any stops. Marine creatures attack our ship approximately every half hour, but we have successfully evaded them. Chen Fei, please add the CC 22222 Island Marker as a friend. Contact them in advance as you approach to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. On your return journey, take the route along the nearby islands. If you discover any uninhabited islands, You and Li Tzu and Xiao should investigate. Should you find an unclaimed island marker, have Su Mingling occupy it and arrange for the transaction to come to me. Subordinate island marker number 1. Understood, my lord. I will relay this to General Li as well. Chen Fei, shortly, I will send a batch of new weapons to you. Please exercise caution when landing on the island. Thus, Chen Fei opened his wristband's inventory and discovered he had just purchased over 180 F-grade daggers, 110 E-grade spears, more than 40 sets of E-grade bows, and 18 C-grade hand knives. He decided to equip the 30 servants and 2 generals aboard the breaking wave with new weaponry. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten to allocate the walkie-talkies to the generals. He possessed over 30 E-grade walkie-talkies and more than 280 ordinary walkie-talkies. Item: ordinary walkie-talkie description. Achievable range in open areas is 3 to 8 kilometers. Complex terrain is 1 to 5 kilometers. Item: E-grade walkie-talkie description. Maximum distance in open areas reaches 15 to 25 kilometers. Subject to regulations and usage conditions. Consequently, Chen Fei proceeded to the 6th floor hall to conduct a transaction via the island marker with Chen Xingji, providing 32 E-grade daggers, 20 E-grade spears, 7 E-grade bows, 5 C-grade hand knives, 2 E-grade walkie-talkies, and 3 ordinary walkie-talkies. It took him quite some time to teach Chen Xingji and the others how to use the walkie-talkies. Chen Fei initially intended to trade the newly acquired slaves of various ranks to Chen Xingji and his team, only to discover that he could not trade population with his subordinate island marker. After laboriously uncovering such a loophole, he found it to be of no use. He then contacted Su Mingling via his wristband. Chen Fei, the personnel I arranged are expected to arrive at your island around 7 o'clock this evening. I have instructed them to add your friend on another island marker, so please keep an eye out. It should be displayed as my subordinate island marker. Su Mingling, all right. Brother Chen Fei, I see it and will agree immediately. I didn't expect them to be so swift. Chen Fei, 1 E-level walkie-talkie for trade. It's headed to a large steel ship. Do not panic upon seeing it, as they should inform you in advance. The communication range of the walkie-talkie is approximately 20 kilometers, so it is quite convenient for communication over shorter distances. They will also have walkie-talkies on board. Su Mingling, understood. I haven't been out to fish for supply boxes for over 2 days. I'm nearly bored to death. The weather is so hot. Chen Fei, 1 medium-sized sailboat for trade. I almost forgot this. When you're ready to leave, please transfer your island monument to this ship and trade it to me. Additionally, while en route, follow the path of Survivor Islands. If you encounter an unclaimed island with a monument, you should occupy it and trade it to me. I have already informed the people on the ship about the specifics. Just accompany them. Su Mingling, no problem, leave it to me. After arranging everything, Chen Fei descended the stairs. Chen Fei, Dianwei, go and bring all the walkie-talkies from the warehouse. Su Chu, distribute all the newly acquired weapons from the warehouse today. He then instructed Cayenne, take little Zizi to tidy up a room on the 1st floor specifically for charging the walkie-talkies. Each general will be assigned 1 E-level walkie-talkie. You, along with the Qiao and Su Xingxi, will each receive 1, and another will be given to Su Lao. 3 ordinary walkie-talkies will be allocated to the kitchen, 3 to Su Lao's vegetable garden, and 1 will be provided for every 10 servants. Just as Chen Fei finished his instructions, Hu Tsubing entered. Hu Tsubing, my lord, I have completed the interrogation of the natives. According to their drawings, their tribe is called the Net Tribe, consisting of around 300 members, making a large tribe. There are no larger tribes in their vicinity. Today, the leader who attacked our island is named Karu, a warrior commander from their tribe. He has received orders from their chief and elders, believing that we outsiders will encroach upon their territory. They intend to eliminate us in our infancy before we develop. Their goal is to kill everyone on the island and bring back the island monument. However, he is unaware of the distance to our tribe. They arrived here through a priest's invocation to the heavens, obtaining some shells that guided them to our island's vicinity. The shells for their return journey are with Karu, meaning that the ship that managed to escape today may never return. What they sent today was merely a small portion of their tribe, intended for reconnaissance. Their drawings convey this meaning. Upon finishing, Hu Tsubing handed 8 shells to Chen Fei, 4 of which were of dull color. Item: Tidal twin shells description. A pair of spiral shells separated from the same giant shell, each engraved with primal symbols of the journey back and forth. Through the application of flame roasting to elevate its temperature, while simultaneously reciting the incantation go or return, the shell resonates and draws the user, along with their vessel, through the aqueous portal. However, with each utilization, the shell's luster diminishes, requiring an equal measure of seawater and volcanic ash to rejuvenate its power. Should either of the two shells sustain damage, their bidirectional functionality ceases instantly. Thus, it is understood that the 4 unused shells are intended for their return journey. Moreover, it appears that this artifact cannot alter coordinates, nor has it specified the duration required for reactivation. While seawater is abundant here, the quest for volcanic ash remains uncertain. Consequently, he resolves to experiment initially with seawater. Without delay, Chen Fei sets off with Hua Xiubing towards the fishing spot of Li Xiaoning, accompanied by his loyal companion, Fat Tiger, a name bestowed by Chen Fei upon the northeast tiger. Upon reaching the shoreline, he places the 4 shells into the seawater. Engaging with the system, he inquires, "Can the system scan to determine the charging duration?" The system replies, "Charging with seawater requires 36 hours, but merely charging with seawater will not activate it." Since it takes a day and a half to charge with seawater alone, and he currently lacks volcanic ash, he decides to leave them here to charge. He instructs Li Xiaoning, "Please keep an eye on these 4 shells. Retrieve them after 36 hours. Li Xiaoning responds, "Understood, my lord. Today I have caught 14 individuals, and I was just planning to show them to you during dinner. Would you like to see them now?" Chen Fei replies, "No need. Dinner is approaching. You may bring them over after we finish." Meanwhile, Dian Wei and Su Chu assist Gao Chonggong in addressing the marine creatures attacking the island. He turns to Hua Xiubing and says, "Let's go and inspect the 3 boats brought by the indigenous people today." Upon reaching the trio of wooden vessels, Chen Fei examines one closely. Name: medium-sized wooden boat. Description: length of 17. 2 meters, width of 3. 7 meters, and a carrying capacity of 5 tons. Speed: 12 to 15 knots. The vessels are commendable, yet they serve no purpose for him at present. He considers having Su Xingzi auction them off later, believing they will fetch a good price, especially given the potential need for an escape route in the face of formidable indigenous adversaries. Otherwise, defeat would mean awaiting death on the island. Presently, Chen Fei is in need of cornerstone resources and finds himself inclined to sell anything he encounters. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Could the indigenous captives also be sold? That matter can wait until after dinner, as he feels he has been tirelessly occupied throughout the day. Chapter 31. General Assembly accompanied by Hua Xiubing. Chen Fei inspected the 3 indigenous vessels, discovering little beyond some provisions and weaponry. Upon disembarking, Chen Fei, along with his companion Hu, arrived at an unoccupied, medium-sized warehouse where the indigenous captives were held. Given that both parties had only just clashed earlier that day, the island merchants arrived promptly after the skirmish. Lacking the opportunity to scan their information through the system, Chen Fei resolved to take a closer look. When they first captured the 40 natives, only 11 bore injuries. He had initially permitted Hua Xiubing to conduct interrogations at will. However, to his astonishment, only 38 captives remained, all of whom were now wounded. With such a dismal appearance, Chen Fei harbored deep doubts about their marketability. It was prudent to first examine the information of these captives. Activating the system, he scanned the details. Name: Karu. Level: F. Name: Naya. Level: F. Name: Moke. Level: F. The interface was succinct, revealing only names and levels. Unexpectedly, apart from Karu, there were another man and woman who had also achieved level F. Chen Fei instructed Xiubing, "Pay special attention to these 3 individuals. They're all level F. Later, we shall interrogate to ascertain who in their tribe possesses the highest level and how many hold any rank. During the interrogations, if some perish, so be it. However, for those who survive, we must ensure they appear presentable. You may inflict some internal injuries, but at the very least, they should look appealing when sold." Hua Xiubing nodded in agreement, though internally he mused, "My lord, you are even more ruthless than I. You truly are a living king of hell." Of course, such thoughts would remain unvoiced. As dinner time approached, they gathered to partake in a meal. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen Fei found that Kai Yan had already prepared his dinner. Just as he finished and set down his chopsticks, Li Xiaoning rose and exited, promptly returning with 15 individuals. Indeed, while Chen Fei dealt with the indigenous matters, another opportunity had emerged. He opened the system data for all 15 newcomers and noted 2 individuals who piqued his interest. Name: Ranmin. Level: none. Special units can consume upgraded food to rapidly increase their levels, but their potential limits restrict further advancement without unique opportunities. Loyalty: 100, according to the island's rules. All servants begin with a loyalty of 60. However, due to system influence, loyalty is forcibly raised to 100 and cannot diminish. Strength: 19. Agility: 19. Constitution: 19. Name: Diaochan. Level: none. Loyalty: 100. Strength: 6. Agility: 8. Constitution: 7. To have summoned the formidable Ranmin was fortuitous, as Li Tsunxiao departed. Chen Fei felt his generals were suddenly insufficient, and Ranmin's arrival was timely. Upon glimpsing Diaochan, he was struck by the thought that perhaps De Qiao and Xiao Qiao were no longer so appealing. Might he consider adding another aide? However, pressing matters took precedence. De Qiao: Xiao Qiao, please inform everyone to gather on the 3rd floor of the apartment for a conference following their meal. Except for those guarding the indigenous people, everyone else must attend, including the newly acquired slaves purchased from the merchants today. Li Hansan, please arrange for a few servants to monitor the island. Kai Yan, take the intercoms to the conference room and bring Jiao Chan along with you. Xing Ci, please compile the sales data from today as transactions and bring it to the meeting shortly. Li Xiaoning, you also gather the resources caught throughout the day. As for you, Xiao Zizi, it would be best if you stayed outside to keep an eye on Fat Tiger. Ensure it does not wander off. While saying this, he secretly communicated with Fat Tiger to watch over the child outside. 15 minutes later, as everyone gradually entered the conference room, Chen Fei took his seat at the front, with the 2 Qiaos at his side ready to assist with note-taking. He glanced around at the attendees. Aside from the more than 143 individuals stationed outside to guard and oversee the indigenous people, there were over 260 newly acquired human, fox, and cat slaves purchased from the island merchants, nearly doubling the number of his local servants. Chen Fei, there are numerous matters to address this evening, so I shall convene a general meeting to discuss everything at once. Chen Fei, Li Xiaoning, let us begin with you. What significant resources do we have in today as supply box? Li Xiaoning, my lord, aside from the basic resources, most of what was obtained today consists of seeds and poultry. We have a little water left, but our food supplies are completely depleted. However, we have acquired more medicinal supplies and first aid kits today, along with 4 blueprints for weapons of a certain grade, albeit only of F grade. The rest are warehouse blueprints and items we already possess. Nonetheless, we did obtain templates for a compass, wires, and electric lamps. Chen Fei, Xing Ci, how were today's sales at the shop? Su Xing Ci, Island Master, as per your instructions, I focused primarily on trading for cornerstone and iron this afternoon. However, since iron resources were newly introduced today and the weather was excessively hot, there were not many eager fishers, resulting in a modest collection, primarily consisting of cornerstone trades. Currently, we possess over 5 million in timber, 9 million in stone, 4 million in plastic, 3 million in fabric, 210,000 in iron, or 4 million in cornerstone, and 14 million in metal. The iron ore was reduced by approximately 190,000 due to consumption by the breaking wave, leaving us with little after accounting for raw materials. The metal quantities have remained unchanged since the morning. The leveled meat you provided today was quite abundant. The island merchants supplied us with refrigerated meats, which have yet to thaw. If stored in an air-conditioned room, they should remain viable for an additional 2 to 3 days. Hence, I have not rushed to sell them all, only a portion. If we were to hastily sell all the leveled meats today, prices may significantly drop. So I would like to request permission to store these meats in the vacant rooms of the apartment. Chen Fei. Very well. Let us place them in the air-conditioned room, adjusting the temperature to the lowest setting. You may arrange for them to be moved in shortly. Chen Fei. Gao Changgong. How have your harvest fared today? Gao Changgong. My lord, today my yield has been rather meager. Due to a shortage of manpower, we were unable to prevent marine creatures from wreaking havoc on the island. Today, we only managed to address a minuscule portion of the destruction caused by these sea creatures, and the catch was merely a handful of fish. My primary focus today has been on driving them away, rather than actively fishing. Chen Fei. I anticipated such circumstances. No matter, I shall supplement your workforce shortly. The loss of these foundational resources is inconsequential. Chen Fei. Elder Su, are you managing well on your end? Please feel free to express any needs you may have. Su Xing. My lord, I am indeed managing for the time being, but many crops will mature in a couple of days, and I may require additional hands for the harvest then. Chen Fei. Very well. Elder Su, I will arrange for assistance. We are currently well endowed with manpower on the island, so there is no need for concern. Chen Fei. Now, I shall outline the primary purpose of today's meeting, along with personnel arrangements and task allocations. Today, we have 2 new members from the catfolk, both classified as F rank. Would the 2 of you please stand? To Chen Fei's surprise, both F rank catfolk were females. Chen Fei. Excellent. You 2 will henceforth assist Li Xiaoning with fishing supplies. There are 3 ordinary fishing rods available in the warehouse for your use. Should more rods become available, I shall consider augmenting your team. The catfolk girl responded, Yes, my lord. After all, Su Mengling has 2 fishing rods, and the journey back will pass through the island, ensuring some bounty. However, Chen Fei was uncertain about how many rods could actually be procured. Chen Fei. Who are the 5 new F-rank members of the Fox tribe? Please stand. 3 males and 2 females from the Fox tribe rose. It must be noted that none were unattractive. All were exceptionally handsome and beautiful. One could only wonder if they possessed the notorious scent associated with their kind. They were indeed striking, which perhaps explained their enslavement. Chen Fei, from now on, the 5 of you will join Gao Changgong in addressing the marine creatures that threaten the island, with Ranmin also joining your ranks. If new members achieve breakthroughs, I shall consider increasing your numbers. Fox tribe slave, yes, my lord. Chen Fei. The kitchen requires 5 additional hands. Li Han-san, after this meeting, please select 5 individuals skilled in culinary arts to join the kitchen. We shall also increase the farm by 15 individuals and establish a new livestock area that requires 10 caretakers. Similarly, Li Han-san will be tasked with selecting personnel for these roles. The newly added 260 members will be temporarily managed by Li Han-san, while Hua, Tsubing, and others will take turns training. Li Han-san, yes, my lord. I will arrange this immediately after the meeting. Chen Fei. Following our meeting, I will initiate the expansion of the island. Li Han-san. Tomorrow, please arrange for personnel to choose a time when the weather is moderate to excavate a large pond. Ensure that there are rotations for rest. We must avoid any incidents of heat stroke. Starting tomorrow, all personnel shall prioritize the consumption of higher-grade food to expedite their level advancement. Chen Fei. If someone levels up, they should report to the Xiao Qiao after dinner that evening. Likewise, the heads of various departments are required to report their accomplishments and work progress to the Xiao Qiao, Kai Yin, or Jiao Chan after dinner on the same day. From now on, Kai Yin will no longer manage the kitchen. The 4 of you are tasked with daily summaries of agricultural and pastoral conditions on the island, kitchen supplies, personnel management, island security, resource fishing, inventory counts, and store revenues and expenditures. Additionally, you will assist me with daily trivial matters. Chapter 32. The Grand Expansion of the Island Chen Fei. As the crowd gathered, Kai Yin took the opportunity to distribute the walkie-talkies. Reserve one of the E-class devices for me. The 4 of you shall each take one with Su Xingxi. Every military officer will receive one, and each department head will also be allotted one. For the ordinary walkie-talkies, set aside one for the fishing area, and 2 each for the farm, ranch, and kitchen. The remaining personnel handling marine biology will each receive one, while Li Hansen's group will share one device per 10 individuals. Kai Yin, understood, my lord. All department heads, please come here to collect your walkie-talkies. After Chen Fei concluded his instructions, he settled into a chair to sip some water and take a moment to recuperate, waiting for everyone to finish collecting their devices. Chen Fei, if anyone has any matters to address, please speak up now, and I shall resolve them all at once. After a brief pause, he noticed an overwhelming silence. No one had anything to present. Chen Fei, since there are no issues, shall we disperse? Li Hansan immediately organized for the meat to be transported to various rooms. Xiao Xiao and De Qiao, please check each room to ensure that doors and windows are secured and that air conditioning is operational. Once everyone had departed, Chen Fei approached Su Xingxi, who was already seated before the island monument, diligently attending to her tasks. He instructed her, Xingxi, please post a request for volcanic ash in the shop. If no offers are received, keep it posted indefinitely. If there are, we shall procure a greater quantity. Su Xingxi, certainly, Island Master. I shall do so immediately. Do you require me to list a variety of materials for purchase? Chen Fei, yes, include everything. Though he harbored little hope, one could only try. After all, what if a miracle occurred? Checking his wristband, he noted the time. It was already past 9. He was astonished that the meeting had lasted nearly 3 hours. Previously, he had despised lengthy meetings and the incessant chatter of leaders. Yet here he was, embodying the very traits he had once loathed. Su Mengling had long since sent him a message, but he had ignored it during the meeting. Now, finally with some leisure, he perused her chat. Su Mengling, Little Fei, you are truly remarkable. The ship is enormous. Su Mengling, Little Fei, we are already aboard. The one who came to fetch us is Wang Buwa and Li Tsunxiao. Medium-sized, sailboat 1, cornerstone 852, fishing rod 2. Transaction unavailable. Su Mengling, this ship has everything we need. I've traded all the items to you. It's too cumbersome to take them with us. Su Mengling, Little Fei, are you busy? We are on our way back, having passed a deserted island. Island Monument 1, cornerstone 56, fishing rod 1. Transaction unavailable. It seems Li Tsunxiao and his crew have commenced their return journey. Regrettably, the tidal twin shells cannot be used at present. Otherwise, they could have teleported directly back. Nevertheless, the acquisition of an unclaimed island monument during their return journey serves as a consolation for the resources they expended on this outing. Chen Fei acknowledged the transaction and responded to Su Mengling. Please be cautious on your journey. We have just concluded a meeting and arranged a few matters. With a sense of ennui, Chen Fei realized that he had not paid attention to the regional channel information for quite some time, so he decided to take a look. Starfall, this dreadful weather. When will it come to an end? My supplies are dwindling, and I have nothing left but to exchange my resources for food and water. I'm utterly unable to make any progress. Spring Meadow, at present, I can barely scrape by. Our region's population has dwindled to a mere 7 million. Surviving at all is a blessing. Starfall, I just saw a massive ship pass by the edge of my island. Water's Embrace. Wasn't there someone on the World Channel who discovered a large ship as well? Surely it can't be the same one? Wind and Bamboo. Today, some natives came to my island, and I was so frightened that I transferred the island monument onto my ship and have been adrift at sea ever since. Wind's Respite. We are all fellow souls adrift in this world. I too have fled, yet the natives are still pursuing me. Wine. I hope the natives do not come here. I am prone to seasickness. Rain on banana leaves. My level has already reached F, and today on the World Channel, someone was selling numerous level-up foods. Autumn Leaves. How could they sell their level-up foods instead of keeping them to advance? What a perplexing decision. Moonlight Rest. Perhaps they encountered difficulties and are selling their level-up foods for something more basic, hoping to sustain themselves longer. Stone Knots. Difficulties? That is utterly impossible. The one selling level-up foods is none other than the top-ranked player, Misty Shadow. Mountain is so hot. Even at night, the heat persists. It has been our 6th day here, with the 4th day of survival officially begun. I wonder when this dreadful weather will cease. In this heat, sleep is impossible. It seems that the oppressive heat has rendered most survivors incapable of acquiring sufficient resources, adversely affecting my shop sales as well. Continuing down this path is untenable. I initially intended to sell the native ship as well, but it is proving difficult to fetch a good price. After some contemplation, I decided against it. Perhaps I should consider expanding the area of my island. However, I realize that this expansion will likely burden those responsible for managing marine life. Thus, Chen Fei took the elevator to the 6th floor, where he began operating his island monument. His current island spans 146 square meters, supplemented by over 6 million stone units. If fully utilized, he could expand his island to over 10 million square meters. However, he found himself in a quandary. If he were to use everything, the workload for those managing marine life would be overwhelming. 10,000,005,00002,000. Every 3 hours, marine creatures would assault the island 2,000 times, a task that would surely overwhelm them. Nonetheless, this is a challenge that must be faced eventually. One cannot allow oneself to be paralyzed by fear. Thus, Chen Fei resolved to expand his island to 10 million square meters. After the expansion, he discovered that his island still classified as a small island. It appears that upgrading from 1 square kilometer to 10 square kilometers still falls within the category of small islands. Upon completion, Chen Fei took the opportunity to construct several warehouses and public restrooms. He then enclosed a few warehouses housing livestock with fences, as there was no other option but to designate this area for animal husbandry. After encircling the area, Chen Fei discovered that the island map bore a striking resemblance to a coherent design, appearing far more pleasing to the eye than before. Gazing out the window, he noticed that the island was enveloped in a thick darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. It seemed that tomorrow, in addition to excavating a water reservoir, it would be necessary to erect street lamp poles, making use of the newly acquired electrical wires and lights. After the two Chiaos meticulously inspected the air-conditioned room's doors, windows, and the operational status of the air conditioning, the clock struck 10:30. Chen Fei prepared to wash up and retire for the night. However, this evening, instead of waiting for Chen Fei to fall asleep before sneaking in, the two Chiaos entered his room alongside him. At this moment, to endure any longer would be unmanly. Reason was swiftly dissipating, truly echoing Su Shi's verse. On this night, Qiao Sei and Chun Zheng's melodies linger, as the crow caws at dawn in the bridal chamber. With Chen Fei's current F-level status, his physical prowess had tripled from his former self, leaving him entirely unfazed by fatigue. It was not until 3 hours later that he finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 33. A-Class Multi-Tube Aero Vehicle. The following morning, Chen Fei rose early, feeling invigorated as if he had never experienced such a restful slumber before. Casting a glance at the still, slumbering Xiao Qiao, he quietly slipped out of bed, humming a little tune as he stepped outside. Illuminate the path I tread alone, where roses and thorns grow side by side. Only after enduring the wounds of setbacks can one embrace the fragrance of dreams. Each morning, my heart is stirred as I send forth a vast ocean to set sail. Courage is faith, never wavering. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I sing boldly against the wind. Early in the morning, as he strolled on the island, he was approached by Gao Changgong. Lord, today the ocean creatures attacking the island have increased in size. The smaller ones weigh over 20 kilograms, while the larger ones exceed 100. However, their numbers have diminished to only 200. They now remain until they have damaged 10 base stones before retreating. Chen Fei responded, with their increased size, can you manage? Above all, prioritize safety and avoid casualties. Gao Changgong assured him, although they are larger, their levels remain primarily E and F. Should they encounter a challenge, they will use the walkie-talkie to call for assistance from me, and Ranmin Chen Fei cautioned. Proceed within your means. If you encounter particularly fierce ones, do not engage head-on. Allow them to cause some destruction. It is imperative to prioritize your safety above all else. Currently, we are short-handed, so endure the strain for now. Once someone achieves a new level, I will prioritize increasing your manpower. At that moment, Gao Changgong's walkie-talkie buzzed. Someone had encountered an unmanageable ocean creature. Chen Fei decided to accompany him to investigate. Upon arrival, he found that Ranmin had already arrived and had speared a colossal fish through its head with a long lance, drawing it onto the shore. Though its head was pierced, it was not yet lifeless, its tail thrashing vigorously. Chen Fei approached to check the fish's details. Name, yellowfin tuna, E-class description, weighing 107 kilograms. It belongs to the pelagic predatory fish category. Known for its swift swimming speed and ferocious temperament, it preys on smaller fish and squid, exhibiting explosive power when hunting. Having identified it as a yellowfin tuna, Chen Fei lamented that he could hardly bear to eat such an expensive delicacy before arriving in this island world. Ran Min, let it bleed out a bit. We wouldn't want its quality to suffer. I was just thinking of trying some tuna sashimi for breakfast. Once it has bled out, please send it to the kitchen. After speaking, he resumed his leisurely stroll around the island. Spotting Li Hansan, who was overseeing servants and slaves digging a water pit while the temperature was still relatively cool, Chen Fei approached him. Arranged for a few people to check on Su Xingxi. Have him use the island tablet to craft some wooden poles, which we can set up around the island as lampposts, in the vicinity of the vegetable garden and livestock shelter, as well as around the island. Installations must be established. Additionally, let him or her utilize the template to create electric wires and light bulbs. Li Hansan replied, yes, my lord. I will immediately arrange for someone to handle it. Chen Fei felt as though he had forgotten something important. He realized that he had yet to check in. The system should have reminded him. System, congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 7 consecutive days. Multi-tube aero car, a level 1. To his surprise, the system provided a template rather than the actual item. A template is indeed advantageous. As long as sufficient materials are available, one can produce as many as desired. Name, multi-tube aero car, a level crafting materials. Vehicle body, wood 5,000, iron 5,000 crossbow arrows. Wood 2, iron 0. 5. Note, converting wood to hardwood requires significantly more, and crafting A-level items from ordinary materials incurs a 10-fold material cost. Range, effective lethal distance is 500 meters, with a maximum range of up to 1,200 meters. Description, the multi-tube aero car is designed on a human-powered unicycle, equipped with 6 rectangular boxes containing a bundle of arrows, arranged in 2 rows resembling large beehives, holding a total of 160 arrows. Once the firing mechanism is activated, the arrows will launch simultaneously from the launch tubes. Ordinary arrows can be replaced with rockets. What a splendid item. The system truly understands me, knowing my fear of insufficient firepower. Now that I possess the template, should I not place 2 at each corner of my island? If I allocate 2 at each of the 4 corners, placing 4 along each side seems reasonable. Does it not? This way, no matter from which direction enemies approach, I will have at least 8 aero cars ready to confront them. With 24 positioned around the perimeter, it would be perfectly acceptable to place an additional 12 in the center for my own safety, especially in case of aerial assaults. Though none are present now, one can never be too cautious for the future. Furthermore, if enemies were to invade from the perimeter, the central units could provide swift support. Thus, with determination, Chen Fei hurried towards the apartment. Every one of the 36 multi-tube aero cars was essential. Upon entering the living room, he ignored Cayenne's call for dinner and went straight to the island monument. He expended 180,000 wood and 180,000 iron to manufacture 36 multi-tube aero cars. He also utilized 120,000 wood and 30,000 iron to produce 60,000 accompanying arrows. Each of the 36 multi-tube aero cars could launch 760 arrows per round, and equipping them with 10 rounds of arrows is entirely reasonable, is it not? At that moment, Su Xingxi, who had just been pushed aside by Chen Fei, looked on with a pained expression. Island Master, I must remind you that you are on the verge of exhausting our existing iron supply, with less than 3,000 units remaining. Chen Fei replied nonchalantly, no matter, I will acquire more iron from the trading channel after dinner. Su Xingxi countered, Island Master, have you forgotten that the wave breaker still requires iron? Last night, before going to bed, I sent them the iron they needed for the night. I was just about to prepare today as supply for the wave breaker when you came and used up all the iron. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Chen Fei scratched his head. Please list another batch of level foods in the shop. After dinner, we will send whatever we have. If it's insufficient, we can sell items here to exchange for iron and replenish the wave breaker. Moments ago, I found myself overwhelmed with excitement, and before I knew it, everything was consumed. Su Xingxi remarked, "Very well, Island Master, you may proceed to dine. I shall join you after I have stocked the supplies." As Chen Fei settled at the dining table, Kaiyan inquired, "Why are the Qiao and Xiao Qiao rising so late today? I shall go and summon them." Chen Fei cleared his throat and replied, "Ah, there's no need for that. Let us commence our meal. They are somewhat indisposed today. Once you have finished, please take their breakfast to them and allow them to rest a while longer." Kaiyan seemed to grasp Chen Fei's implication, casting him a wistful glance. "Very well. I shall ensure that after our meal, I deliver breakfast to them and my sister Diaochan." Had it not been for Su Xingxi's recent mention of the breaker, Chen Fei might have entirely forgotten. While dining, he hastily opened the chat messages from Su Mingling. Su Mingling, Crystal Island Tablet 1, Common Fishing Rod 1, Foundation Stone 27. Transaction Void. Crystal Island Tablet 1, Common Fishing Rod 1, Foundation Stone 241. Transaction Void. Crystal Island Tablet. A series of 4 messages had all been concerning the island tablets. In the span of a single night, she had passed by 4 deserted islands. Surely she had not remained awake throughout the night. After all, only a survivor could claim the island tablets, and presently, the breaker must be dining, having just dispatched meals to the affiliated island tablets. He resolved to send a message to check on her well-being. One should not treat another like a beast of burden. "Chen Fei, you haven't been awake all night, have you? Please take a moment to rest. Do not wear yourself thin." Su Mingling, "Not at all, Brother Fei. I have ample opportunity to sleep. They only awakened me to claim the island tablets after exploring the deserted islands." Chen Fei, "That is reassuring. You encountered no dangers along the way, I hope?" Su Mingling, "No dangers at all. Upon sighting our vessel, the survivors refrained from engaging us. Last night offered me the most restful sleep I've had in a while. The air conditioning on board was quite pleasant." Chen Fei, "It is a relief that you face no perils. Please enjoy your meal, and once you are finished, I shall send you some weapons for the breaker." Chapter 34. The Art of War. As the conversation hung in the air, Chen Fei suddenly recalled that the 2 sisters, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, were still asleep, and he inadvertently referred to them as such. Thus, he picked up the intercom and instructed Dian Wei, Su Chu, Hui Xiubing, Ran Min, and Gao Chongquan, "Please come to the apartment after your meal." With the increasing number of people, all the generals, except for Li Xiaoning, were dining with their respective attendants. Turning to Su Xingxi, Chen Fei continued, "Xingxi, I have already utilized the template for the multi-tube arrow carts on the island monument. After your meal, please send the 12 multi-tube arrow carts and the accompanying 20,000 arrows to the ship-breaking waves. Once we acquire enough iron resources, you can produce an additional 12 carts and 20,000 arrows to replenish our stock." Just as Chen Fei set down his chopsticks after finishing his meal, Dian Wei and the others arrived. He had chosen an empty warehouse as the manufacturing site for the multi-tube arrow carts, so he led the generals to the warehouse. Upon entering, their eyes widened with enthusiasm at the sight of the multi-tube arrow carts, their eagerness surpassing even that which they had displayed while gazing at Qiao and Xiao Qiao the previous night. Chen Fei addressed them. "You shall transport these carts to the periphery of our island, placing 2 at each corner and 4 surrounding them. Once in position, familiarize yourselves with their operation." He then elaborated on the specific parameters and range of the multi-tube arrow carts, leaving the rest for them to explore and master, as they were seasoned warriors, and future military endeavors would rely on their expertise. "I will produce another 12 carts shortly to be stationed beside the apartment for immediate support when needed. Now that our island has expanded, each of you responsible for marine life should select a suitable steed from the horses purchased yesterday for mobility, while the remaining horses will be entrusted to Hui Xiubing for training the attendants. Chongquan, considering that the island monument is on the 6th floor, it is inconvenient for you to run up and down during a marine attack. You may designate someone to monitor the monument from the 6th floor, and should an attack occur, they can use the intercom to direct you, thus avoiding the stairs. I will have Fat Tiger accompany you," he added, as a sea-level creature. It may lend some assistance. In that moment, the pet he had cherished for less than a day was callously abandoned, for after all, Fat Tiger could hardly compare to the allure of De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. Just as Chen Fei turned to return to the apartment, Hu Tsubing called out to him, "My lord, the indigenous captive from yesterday has divulged information." He stated that in their tribe, the highest rank known is that of their chieftain, who is a D level. The 6 elders are at least E level, with the great elder and the second elder possibly reaching D level. The shamans and priests are also E level, while the remaining 21 warriors and hunters are F level, with the rest being ordinary folk. Near their tribe lies a volcano, abundant with the volcanic ash required by the Lord. Chen Fei rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. The silver lining is that the volcanic ash has been located, and he possesses the twin shells that enable direct access to their tribe. The downside, however, is that they are not rivals of the opposing net tribe. Furthermore, although he has the twin shells, the net tribe also has a volcano, and even when he becomes their adversary, returning to his island will require charging the shells with volcanic ash from a net tribe. The duration for this charging process remains uncertain. Never mind. It is prudent to take one step at a time. This matter cannot be rushed. Chen Fei understood. Ensure that you deploy adequate personnel to monitor the indigenous captives. During our leisure, I will arrange for their sale. You all must also expedite your level upgrades to guard against another assault from the net tribe. What we encountered was merely their vanguard, sent to gather intelligence. The next wave may be more formidable. Dianwei, my lord, I have reached D level. This ironclad fool seems to have reaped the benefits of his hearty appetite. Chen Fei opened Dianwei's panel for a glance. Name, Dianwei level. D. Special units can consume upgraded food to quickly enhance their level, yet their potential limits determine their growth, without special opportunities. Advancement beyond this limit is unattainable. Loyalty, 100 in the island world. All subordinates start with a loyalty of 60, but under the system's influence, it is forcibly raised to 100 and cannot decrease. Strength, 68 agility, 62 constitution, 71 Chen Fei. Excellent. It appears your hearty meals were not in vain. Continue indulging. He left these martial generals to manage the multi-arrow chariots and returned to his apartment. The purified water has now reached S level, and he intends to drink more to see if he can elevate his own level. After drinking, he recalled that De Qiao and Xiao Qiao were still upstairs, so he poured 2 cups of S-level purified water and ascended. Upon opening the door, he found that De Qiao and Xiao Qiao had finished breakfast and were whispering with Kai Yin and Diao Chan. Upon hearing the door open, the 4 turned to look, and Kai Yin and Jiao Chan lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Chen Fei, what are you all discussing? Why the secrecy? Kai Yin, nothing much. I was merely keeping De Qiao and Xiao Qiao company for a casual chat. We shall take our leave now. With that, she grasped Jiao Chan's hand and departed before Chen Fei could respond. Is it still painful? Here, drink this water. He handed the 2 cups to De Qiao and Xiao Qiao while sitting on the bed himself. De Qiao, I feel much better now. It's just that walking is a bit inconvenient. My sister still cannot come down. Chen Fei glanced at Xiao Qiao, who was still sipping her water, reminiscing about 5 words, both clumsy and playful. Chen Fei, very well, you 2 should rest comfortably in the room today. However, despite his comforting words, his hands seemed to have a mind of their own, acting independently. Her waist, slender and delicate, is at the tender age of blossoming. Recently touched by the winds of romance, she adorns her hair in twin buns like the drooping willows. As she began to apply her makeup, her figure appeared meticulously sculpted, embodying a delicate elegance that belied her shy demeanor amidst the rain and clouds. After an hour and a half, Chen Fei stepped out of his room, muttering to himself, "It seems I must limit my intake of tuna. Excessive consumption affects one's mental faculties. I shall be more cautious henceforth." As the elevator doors on the first floor opened, 4 pairs of eyes turned toward him. However, upon recognizing Chen Fei, the young girl quickly lowered her head, returning to her play. On the other hand, Su Xingxi glanced at him before turning away, her fingers tracing the surface of the island monument. Yet, a closer look would reveal she was engaged in an online chat, mindlessly scrolling through the messages, even though the conversation had reached its conclusion. Diao Chan stared intently at him, while Kai Yin approached, smoothing his collar and whispering in his ear, "My lord, Do take care of the health of our two sisters. They bear injuries. Chen Fei replied, well, I didn't intend for it to happen. I simply couldn't resist. He added, let's not disturb them. Allow them to rest for a while, and we shall bring them their meals at noon. After uttering these words, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Cayenne shot him a disapproving glance, inwardly questioning, how can you still have the audacity to speak? Do you not recognize your role in all of this? Cayenne, Jiao is unable to assist Xiao today. Please, both of you, accompany me and temporarily take over their duties, Chen Fei instructed. The two women responded in unison. As you wish, my lord. Just as he intended to have them accompany him to check on the island's developments. He noticed the young girl beside him and said to Cayenne, please help Xiao Si organize supplies with Su Xingxi in the apartment. When Xingqi is busy, she may require assistance. Cayenne glanced helplessly at the young girl, fully aware that the primary reason for her remaining in the apartment was to look after the child. Very well, she replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Upon reaching the edge of the island with Jiao Chen Fei witnessed Li Xiaoning pulling an elderly man out of a box. What is this? Another old man? He mused, recalling the last elder, Su Xing, who had nearly caused him to feed fish. He hurried over to investigate. The elderly man, still somewhat dazed upon emerging from the box, quickly bowed upon seeing Chen Fei, exclaiming, Gong Shibun pays his respects to you, my lord. Gong Shibun? This name was familiar to him. Why did not recognize Su Xing? How could he be unaware of Gong Shibun? In that moment, Chen Fei's mind conjured several dramatic themes for the occasion. It seems someone is in need of technical support from the master of Lu Ban, whose intellect is unmatched. Bow down, for he is contemplating how to conquer gravity. Kindly keep your distance to witness the power of his new invention, testing the intellect of those across the way. It appears I cannot unleash my full potential. Shaking his head vigorously, Chen Fei dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Upon examining the panel, the name appears as Gong Shibun, with a rank of none special unit. Loyalty at a perfect score of 100, strength rated at 7, agility at 5, and constitution at 7, alongside a skill in mastery of craftsmanship. This time seems different, for there exists a skill in mastery of craftsmanship, an occurrence never before witnessed. Chen Fei inquires, Master, do you recall anything else? Is it merely your name that lingers in your memory? Lu Ban responds, My lord, I indeed only recollect my name. Chen Fei then states, Follow me, I wish to show you something. Chapter 35. Jiao suffers from heat stroke accompanied by Master Lu Ban. Chen Fei approached the apartment, calling out before even stepping inside. Xingxi, quickly construct a multi-barrel arrow cart. Su Xingxi responded, Certainly, shall I create it in the warehouse, as usual? Chen Fei replied, No, this time, please fabricate it right at the entrance. The template creation process was remarkably swift. No sooner had he spoken than a multi-barrel arrow cart materialized at the entrance of the apartment building. Chen Fei then tugged Lu Ban, who had just stepped through the door and had yet to grasp the situation inside, back outside. Chen Fei brought Lu Ban to the side of the arrow cart, inquiring, Can you take a look at this and see if you can replicate it? Lu Ban circled the multi-barrel arrow cart several times, inspecting and prodding it with his fingers intermittently. After a thorough examination that lasted 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Ban finally looked up and said, My lord, I believe I can fabricate this, given sufficient materials. However, I doubt the necessity of crafting it myself. Firstly, my craftsmanship may not meet the standards of this design. And secondly, producing such an arrow cart would take approximately 2 to 3 days. Chen Fei asked, What if we were to forego quality and use ordinary planks instead? How long would that take? Lu Ban replied, My lord, using ordinary wood would not suffice in terms of required toughness and strength. Without demanding craftsmanship, I could produce one in about half a day. However, an arrow cart constructed from common materials would suffer damage after only a few uses and would require repairs. If fully loaded with 160 crossbow bolts, it might last around 5 uses, with an effective killing range of merely 50 meters and a maximum range of only about 100 meters. Splendid. Let us proceed with this plan. Ideally, we would reduce the usability to 3 times before requiring significant repairs. If I provide you with a few assistants, how long would it take to construct one? Chen Fei inquired, his excitement palpable. Lu Ban, being astute, quickly deduced Chen Fei's intentions. My lord, are you considering selling these? If so, enhancing durability may pose a challenge, but reducing usage is quite feasible. If you assign me 10 assistants to prepare the wood, I could meticulously polish and assemble, yielding 3 to 4 carts each day. Very well, I shall assign you 10 assistants. You will be responsible for the production of these simple multi-barrel arrow carts. The thought of selling Lu Ban's crafted carts brought an uncontrollable smile to Chen Fei's face. He envisioned profiting from the sales, and when the carts eventually broke down, he would reap further resources through repairs. Unbeknownst to Chen Fei, as he smiled, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiao Chan, who misinterpreted his expression, embarrassed yet curious. She approached him, her cheeks flushed. Noticing her presence, Chen Fei instinctively gave her a playful pat on the backside, leaving his hand lingering there. Indeed, mastering a skill proves to be a formidable challenge, while the descent into folly can occur effortlessly overnight. Jiao Chan, blushing and with her gaze cast downward, ambled about the island, mistakenly believing that Chen Fei intended to explore further. Meanwhile, Chen Fei remained in a state of reverie, oblivious to his surroundings. His hand resting upon a particularly supple part of Jiao Chan, fingers rhythmically squeezing and releasing, akin to a child poking an anthill with a stick, unconsciously trailing behind her as she traversed the island. Today, many onlookers witnessed this peculiar spectacle, their island lord trailing a woman in a repetitive circuit, one hand engaged in a rather intimate manner. Even old Master Su, who was tending to his crops in the fields just shy of harvest time, couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly a blessing." After over an hour of wandering, Jiao Chan suddenly lost her balance and began to topple backward. Instinctively, Chen Fei reached out to catch her, which jolted him back to awareness. He suddenly noticed the beads of sweat on his palm, leaving a damp imprint on Jiao Chan's shoulder. Surveying his surroundings, he pondered how he had come to be in this situation. However, there was no time for reflection. His attention shifted to Jiao Chan, whose face was glistening with perspiration, her clothing thoroughly soaked, and her consciousness evidently clouded. Her eyes, once bright, now seemed dulled, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Had she succumbed to heat stroke? Adjusting her upright, Chen Fei realized she could barely stand. It was indeed a case of heat exhaustion. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept her into his arms and dashed toward the apartment. Jiao Chan's sweat dampened the crook of his arm as he carried her. Upon entering the apartment, he immediately called out to Kai Yin. "Jiao Chan seems to be suffering from heat stroke. Please fetch a glass of S-grade purified water while I take her to the room." Kai Yin rolled her eyes, thinking, in such a small place as this island, your actions have become common knowledge. How could I not be aware of her condition? Nevertheless, she replied, "All right." Chen Fei swiftly entered the elevator with Jiao Chan and brought her to his room, opening the door and placing her gently on the bed. Just as he set her down, Jiao Chan wrapped her arms around his neck. Recalling their first encounter, where unspoken emotions began to blossom, he felt a warmth envelop them. With the air conditioning soothing the room, Chen Fei's thoughts began to coalesce, memories of his departure from the public school gradually resurfacing. His hand instinctively returned to its familiar position, ready to assist Jiao Chan in changing out of her drenched garments, when he noticed Kai Yin standing at the door, holding a glass of water. Kai Yin remarked, "Let Jiao Chan have some water and a meal. You can continue afterward." Chen Fei found it inappropriate to proceed under the circumstances, while Jiao Chan, her head lowered, resembled an ostrich unwilling to face the world. "Chaner, drink some water and change your clothes before we head down for dinner," he urged, leaning closer to whisper softly in her ear, "Make sure to hydrate." With that, Chen Fei descended the stairs first. Alas, what a pity! Upon taking a seat at the dining table downstairs, Chen Fei inquired, "Why is today's lunch so lavish? There's even a stewed chicken." Su Xingxi smiled and replied, "This was personally prepared by Sister Kai Yin for you. She said it was to replenish your strength. And she also stewed 2 pigeons for the Qiao and Xiao Qiao." Chen Fei remarked, "My current level is approaching E from F. I am remarkably strong." Just then, Kai Yin descended the stairs, stating, "My lord, I have also prepared some beef treasure in the kitchen, as Xingzi suggested that one should consume what one seeks to strengthen. At that moment, however, Su Xingzi fell silent, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Chen Fei felt a flicker of insecurity from her words and quickly checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fei level, F strength, 39 agility, 37 constitution, 40 island area, 10 square kilometers items. A-grade water purifier X1, S-grade automatic fishing rods X2, SSS grade iron giant ship X1, S-grade item upgrade cards X2, A-grade multi-tube aero vehicle template X1. Indeed, he was quite formidable in the realm of cultivation. He would be considered at the pinnacle of mid-level F. By the way, Xingzi, have any remarkable items appeared at the auction recently? Su Xingzi replied, Island Master. The items they are auctioning are somewhat too mundane for our needs. Moreover, most individuals prefer to rest during the day and fish at night. Chen Fei responded, If there are none, then so be it. Speaking of fishing, I almost forgot something important. I still have several ordinary fishing rods. With that thought, he promptly opened the chat with Su Mengling, recalling that she had sent him 3 crystal island monuments and 3 fishing rods that very morning. Alas, he had lost out on a productive morning. He now possessed a total of 9 ordinary fishing rods, 2 sent by Su Mengling yesterday, from last night, and 3 from this morning. Chapter 36, The Return of the Wavebreaker. Just as Li Xiaoning returned for lunch, Chen Fei casually took out 9 ordinary fishing rods. After finishing her meal, Xiaoning would take these rods along. If they found themselves short-handed, they could seek assistance from Li Hansan to send over a couple more individuals. Li Xiaoning replied, All right, my lord, but we one team need more people. The 3 of us can manage perfectly fine. Chen Fei concurred. That's acceptable. Should any women on Li Hansan's side advance to F grade, they can join you in fishing. If it's men, they will assist Ran Min in dealing with marine life. In the afternoon, Su Mengling sent him 2 island monuments. By 6 in the evening, after over 40 hours of travel, the Wavebreaker finally approached the island. As soon as the vessel docked, the crew began to disembark. Remarkably, the number of returnees had increased from 32 to 41. Upon spotting Chen Fei, Su Mengling rushed towards him. Just as he opened his arms to embrace her, she halted half a meter away, tears cascading onto the sun-baked ground. He had grown taller than she remembered, and his features had matured further. Yet, his eyes remained as vibrant as ever, glimmering like obsidian submerged in water, fixed unwaveringly upon her. A tightness gripped Su Mengling's throat, her fingers whitening as she clutched her arms. She recalled their last encounter at the orphanage gate, where the headmaster had kept her behind. Yet she had watched Chen Fei depart for school. He had ruffled her hair and said, Xiaoling, I'm off to school now. Be sure to listen to the headmaster at home. His voice had been as tender as a newly sprouted bamboo shoot. Xiao Feiji, she finally spoke, her voice slightly hoarse, taking a half-step forward, only to feel as though something restrained her. Suddenly, Su Mengling smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. She dashed toward him, attempting to tug at his sleeve as she had in their childhood. In response, Chen Fei reached out, affectionately tousling her hair as he had in the past. Xiao Feiji, she choked, I'm back. His hand trembled momentarily before he grasped hers tightly. It's good to be back, he said, his voice laced with laughter, although his eyes glistened with unshed tears. On the stove, I prepared your favorite braised ribs, tender and succulent. You always complained about them getting stuck in your teeth when you were little. Come, let us return home for dinner. Xiao Feiji, wait a moment. She called and hurried to the medium-sized sailboat bearing her island monument, initiating a trade with Chen Fei for the monument. 8-person trade, none. After concluding the transaction, Su Mengling rushed back down the ship. Xiao Feiji, will you occupy my island monument? I wish to become a little rice bug from now on. Chen Fei had not intended to claim Su Mengling's island monument, but considering her arrival, he decided she would no longer venture into danger. The monument would serve no purpose left on the ship, so he nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the apartment, Su Mengling was particularly astonished. Xiao Feiji, you are truly remarkable. You live in such a splendid house, and there's even air conditioning. This is simply unbelievable. If word gets out, others will be envious beyond measure. Chen Fei, I merely consider myself fortunate. This apartment pales in comparison to the wavebreaker. Indeed, it is merely luck that has awakened the system for him. As mealtime approached, both Da and Xiao descended. Su Mengling increasingly realized that Chen Fei's existence diverged entirely from that of other survivors. Chen Fei, all right, everyone, let us cease standing idly and prepare for dinner. Having procured a substantial quantity of high-grade ingredients from the island merchant, only items of quality now grace our table. Following dinner, various departments submitted their inventory reports for the day, which were meticulously compiled by Kai Yin and her companions. As Su Mengling had only just arrived today, she could only observe from the sidelines. Chen Fei, Xing Ci, please craft another small wooden boat. I shall create an accompanying island monument. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, allow Xiao Linger to assist you. He then retrieved his walkie-talkie. Dian Wei, Su Chu, please come here. Once Dian Wei and Su Chu arrived, Chen Fei pointed to the small wooden boat he had just placed down. You two, please saw off the monument from this small boat and position it alongside the one in the living room. Kai Yin and the others reported today's harvest to Chen Fei. My lord, after deducting the metal consumed by the wavebreaker, our current basic resource quantities stand at 9. 2 million wood, over 9. 8 million stone, over 4. 8 million plastic, over 4. 9 million cloth, 1. 1 million iron, or 660,000 cornerstone, and 14 million metal. Moreover, General Ran Min and his team captured the following marine life today: 16,000 kg of F-grade ingredients, 2,000 kg of E-grade ingredients, and 87 kilograms of D-grade ingredients. Chen Fei, wait a moment, something seems amiss. How could Ran Min's team have accumulated such a bounty today? Diao Chan, my lord, we owe this to Fat Tiger. It is said that this afternoon, most marine creatures were caught by him. According to General Gao and his team, Fat Tiger is an exceptional swimmer, capable of diving into the water and emerging shortly thereafter with a fish. Does a pet possess such capabilities? Is my thinking rather constrained? With over 40 contract cards remaining, should I consider raising some pets to assist with fishing? Cayenne, by the way, my lord, Elder Su mentioned that some vegetables will be ready for harvest tomorrow, but other crops, such as grains, may require another day or so. The Qiao, my lord, since you have instructed everyone to consume high-grade food at every meal, today 4 individuals have newly advanced to F-grade, 1 woman and 3 men, though they are all slaves. The servants have yet to make any breakthroughs. Furthermore, my sister and I have also reached F-grade. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed. How did she and Xiao attain F-grade? Were they not aware that in the morning, Chen Fei had given each of them a cup of S-grade purified water, and, subsequently, they had sustained further injuries? Chen Fei, unable to bear it, had provided each of them with another cup of S-grade purified water at lunchtime. Chen Fei, it appears we shall no longer need to fret over food in the future. The breakthrough of slaves before that of servants was something I had anticipated. After all, although they were sold into slavery, they have lived in this world for quite some time, and it is quite natural for a few to achieve rapid advancement. The females were assigned to Li Xiaoning, while the 3 males were designated for Ran Min. At that moment, Dian Wei entered, carrying an island monument supported by a wooden boat, and placed it beside another monument. Today, although Li Xiaoning managed to catch 16 individuals, none were particularly renowned aside from Luban. This was the result of the combined efforts of 12 ordinary fishing rods and 2 S-grade automatic rods. It appears that the probability of catching individuals is diminishing. Chen Fei approached Su Xingci and Su Mengling, who were seated before the island monument. Mengling, Xingci, let us take advantage of our ample food supply and purchase a few more servants from the shops. Upon examining the various shops, Chen Fei noted that the price for servants had risen to 120 kilograms of ordinary food. Of course, trading with higher-grade food would be considerably cheaper, yet still required around 10 kilograms. Chen Fei continued, currently, we have fewer than 450 servants and slaves on our island. You two should seize this opportunity to increase our population to 1,000 while we have an abundance of food. Our fishing team can harvest a significant amount of high-grade food daily. Even if everyone consumes high-grade food, we would only utilize about 1/10 of it daily. You two should sell all our ordinary food and any remaining high-grade food as soon as possible. Furthermore, our cultivated crops are beginning to mature. With everyone in need of food, we can sell them at a higher price. Once other survivors' crops also mature, the food prices will plummet, allowing Su Mengling and Su Xingzi to deliberate. Chen Fei resumed organizing today as Hall. It had been several days since they had opened anything of value from the supply boxes. Today, what did they find? Xiao Qiao reported, "My lord, today's supply boxes contain mostly the usual items we already possess. However, there seems to be an unusually high number of stone house blueprints, 42 in total. Additionally, there are 7 blueprints for electric blankets, seeds for fruit trees such as apples, oranges, and bananas, as well as templates for items like novelty lingerie, corridor designs, and candle molds. It appears that Li Xiaoning has also unearthed some peculiar items, much like myself. Oh, I even found a doo-doo balloon once glancing at the Xiao Qiao. A hint of guilt washed over her. It seemed she had not contributed much. The Qiao interjected. Li Hansen mentioned that the lampposts have been erected and are ready for electrification. Their large pool should be nearly finished by tomorrow morning. Should we bring in seawater? Chen Fei replied, Xingzi, construct some wires and lamps. Let them hang them up tomorrow morning. As for today, it is too late to proceed, and visibility is poor, posing a danger. Once the large pool is finished, do not introduce seawater just yet. I wish to see to what extent it can evolve naturally. What if a freshwater lake were to emerge? At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside, with many voices raised in fervent shouts. Chapter 37. Fierce battle with the Xian bird. How could there be unrest among the servants and slaves on my island, who are entirely loyal to me? Just then, the intercom crackled to life with the voice of Hua Chubing. My lord, the Xian bird has descended from the heavens and is wreaking havoc on the fields and pastures. Chen Fei turned to the women inside the house and instructed, Stay inside and do not come out. I will go outside to assess the situation. As he pushed open the door, Chen Fei beheld a magnificent creature soaring through the sky above the island. It bore a resemblance to both a swallow and a phoenix, with an elongated body, expansive wings, and a long, flowing tail. Its posture was upright and robust, adorned with fiery patterns encircling its form. With its head held high, beak slightly ajar, and eyes sharp and piercing like those of an eagle, it exuded an air of vigilance and acuity. Its proud chest showcased a regal and noble demeanor, while its overall stance was powerful and commanding. The majestic bird glided gracefully over the fields and pastures, its tail feathers unfurling like fluttering ribbons, displaying an elegance that belied its fierce speed. At that moment, it clutched a large white goose in its claws. The fences I had erected lay in ruins, and the crops in the farm were devastated by its rampage. Chen Fei's eyes blazed with fury. He thought, If you are hungry, I can offer you food, but you shall not destroy my farm and the animals I have painstakingly raised. Countless chickens, ducks, and geese had fallen victim to its onslaught, and a significant portion of the rabbits he had nurtured perished from sheer fright. Unable to tolerate this menace, Chen Fei immediately seized the intercom and commanded everyone, bring forth all the multi-barreled arrow carts at once and aim them collectively to shoot it down. The foremost warriors, including Li Tsuanxiao, spat in disdain and readied their long spears to target the monstrous shadow that blotted out the sun. The expansive wings of the Xian bird stretched an impressive 2 zhang wide, its feathers a fiery crimson with eerie golden edges, resembling flickering ghostly flames. The winds it stirred rendered it nearly impossible to see. Fire! Li Tsuanxiao shouted, and, in unison, 960 crossbow bolts soared into the air, their shafts cutting through the sky with a piercing wail. Yet, the great bird merely flapped its wings, deflecting most of the arrows that struck its substantial plumage. Only a handful found their mark in the unfeathered areas beneath its wings, causing droplets of blood to fall like scattered beads onto the ground below. Regrettably, only 12 multi-barreled arrow carts were positioned at the center of the island. The rest were dispersed around the periphery. Without hesitation, Chen Fei donned his earpiece and urged those on the outskirts of the island and near the wave signal. Swiftly converge all multi-barreled arrow carts toward the center of the island, ready to fire at the opportune moment. The initial barrage had thoroughly enraged the creature. The Xian bird emitted a bone-chilling cry that resonated painfully in their ears before it dove down with ferocious speed, its claws sweeping through the crowd like iron hooks. Chen Qingji, closest to the creature, was unable to evade in time and felt 5 gaping wounds tear across his shoulder as he tumbled aside. "Fire upwards! Aim for its eyes!" Hua Chu Bing shouted as he grasped a long spear once more. However, the immense bird flew with astonishing swiftness, and the winds generated by its wings whipped up sand and debris, obscuring their aim. The moment Hua Chu Bing released his spear, it was deflected by the gusts, missing the Xian bird's tail feathers by a hair's breadth. Seizing the moment, Su Chu swung his right arm in a wide arc, launching his iron mace directly at the bird's outstretched left wing. With a thunderous roar, flames surged along the feathers, causing the great bird to recoil in pain, its wings retracting violently, sending a gust that toppled several attendants. It spiraled upward, flames licking at a gaping wound in its wing, blood gushing from the injury, staining half the clouds a deep crimson. Yet those amber-hued colossal eyes flickered through the clouds, and it dove once more, this time targeting the bonfire below. Using its massive beak, it seized a flaming log and hurled it into the crowd. Sparks ignited the coarse garments of the attendants. Some rushed to extinguish the flames while others readied their bows. Su Chu felt a sharp sting as an arrow grazed his left arm, blood dripping from his elbow onto the ground. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the approaching shadow, gritting his teeth as he hurled his final iron mace. The air was thick with the scent of blood and charred flesh. The cries of the great bird mingling with the buzzing of crossbows, resonating over the island. No one knew how long this battle would endure. They only understood that their bows must not falter. That was their last bastion of hope for defending the island. "Fall back to the rear of the apartment," Hua Yubing bellowed. Catching a glimpse of Chen Qingji struggling to rise, his shoulder stained dark red with blood. Suddenly, he thrust his long spear into the hands of Dian Wei. "You possess greater strength and skill. Take over." Dian Wei paused momentarily, then comprehended. Su Chu aimed to divert the great bird's attention. Indeed, Su Chu picked up a discarded saber and charged towards the descending beast, emitting a fierce growl. The great bird was drawn to him, its beak descending like a steel chisel. Now, Su Chu crouched low, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Dian Wei had already readied the long spear. As it left his hand, 5 spears soared from various angles. Those of Li Sunxiao, Hua Yubing, Gao Changjun, Ran Min, and Xian Qiji as previously agreed, targeting the bird's wings, underbelly, and eyes. Following closely were thousands of arrows unleashed from multiple crossbow carts. The dark bird sensed peril and attempted to evade, but the wound on its left wing slowed its reflexes. A spear whizzed past its eye socket, though it missed, singeing the eyelid, causing it to rear back in agony, exposing the vulnerable patch of flesh on its chest, devoid of thick feathers. "Hit!" someone shouted. 3 spears plunged ruthlessly into its body, the deepest nearly burying itself entirely. The great bird emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, its wings flailing wildly, the resultant winds toppling several attendants to the ground. It struggled to ascend, but due to excessive blood loss, its wing beats grew sluggish, its massive form swaying perilously, heading straight for the nuclear power station. Yet before it could reach, it began to plummet mid-flight. With a resounding thud, dust enveloped the area. Everyone clutched their weapons, none daring to move. Only when the dust began to settle could they see the great bird's neck twisted at an unnatural angle upon the ground. One enormous claw twitching faintly, the spears and arrows embedded in its chest quivering with each breath before ultimately falling silent. Chen Qingji, propped up by the saber, stood, his back drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at the stiffening shadow below, then surveyed the attendants around him, some seated or lying down, some had dislocated arms. Others had suffered leg injuries from the claws, yet none had lost their lives. Li Sunxiao approached. "My lord, is it truly dead?" Chen Fei gently caressed the Xian bird and suddenly chuckled. "Is the Xian bird, born of nature, destined to give rise to commerce? Only those who can breathe may claim victory. Now, we have triumphed." At that moment, What tubing emerged from beneath the body of the Xian bird, presenting a collection of items to Chen Fei. My lord, these are from beneath the Xian bird. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily opened the system panel and scanned the information regarding the Xian bird. Name, Summer World Boss, Xian bird level. S-class description, allegedly a descendant of the ancient phoenix, sealed within the magma of the Earth's core. It breaks free during the peak of summer's solar energy, feeding on the fear and heat of living beings, seeking to recreate the inferno upon the Earth. So, it is indeed a world boss. No wonder it dropped items upon defeat. He quickly examined the loot from the world boss. A-class electric accumulation disc 2, contract cards 8, Stonehouse blueprint 1, flintlock gun blueprint D-class 1, city wall blueprint C-class 1, S-class pet egg 1. What a windfall. I have truly struck gold, as I have obtained 3 blueprints. Currently, I possess 46 contract cards, and with these 8, that makes 54. He could comprehend the Stonehouse blueprint, the flintlock gun blueprint, and the city wall blueprint, yet he wondered what the accumulation disc and pet egg were. Chen Fei picked them up for a closer inspection. The accumulation disc was a palm-sized circular metal plate, its edge embedded with a ring of pale blue glass. And the surface was adorned with interwoven silver lines, forming a pattern akin to a circuit board, with a miniature interface at its center for connecting various power devices. Item: A-class electric accumulation disc description. Requires no specific energy source. It can be charged via household power, batteries, or generators. Full charging requires 20,000 units of energy. After inputting the coordinates of the target location, which can be recorded on a special coordinate paper or automatically recognized by the touch ring on the edge. Pressing the raise button on the side will instantly release energy, projecting a circular light gate with a diameter of 200 meters on the ground. Within the gate lies a distorted pattern of electrical light. Stepping inside will disintegrate one into energy particles, instantly transporting them to the designated coordinates. A single transport consumes 10 of the energy. In a fully charged state, it can transport up to 10 times. The further the distance, the greater the energy consumption. Item: S-class pet egg, bound to owner, non-transferable, description, unknown. This has indeed gifted me a group teleportation device. Once my strength is sufficient, I can seek vengeance upon the net tribe. However, the pet egg seems somewhat disappointing. Surely, the Zuenbird's pet egg should hatch into a Shinbird, right? Fortunately, it is bound to me, negating the need for any additional contract cards. Chapter 38. The Advancement of Martial Generals. It appears I have achieved an even greater boon. There remains a magnificent Xian bird, measuring over 10 meters, yet to be dissected. This is indeed S-grade meat. Without hesitation, I opted to commence the dissection of the Xian bird, yielding an impressive 433 kilograms of S-grade flesh. This truly signifies a fortuitous turn of events, ample enough to elevate the entire team significantly, perhaps even advancing multiple levels. Chen Fei, those who are uninjured, let us together transport the Xian bird meat to the apartment. Hastily, Chen Fei returned indoors. Da Xiao Xiao. Never mind, it is inconvenient for Xiao Qiao. Da Xiao Diao Chan. You two prepare several empty rooms and activate the air conditioning to store the Xian bird meat. Cayenne, please retrieve 433 kilograms of the Xian bird meat to the kitchen for preparation. I desire a late-night snack. Su Mengling. Brother Fei, I have selected the individuals you requested. Shall I release them now? Chen Fei. Just as I have arranged the provisions, new servants arrive. They are indeed fortunate. Proceed with the purchase and place them at the apartment entrance. Su Mengling. Understood, Brother Fei. Xing Xi and I will procure them. Chen Fei. Very well. You both attend to that while I investigate for any exceptional talents. Upon exiting, Chen Fei was greeted by a dense throng at the apartment entrance. After all, 550 individuals is no trifling number. He promptly activated the system to scan the crowd. Name: Zhang Wenyuan level. None. Special units can consume upgraded food to swiftly enhance their levels, but their potential is limited by innate capabilities without special opportunities. They cannot advance beyond their potential ceiling. Loyalty: 100. In the island world, all servants start with a loyalty of 60, but due to system influence, It is forcibly raised to 100 and cannot diminish. Strength, 19 agility, 19 constitution, 19 name, Yu Xiang level, none special unit. Loyalty, 100 strength, 19 agility, 19 constitution, 19 name, Wei Wanwu, eunuch, level, none special unit. Loyalty, 100 strength, 10 agility, 13 constitution, 8. This is rather disappointing. Out of 550 individuals, only 3 have emerged, and the last, an eunuch, only caught my attention due to the notation. Otherwise, it would have been merely 2 individuals. However, does this eunuch truly qualify as a talent? With such low combat prowess, what role could he fulfill? Wei Wanwu, that name seems familiar. Wasn't it the name of Wei Zhongxian? Yet, what utility would an eunuch serve me? Never mind, I shall disregard him. Chen Fei, Yu Xiang, and Zhang Wenyuan accompany me henceforth. From now on, you shall be known as Yun and Zhang Liao. The rest, await Li Hansan to assign you. Upon Chen Fei's return, they had already completed the transport of the Xian bird meat. As he had spent over 10 minutes outside, checking the names of more than 500 individuals, he picked up the intercom. Li Xiaoning, Dian Wei, Li Cunxiao, Hu Xubing, Gao Changgong, Su Chu, Chen Qingji, Ran Min, and Xian Qiji, please come to the apartment. Before long, all the marshal generals had arrived. Certainly, there is also the portly who following behind. Chen Fei, let's all take a break. Everyone is tired tonight, and we need not rush. Seizing the moment while everyone was present, he assessed the levels of all individuals. Dian Wei and Li Cunxiao were at D rank, while Li Xiaoning, Hu Xubing, Gao Changgong, Su Chu, Chen Qingji, and Xian Qiji were at E rank. Ran Min was at C rank, and Zhang Liao and Yu Yun had no rank. Chen Fei, I have prepared Xian Yao meat for our late-night snack. Tonight, indulge freely. Any enhancement is welcome. Before long, Kai Yin entered, carrying several large bowls, specially prepared for Chen Fei. Following her was a throng of individuals bearing dishes. Chen Fei set aside 50 kilograms. The remainder is to be distributed as 1 kilogram for each of the injured tonight, with the rest shared among the remaining servants and slaves. The first scent to waft through the air was a delicate fragrance, like a hook hidden in the wind, lightly teasing the tip of the nose. It was not the ordinary foulness of poultry, but rather a refreshing aroma reminiscent of grass and wood, mingled with the warmth of fire. By the time one registered the scent, it had already enveloped the surroundings. First came the rich aroma of meat simmering in the earthen pot, heavy and sweet, akin to unyielding honey, tinged with the sharpness of wild ginger and the slight bitterness of sour fruit, burrowing into the lungs and provoking an empty rumble in the stomach. Then there was the enticing charred scent from the fire, imbued with a hint of charcoal, the aroma of skin and flesh slightly crisped, mingling with the sizzling sound of fat dripping into the flames, intensifying the fragrance, as if a hand were gently tugging at the throat. Even the yellow mud-baked wings, buried in the ashes, refused to be outdone. Their aroma was rich and earthy, bursting forth with a satisfying pop as the mud shell was cracked open. The meat's fragrance intermingled with the sweetness of fruit, assaulting the senses and causing a delightful itch in the nose. Yet one could not bear to step away. Chen Fei, everyone, enjoy the S-rank meat. Consuming it will yield considerable benefits. Kai Yin, from tomorrow onward, ensure that these high-grade ingredients are supplied to those currently residing in the apartment. Kai Yin, understood, my lord. There are still 2,000 jin of meat remaining. If preserved properly, it will sustain us for some time. Just 5 or 6 minutes after finishing the meal, Chen Fei suddenly sensed something amiss. The warmth began to alter, igniting like alcohol, exploding within his limbs, and causing his ears to redden. Even his vision started to blur. My lord? Da Xiao was the first to detect his discomfort. Noticing the fine sheen of sweat on his forehead and his unusually flushed countenance, she reached out to touch his forehead. What is the matter? Chen Fei swallowed hard. It's nothing. Perhaps I have overindulged a bit. Chen Fei, what ingredients did you use in this soup? Kai Yin, realizing something was amiss, flushed slightly. It was a large oyster caught by Hu today, with a bit of goji berries and yam added. Along with the remaining tendons from the beef bone soup we made at noon, simmered together with the Xian Yao bones. Chen Fei. As Kai Yin approached, he suddenly grasped her wrist tightly. His palm was astonishingly hot, the pressure immense, as if he might crush her bones, the red haze in his eyes nearly spilling over. Yet he was striving to maintain control. Da Xiao rushed out as well, and upon seeing her slender neck, Chen Fei swallowed again, abruptly shutting his eyes. Da Xiao gazed at his anguished expression and suddenly inhaled deeply, instructing Xiao Qiao to fetch a basin of cold water. Chen Fei, though his eyes remained shut, slightly relaxed his grip on Kai Yin's hand. The fragrance of her hair enveloped him, more vivid than ever, intertwining with his senses like creeping vines, tightening his heart. "Master, the water has arrived," Xiao Qiao exclaimed as she hurried back, her skirts splashed with water, her cheeks flushed like ripe fruit. Da Qiao accepted the basin, intending to wipe Chen Fei's face, but he intercepted her. He opened his eyes, the redness in them fading somewhat, revealing a complex array of emotions. He glanced between her and Kai Yin, then chuckled softly, tinged with self-mockery. "It seems this Xian Yao meat has truly been overly nourishing." Chen Fei regarded the two rosy-cheeked women before him. He took the basin, splashed some water on his face, the icy sensation jolting him into a semblance of clarity. It had also reminded him that this long night would be far from easy to endure. Noticing the time, which had already passed 11 o'clock, he inquired, "Has everyone noticed any improvement after the meal?" As each person recounted their experiences, Chen Fei learned of their levels. Dianwei, D-level; Li Xinxiao, D-level; Li Xioning, D-level; Hu Xubing, D-level; Gao Chonggong, D-level; Su and Chu, D-level; Chen Qingji, E-level; Xin Qiji, E-level; Ran Min, E-level; Zhang Liao, F-level; Yu Yun, F-level. It was indeed promising. It appeared that most had made progress, including himself. Thankfully, he had leveled up at a crucial moment. Otherwise, the effects of the medicine might not have waned. Host, Chen Fei level, E-level strength, 50 agility, 50 constitution, 51 island area, 10 square kilometers items. S-grade water purifier 1, S-grade automatic fishing rod 2, SSS-grade steel giant ship 1, S-grade item upgrade card, S-grade multi-barrel arrow cart template 1. With 2,000 kilograms of Xian Niao meat remaining, it might not suffice to elevate everyone by an entire level, but raising them all to level 1 seemed quite feasible, as the difficulty of advancement increased with each subsequent level. Thus, the group convened to deliberate on a suitable moment to seek retribution from the Net tribe. As midnight approached, the island monument once again emitted a prompt reminiscent of the previous occasion. Chapter 39. The rewards from the island's master are truly astonishing. To think that one of you has vanquished the world boss. Pray tell, who possesses such remarkable prowess? At this moment, Chen Fei felt a wave of anxiety. Would the enigmatic overseer of the island take notice of him? "Ah, it is you, my dear little one. Allow me to contemplate the fitting reward for your achievement. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you a doubling of the supplies you receive tomorrow, excluding those acquired through trade. Congratulations on your triumph over the world boss, which has preemptively concluded this round of trials. From tomorrow onward, the weather shall return to normal." Chen Fei opened the long-neglected chat channel. "Zhongyu, goodness gracious. What on earth is a world boss, and how is it defeated?" "Luing, though I have yet to witness a world boss myself, I have a notion of who may have accomplished this feat. Qiusheng Man Kechuan. Who is it? That is utterly impressive. On such a sweltering day, I scarcely dared to venture outside. Yet this individual managed to conquer the world boss. Shi Guang. Did you not see the announcement on the island monument? Aside from a top-ranked individual, who else possesses such capability? Xian and I. Splendid. The temperature can finally revert to normal. I have scarcely slept these past few days, and I have been unable to fish. You Yihua Ingdong. I, a humble maiden, have long admired the illustrious Wu Yin. Although I possess no formidable island, my heart is sincere and true. Tasha. As a modest girl, I have harbored admiration for Wu Yin for quite some time. Today, I dare to inquire if there is a place for me in your heart, great one. Wang Shu. I, a mere girl, have long cherished the hope of dedicating my remaining days to composing a grand ode of love for you, my lord. Jie Chao, enough. Let's all compose ourselves. Should we not be discussing the matter of the world boss? Feng Qian Jiu Shuyi. Alas, poor me. I have yet to even glimpse what the world boss looks like. He Feng Ru Yin Lai. The esteemed Wu Yin grows ever stronger, dominating the points leaderboard. And the gap widens with each passing day. I remain perplexed as to how he accomplishes this. I have been unable to fish for days. Yet his points continue to soar. Wu Yin, for the sake of our collective survival and safety, I shall introduce a new array of high-grade food items in my shop every day from today onward. Those in need may take a look. Wu Yin, should any of you possess unique items or artifacts, feel free to message me privately. Requests lacking items will not be accepted. Yes, Yu. The prices will be to your satisfaction. Zhou Zi Heng. I can hardly believe my eyes. Today, I have seen the Great One send a message. Feng Gua Hui Lang. This is the first time I have witnessed the illustrious Wu Yin speak. He appears rather aloof. In Great One, would you be able to sell some subservience? Now that the weather is returning to normal, the prices for subservience are on the rise again. Wu Yin, I do not possess any surplus subservience, but I can procure some indigenous slaves for you if you desire. If needed, I shall endeavor to capture a few for you in the coming days. Yin Shi Feng. Slaves could suffice, though communication might be somewhat cumbersome. However, after a transaction, their memories will be erased, and their loyalty will remain at a solid 60 points. In the dim light, Ying remarked, indeed, the population is insufficient. Even slaves can serve their purpose. Yudechuan Peng replied, as expected of a magnate, simply seize what is needed. After concluding their conversation, Chen Fei addressed Su Xingxi. Xingxi, please list all the indigenous slaves we have captured. Let us ascertain the current market price for servants. A 50% discount will suffice, while the 3 with ranks can be placed in the auction house. Su Xingxi responded, understood, Island Master. However, what arrangements do we have for the double rewards event tomorrow? No. Today? Chen Fei reassured him, there is no need for haste. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Once the listings are complete, you all may take your rest. In his mind, Chen Fei pondered whether he could sign into the system. The system responded, congratulations, host. You have signed in and received a copy card of grade S1. After 8 consecutive days of signing in, you have achieved a 6-fold critical reward and obtained copy cards of grade S6. As he gazed at the newly acquired copy cards, they appeared akin to item enhancement cards. At that moment, his wristband chimed with a notification. Congratulations, survivor. You have acquired copy cards of grade S6 and double reward copy cards of grade S12. Chen Fei was astonished. Is it possible to receive double rewards from this item as well? He encouraged everyone. Tonight, let us all rest well. Tomorrow brings double rewards. Rejuvenate yourselves so that we may strive together. Upon returning to his room, Chen Fei lay on his bed, finding sleep elusive. The medicinal concoction that Kai Yin had added to his soup was potent, and though he had consumed much of its efficacy due to his recent level up, his physical condition had indeed improved. Tonight marked the first time Xiao Qiao returned to her own quarters to sleep. It seemed that hope was futile. Reflecting on the events of that morning with Yao Chan, he quietly opened the door, intending to step outside, only to find Kai Yin waiting at the threshold. He swiftly pulled her inside and closed the door with a decisive motion. As he lay on his side, his fingertips grazed her hair, his breath brushing against her ear. Are you frightened? He whispered, his tone lingering. She turned her face away, catching sight of the glow reflecting off his collarbone in the candlelight. The blankets, warmed by their shared warmth, felt comfortable, yet her fingertips grew cold. As she attempted to shift towards the edge of the bed, her waist was gently restrained. Do not move. Chen Fei's voice deepened, the warmth of his palm seeping through her thin garment. If you move again, I cannot guarantee. Jade furnace and icy mat, mandarin ducks and brocade. The fragrant sweat mingles as the mountain pillow absorbs the warmth. One must strive for a lifetime to indulge in today's joy. The following morning, Chen Fei rose at 9 o'clock, the consequence of the previous evening's soup weighing upon him. He had only fallen asleep at dawn. As for Kai Yin, she had brought this upon herself, sleeping in a position reminiscent of a human pyramid. Yet, she seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, her body trembling slightly, as though in fear. The ghost stories Chen Fei recounted the previous night had left her in a state of cold sweat, her body quaking as she consumed several cups of grade S purified water. Ultimately, she had fainted in fright. The sunlight gently ascended the window, and I chuckled softly in my dreams. Suddenly, an unusual sensation stirred within me. Upon opening my eyes, my heart raced. The sheets were dampened in a sizable patch, resembling an odd little pond. My cheeks flushed crimson. What was I to do? Today's temperature was just right. Glancing at my wristband, I noticed that overnight, the high temperature had plummeted to a mere 26°C. I cheerfully descended the stairs to breakfast, albeit a bit late. In passing, I mentioned to the two Chiaos, Sister Kai was quite startled last night and hardly slept a wink. Let her rest for a bit, and we shall call her for lunch. By the way, how were today's double harvests? Xiao Qiao replied, my lord, since last night. After handling a large crab from the ocean, it transformed into 2 crabs, and similarly, 1 fish became 2. Even Sister Xioning's supply box, which had just landed on the island, turned into 2 boxes, though the contents were identical. Su Lao also mentioned that many vegetables could be harvested today. We might as well take advantage of the double harvest. However, it seems that Sister Mengling and Sister Xingxi are quite busy today, as I've heard many people are looking for them, and they have received numerous items. Chen Fei responded, understood. It appears my words in the regional channel last night had an effect. He stepped outside with his 2 secretaries, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, and immediately noticed that the street lights had already been installed. As they strolled around the island, he inquired of his companions, by the way, how many levels did the servants and slaves rise last night? De Qiao reported, my lord, this morning, Li Hansan presented me with a list of personnel level upgrades. There are a total of 18 individuals who reached F level, and 1 who ascended to E level. Chen Fei queried, E level? How could there be someone at E level? Wasn't there no one with levels before? De Qiao affirmed, indeed, however, 1 servant directly elevated to E level, rising 2 levels at once. His name seems to be Wei Zhongxian. Chen Fei mused, Wei Zhongxian? I never expected he possessed such capability. Could it be that after losing that item, he can accelerate his own level advancement? He instructed De Qiao, use the intercom to inform Li Hansan to gather everyone immediately, setting aside their current tasks. Then, lead them to Li Xioning. We'll head there shortly. De Qiao responded, understood, my lord. With both secretaries accompanying him, Chen Fei was reluctant to use the intercom himself. Seizing the moment while De Qiao contacted Li Hansan, he leaned closer to Xiao Qiao and whispered, little Qiao, why didn't you come find me last night? Were you afraid? She clutched the hem of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper, who was afraid? Before she could finish, she felt Chen Fei inch closer, the rustling of fabric mingling with his low voice. Then why are you keeping your distance from me? Chapter 40. Fishing at sea. By the time Chen Fei arrived with the 2 Chiaos, Li Hansan had already assembled a formidable group of over 1,000 individuals. Chen Fei seized the walkie-talkie and announced, all members of the fishing team, gather at the fishing point. Once everyone had assembled, he intended to lead them out to see if they could catch some fish. After all, today promised double rewards, and if they could reel in some high-level fish, it would be quite lucrative. The previous day's S-rank world boss had been vanquished by their team, and many had even leveled up overnight. Chen Fei instructed Dian Wei, Su Chu, Li Sunxiao, Zhang Liao, and Hua Zubing, along with 15 F-rank individuals and 300 ordinary citizens, will accompany me aboard the Wavebreaker. Today, we shall venture forth to fish. In addition to the 12 A-rank multi-tube aero vehicles already on the Wavebreaker, we shall add 12 more. Yu Yun, you will remain with Li Hansan and the over 600 individuals to conduct training. I expect to see results in the short term. The rest shall assist Fat Tiger in dealing with the marine creatures attacking the island. Wei Zhongxian and the newly promoted will join you. Upon understanding the orders, everyone prepared, and within 15 minutes, they would set forth. Yes, my lord, came the resounding response from nearly 1,000 voices that echoed across the island. Seizing the opportunity of today's double rewards, Chen Fei promptly utilized an S-rank duplication card to replicate 4 S-rank automatic fishing rods. Upon returning to the apartment with the 2 Chiaos, he replicated 3 S-rank water purifiers. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since his apartment was also S-rank, did that mean? He chuckled to himself. He took out a duplication card and attempted to replicate the small S-rank apartment building. And to his astonishment, it succeeded. Realizing that clearing space would be a cumbersome task, he opened the panel to check his total supply. He had 9. 6 million wood, 9. 2 million stone, 4. 2 million plastic, 4. 9 million cloth, 1. 32 million iron, or 2. 0.5 million cornerstone, and 14 million metal. With ample resources at hand, he unhesitatingly used 100,000 cornerstones to expand the area around the apartment. He replicated 2 identical apartments in a triangular formation. This apartment was fully air-conditioned, and since he acquired it as a cohesive whole, he had struck gold. Even if it were not utilized for habitation, setting the temperature to the lowest would allow it to serve as a warehouse, significantly prolonging the shelf life of food items. With only 3 duplication cards left, he decided to reserve them for critical moments. Chen Fei instructed Meng Ling, Xing Ci, Diao Chan, if there are any matters on the island, handle them on your own. If you face difficult decisions, send me a message. I will take them out to sea and see if we can make any gains. Cayenne, do not call her just yet. Send her some food during lunchtime, so she can rest well. He added, I have taken the 12 multi-tube arrow vehicles and their arrows. Please manufacture 12 more. As noon approached, they resolved to steer the wave-breaker due north, a direction that had yet to be explored. As the weather returned to normal today, Chen Fei stood on the deck with Xiao Qiao and De Qiao, followed closely by Dian Wei, Su Chu, Li Tsun Xiao, Hui Tsubing, and Zhang Liao. The sea breeze whistled fiercely, and 300 attendants lined up in 2 rows, each equipped with a bullhorn bow, their quivers filled with gleaming wolf-tooth arrows. They pushed 24 A-grade multi-barreled arrow carts. The short knives at their boot edges and the long spears swayed gently with the motion of the ship. Suddenly, the lookout at the stern shouted, My lord! In the northwest direction, a fish fin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surrounding warriors turned sharply, and the attendants simultaneously faced the direction indicated by the lookout. Beneath the azure surface of the sea, a bluish-gray shadow sliced through the waves, its tail fin cutting through the water with increasing urgency, sending up white foam like a silver ribbon, rushing toward the ship. Chen Fei remarked, earlier, we faced intermittent attacks from the wave-breaker. Now it's time to deal with you, who seem unaware of your impending fate. Prepare the arrow carts and archers on the port side. Li Tsun Xiao drew his sword, pointing it at the shadow, the blade glinting in the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. 20 attendants immediately advanced, kneeling on the edge of the ship, their bullhorn bows drawn taut like a full moon, the arrowheads gleaming ominously, while half of the arrow carts steadily locked onto the increasingly distinct silhouette beneath the water. The attendants accompanying them were the same as those from the island, and it appeared that recent training had yielded remarkable results. Chen Fei felt great satisfaction with their performance. As the shark suddenly leapt from the water, Chen Fei discerned its details. A B-grade hammerhead shark, Sphyrna spp, characterized by its hammer-shaped head with eyes positioned on either side. A unique structure that aids in precise prey detection and navigation. Chen Fei thought with 4 arrow carts, we can encircle this B-grade shark. This was not due to Chen Fei's stinginess. Capturing a shark at sea required precision, for if the arrows missed their mark, they would be rendered useless after a single shot, especially as they were A-grade arrows, which came at a high cost. With Li Tsunxiao's firm command to release, 600 arrows soared through the air, the sound of the arrow rain echoing as the majority struck the shark's robust back. The massive creature recoiled in pain, violently thrashing its tail against the ship. The wave-breaker only swayed slightly, yet the warriors raised their long spears in unison, aiming and firing with fluid precision. The spears whistled through the air, piercing the shark's blowhole. The beast emitted a deep, resonant roar, its thrashing growing weaker, blood spreading through the water like a strange crimson chrysanthemum. Chen Fei, with both arms around Xiao Qiao and De Qiao's shoulders, called out, Cast the net. Drag it back for a feast. A thunderous cheer erupted from the deck as the attendants hastily threw out the massive net, its coarse hemp ropes taut under the sunlight. Together, they pulled and heaved, the sea breeze mingling with the scent of blood and salt. As they collectively dragged the lifeless shark onto the deck, Chen Fei commanded, "Let us depart. The scent of blood will attract more sharks, which will pose a challenge." He added, "When we encounter the next one, let us try casting the net to see if we can capture it alive." Approaching the hammerhead shark, the salty aroma intensified. This isn't a double harvest. Could it be that the captured fish doesn't count? As he placed his hand to select decomposition, he was delighted to obtain 515 kilograms of B-grade shark meat, resulting in a doubled harvest of 1,030 kilograms of shark flesh. A plethora of meat chunks appeared on the ground, prompting Chen Fei to hastily instruct his servants to transfer the meat into the cold storage of the ship, the Breakwave. It would be unfortunate if it spoiled, Chen Fei lamented, realizing that only after decomposition could the quantity be doubled. He resolved to capture a live specimen next time, hoping to establish a contract. If successful, it could patrol his island, safeguarding it against marine creatures' attacks. Even a B-grade shark would suffice to deal with some A-grade fish, while it could easily consume S-grade ones like the mantis shrimp. In terms of size, the difference in grade became negligible. Much like a chick, regardless of its level, it would still fall prey to an eagle. With over 300 crew members aboard, capturing a shark weighing 700 or 800 pounds would pose no challenge if they worked together. At that moment, the lookout spotted something. "My lord," to the west, there's a school of fish. Li Xiao, gripping his sword at his waist, called out in a booming voice. The mast responded immediately, "General, 3 miles west. A dazzling sight. At least 20 of them. Their dorsal fins look like little flags." Following the direction, they indeed beheld the azure sea, where numerous dorsal fins sliced through the waves, resembling a herd of galloping white horses, sending up frothy white crests. Breakwave approached slowly. "I wish to observe the situation," Chen Fei commanded. As the ship drew nearer, he was finally able to discern the information about the group of great white sharks. 1 A-grade, 3 B-grade, 5 C-grade, and 15 D-grade sharks, all great whites forming a clan, rendering them impossible to capture alive. This encounter was perilous. Chen Fei embraced the larger and smaller Qiao and conveyed to the warriors behind him the urgency of the situation. Just then, 24 white figures darted towards the ship like arrows. Those were 24 great white sharks. The lead shark, with a dorsal fin broader than a shield, collided with the Breakwave, causing the vessel to shake. At that moment, the ship's island monument alerted them to damage requiring repairs. Chen Fei promptly utilized over 5,000 iron ingots to initiate repairs. "Archers, fire at will." Li Xiao's command was drowned by another impact. More than half of the multiple bolt throwers, alongside the archers, released over 900 wolf-tooth arrows simultaneously. Yet most were deflected by the shark's thick skin, clattering back onto the deck. The foremost giant shark suddenly leapt out of the water, its gaping maw almost capable of swallowing an entire servant. The foul-smelling saliva splattered onto Su Chu's face, prompting him to draw his long knife and strike at the razor-sharp teeth. With a resounding clang, the blade was nicked. However, it was not without gain. Half of the 15 D-grade sharks and 5 C-grade ones were already floating motionlessly. Throw the nets to catch the dead ones first. Then secure the fishing nets to the ship's side to prevent them from sinking. "We will handle the rest in the sea later," shouted Hua Tsubing. Chapter 41. The Abyssal Behemoth, contracted orca, piercing the gills with a long spear. The roar of Dian Wei was laced with crimson. The servants promptly brandished their spears, thrusting them forward with fervor. Yet, they were met with the frenzied sweep of a tail fin. One servant let out a blood-curdling scream as he was flung into the ocean, only to be engulfed by the surrounding school of sharks, the surface of the sea erupting into a blinding scarlet. "Deploy the nets for containment," Ho Chu Bing commanded with fervor in his eyes, and 300 servants sprang into action. 8 massive nets cascaded from the sides of the ship, each tethered to lead weights, splashing into the water and unfurling into a grand diamond shape, their mesh entangled with sharp iron barbs. Li Xiao, quick of eye and swift of hand, seized a long spear from a nearby servant and, with a piercing whistle, launched it toward the eye socket of an A-class shark. A direct hit. The servants cheered in unison, yet the colossal beast writhed in agony, violently thrashing its tail and ripping a hole in a freshly tightened net. The briny sea mingling with blood as it splattered across the deck. The 5 generals remained as steadfast as mountains. Ho Chu Bing directed the servants to adjust the netting while Li Tsuanxiao focused intently on the largest A-class great white shark, estimated to measure 3 zhang in length. Its dorsal fin wider than a shield, relentlessly gnawing at the rope restraining a B-class great white shark, disregarding even the spear lodged in its eye. The remaining 12 multi-barreled arrow carts seized the opportunity to strike at the remaining sharks, dispatching them before deploying nets for capture. Once the easier targets are dealt with, we shall concentrate on the leader, Zhang Liao commanded. After more than an hour of fierce combat, as the last shark was dragged aboard the ship with iron chains wrapped around its throat, the deck of the wave-breaking ship lay in disarray, stained crimson with blood. Of the 300 servants, 5 had perished, while the others clung tenaciously to their bloodied weapons. Li Tsuanxiao wiped the blood from his face and surveyed the pile of sharks on the deck, resembling a small mountain. Suddenly, he struck the iron plate with his long knife. "Count the numbers. Are we missing one?" No sooner had he spoken than a muffled thud resonated from the ship's bottom, followed by a faint alert of damage from the wave-breaking ship. Ho Chu Bing shouted below the ship. The crew looked down to see the water beneath bubbling with fresh blood. The last shark had taken its own life. Chen Fei hastily ordered the ship to move forward slightly, hoping to retrieve the corpse of the final great white shark. In the next moment, something far more terrifying occurred. A massive shadow of dark gray burst through the surface of the sea, its colossal form nearly engulfing half the deck, creating a tidal wave that sent everyone tumbling in disarray. The skin of the beast was covered in layered scales, each the size of a shield. But most horrifying was its maw, filled with spiraled fangs. Seizing the moment, Chen Fei swiftly checked his panel. Name: Abyssal Behemoth SSS Class. Underworld Spine Strangler. Description: a prehistoric creature thriving in the dim depths of the ocean. Its immense body exhibits entwining and collision capabilities, exuding an aura of mystery. Its tail fin possesses the brute force to shred ship hulls, embodying both destructive power and intimidation. A message also instantly echoed from the island monument. The ship's hull is damaged, requiring 15,000 iron ingots for repairs. Would you like to initiate repairs immediately? Warning. Warning. The hull is under attack. Please evacuate immediately. Chen Fei, we cannot withstand this. Xiao AI, return to port at once. Everyone, evacuate the deck. The wavebreaker surged forward, retreating at an accelerated pace, while the colossal creature of the deep relentlessly assaulted the vessel's hull. Chen Fei tirelessly employed iron resources for repairs, expending nearly 400,000 to 500,000 units within a mere 20 minutes. He had never felt so constrained before. The losses were substantial. In the distance, a dark brown silhouette emerged, its lantern-like eyes fixed intently upon their retreat. It seemed to have exhausted its pursuit, indicating that Chen Fei and his companions had successfully evaded capture. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 3 p.m., and the lunch sent by Su mingling from the island had already grown cold. The group was both fatigued and famished, having lost 5 servants while being pursued by the deep-sea behemoth. "Let us all have a meal and rest well before we return," Chen Fei suggested. After their meal, he led the others, including the younger Qiao, back to the vessel, intending to process the 14 great white sharks they had just caught along the way. Among them were 1A level, 2B level, 5C level, and 15D level sharks, with another B level having committed suicide against the hull and thus not retrieved. Chen Fei meticulously disassembled the sharks one by one, doubling their yields, and obtained the following: L-level shark meat 8, 315 kilograms, B-level shark meat 12, 400 kilograms. C-level shark meat 26, 844 kilograms. D-level shark meat 65, 008 kg. The A-level great white shark was massive, while the D-level specimens, likely still juvenile, were considerably smaller. The total weight, after doubling, amounted to a staggering 120,000 kg. In another 20 minutes, they would reach the shore. Suddenly, Xiao cried out, pointing at the splashes at the vessel's stern. What is that? The crew turned to see two grayish-blue dorsal fins slicing through the waves, resembling sharp blades, swiftly pursuing the ship's wake. As they drew closer, it became evident that they were two tiger sharks, their powerful tails propelling them towards Chen Fei and his companions. They must be after the fish we have on board. The scent of blood is too potent, Hua, Tsubing remarked. That is indeed possible. Moreover, our wave breaker is susceptible to attacks from marine creatures, and I am not surprised that the scent of blood has attracted sharks, Chen Fei replied, instructing Xiao Air to reduce their speed so he could assess the information on the two sharks. Name: Tiger Shark A Level 1. Tiger Shark A Level 1 Description: the tiger shark poses a significant threat to humans and ranks among the species responsible for numerous fatalities. Its diet is extensive, consuming nearly anything, including various marine organisms and human refuse, earning it the moniker of the ocean's garbage can. There is 1A level and 1B level tiger shark. We are almost home. Let's exert ourselves a bit longer and attempt to capture these two alive, Chen Fei urged. Consequently, the crew sheathed their weapons and prepared the nets, awaiting the shark's approach. Cast the net, Li Tsunxiao suddenly shouted. The servants immediately responded, two of them hefting the net and flinging it forcefully over the ship's port side. The net unfurled with a resounding splash, sinking into the water with its weighted edges, perfectly ensnaring the tiger shark in the center, with 4 to 5 layers of netting covering each shark's head. Retrieve the net. A collective effort tightened the net's rope, leaving crimson marks on their palms. The shark violently thrashed its tail, causing the net to creak ominously as it tore open a gaping hole half a foot wide. Dianwei, with swift reflexes, seized an iron hook from the deck and forcefully latched onto the intersection of the net. Put in more effort. No matter how strong it is, it cannot outlast us. Chen Feizhong observed all of this, pondering to himself that his net was inadequate. Each tiger shark had torn through 4 or 5 layers of it. The shark continued its frenzied struggle, its tail fins splashing water in all directions. Soon, it became ensnared in the net, leaving only its head exposed, its round eyes fixed intently on the people on the deck, exhaling hoarse breath from its throat. The crew took turns pulling the net, gradually dragging the two sharks onto the deck. The skin of the sand tiger shark was exceedingly thick, the net digging into its flesh, causing a pale red blood to seep out, mingling with seawater and dripping onto the deck, eliciting grimaces from those nearby. As the last segment of the tail fin was pulled aboard, the two sharks writhed within the net, their tails slapping the deck with resounding thuds. Yet they could not break free from the resilient rope soaked in tung oil. When Chen Fei's ship, the wave breaker, returned ashore, the two tiger sharks had exhausted their strength. He crouched down and patted the two sharks within the net, suddenly laughing. These teeth, if contracted for dealing with marine creatures, would undoubtedly be more effective than a fat tiger. To contract a B-grade creature required 3 cards, while an A-grade demanded 4. Presently, Chen Fei possessed 54 cards and chose to contract without hesitation. Master, please release us. The restraints are quite uncomfortable. The voice of an orca suddenly echoed in Chen Fei's mind, startling him. He attempted to communicate mentally with the orca. Can you converse with me? The orca's voice resonated immediately in his mind. Master, I can communicate, but my mate cannot. Only upon achieving an A-grade contract can she converse. Unexpectedly, this function was a feature of A-grade biological contracts. He hastily instructed his crew, quickly remove the fishing nets from them and assist in pushing them back into the sea. He then picked up the intercom, requesting Jiao Chan to send over 1 liter of S-grade purified water. S-grade purified water possesses healing properties. He wondered if it could mend the orca's scrapes. After all, he had 4 S-grade purifiers, so 1 liter was inconsequential. Before long, the orcas returned to the water, floating on the surface as they awaited Chen Fei's commands, just as Jiao Chan delivered the S-grade purified water. Standing on the deck of the wave breaker, Chen Fei communicated with the orcas. Open your mouths. This purified water can heal your wounds. Let us see if it proves effective. Chapter 42. The Token of Copies. The return of the orcas, he poured a liter of S-grade purified water into the mouths of 2 orcas, and instantly, the bleeding from the A-grade orca's abrasion ceased. Meanwhile, the B-grade orca, having consumed the S-grade purified water, began to thrash about in the sea, emitting a prolonged, high-pitched call akin to a sharp whistle. Soon after, a strange female voice echoed in Chen Fei's mind. "Master, I can now communicate with you as well. This water is truly remarkable. It has the power to aid our evolution." This was an incredible windfall, as he now possessed 2 A-grade orca pets. "You two shall assist me in patrolling the island. Every 3 hours, over 200 marine creatures attack the surrounding waters. I shall entrust this task to you. Perform well, and there will be more of this water in the future. Feel free to feast on any marine creatures that assault the island, and should you find yourselves overwhelmed, you may discard them on shore." "Orca, Master, our intention for venturing out was to seek food. Upon seeing your vessel, we were inexplicably drawn to it and gave chase. There are still members of my pod back at our original location. May I return to bring them here?" The prospect of a pod was indeed a delightful surprise, and now that he had forged a pact with these two, there was little concern of them fleeing. "Then you two shall return and bring your pod with you. There are ample marine creatures around this island for you to feast upon daily. Henceforth, the island's defense shall be your responsibility." "Orca, understood, Master. The distance to our pod is not far. We shall return swiftly." Chen Fei called out to everyone, "Unload all the shark meat from the ship and place it in the 2 newly constructed apartments. Use the intercom to summon those who are training to help with the moving. With over 120,000 kilograms of shark meat and only 300 of you, each person must carry 400 kilograms. This will take quite some time. Be sure to bring extra A-grade shark meat to the kitchen. Everyone shall have their fill this morning." Diao Chan interjected, "My lord, we have harvested a bountiful amount of vegetables from the farm today. We shall feast well." As Chen Fei strolled towards the apartment with Diao Chan and the 2 Qiaos, he remarked, "Please inform Kai Yin that I shall be dining on Xian bird meat tonight. There is no need to prepare the shark meat, as it can be quite pungent." Diao Chan replied, "Sister Kai Yin is still in bed, my lord. You are being rather inconsiderate. She requires assistance even to eat at noon, having no strength left. Her condition is quite severe, and she has yet to sit up." Chen Fei had not anticipated the severity of the situation. With his enhanced physique, he resolved to be more cautious in the future. I shall be more mindful next time." However, his response was met with the exasperated glares of the 3. "You all keep an eye on them as they finish moving and check the air conditioning. I will go see Kai Yin." As he pushed open the door and entered the room, Kai Yin, upon recognizing Chen Fei, immediately closed her eyes and turned her head away. He surveyed the bed and noticed not only had the bedding been replaced, but even the cooling mat was new. Chen Fei remarked, "Who can you blame? It's your own fault for recklessly adding things to the soup." After saying this, he observed the other person visibly tremble. Seizing the moment, he sat at the edge of the bed and suggested, "Shall I fetch some S-grade purified water for you to apply externally?" Kai Yin responded, "My lord, please don't say any more. I've already embarrassed myself today." All witnessed by Sister Diao Chan. Chen Fei reassured her, "What is the big deal? Weren't you also privy to her state yesterday morning?" Kai Yin insisted, "It's different. Today, she lifted my blanket, and I couldn't move at all. She saw everything." "My lord, could you visit her tonight?" Chen Fei, surprised by her cunningness, teased, "Shall we continue today then?" Kai Yin protested, "No, I would surely perish. Last night, I thought I was dying. Suddenly, everything went dark and I lost consciousness." Chen Fei consoled her, "Rest well. Don't worry. I'll ensure retribution for you regarding Diao Chan." As Chen Fei descended the stairs, he informed Su Mengling and Su Xingxi, "Today we procured over 120,000 kilograms of shark meat, and the quality is quite high. Please list some in the shop. We simply cannot consume it all." Su Mengling replied, "All right, Brother Fei. Thankfully, it's high-grade food. Otherwise, ordinary food is hard to sell now. The temperature has returned to normal today, and food prices are dropping." Chen Fei inquired, "I heard many people were privately trading items today. Did you acquire anything valuable?" Su Mengling answered, "Indeed, we received a variety of graded soil, ranging from F to C level. Grandpa Su needed some, so we took it all. As for the rest, they consider them rare, but they are of little use to us, mostly blueprints. Of course, the majority were envelopes." Initially, we thought they contained important information and accepted a few friend requests, only to discover they were love letters addressed to you, Brother Fei. Would you like to read them? Chen Fei awkwardly rubbed his nose. Let us disregard such matters in the future. Just reject them outright. Su Mingling continued. At the start of today, we noticed there were some selling dungeon tokens. However, after purchasing 3, we found many more appeared, and we decided against further purchases. She then picked up a crystalline token and handed it to Chen Fei. Item: Lost Jungle Dungeon Token Carrying Capacity. Each token allows for 5 individuals' teleportation countdown. 13 hours, 23 minutes. In 50 seconds description, 2 identical tokens can be combined to create a higher level token, doubling the carrying capacity and allowing unrestricted weapons. Each Lost Jungle Dungeon can accommodate 100 teams of survivors. An unknown jungle has emerged on a deserted island, and survivors may bring their followers into the Lost Jungle Dungeon to seek treasure chests scattered throughout or to defeat the guardian beasts protecting them. Opening a treasure chest grants exchange points, which can be used at the automatic vending machine located at the Jungle S Center to acquire desired items. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, the transmission will commence. This dungeon rewards points through defeating enemies or collecting treasure chests. The greater the number of participants, the more advantageous the endeavor becomes. I shall certainly take a look for myself. Grasping the walkie-talkie, I inquired, Xiaoning, have you obtained any dungeon tokens today? Li Xiaoning replied, My lord, I have acquired 8 tokens today. Would you like me to deliver them to you now? Chen Fei responded, No need. Just bring them to me this evening. With 11 dungeon keys in my possession, I have a total of 55 teleportation slots. Yet I find the number of participants somewhat lacking. Xing Ci, do we not possess a D-grade flintlock template? Could you ascertain if it can be manufactured? Su Xing Ci replied, Island Master, after the Xian Yao dropped it yesterday afternoon, I checked. The flintlock can indeed be crafted. However, the ammunition requires sulfur and niter. In that case, we shall address it later. Please keep an eye on the trading channel for any available dungeon tokens. If possible, assist me in acquiring 50 more. It is evident that a larger group yields a significant advantage in this point-gathering dungeon. Understood, Island Master. Many individuals have procured dungeon tokens, but are too apprehensive to venture forth, opting instead to sell them. I will acquire a few. Su Mingling interjected, Little Fei, could you refrain from going out to fish in the future? I heard you encountered monsters today. Perhaps you could let others handle it instead? Stay on the island. Very well. I shall endeavor to remain ashore. With the speed of the breaking wave, there is relatively little danger. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Master, there are sharks. A school of sharks is approaching our island. Chen Fei hastened outside and, before reaching the shoreline, beheld the scene unfolding in the distance. From the tumultuous waters, 2 enormous black dorsal fins surged forth. Astonishingly, they were accompanied by a dozen or so orcas, the largest nearly 10 meters long, while the smallest exceeded 5 meters, a dark mass floating upon the surface, their dorsal fins resembling a moving reef. Upon reaching the shore, the tiger shark emitted soft, rumbling sounds akin to a playful dog. Its massive tail fins splashed rhythmically against the water, as if in salute. A small whale leapt from the water, tracing an arc through the air before crashing down, sending up a shower of droplets. Master, I have returned with my kin, the shark announced. Chen Fei examined the information regarding these tiger sharks. Aside from the 2 already bound by contract, there were 13 more, 3 B-grade, 8 C-grade, and 2 E-grade. The 2 A-grade sharks were evidently still juvenile. To contract them all would require 37 contract cards. However, I hesitated as I had 47 in my possession. Since encountering the deep-sea behemoth today, I found myself somewhat disdainful of these B and C grades. Engaging in a mental dialogue with the 2 already contracted tiger sharks, I instructed, from now on, you shall be named Mo-Do, and your mate shall be Shuaxian. It is your responsibility to manage your kin and assist me in eliminating any marine creatures that threaten the island, but you must not harm any of my island's inhabitants. Mo-Do and Shuaxian affirmed, Yes, master, we shall diligently oversee our tribe. You need not worry. Thus, my island would remain secure. Chen Fei contemplated that with the protection of the orcapod, his generals would be free to engage in other endeavors. Chapter 43. Establishing the Five Guards. Indigenous night, Raid, Mo Do, and Shui Xine floated side by side upon the water's surface, their gazes toward Chen Fei both gentle and resolute. The calls of the whale pod echoed once more, this time resonating like a proclamation. Henceforth, they would vigilantly guard the island for the master they had chosen. As the Orcus descended into the depths, Chen Fei seized the intercom to announce, "All martial generals and members of the fishing team, gather at the apartment. Li Xiaoning, bring your people as well." With that, Chen Fei turned and briskly made his way to the apartment. Upon returning, after a brief wait, the fishing team had assembled in full. Present were Li Xiaoning, Dian Wei, Li Tsunxiao, Hua Zubing, Gao Changgong, Su Chu, Chen Xingji, Ran Min, Xian Qiji, Zhang Liao, and Yu Yun. In total, there were 11 martial generals along with the 39 F-level servants, including Wei Zhongxian, who had been appointed earlier in today. Chen Fei proclaimed, Qing Long Guard, Captain Li Tsunxiao, Vice Captain Chen Xingji. Baihu Guard, Captain Hua Zubing, Vice Captain Zhang Liao. Zhuke Guard, Captain Ran Min, Vice Captain Xian Qiji. Xuanwu Guard, Captain Gao Changgong, Vice Captain Yu Yun. Qilin Guard, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Li Xiaoning, and let us also include Wei Zhongxian. You 4 guards will replenish to a total of 150 personnel at Li Hansen's location. Qilin Guard requires 50 individuals, with 25 men and 25 women, all of sufficient rank. Now, go have your meal. Once you have dined, ensure your teams are complete. Tomorrow, Qing Long and Baihu shall dispatch 120 personnel each, while Qilin will send 30 with me to the dungeon. Tomorrow, each of Qing Long, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu will equip 6 A-level multi-barrel arrow vehicles. That will be all. Disperse. Li Xiaoning interjected, "My lord, today we caught a considerable number of fishing rods, yet only 18 servants were caught. Would you like to take a look? Is this not somewhat excessive?" 18 may sound like a significant number, but he possessed 5 S-level automatic fishing rods and several ordinary ones. 1 S-level rod equated to 6 ordinary rods. On average, wouldn't 2 ordinary rods yield at least 1 servant? Was the yield not rather dismal? Chen Fei inquired, "What are the monsters? Were there many today?" Li Xiaoning replied, "My lord, there were indeed quite a few monsters today. I didn't keep precise count, but it must be at least 80, if not 100. This is utterly outrageous. If it weren't for our profound resources, one might be overwhelmed by this abysmal drop rate." Chen Fei said, waving his hand impatiently, "Bring them over. I wish to see." Li Xiaoning spoke into the intercom, and soon 18 individuals were brought before Chen Fei. What quality could these 18 possibly possess? Yesterday, he had purchased over 500 servants and only acquired 2.5. However, Chen Fei, who had initially paid no heed, opened the system panel and was instantly astonished upon seeing the information. Name, Yin E level. None. Special units can consume upgrade food to rapidly enhance their levels. However, their potential limits restrict further advancement without exceptional opportunities. Loyalty. 100. According to the rules of the island world, all servants begin with a loyalty of 60. But due to the system's influence, loyalty is forcibly elevated to 100 and cannot diminish. Strength. 68 agility. 62 constitution. 72 name. Yin air level. None special unit. Loyalty. 100 strength. 19 agility. 19 constitution. 19. Name. Yin Shirba level. None special unit. Loyalty. 100 strength. 19 agility. 19 constitution. 19 my goodness. All are golden legends. Swift in action, as fast as the wind, fierce as fire. The elusive Yin 18 riders have gathered perfectly. Chen Fei, Xiaoning, these 18 individuals are just right. Let them all join the Qilin Guard. Equip your Qilin Guard with the finest swords, bows, and crossbows. We will also allocate our surplus horses to the Qilin Guard. After dinner, the military generals went to select personnel, while Chen Fei remained in the apartment lobby, preparing for the departure the next day. Chen Fei, mingling, Xingzi, you two can take turns watching over the island monument. There is no need for both of you to sit before it constantly. Sitting for too long is not good for your backs. Su Mingling, Xiao Fei Ge, You should rest early today. We will be teleporting to the dungeon at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Chen Fei, how are the dungeon teleportation tokens? How many do we currently possess? Su Xingzi, Island Master, aside from the 11 we acquired this afternoon, we have purchased another 50, and in the evening, Sister Xioning opened 3 more. Chen Fei took the Misty Jungle Dungeon tokens and synthesized them one by one. He obtained a pale golden token, resembling the material of a cup. The item information changed from accommodating 5 individuals to now being able to carry 320, while all else remained unchanged. The Lord has news. A large ship is heading towards our island. It's getting dark, and they're nearing our shores. Came the voice of Hua Zubing over the intercom. Chen Fei, from which direction are they approaching? Can you ascertain their numbers? Hua Zubing, southwest direction. There are 2 large ships, but the number of people is still uncertain. They appear to be the indigenous folk from before. Chen Fei, mobilize the combat personnel. Prepare the multi-tube arrow carts. I will be there shortly. By the time Chen Fei arrived at Hua Zubing's location, the indigenous people were already less than 5 meters from the island, preparing to dock. Due to the uncertainty regarding the number of indigenous individuals, the servants lay low on the ground or hid behind cover, taking advantage of the night as concealment. The ship was densely packed with indigenous individuals adorned with indigo patterns, their stone spears glinting coldly in the morning light. It is the Net tribe, what Zubing remarked, as he had the longest experience dealing with them and was most familiar with their ways. The indigenous people commenced to blow their conch shells, the mournful sound resonating and causing a tremor in one's eardrums. Bang! The first dugout struck the island, and the natives descended like monkeys, howling as they brandished their spears and charged forward. Their speed was remarkable as they sprinted across the wet sand, quickly covering 30 meters. Fire! Chen Fei bellowed. A deluge of arrows soared through the air, and the advancing natives fell, momentarily halting their momentum. Fear gripped them, rendering them hesitant. Their lack of exposure did not equate to foolishness or a lack of fear. Damn it, what a waste. Did I not command all the multi-barreled arrow carts to unleash their volleys? The natives at the forefront were pierced like hedgehogs, arrows densely peppering their bodies, scarcely revealing any flesh. The gaps between the arrows were also filled with shafts, and many natives' bodies were shattered beyond recognition. It was too late to reload with arrows. Charge forward, Chen Fei shouted. Thousands surged forth like a tidal wave, archers in the rear continuously loosing arrows. The Net tribe, already disoriented, began to retreat in the face of this overwhelming force. The generals led the charge, cleaving through a native's spear, sending him tumbling into the sea, while their attendants swiftly widened the breach. An hour later, as the last native was bound, the beach was strewn with scattered spears, swords, and arrows. Chen Fei walked along the wet sand toward the shoreline, the salty scent filling the air. He glanced back at his subordinates. Some were tending to wounds, others dragging corpses. While many excitedly waved their weapons, morale was at an all-time high. Chen Fei approached the shattered body struck by the arrow cart. His stomach churned violently while burning his throat. He averted his gaze from the pile of corpses. Have we taken stock? How many natives came this time? Ranmin replied, My lord, the approximate number is around 700. Many have been fragmented by the arrows, making precise counting difficult. We may need to interrogate the captives for specifics. How many were captured alive? Chen Fei inquired. 347 were taken prisoner, 39 of whom are severely injured, Ranmin responded. It seems we should minimize the use of arrow carts in future battles. We captured 308 out of 700. Indeed, my lord, Ranmin affirmed. At that moment, the orca, Shuxin, tossed a fish ashore beside the island, which instantly transformed into 2 upon landing. Master, we are full. We have thrown the leftovers onto the shore, Shuxin announced. Chen Fei instructed. The 4 guards should take turns patrolling the island. If the orcas toss fish ashore, remember to collect them. The fishing spots will also be under your watch. Dispose of the dead natives into the sea for the orca's supper. He then communicated with Shuxin, Summon your kin. Let us not waste these natives. They shall be your evening meal. He then turned his attention to the 308 captives, and upon systematic scanning, Chen Fei discovered there was 1 D level 2 E-level, and 16 F-level individuals among them. Chen Fei instructed them to pay particular attention to these individuals. While reviewing the indigenous information, he heard a series of splashes accompanied by a few anguished cries from behind, yet he did not turn his head. This D-class individual was likely either the leader or the esteemed elder, while the 2 E-class figures were presumably 2 elders or priests. However, it was unlikely that a priest would emerge. Rather, they were probably 2 of the 6 elders. As for whether there were other elders among the fallen, that remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the Net tribe, with only over 300 members, had already suffered significant losses on their own island, with the remaining populace consisting mostly of the elderly, infirm, and weak. It was time to address this matter. After the conclusion of the foggy jungle dungeon tomorrow, if time permits, a visit to the Net tribe would be in order. Chapter 44. The island tablet reminds again upon returning to the apartment. The atmosphere was thick with concern. Su Xingxi and Su Mengxue frequently glanced towards the entrance, while the Xiao Qiao and Jiao Chan stood vigilantly with a list of supplies awaiting developments. Only the little Zizi sat nearby, engrossed in play with an egg, seemingly oblivious to the tension surrounding him. Wait, an egg? It seemed he had overlooked the fact that he possessed a pet egg. Chen Fei. Little Zizi, what are you up to? Li Mingda. Nestled comfortably, little leopard. What can a lion's roar achieve in the confines of a cozy den? His full-level baby talk took considerable effort for me to comprehend. Chen Fei shone his flashlight on the eggshell, but discerned nothing. Chen Fei. Little Zizi, you must persevere. In just a couple of days, the little one will emerge. Su Mingling. Brother Fei, how is it outside? Have the natives been chased away? Chen Fei. Do not worry. These are mere trifles. We have over 1,000 people on our island. The natives have been entirely dealt with, and there are still over 300 captives. Once interrogated, they will be sold together. Why are you all still awake at such a late hour? Su Mingling. Last week at this time, the island tablet issued a notification. I wanted to see if there would be one this week, especially since the leaderboard is concluding tonight. Su Xingxi, Island Master. I heard that the natives brought in 2 large ships. Did you accept them? Today is a day of double rewards. Chen Fei. How could I have forgotten? Today indeed brings double rewards. Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Chen Fei hurried outside to accept the 2 pirate ships, instantly increasing their fleet to 4. Name: large wooden ship, 4 description, length 44. 5 meters, width 7. 3 meters. Speed, 5 to 15 knots. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Fei joined the ladies, cradling little Zizi as they quietly awaited the arrival of midnight. With nothing pressing to attend to, he opened the regional channel, noticing that the population count in the upper right corner had dwindled to 1, 438, 411 out of 2, 500, 000. How swiftly the numbers had fallen, over 40 in such a brief span. Would the population dwindle to mere thousands in a few weeks? Jiaoka Duo. I wonder if the island tablet will issue any notifications tonight. Chuangu. It would be better if it did not. The weather today is rather pleasant. It has been a long time since I felt this comfortable. Shagai Maoshong. Yes, it has indeed been a while since I felt this at ease. I hardly slept well the past few days, but today, taking advantage of the cool weather, I slept the entire day. Chao Hen. You are quite the character. After such a fine day, instead of gathering resources, you chose to sleep. Yi Ku. Has anyone noticed that the points leaderboard is about to conclude today? Langwan Chuanban. I noticed, but what does it matter to me? I'm not on the list. Yin Shuang. Does anyone possess the map for the Misty Jungle Dungeon? How many will venture there? Yu Cha Jiaoyu. There should be quite a few. Perhaps around 30 of people will receive dungeon tokens today. Fan Dofeng. I managed to escape, but the token compelled me to sell it, which I am reluctant to do. Island Heart Hidden Old Reef. Sold 1 Seagull Shadow. Sold 2 Sand Grain Striking Ship's Side. Sold 10086 Coconut. What are you all afraid of? Take a chance. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Fishing Fire Swaying. Exactly, we VE come this far. Aren't you willing to take a risk? Sail Corner Hanging on Diminished Stars. Everyone should exercise caution. The token specifies a jungle map that accommodates 100 survivor teams. On the shore, have any of you played the thrilling battlefield? In the instance, the most perilous ones should be us survivors. Coconut juice seeping through beach seams. Haven't you noticed that the tokens can be synthesized? At worst, we can bring more people. Island. I shall bring 30 individuals tomorrow. When the divine blocks the gods and the Buddha obstructs the Buddhas, you'd best pray not to encounter me. Sol Frost Binding Network. I would like to bring them, but I lack sufficient subordinates. Switch to the leaderboard 1. Misty Shadow 114575402. Bamboo Tapping Snow 156,811.3. Little Mist Bud 120,054.4. Awakening Dawn 120,064.5. Scorpion Ai Liang 112,349.6. Cat Tooth 109854. Chen Fei recognized several familiar names. If his memory serves him right, Bamboo Tapping Snow has consistently held a position on the leaderboard, while Little Miss Bud has remained since their last appearance. Cat Tooth, previously hovering around the 100th position, was the one who remained alert. These individuals are potential prospects. I should keep an eye on them. Xing Ci, pay attention to the leaderboard, especially to those three. They seem quite promising. Su Xing Ci. All right, Island Master. I have always been monitoring the top 10 on the leaderboard. As dawn approached, the Island Monument indeed announced its message. Congratulations to all survivors for passing the first trial, but do not celebrate too soon. A new trial will commence in 6 hours. Are you all prepared? However, I must share some good news with you. The regional chat channel and the world chat channel have welcomed new members. Go and meet them. As the Island Monument's announcement concluded, a new line appeared. The leaderboard settlement's first prize. Reward for Island Plant Growth Speed 100. Is there a new trial every week? I wonder what this week's trial will entail. Never mind. We will face whatever comes our way. After claiming the first place reward on the leaderboard, Chen Fei opened the chat channel to observe the changes following the merger. Firstly, the most noticeable change in the regional channel was the number of participants in the upper right corner. Now reading. Number of participants. 6, 896, 484. A substantial increase, indeed. Seagull pecking waves. What's going on here? Why are there so many people? Sail corner. It has merged. How many regions have combined into one? Ship's bone embedded in sand. Everyone, report in. I am from Zone G. Anchor. I am in Zone B. Sand buried anchor. Just click on a few avatars to check. It's all numbered. Reporting like this is too chaotic. Reef gap embedded with shells. I observe that it should encompass zones A through G, totaling 7 areas. Pin travels like a dragon. I took a look as well, and it seems about right. Are there any other zones? If others are present, please speak up. Otherwise, it's just the 7 zones. Thunderstrike's tree. Astonishing that there are still 6. 89 million people in these 7 zones. The population in your areas is quite substantial. Chivalrous upholder of justice. Not particularly. Our area barely has 1 million. Tea lightens the heart. That's not many. We are under 1 million. Warm-hearted. We too have less than 1 million remaining. New note. How are you managing this? Are people consuming one another? We still have over 1. 4 million. Horse treads dust. Goodness over 1. 4 million. Our zone only has over 800,000. Given that the total is 2. 5 million. How do you manage to sustain so many? Remnant Snow. Their zone has a prominent figure selling goods. It seems there's a delay in listings after they are posted. The regional channel sees the listings, but the world channel only registers them after a delay of 10 seconds or so. Misty Hill. There's such a mechanism? How'd I not notice? Cold Stove. I've heard that food is abundant in their area, and a notable figure even sells tiered food. Star follows the changing journey. No way. There are tiered foods? I've never seen any in the shops. Is it really worth selling? Commerce unites all. I've listed some F-grade meats. Those in need can go purchase them. Fragrance drifts for miles. Could this be that prominent figure? Ember. What does he count as a prominent figure? Tiered food sold by the gram, and it's exorbitantly priced. Rich Hue. Indeed, this profiteer sells it at 5 grams per portion. 5 grams of meat. How are we supposed to consume that? It seems there are many competitors. Chen Fei has also not realized that there's a delay in listings between the regional and world channels. Chapter 45, Trade. Commencing the transmission of copies, Chen Fei turned to inquire of Su Mengling and Su Xingxi. How much food do we have left? Have we made any sales today? Su Xingxi produced a sheet of paper, densely filled with figures. Island Master. We currently possess S-grade Shinbird meat, 1920 kilograms, A-grade shark meat, 7,540 kilograms, B-grade shark meat, 10,500 kilograms, C-grade shark meat, 22,500 kilograms, D-grade shark meat, 65,000 kilograms, B-grade other meats, 105 kilograms, C-grade other meats, 260 kilograms, E-grade other meats, 800 kilograms, F-grade other meats, 5,000 kilograms. We have sold only a portion today. After all, these items are not difficult to sell and will be swiftly purchased regardless of when they are listed. Were it not for you contracting the orchid today, which did not yield double the harvest, our gains would have been even greater. Chen Fei's expression darkened. The orcas are now our own allies. No, they are our own whales. Do you still wish to consume their flesh? Prepare 5,000 kilograms of B-grade, 10,000 kilograms of C-grade, 30,000 kilograms of D-grade, and 5,000 kilograms of F-grade meats. With the regional merger occurring now, we must establish our store's reputation. When I say to list them, you shall do so. Some of our supplies can be traded, while others will be exchanged for metals, iron, and cornerstone resources. Let us see if we can procure some metal from the newly merged survivors. Su Xingzi replied, understood. Island Master, you may proceed with the advertisement. Chen Fei promptly opened both the regional and world chat channels, dispatching identical messages. Wuyin, 5,000 kilograms of B-grade meat, 10,000 kilograms of C-grade meat, 30,000 kilograms of D-grade meat, and 5,000 kilograms of F-grade meat. A total of 50,000 kilograms has been listed in the store. Those in need should pay attention, as more supplies will be available in the future. Xingzi, Mengling, now list the items. Chen Fei instructed. Early cherry. Wuyin has appeared. Behold what it means to be a big shot. Chess piece. Wow, a big shot has emerged. I see 50,000 kilograms of high-grade meat. Moonlit cold water. This is not merely that. The D-grade and above totals 45,000 kilograms. Lonely boat. How many sharks has this big shot captured? And they're all high-grade. Anchor sinks to the bottom. With this food, I could cultivate several D-grade servants. Blazing sun. To the one above. Could it not be possible that they possess more than just this shark meat, but that they consumed it before it spoiled? Hostile front. This is unreasonable. With so many sharks, even someone as valiant as I could not contend with them. How did he manage this? Light promise. Moreover, it is not just that. Look at the variety of F-grade meats available. Leaf returns to root. You ought to compare your leaderboard scores with his. How can you deem it unreasonable? Generous. With so many items, he ought to assist those in need. Such a merchant, puffed cold gaze. With such thoughts, you should invite the Leshan giant Buddha down and take a seat upon it. The turtles in the Merit Pond require coins for their wishes. After all, how could they afford to offer their gifts for free? Ba, do not tarnish the Buddha's name. Even the Buddha requires incense offerings. How does such a saintly figure endure to this day? I find it quite perplexing. Could it be that he merely wishes to inspire others towards saintliness? Enough of this commotion. It is time for rest, for we must venture into the instance tomorrow. The World Chat channel has also merged. I shall seek out my family. I shall accompany you. Finding someone is futile. The World channel is now more crowded than ever, resembling a tin of sardines, making it nearly impossible to discern any messages. Though one may not possess striking features, their thoughts can be quite beautiful, desiring others to offer resources free of charge. Should prices remain unchanged, even Chen Fei would feel the weight of his frustrations. How are our sales? How much of the 50,000 kilograms has been sold? Brother Fei, the rest is sold well, though the B-grade prices may be a tad high. Just wait a few more minutes, and we should be close to selling the remaining 1,000 kilograms. No matter, as long as there's a market. By the way, how did you determine today's prices? I haven't had a chance to look. The prices were set by Xingzi. She informed me of the figures. Master of the island, today as quantity is substantial, and I fear it may not sell well since most of it is shark meat. Hence, I did not set the prices too high. I simply doubled the last rate we acquired from the island merchants. After all, shark meat may not be highly favored. Indeed, the prices are reasonable, but it suffices. Selling this bulk of shark meat for 2 to 3 times the island merchants' rates would be acceptable. Master, you may be on the brink of fortune. Fortune, my favorite pursuit. Let me see how much we have sold today. Due to half being exchanged for iron and cornerstone materials, tonight's sales yielded wood, 47. 15 million stone, 35. 36 million plastic, 20. 8 million cloth, 20. 95 million iron, 30. 6 million cornerstone, 28. 88 million metal, 438,000. This truly is a bountiful haul. With these additions, his warehouse now boasts nearly 200 million in total resources. Wood, 56. 75 million stone, 44. 56 million plastic, 25. 07 million cloth, 25. 8 million iron ore, 32. 12 million cornerstone, 30. 93 million metal, 1. 442 million. Should he acquire blueprints, he is confident in constructing another vessel, the wave breaker. Everyone, make haste to rest. Those who rise early tomorrow, please wake me. We must depart for the misty jungle instance at 6 o'clock. By the way, with the World Channel now merged, if anyone is searching for family, feel free to inquire there. On the following morning, Chen Fei was roused by a series of knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. He instinctively raised his wristband to check the time. 5:25. With the impending venture into the misty jungle instance, he did not linger. Promptly rising to open the door. Xingzi, you are up quite early, remarked Chen Fei. Su Xingzi replied, it is already quite late, master. The generals who accompanied you have already begun their breakfast. Very well, you may head downstairs first. I shall join you shortly after I freshen up, Chen Fei said, turning to retreat to his quarters. The speed at which he attended to his morning routine was remarkable. A swift brush of his teeth and a quick splash of water on his face sufficed before he descended. As he made his way down, he mentally checked in. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a source phased array radar, SSS-1. Radar? He decided to ponder it later, as time was of the essence. Upon reaching the dining table, he found the marshal generals who had followed him waiting in the living room. Have you all had your breakfast? He inquired. Li Xiaoning responded, my lord. We have all eaten. The Azure Dragon Guard consists of 120 members. The White Tiger Guard also has 120, and the Qilin Guard has 30. All 270 members are assembled and await your orders outside. We currently have only 16 qualified female members in the Qilin Guard. Should we substitute them with ordinary female members? Or would you prefer to wait until someone advances to F rank before adding them? Chen Fei replied, let us wait for the female members to advance before incorporating anyone new. Quality over quantity. At this juncture, the two Jiao sisters interjected, my lord, please take us along today. We have both attained F rank and will not hold you back. Chen Fei responded, I recruited female members to ensure your protection, so you may accompany us. With the addition of the two sisters, the total number was now 280, including the generals, while his dungeon teleportation capacity allowed for 320 individuals. Gather 39 horses and Fat Tiger. We must hurry. The teleportation will commence shortly, he instructed. As the remaining 5 minutes of the teleportation countdown ticked away, Chen Fei emerged to join the 3 guards, uncertain of the method of their return. To be prudent, he took the accumulated electric charm disc with him. When the time elapsed, the token for the misty jungle dungeon glowed brightly, coalescing into a line of text before him, requesting the living to grasp the token and scan the members to be transported. 0320. Chen Fei grasped the base of the teleportation token. A beam of light shot forth, and with each individual scanned, the number of allowable members decreased by 1. Once the capacity was reached, a flash of white light enveloped the selected individuals and their 12 multi-tube arrow carts, instantly vanishing from their location. Chapter 46. Fat Tiger seeks a spouse. Resolving the grudge against the unknown as the radiance faded, his team materialized in an unfamiliar landscape, surrounded by towering trees. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger Guard stood vigilant, while the Qilin Guard protected the central army. Before Chen Fei could fully grasp the situation, Li Xiao, acting as the temporary commander, issued orders. A notification echoed from Chen Fei's wristband. You have entered the misty jungle dungeon. Countdown, 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Item trading has been disabled within this dungeon. However, all resources obtained may be retained after its conclusion. Scorecards can be scanned with dungeon tokens for recording. Upon the countdown's end, all participants will be automatically transported back to the original island. Fat Tiger, sniff out any treasure chests, Chen Fei instructed, patting the tiger's head. The mighty beast shook its head and dashed into the dense underbrush to the left. Chen Fei mused to himself, I truly wonder if you can smell anything. After traversing a mere half-mile, Fat Tiger suddenly let out a low growl. Chen Qingji commanded the Azure Dragon Guards to form a blade array, while Hua Tsubing directed the White Tiger Guards to assemble a spear formation. Ahead, they glimpsed an iron treasure chest peeking from behind the trees, its dark shell covered in green rust, accompanied by an iron-armored beast the size of a wild boar. Dianwei, Su Chu, use blunt weapons. Pikes, advance in support. Li Tsuanxiao shouted. Dianwei charged forward, swinging his dual hammers, which clanged against the beast's back. The creature recoiled in pain and attempted to charge, only to be firmly held at bay by the pikes. Though the spear had not penetrated entirely, even the tip was enough to inflict considerable suffering. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Zhongxian hurled a meteor dart that accurately pierced the beast's eye. With a drawn-out neck, the iron-armored creature let out a wretched scream, just as the Azure Dragon Guard's blades severed its throat. Chen Fei was taken aback by Wei Zhongxian's prowess. It seemed he nearly overlooked a true talent. Iron treasure chest. Dianwei reached out, only to be kicked aside by Li Tsuanxiao. Be cautious. As Li Tsuanxiao pried open the chest with his spear, it revealed 3 rows of poisonous spikes hidden within. Upon opening it, a black iron token and 2 B-grade soil samples rolled out. As Chen Fei placed the black iron token on the dungeon token, a notification appeared. You have earned 100 points. The group continued forward, encountering an F-grade black wild boar. Li Tsuanxiao ordered the deployment of an A-grade multi-arrow vehicle, and a rain of arrows swiftly dispatched the beast, yielding another 100 points and an F-grade saddle template. Delving deeper, scouts from the White Tiger Guard reported. Ahead lies a silver treasure chest, guarded by a pack of exceedingly swift wolves. Hua Tsubing, unable to contain his excitement, took the lead, but was taken aback by the wolves' speed. They were like shadows, targeting ankles. Chen Fei examined the information on the wolves and cautioned, those are D-grade shadow wolves. Everyone, exercise caution. Archers and the arrow vehicle block all escape routes. Li Tsuanxiao commanded. A barrage of arrows descended, clearing the area in moments. As they laid claim to the silver medal from the chest, Xiao Qiao suddenly exclaimed, My lord, there's a copper chest in that tree. The group looked up to see a copper chest hanging from an old locust tree, tightly bound by vines. Dianwei swung his hammers to sever the vines, when suddenly, a constrictor snake darted from a tree hollow, lunging towards a member of the Azure Dragon Guard, who, paralyzed by fear, forgot to wield his sword. Thanks to Chen Qingji's timely assistance, he inadvertently suffered a painful blow from the serpent's tail, grimacing in discomfort. Chen Fei warned, be cautious of the E-rank strangler snake. Do not let it bite you. Those who have yet to reach F rank should stay behind. Li Tsuanxiao shouted, wielding his iron spear to deftly toss the serpent's head aside. Then, with a swift motion, he severed the creature into 3 segments, successfully claiming a copper treasure chest. The silver chest yielded an F-rank vine armor blueprint, a bag of A-rank pasture seeds, and 300 points. The copper chest revealed a grinding wheel manufacturing schematic, 2 bags of B-rank soil, and 100 points. Chen Fei declared, Time is of the essence. Let us divide into 3 teams. Do not stray too far. If you encounter any insurmountable challenges, communicate via the walkie-talkie. The Qinglong Guard will take the left flank, the Baihu Guard the right, while we will proceed with the Qilin Guard through the center. You may take the arrow carts with you, as we have fewer personnel and will not require them. Should we need to use the carts, we will contact you via the walkie-talkie. Understood, my lord, replied the Qinglong and Baihu Guards in unison. Not long after their departure, Fat Tiger began to exhibit restlessness, casting a glance at Chen Fei before sprinting ahead. Chen Fei promptly urged everyone to follow suit. Li Xiaoning mounted a horse and helped Chen Fei onto it, for he had not learned to ride and would be at a loss even if given a steed. The 2 cat-like guards, Xiao Qiao and De Qiao, hurriedly rode alongside, swiftly catching up to the advancing Fat Tiger. Upon reaching Fat Tiger, They found him locked in a standoff with a white tiger. Initially, he intended to call for assistance, but Fat Tiger appeared resolute in handling the situation independently. Chen Fei utilized the system to scan the opponent, discovering it was also a C-rank tiger. He thought, "Let Fat Tiger handle this. If he cannot, I will step in." After all, since joining me, Fat Tiger has consumed ample S-rank pure water, nearly reaching B rank. Thus, they stood by, observing as Fat Tiger and the White Tiger engaged in combat for over 10 minutes. Clearly, Fat Tiger held the upper hand, eventually subduing the White Tiger, who then lay down, staring at Chen Fei while Fat Tiger let out a triumphant roar. Chen Fei remarked, "Have you subdued it? Intending for me to contract it as well?" Fat Tiger nodded its large head in affirmation. As Chen Fei approached, Dian Wei and Su Chu quickly followed, concerned for Chen Fei's safety against the White Tiger. Upon reaching the White Tiger, Chen Fei used 2 contract cards to bind it. The notification indicated that all spoils could be taken after the instance concluded, and living creatures should count as well. Upon inspecting the White Tiger, he realized it was a female, suggesting that Fat Tiger had found himself a mate. Just as they acquired a silver treasure chest guarded by the White Tiger, Li Xiaoning suddenly warned, "Movement detected in the northwest. It appears to be another team." The group beheld a shadowy figure of a dozen individuals, armed with machetes, fixated on the silver treasure chest in Chen Fei's possession. "Guard, draw your bows," Li Xiaoning sneered. The leader of the opposing group, a bald man, noticing their numbers, shouted, "We only desire the silver chest. We'll offer you half the points. However, I want to select 2 women from behind you." Fortunately, neither side recognized the other at this initial encounter. They could indeed be considered unfamiliar enemies. The bald giant before him was none other than the former 22444, Hong Tao. Upon seeing Chen Fei's silence, Hong Tao continued, "Although you have the advantage in numbers, half of you are women, lacking in combat prowess. Meanwhile, I possess martial prowess. If this escalates into a confrontation, you shall find no advantage." After uttering these words, Hong Tao took a step back and patted the man beside him, saying, "If Liao Hua and the others disagree, you may dispose of them. Kill all the men and spare the women." Before he could finish, Li Xiaoning swung her red tassel spear, impaling him directly into a tree. Hong Tao clutched his abdomen, blood gushing from his mouth in disbelief, uttering his final words, "Liao Hua, kill them." Liao Hua, still in shock, had been brought here as an ordinary person at his peak, and his stats remained stagnant at 19, not having advanced to F level. His lord had just been pierced through the heart right before his eyes. Chen Fei commanded, "Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." The members of the Qilin Guard surged forward, swiftly slaughtering the dozen men before them. Liao Hua barely managed to fend off 2 attacks before losing his head. None of their martial warriors had yet intervened. With Hong Tao's demise, his wristband vanished, and the Qilin Guard found only a dungeon token and 2 blueprints on him. When Chen Fei placed his token alongside the other, the latter disappeared, and he gained an additional 200 points. As for the blueprints, one was for a C-grade carriage, and the other was the same. The lad truly had poor luck, receiving identical blueprints. However, this was not his primary concern. What mattered most was the silver treasure chest he had just acquired. Upon opening the silver chest, he retrieved a silver token granting him 800 points and a D-grade Mingguang armor template. This was splendid. It meant he could equip all his subordinates with Mingguang armor. Given his ample resources, he felt no regret in providing each of them with a set. "Fat Tiger, and you shall be called Little White." Chen Fei commanded the 2 tigers, "Lead the way and seek out any treasure chests." Chapter 47. The treasure map and a female streamer as they advanced. Fat Tiger suddenly bared his teeth at a patch of marshland. A member of the Qilin Guard raised his bow and arrow, declaring, "There's something moving in the water." Indeed, from the bubbling surface emerged a silver treasure chest, accompanied by a dozen iron-headed fish, their heads hard enough to shatter stone. Following his usual routine, Chen Fei opened the system panel to check the information. "These are B-grade iron-headed piranhas. Let us keep our distance from a marsh. Draw your bows and aim for the fish's gills," Li Xiaoning commanded. Almost immediately, a flurry of arrows pierced the water, causing the iron-headed fish to float belly up. Everyone, look sharp. We need to construct a raft from the nearby bamboo, Li Xiaoning added. Before long, the raft was completed. Wei Zhongxian stepped onto the bamboo raft crafted by the Xuanwu guard to retrieve the chest. Just as he grasped the handle, something suddenly tugged at him. It was a blood eel hidden in the mud, clamping onto his pant leg. Strike at its vital point, Li Xiaoning shouted, with his eyes closed. Wei Zhongxian swung his sword and, surprisingly, struck true. The blood eel fell with a plop onto the raft. Wei Zhongxian made it back to shore and handed the silver treasure chest to Chen Fei. Upon opening it, they discovered not only a silver medal, but also a treasure map depicting a valley with a red X marking what appeared to be the location of a high-tier treasure chest. The treasure map is definitely worth investigating, the male driver remarked. Xiao Qiao used the intercom to alert the Qinglong and Baihu guards to return. We must seek out the treasure marked on the map. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to waste it. Understood, my lord. I will notify them immediately, Xiao Qiao replied. As the two teams returned, they presented Chen Fei with a collection of 1 iron, 2 copper, and 1 silver treasure chests. Following the route indicated by the treasure map, the group ventured deeper into the jungle. The trees grew denser, and suddenly, Fat Tiger growled at an ancient camphor tree. The others gathered around to see a groove carved into the trunk, housing a gold treasure chest, adorned with a fist-sized gemstone, yet guarded by a monkey covered in golden fur, its claws resembling iron hooks, bearing its teeth atop the chest. Chen Fei cautioned that this was an A-grade golden-haired guardian monkey. The Qinglong and Baihu guards fell back while the Qiling guard advanced. They began their ranged assault, using bows and arrow carts to deal with the creature. Li Tsunxiao pointed his spear, and as Hua Xiubing readied his bow, he swiftly released an arrow, but the monkey nimbly evaded it. Why complicate matters with tactical maneuvers when we can unleash a full volley? Chen Fei reminded them. No matter how agile the monkey, it could not escape the hail of arrows raining down upon it, and soon it was riddled with shafts resembling a porcupine. Hua Xiubing stepped forward, retrieved the treasure chest, and handed it to Chen Fei. Upon opening it, they found 2,000 points within the gold medal and a summons token for a C-grade warhorse. It was evident that, even without the points, this high-grade treasure chest yielded substantial rewards. Fortunately, Chen Fei possessed an S-grade multi-arrow card. Had others faced such a situation, they would have struggled against the A-grade golden-haired guardian monkey. Without the arrow card, even if they all charged at once, the monkey's agility could have resulted in significant losses. Given the vast disparity in levels, he attempted to summon his war steed, only to discover that it was unusable within the dungeon. It seemed that once the dungeon concluded, he would need to expand his island. Otherwise, nurturing such a multitude of war steeds would prove untenable, as the flora on the island refreshed daily would scarcely suffice to sustain them. However, these level 100 steeds surpassed even the levels of humans. Would his subordinates be able to manage them? Yet, it was evident that now was not the time to ponder such matters. Following the direction indicated by the treasure map, he and his team navigated through a series of twists and turns, vanquishing several waves of monsters along the way and securing a few treasure chests. Suddenly, a female survivor stumbled forth, her leather armor riddled with multiple tears, her hair a disheveled mess, and her face marred with blood. The short dagger in her hand was broken in half. Upon seeing Li Qinyo and his companions, she hesitated for a moment before collapsing to her knees. Casting the broken dagger aside and cradling her head in her hands, her voice quivering with desperation, "I beg you, do not kill me. My entire team has perished. I am the sole survivor." Several archers from the White Tiger Guard immediately knocked their arrows, aiming at her. Li Qinyo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her. Qiling Guard, search her for any dangerous items, then bring her before the Lord. After two female Qiling Guards conducted a thorough search and found no items that posed a threat to Chen Fei's safety, Li Qinyo led them to present her before Chen Fei. "My lord, this is a survivor we encountered ahead. She appears rather distressed." The female survivor lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with fear and despair. "I, too, am a survivor. I initially had 4 subordinates with me, but we were ambushed by a pack of wolves. The others were torn to shreds. I barely managed to escape, and I have nowhere else to go. I can serve as your guide. I am familiar with this forest. Just spare my life." As she spoke, she retrieved a crumpled map from her bosom. "This is the treasure map I obtained after arriving here. I intended to pursue the treasure myself, but I can relinquish it to you." Li Xiaoning approached, picked up the map, and scrutinized it, casting a glance at the woman. "Do you truly believe we would trust you based on this tattered map? It could very well lead us into a trap." The female survivor, desperate and tearful, implored. "I swear, everything I say is true. How could I dare deceive so many of you? I know of a location where a silver treasure chest is concealed, and there are not many guardian beasts nearby. I can take you there, as long as you ensure my safety until the dungeon time expires." Li Xiaoning then leaned closer to Chen Fei, whispering, "My lord, her treasure map resembles ours. It should pose no issue." Suddenly, Pang Hu approached the female player, sniffing the scent of blood from her, his growl subsiding. And he even extended his tongue to lick her hand. The female player was startled by this gesture, but dared not move. At that moment, Chen Fei took a closer look at her, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "You look remarkably familiar. Have we met before?" "No. Wait, are you Su Wei or Su Ming?" He recalled having seen this girl in a live stream prior to entering the island world. She was one half of a pair of twin dance streamers, their names seemingly Su Ming and Su Wei. The young survivor before him, upon hearing a familiar name, seemed to recall something that eased her fear. Carefully, she responded, "You must have seen my sister and me during our live stream. My name is Su Ming Ming, and my sister is Su Wei Wei. When we stream, we go by Su Ming and Su Wei." After regaining her composure, she began to assess Chen Fei's formidable team. Instantly taken aback, she had brought 4 companions to the instance, while Chen Fei commanded nearly 300, accompanied by horses and impressive siege engines she could barely comprehend, not to mention 2 tigers. Chen Fei inquired, "What is your island number?" Su Mingming replied, "CC 34570. Could you possibly take me with you until the end of the instance? Once we return to the island, I will surely repay you. I can add you as a friend and send you supplies when we get back." Unbeknownst to Chen Fei, the transmission during the Misty Jungle instance was organized by proximity, sending groups of 100 from nearby regions into the same instance. In this context of miscommunication, Chen Fei was astonished to encounter a survivor so close to him. He regretted not having asked for the island number when he had eliminated Hung Tao. "Oh, so you must be quite affluent? What would it take to buy your survival?" Chen Fei teased. I have nothing left. I was on the verge of giving up, which is why I decided to take a risk in this instance," Su Mingming said, tears streaming down her face. Chen Fei gently coaxed, "I possess a contract card. If you're willing to sign it and allow me to incorporate your island, I will assist you. Otherwise, given your current predicament, it would be difficult for you to endure." Fearfully, Su Mingming glanced at the 200 individuals encircling her. She realized she had no options left. Even attempting to flee would be futile. As a defenseless young woman, she would not survive until the instance concluded. Chen Fei appeared to possess considerable strength, so perhaps aligning with him could be a wise choice. "Very well, I accept the contract," she agreed, though she pondered how they would manage to merge their islands upon returning since the distance was uncertain. She reasoned that once the instance ended, they would each return to their respective islands, and he couldn't impose any further demands on her. "You need not worry about that. I have a plan." "Now, do not resist the contract," Chen Fei instructed, producing a contract card to initiate the agreement with Su Mingming. "Would you like to sign a contract with Misty Shadow? If you agree, you will be unable to disobey the commands of the other party, and your life will be under the control of the contractor." Misty Shadow understood that when there was no option to change names, island numbers were displayed, making it difficult for her to overlook the emergence of a prominent figure so close by. "Are you the esteemed Misty Shadow, just 2 islands away from me? No wonder you command such a powerful team." With that, she consented to the contract. As more individuals chose to transfer their island monuments to ships, the sequence of island numbers had become no secret. With Su Mingming's consent, Chen Fei felt an almost ethereal connection with her, a sensation akin to having the power to dictate her very existence. Chen Fei, "All right, you shall accompany me within the instance. Once the time concludes, I will arrange for someone to escort you." Understood, my master, Su Mingming replied, resigned to her fate. Chen Fei, you may refer to me as the Island Master. Calling me master evokes a sense of guilt within me. Su Mingming, Master Island Master, I too do not wish to be bound, yet it seems that after the contract, I'm no longer my own. At that moment, Chen Fei longed to rise and proclaim to everyone, surely you all see this is not my request for her to address me in such a manner. Chapter 48. The Armored Beast and the Ancient Tree Vine King. Li Xiaoning observed that Su Mingming's face was smeared with tears, and her attire was tattered and soiled from her escape. Now that they had confirmed their alliance, she extended a water pouch to Su Mingming, saying, "Wipe your face." Gratefully, Su Mingming scrambled to her feet, brushed away her tears, and replied, "Thank you. I recently visited the treasure's location. Let me guide you." She accepted the water pouch from Li Xiaoning and took several hearty gulps, regaining her composure. She pointed to a spot on the map. "We shall head southwest from here. Traversing that thicket of thorns will lead us to the valley. However, we must be cautious. There may be snakes lurking within." Chen Fei interjected, "There is not just one treasure map. We possess an identical one. Perhaps others have it as well." The group set forth towards the treasure site, aware that the thorn thicket harbored not only snakes but also wolves. Yet, against their formidable assembly, these threats were rendered inconsequential. Even the carcasses were swiftly removed. Upon emerging from the thicket, the valley marked by a red cross lay before them. The entrance was so narrow it could only accommodate 2 people side by side, while the rock walls loomed like knives, overgrown with dark green vines. Dangling between the vines were glimmering objects. Upon closer inspection, there were the skeletal remains of previous adventurers, ensnared by the vines. "Qinglongguard, Baihugar, prepare your bows," Li Tsuanxiao commanded, gripping the long knife at his waist. Suddenly, Fat Tiger let out a low growl towards the valley, his tail taut like an iron whip. Zhang Liao pointed at the rock face, exclaiming, "My lord, this is not a natural formation." As the group scrutinized the area, they indeed discovered chisel marks obscured by the vines, indicating a man-made passage. Half a mile into the valley, they found themselves in an open space. At the valley's floor lay a circular clearing, dominated by a towering stone monument. At its center stood a chest adorned with platinum and crystals, twice the size of the previous one. Surrounding the clearing were 8 creatures composed entirely of bones, devoid of any flesh, with eerie green flames flickering in their eye sockets. The good news was that no other survivors had arrived. However, the atmosphere was undeniably sinister. What are we doing here? Why does it feel increasingly ominous? Chen Fei quickly accessed the system to examine the skeletal entity lying before him. Noting its classification, name, undead creature, armored beast, S-class. He promptly warned the group, this is an undead creature. The armored beast is classified as S-class. Everyone exercise caution. Qinglong guard to the left, Baihu guard to the right, form ranks. Li Tsuanxiao bellowed. The 30 Kirin guards took the lead. 119 Qinglong guards and 118 Baihu guards swiftly formed their battle array, with those in front wielding swords, the middle holding long spears, and the rear preparing bows and multi-barreled arrow carts. Do not inquire about the missing 3. Losses are inevitable in such instances. With a fearsome roar, the leading armored beast lunged forward, colliding with the front line's sword formation. The sound of metal clashing resonated as it caused the first 3 fighters to experience numbness in their hands. Taking advantage of the moment, Dian Wei charged forward, bringing his twin hammers crashing down upon the beast's bony head, sparks flying. Yet, the creature remained unharmed, retaliating with a claw swipe aimed at Dian Wei. He swiftly raised his massive hammer in defense, but the tremendous force sent him staggering back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Archers, aim for its eyes," Li Xiaoning commanded, lifting her spear to thrust at the armored beast that was leaping towards the Kirin guards. Arrows rained down in unison. The ordinary projectiles were either deflected by the skeletal armor or penetrated through the gaps between the bones. Yet, the bolts from the multi-barreled arrow carts managed to embed themselves into the creature's bones, though the skeletal beast appeared to sustain no fatal injuries. After a volley, the multi-barreled arrow carts required time to replenish their ammunition. allowing the skeletal beast to lower its head and evade the onslaught. Only one unfortunate beast seemed to suffer a dire fate, as arrows simultaneously struck both of its emerald flames in the eyes. The green, ghostly fire extinguished with a puff, and the creature collapsed, transforming into a heap of shattered bones. Some skeletal beasts were struck in one eye, but soon enough, the extinguished ghostly flames reignited. Was it necessary to strike both eyes at once? Hua Tsubing declared, raising his spear to fend off the beast's claws while signaling to Zhang Liao. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Liao lunged with his blade toward the joint of the beast's leg, where the white bones were joined by gaps. The long knife pierced deep, eliciting a pained roar from the creature, which retaliated by whipping its tail, striking Chen Xingji on the back. Zhang Liao let out a yelp and fell, his mouth tasting the dirt. The skeletal beast staggered, one leg already limping. Finish it off, Li Tsunxiao shouted, as his dragon strike hammer smashed into the eyes of one skeletal beast, though he too was swatted away, catching a glimpse of the scene. Members of the Qilin Guard surged forward, and two more skeletal beasts crumbled into fragments. 5 skeletal beasts remained. The Qinglong Guard had lost 2 men, and 4 from the Baihu Guard were injured by the beast's claws, black blood oozing from their wounds. Little Bite also suffered a gash, limping and growling in pain. Everyone retreated to defend, while the multi-barreled arrow carts replenished their arrows. Li Tsunxiao bellowed that it was not a matter of manpower inadequacy, but rather that the multi-barreled arrow carts offered far greater efficiency. Consequently, the generals positioned themselves at the forefront alongside the Qilin Guard, while the Qinglong and Baihu Guards swiftly divided their personnel to restock the arrow carts. Before long, the replenishment was complete, and the multi-barreled arrow carts swiftly dispersed to cover blind spots, aiming for simultaneous strikes to the eyes. With a resounding launch, 3 skeletal beasts collapsed, reduced to mere heaps of bones due to their preparation. The remaining 2 were severely weakened. Although the ghostly flames in their eyes could rekindle, their joints had been damaged, leaving one completely incapacitated and the other limping. Chen Fei commanded, "The enemy's movements are hindered. Surround them with long spears." Relying on their numbers, they thrust their spears from all sides, leaving the skeletal beasts with no avenue of escape, ultimately leading to their downfall in a pile of bones. Upon opening a large box, which was either platinum or crystal, they discovered a token worth 5,000 points, alongside 8 units of S-grade soil, 1 kilogram of S-grade pasture seeds, and 2 schematics for S-grade fishing nets. Regrettably, the skeletal beasts bore no flesh, yielding no substantial food rewards upon their demise. Chen Fei recalled that when they first entered, the skeletal beasts seemed to be guarding a stone tablet near the box, prompting him to approach and examine the tablet. Countless figures were etched into the stone, each wielding weapons as if in reverence. What purpose did this tablet serve? Why were they guarding it? Chen Fei reached out to touch the stone, contemplating whether it could be taken with them. At that moment, a sudden alert echoed. The ancient tree vine's king is about to awaken. Startled by the unexpected notification, Chen Fei hastily retracted his hand and took 2 steps back. "Be cautious, my lord," Li Tsunxiao quickly warned, extending his hand to pull Chen Fei away. Just then, the stone tablet erupted with a thunderous crack, and countless vines and roots surged from the ground, slithering across the earth like serpents. The ground began to collapse, revealing a towering tree, standing a staggering 5 zhang high, with a trunk thick enough for 3 men to embrace. Its bark was riddled with numerous fissures, within which were embedded countless blinking eyes, all gazing intently at the onlookers. Most terrifying of all were its arms, which were 2 colossal vines stretching 100 zhang long, adorned with barbed thorns, and at their ends blossomed carnivorous flowers the size of basins, dripping with a viscous, sticky sap. Chen Fei promptly accessed the system to check his information. Name: Ancient Tree Vine's King, S-grade evolving. The S-grade indicated that its evolution had been interrupted by his actions, causing it to awaken prematurely. Has this creature truly become sentient? Dianwei swallowed hard, twirling his dual hammers in his hands. No sooner had he spoken than the Vine King's massive tendril swept toward them, the force of the gust sending the Qinglong guards reeling. A hapless soul was ensnared by the vine, instantly pierced by the thorns, screaming as he was dragged towards the carnivorous flower. Seizing the opportunity, Huaxubing dashed forward, thrusting his spear into the gaps between the thorns of the vine. The weapon piercing into the vine's flesh with a satisfying squelch, dark green liquid gushing forth, sizzling as it met the ground. Chen Fei commanded, "Archers, fire at the emerald crystal embedded within its trunk." At his order, a veritable storm of arrows rained down upon the trunk. The ancient tree, sensing the imminent threat, quickly withdrew its branches, layering its trunk with protective coverings. A multitude of arrows struck the vines, causing dark green sap to ooze from the wounded tendrils. The spear wielders retreated to reload the arrow carts, while those with blades advanced to sever the vines. Although the ancient tree boasted a high level, its limitations were significant. The vines were its sole means of attack. Once severed by sharp instruments, they could not swiftly regenerate, leaving it to submit to its fate. Such tactics proved effective against animals, which lacked the capacity to wield weapons. However, when confronted with swords and blades, it found itself utterly restrained, for even branches were far sturdier than the vines. Chapter 49. The Tree of Life, surrounded as the vines were relentlessly severed. A sudden eruption of numerous roots emerged from the ancient tree's base, surging forth from the earth beneath the feet of the crowd. These roots ensnared the ankles of a dozen individuals, and 5 of them were unable to sever the grasp in time, their skin visibly shriveling as the ancient tree siphoned their blood. "Fat tiger, little white, bite its roots," Chen Fei urged, patting the head of the tiger. Little white and fat tiger lunged towards the roots of the ancient tree, their claws frantically digging into the soil until they finally revealed a writhing mass of white tendrils, still smeared with blood and flesh. As Mountain Lord bit down, the Vine King emitted a piercing shriek, causing all the fine vines to suddenly release their grip and retreat into the ground. "It's this mass of roots," Li Tsunxiao declared, bringing down his dragon-soaring hammer. The severed tendrils erupted green sap, which transformed into toxic mist in the air, prompting the warriors of the 3 guards to immediately cover their mouths and retreat. Su Chu seized a massive stone and smashed it down upon the root mass, sending sap splattering in all directions. "Shoot the crystal," Chen Fei shouted as he saw the multi-barreled arrow cart loaded with arrows. A rain of arrows was unleashed. This time the vines could not hinder them, and the arrowheads accurately struck the green crystal. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered, causing the ancient tree's trunk to suddenly begin withering. Even the man-eating flowers drooped. In its final moments, the ancient tree unleashed one last surge of strength, and 2 massive vines clamped down like pincers towards the crowd. Li Tsunxiao yanked Fat Tiger aside, while Jianwei and Su Chu braced themselves with their weapons, the pressure creating a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Just as they were on the verge of succumbing, the dark green crystal shattered completely, and the massive vines disintegrated into ash, leaving behind a shimmering treasure chest resting in the ashes. The Qiao gazed at the ground strewn with ashes and suddenly noticed a small sapling sprouting amidst the remnants. "My lord, look! A sapling has emerged from the ashes." The barren tree withered, yet in the blink of an eye, the new seedling broke through the soil, akin to life emerging from darkness, a radiant rebirth, a manifestation of the cycle of creation and regeneration. Surely this tree was extraordinary. Chen Fei, struck by inspiration, let out an exclamation. He approached to examine it closely. The sapling stood about half a foot tall, its stalk a pale gold, adorned with delicate leaf vein patterns. When touched, it emitted a faint pulse, as if harboring a breath of life. The leaves were semi-transparent jade green, their edges shimmering with silver light, casting a flowing green glow under illumination. 3 leaves, each with a droplet of crystalline dew at their tips. Information review name: Tree of Life S rank, juvenile stage, description 1. Life affinity. The growth rate of all plants within a 10-meter radius of the sapling accelerates. The range will gradually expand as the Tree of Life matures. Animals instinctively maintain a respectful distance and will not initiate attacks. 2. Energy feedback. Each day, each leaf can condense a droplet of life water. which can be applied to wounds for rapid healing of flesh injuries. Ineffective on fatal wounds. If poured into the soil, it allows plants within half a meter to mature within an hour. Seeds will sprout rapidly, and fruits will accelerate in ripening. What a remarkable treasure. Truly a splendid find. Even without the treasure chest, this tree of life alone is a great gain. Chen Fei hurriedly retrieved a vial, carefully collecting 3 droplets of life water. Dianwei and Su Chu, never mind. You two are rather clumsy. Xioning, please carefully excavate my precious sapling. Be exceedingly cautious. Do not harm my treasured plant. Chen Fei earnestly instructed. He then opened the crystalline box. Inside lay a crystal token worth 15,000 points, an S-grade intercom template, an A-grade crossbow template, 8 contract cards, and 8 FS-grade soil samples. Chen Fei announced, "Let us take a break for lunch. It is already past 2 o'clock, and we have wasted considerable time. After our meal, we shall resume our journey towards the heart of the jungle." He accepted the sapling wrapped by Li Xioning and approached De Qiao, placing it gently in her embrace. "De Qiao, I entrust you with a task. From this moment, you shall hold on to it. Exercise utmost care, should it incur any damage. I shall ensure you experience a fate akin to Kai Yan's that night." Upon hearing this, De Qiao's eyelashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings. Her cheeks flushed a delicate hue, spreading from her cheekbones to the very roots of her ears, even her earlobes tinged with crimson. She had witnessed Kai Yan's state, having entered Chen Fei's room the night before and not emerging since, even requiring Diao Chan's assistance for the most mundane tasks. Perhaps it was due to their differing constitutions. While the Qiao and Xiao Qiao could swiftly break through by consuming S-grade purified water, the others could not. Xiao Qiao quietly crept behind her sister, suddenly rising on her tiptoes, her warm breath brushing against the Qiao's ear. "Sister, do not secretly snap any branches." With that, she dashed away. After lunch, the group tidied up and prepared to continue towards the jungle's center, mindful of the time as they had yet to locate a vending machine to exchange their points. Just as they exited the Valley of Treasures, Li Cunxiao heard the rapid approach of footsteps ahead, not of their own kind, but rather the chaotic sound of many trampling upon dry twigs. Peering ahead, he noticed an open space had been surrounded by a dozen or so groups, their blades and guns gleaming ominously, blocking the only escape route. The generals looked to Chen Fei, awaiting his decision. "Ah, you finally decided to emerge. I've been waiting for quite some time." A lanky figure emerged from the crowd, idly toying with a curved blade. "I trust you have dealt with the skeletal monsters within? You cannot hoard the treasure chest all to yourselves." Chen Fei was aware that many had acquired the treasure map, but he found it peculiar that no one had entered alongside them. It seemed they had been waiting outside for spoils, unable to confront the threats within. Instantly, voices chimed in around him. "Exactly. Hand over the contents of the treasure chest and split the points in half. Given that our islands are relatively close, we shall allow you to leave." The speaker, another survivor, stood with 7 or 8 subordinates, their eyes gleaming with greed. "Oh, our islands are in close proximity? Do you know who I am?" Chen Fei inquired, intrigued yet puzzled. A bespectacled young man replied, "It appears you are unaware. When the dungeons are transported, 100 individuals from nearby islands are sent into the same instance. As you find yourselves in this dungeon, it is evident that our islands must be nearby." Chen Fei surveyed the opposing team, remarking, "With merely under 200 of you, are you truly certain you wish to seize my possessions?" At that moment, from the ranks of the opposing team, a woman with cascading waves of hair, her blouse either straining at the buttons or purposefully left undone, stepped forward and declared, "Young man, do not be hasty in your refusal. We boast a squad of 18 survivors, having just engaged in battle with that skeletal monstrosity. I dare say many of you must bear wounds. We merely seek the treasures within the chest and half of your points. There is no need for a fight to the death, even if your team is formidable. Should all 18 of us command our minions to target your members bearing the wristbands, you would be hard-pressed to defend yourselves." Chen Fei replied, "I presume you would not wish to witness your minions suffer losses, correct? How about this? If you agree to one of my requests, I shall relinquish the items to you." The woman with the flowing hair inquired, "Very well, young man, What is your request? Chen Fei stated, it is simple. I ask that each of you disclose your island identification numbers. Is that too much to ask? A bearded survivor eagerly responded, not at all. Given that we all wish to avoid casualties, this request is quite reasonable. Consequently, the individuals on the opposing side began to chime in, providing their island identification numbers. Chen Fei turned to his Kirin guards and asked, each of you remember one. Have you all committed them to memory? The Kirin guards responded in unison, my lord. We have all remembered. Chen Fei continued, then let us proceed. If they do not wish to kill, I shall. Aim to capture as many alive as possible. Fire the arrows. Engage in a saturation strike with the multi-barreled arrow vehicles. After a volley, Chen Fei's guards produced their bows and began to methodically call out names, while others charged forth with blades and firearms. In no time, 16 individuals were brought before Chen Fei. As for the absence of the full 18, it could only be surmised that 2 unfortunate souls had fallen victim to stray arrows. Survivors were easily identifiable. Aside from 6 who still wore clothing marked with their island identification numbers, the rest bore wristbands on their arms. Huotsubing. Gather the team to scour the battlefield and collect all useful items, Chen Fei commanded, then turned his attention to the 16 trembling survivors before him. Now, relinquish all that you possess, and furthermore, activate your wristbands. I need to verify your island identification numbers. Chapter 50, Redemption. End of the instance. After absorbing the 18 instance tokens from his opponent, Chen Fei found that he had only gained 200 points. He silently lamented. What a bunch of miserly individuals. As for the spoils, there lay an abundance of grade soil, grade seeds, and a considerable number of templates, including those for horseshoes and mounts, completing the trifecta for his steed. Turning his gaze back to the 16 survivors before him, he declared, speak up. How do you wish to meet your demise? I have no time to squander here. At that moment, one of the female survivors belatedly recognized Chen Fei. With such formidable strength and being near our island, you must be the esteemed Miss Concealer, right? Chen Fei replied, now that you recognize me, your survival is even less tenable. What do you think of the horses behind me? Choose 5 swift ones. It will alleviate your suffering when the time comes for dismemberment. This declaration terrified the young woman to the point of tears, quite literally causing her to lose control. Stop crying. If you continue, I'll string you all together. Chen Fei bellowed. Li Tzu and Xiao, eliminate them all. After the instance concludes, retrieve Su Ming Ming and bring back all the island monuments. Chen Fei coldly instructed, clearly believing that their demise would yield greater benefits than their mere existence. Li Tzu and Xiao, accompanied by the Qinglong Guard, swiftly dispatched the 16 survivors without mercy. With only 12 hours allotted for the instance, there was no time to waste. After taking stock of his team, Chen Fei noted that the Qinglong Guard still had 110 members, the Baihu Guard had 113, and the Qilin Guard had suffered no losses. He led his group deeper into the jungle. As they continued their exploration, they encountered various ferocious beasts, such as agile cheetahs, cunning wolf packs, and enormous pythons. Yet, through their collective efforts, they successfully repelled these threats and acquired numerous treasure chests and bountiful points. In addition to the resources and points obtained from the chests, they also harvested a substantial amount from slain beasts. At last, they stumbled upon a clearing where a vending machine, gleaming with a metallic sheen, awaited them. The machine flickered with an array of strange symbols, as if whispering secrets of its own. Gathering around it, the group was filled with anticipation, eager to discover what their accumulated points could procure. Chen Fei checked his instance token, which indicated he had 37,800 points. Without hesitation, he approached the vending machine and placed his token in the corresponding slot. Instantly, the machine's screen illuminated, displaying an array of resources. D-grade soil 3, C-grade soil 1. F-grade leather armor blueprint 2, E-grade meat 5 kilograms, 100 points each. B-grade soil 1, ordinary spear template 1, ordinary wooden shield template 1. Ordinary long sword template 1. 300 points each. Ordinary crossbow bolt template 1, D-grade weapon blueprints 1, F-grade dagger template 1. A-grade meat 2 kilograms, 500 points each. Contract card X1, small seawater desalination device, grade D, X1, various item blueprints, grade C. X1, various weapon templates, grade EX1. 1,000 points each. Crossbow template, grade C. X1, 8,000 points each. 100 war horse, summoning orders, grade E. X1. Ordinary slave, summoning orders for 50 individuals, X1, 8,000 points each. Large refrigerated warehouse template, grade S. X1, 25,000 points each. Sky City level 1 teleportation order, 8 hours, X1, 50,000 points each. A plethora of graded food, seeds, templates, and manufacturing blueprints are available. This is the second time he has encountered information related to Sky City. The last time was through the island merchant who traded between Sky City and the islands. Although he felt a surge of curiosity, his current points rendered him unable to afford the teleportation order. Through comparative analysis of the vending machine prices, Chen Fei discerned that the value of the items obtained from treasure chests far exceeded the worth of points. Even the 100 war horse summoning orders, grade E, he acquired from the golden chest required 8,000 points. This might be a provision for those survivors unable to reach the heart of the jungle. Those with the strength to arrive at the center could exchange their points for double the rewards. Those without such prowess would only be able to claim items from the treasure chests. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the most expensive item, an S-grade spatial ring, costing 25,000 points. He then obtained another 100 war horse summoning order, grade E, converting the remaining 4,800 points into graded soil. With time passing, the demand for graded food would inevitably increase, and only by purchasing graded soil could he cultivate such food, thus implementing a sustainable development strategy. The 1,000-point contract card also tempted him, yet he currently possessed 52 of them and deemed it prudent to hold off for now, as they suffice for the time being. Even the 16 survivors he had captured were spared from the use of the contract card. After all, even if he eliminated them, the resources on their island would belong to him. The value of a single contract card could purchase numerous slaves. Gazing at the time displayed on his wristband, 5:02, he noted that there were still 58 minutes until the return teleportation. Chen Fei commanded his generals, with only 58 minutes remaining. Everyone should search the vicinity for any remaining treasure chests. If they encounter other survivors, remember the island number and resolve the matter on the spot. In this apocalyptic world, mercy is a luxury, especially in the realm of islands. Should they meet fellow survivors, irrespective of any grievances, he would not hesitate to eliminate them all. As the countdown concluded, the group abruptly vanished without warning, and upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves before the apartment on the island. Accompanied by the loss of 17 individuals, this misty jungle instance had come to an end. Upon returning to his island, Chen Fei discovered that it was raining, and the marks on the ground indicated that it had not just begun to fall. For the moment, he chose to disregard it and ordered, "Everyone has worked hard today. You're all dismissed." After finishing dinner, Hua Xiubing, accompanied by the White Tiger Guard, ventured to the island of Su Mengmeng to bring her back. Subsequently heading to the island where we had eliminated the survivors to retrieve their island steel. Regardless of whether the steel was fully collected, it was imperative to return before tomorrow morning, as the issues with the natives needed resolution as well. Da Qiao and Xiao Qiao, follow me. Let us review the spoils we acquired from this instance. Da Qiao inquired, "My lord, how shall we handle the tree of life?" Chen Fei replied, "Let's place it in the living room for now. Once I have organized our gains, we shall plant it in S-grade soil." With that, he led Da Qiao and Xiao Qiao to the pavilion connected to the apartment hallway, where they began to tally the array of items before them. S-grade tree of life 1, S-grade large cold storage template 1, S-grade intercom template 1, A-grade hand crossbow template 1, F-grade saddle template 1, E-grade horseshoe template 1, D-grade Mingguang armor template 1, F-grade mount template 1, F-grade electric blanket template 1, E-grade long spear template 1, F-grade long knife template 1, F-grade floor template 1, E-grade climbing boots template 1, F-grade backpack. Template 1, F-grade windbreaker template 1, ordinary millstone crafting blueprint 1, C-grade cart crafting blueprint 2, S-grade fishing net crafting blueprint 2, C-grade axe crafting blueprint 5, A-grade horse lance crafting blueprint 7, E-grade 100 war horse summoning orders 2, S-grade soil 21, S-grade pasture seed, 1 kilogram. F to A-grade soil, totaling 201. Various seed grades, totaling 11 kinds. Different meat grades, totaling 10. 500 kilograms. C-grade white tiger 1. Chen Fei couldn't help but marvel at the rapid acquisition of resources through instances. He reflected, however, that such a bounty required considerable strength. Otherwise, one would end up like Su Mingming. Without sufficient power, even confronting an E-grade guardian beast could prove insurmountable. Most survivors, when facing a guardian beast, would sustain severe losses, jeopardizing their chances to open the next treasure chest. Moreover, instances were not devoid of other survivors, and encounters often led to fierce skirmishes over treasures, with countless survivors being eliminated. Opportunities frequently come hand in hand with peril. Following the mist-laden jungle map of the 100-man team, fewer than 50 survived, resulting in a mortality rate exceeding 50. If one were to announce in the global chat channel the new instance had emerged, with survival odds of less than half, and that those who did survive could each obtain 2 or 3 iron treasure chests, Chen Fei believed that over 95 of survivors would abstain from entering. Chapter 51. Preparing the 5 guards, however, he remained indifferent to all of this. His primary concern lay with the S-grade large cold storage warehouse template. Grasping the template, he activated the data panel. Item: S-grade large cold storage warehouse template construction requirements with 10,000,000, stone 8,000,000, iron 8,000,000, plastic 1,800,000, fabric 450,000, aluminum 500,000, copper 250,000, zinc 20,000, magnesium alloy 20,000. Common materials, it can be synthesized into advanced materials, with the quantity required multiplying with each upgrade. Dimensions: length 500 meters, width 200 meters, height 8 meters. Description: the large cold storage warehouse is a specialized facility for low-temperature storage of perishable goods, extensively utilized in the food, pharmaceutical, and chemical industries. Its core function is to maintain a consistently low-temperature environment, typically between -45°C to 10°C, adjustable according to the needs of the goods, through artificial refrigeration, thereby prolonging the shelf life and ensuring the quality of the products. His Chen Fei inhaled sharply, realizing that while the item was indeed valuable, the required materials seemed excessively demanding. He felt that his lower-grade cold storage warehouse could still suffice. While he was not overly concerned about the other materials, the aluminum, copper, zinc, and magnesium alloy necessitated the use of hundreds of thousands of metals, which he was reluctant to part with. It is worth noting that metals are non-renewable resources, and every bit utilized diminishes his supply. Nonetheless, constructing the cold storage warehouse was imperative, as his current food supplies were nearing capacity and urgently required storage. The system typically provided finished products upon daily sign-ins. He had never needed such an extensive array of resources before. Xiao Qiao, please go inside and inform Meng Ling and Xing Xi to gather more metals or rare metals, especially aluminum and copper, Chen Fei instructed. Upon examining the A-grade intercom template, he discovered the material requirements to be equally excessive. Although the quantities were not vast, the nature of the materials was concerning. Item: S-grade intercom template 1 require materials: plastic 20, aluminum alloy 2, titanium alloy 2, copper 1, silver 0, 5, gold 0, 2, tin 1, iron 4, nickel 0, 5, cobalt 0, 5, lithium 1. This was still manageable, as the quantities were not overwhelming. He could directly substitute metals if necessary. However, the thought of a shortage of these materials would drive Chen Fei to despair. Item: A-grade crossbow template 1 required materials, with 20, plastic 20, iron 10. Item: D-grade Mingwang armor template 1 required materials, iron 80, fabric 5, copper 10. Any other metal for decoration. Chen Fei summoned the Qilin guard to assist in organizing everything in the living room on the first floor of the apartment. He then picked up the intercom. Qinglong guard, Baihu guard, Zhuke guard, Xuanwu guard, Lihan San, if you have nothing to do, come to the apartment entrance. Upon entering the apartment, the women were about to speak to Chen Fei, but before they could utter a word, He handed all the blueprints to Su Mengling and Su Xingxi. Here, please proceed to craft all of these blueprints. The number of blueprints was not extensive, and soon the two completed the task. Chen Fei, Gidge, Island Master. We have finished. They are placed at the entrance. Good. Now I will instruct you to continue with the production. As Chen Fei spoke, he piled all the templates before the two individuals. 500 long spears, 500 long swords, and 500 crossbows were to be crafted, utilizing the highest grade templates. Just as they completed the weapons, the leaders of the four guards entered the apartment, while the leader of the Qilin Guard was already present. You have arrived just in time. Shortly, you will distribute all the new equipment and select the high-level weapons created from the blueprints. The surplus will be stored in the warehouse. The leaders responded, "Yes, my lord." Chen Fei inquired of Su Xingxi. "Xingxi, what is our current inventory of metals other than iron?" Su Xingxi replied, "Island Master, just now, Xiao Qiao informed me that we need to procure rare metals in bulk. I have listed our high-level food and other unnecessary items for sale in the shop. Currently, we possess 450,000 copper, 280,000 aluminum, 20,000 titanium, 18,000 lead, 10,000 tungsten, and 4,000 nickel alloy. As for the others, they are all below 1,000 or even just a few units. Fortunately, I have also received 520,000 in metals. Very well, when you manufacture, if materials are lacking, substitute with metals, Chen Fei instructed. Su Xingxi and Su Mengling replied in unison, "Understood, Brother Xiao Fei, Island Master." As Chen Fei contemplated, he declared, "Produce 20 sets of D-grade bright armor, adorned with gold. Next, create 80 sets with copper-gold alloy for decoration. Then, fabricate 200 sets with titanium-nickel alloy, 200 sets with pure silver, and 200 sets with red copper, as well as 200 pairs using tungsten steel. Once these 900 sets of bright armor are completed, they will be extraordinarily magnificent. 20 sets in golden yellow, 80 sets in light yellow, 200 sets in blue, 200 sets in silver white, 200 sets in purplish red, and 200 sets in black. Each leader will receive 1 set of golden yellow bright armor. The Qilin Guard will receive light yellow, the Qinglong Guard will don blue, the Baihu Guard will wear white, the Zhuke Guard will be adorned in purplish red, and the Xuanwu Guard will be clad in black. Now, you may proceed to arrange the changeover. For those who have suffered personnel losses, consult Li Han-san for replenishment. Store the surplus equipment in the warehouse. Should the need arise, or in case of battle losses, you may retrieve replacements. Once you have completed your tasks, go and have a meal. Hoi Tsubing, do not forget to lead the Baihu Guard to attend to the matters I have assigned after dining." Chen Fei reminded them before they departed. Once the changeover was settled, the remaining tasks were trivial. "Xingxi, please review the templates for the large cold storage warehouse. What materials are we lacking for construction?" Chen Fei inquired, sitting down and sipping from a cup of S-grade pure water. Su Xingxi responded, "Island Master, it's not a significant issue. We currently lack 230,000 aluminum and 20,000 each of zinc and magnesium alloy. Should we procure another batch or substitute with metals? Let us have dinner first. Our island should also expand. After our meal, I will oversee the expansion of the island and the construction," Chen Fei remarked as he hurriedly took the dishes from Kai Yen, who limped in carrying food. Suddenly, he recalled that he possessed 3 drops of the elixir of life. Chen Fei took his cup and added a drop into the remaining half of the S-grade pure water he had just consumed, offering it to Kai Yen. "Here, drink this." As Kai Yen finished the liquid in the cup, she did not perceive the coldness of the fluid. Instead, it felt akin to a handful of shattered sunlight enveloping her in warmth as it trickled down her throat. Instinctively, she held her breath, yet it felt as if luminous particles erupted within her. It was not pain, but rather an exceedingly gentle expansion, radiating from her heart to her limbs, as though countless new leaves were delicately unfurling within her veins. Kai Yen sensed a sudden influx of fresh air, reminiscent of mountain meadows, mingled with the faint fragrance of the leaves from the tree of life. Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply, exhaling a breath imbued with a subtle sweetness. The warmth did not dissipate. Rather, it coalesced into a soothing orb in her lower abdomen. gently rising and falling with each breath. She raised her hand to touch her throat, where a lingering, barely discernible, tingling sensation remained, as if something was quietly mending all the concealed flaws within her body through her blood vessels. As the warmth in her lower abdomen gradually subsided, Kaiyan naturally ascended to F grade. After dinner, Chen Fei first checked his number of foundational stones, which amounted to over 32 million. Since he had them, he decided to use them all. After all, retaining them served little purpose. Given that his island was currently patrolled by Orcus, if they were overwhelmed, he could always venture out to contract a few more. Once the expansion was fully completed, Chen Fei opened his panel to review the area of his island. Host, Chen Fei level, E-grade strength, 69 agility, 68 constitution, 71 island area, 42 square kilometers items, S-grade water purifier X1, S-grade automatic fishing rod X2, SSS grade iron leviathan X1, S-grade item enhancement card, S-grade multi-barrel arrow cart blueprint X1. The island had reached an area of 42 square kilometers, which would suffice for the time being. Chapter 52, Rainy Days, the contract of the S-Class Tree of Life. Next on the agenda is the construction of a large cold storage warehouse, an urgent necessity. With so many people on the island, if we do not stockpile sufficient food, we will possess no resilience against risks. As for the location of the cold storage, it shall be built behind the apartments, measuring 500 meters in length and 200 meters in width, covering an impressive area of 100,000 square meters. While this sounds substantial, it pales in comparison to the current size of Chen Fei's island, which is 42 square kilometers. A mere 100,000 square meters translates to 0.1 square kilometers, a drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of his island. Chen Fei turned and commanded, Kaiyan, Diaochan, instruct the staff to transfer all the food stored in the 3 apartment rooms to the newly constructed cold storage warehouse. Xiao Xiao, take umbrellas and bring the Tree of Life. We shall go plant it, and let us have a few Qilin guard accompany us. As Chen Fei spoke, he utilized the island monument to fill all the leveled soil into the foundational stones of the farm. Upon stepping out of the apartment door, Chen Fei felt as if he had arrived on a foreign island. His island, originally vast, had now expanded to an astonishing 42 times its former size. Observing the farm, which now seemed so distant, he abandoned the notion of walking. If they were to trudge over with umbrellas, they would be muddy by the time they arrived. Fortunately, he had just crafted a carriage, and it was time to put it to use. Thus, he picked up 2 E-grade summons for 100 war horses and chose to utilize them. Xiao used the walkie-talkie to inform the 4 guard who just received their gear to return and collect the war horses for equitable distribution. With the island's size now expanded, walking has become quite inconvenient. Chen Fei instructed Xiao. He then turned to the Qilin guards, saying, select your war horses first, 1 for each of you. 10 of you will accompany us to the farm, while the rest shall remain here to guard the horses and await the other 4 guards. With that, he and the 2 Qiaos boarded the carriage that Su Chu had just harnessed to the war horse, heading towards the farm. Upon their arrival at the farm, they found Su Xing and others busily working in raincoats. The rain veiled the world in a hazy gray, with the elder and his team clad in rain gear, their hat brims pulled low, allowing raindrops to cascade down the edges, pooling on their shoulders and dripping into the mud below. Grasping a rusted iron shovel, he bent down to mound soil around the freshly planted seedlings, the rain pattering against the raincoat with a muffled thud. The soil in the vegetable beds was waterlogged and swollen. Stepping into it would sink one's foot by half an inch. Yet Su Xing moved steadily, each step landing in the shallow trench between 2 rows of seedlings. The shovel sank into the earth with a squelch, turning clumps of soil wrapped in grass that he gently crushed with his foot and pushed to the roots of the seedlings. The rain mist obscured his face beneath the brim, revealing only the white stubble glistening with droplets, which rolled down his chin. He raised a hand to wipe his face, inadvertently inviting more rainwater into his eyes. As Chen Fei and his entourage approached, Su Xing walked over with the shovel in hand, saying, "My lord, we have just discovered that the ordinary soil beside the farm has transformed into leveled soil. Is there something of importance that brings you here?" Chen Fei did not answer him immediately. Instead, he inquired, "It is pouring rain outside. What are you all still doing in the fields? Should you not return to the house to rest? At your age, what if you catch a cold?" The rain had been relentless for an entire day, and he feared that the vegetable plots might become waterlogged and drown the crops. "I am here to dig drainage ditches," Su Xing replied. However, the speaker was oblivious. While the listener was contemplative, an entire day of rain. Today marked the commencement of a new trial. Could this week's test be somehow related to the downpour? Chen Fei could not help but ponder this possibility. "Old Su, this week's trial may indeed be connected to the rain. I suspect this rain may persist for the next 7 days and intensify," Chen Fei conveyed. "As for digging drainage ditches, you need not concern yourself. Let the younger ones handle it." He shared his suspicions with old Su, understanding that agricultural endeavors were closely tied to weather conditions, and it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Currently, on his island, the growth of plants had surged by 100, with the crops changing daily. "By the way, Old Su, the adjacent plot contains the tiered soil I recently placed, organized by grade. I will mark the various levels of farmland for you shortly." Chen Fei informed Su Xing. "No need, my lord. I can discern the differences in soil grades at a glance," Su Xing replied. Subsequently, Chen Fei explained the characteristics of the tree of life that De Qiao was holding, emphasizing its ability to enhance the growth rate of surrounding flora, ensuring Su Xing was well-informed and prepared. Furthermore, he entrusted Su Xing with the daily task of collecting the essence of life, as the farm was quite distant from the apartment, making it impractical for him to travel there each day. He planted the tree of life in S-grade soil and then used the water flask that Xiao Qiao had at her waist to pour S-grade purified water at the roots of the tree. Just as Chen Fei was about to depart, the voice of the system, which had never reached out to him before, echoed in his mind. "Host, I recommend you use a contract card to establish a pact with the Tree of Life." Chen Fei responded, "System, the Tree of Life can be contracted? But what purpose would it serve? It produces the essence of life daily, even without a contract." The system replied, "What is the essence of life, after all? Just establish the contract. It will be beneficial for you." Although unsure of the advantages, Chen Fei used 4 contract cards to bind himself to the S-grade Tree of Life. As soon as the contract was finalized, a young girl's voice resonated in Chen Fei's mind. Master, can you hear me?" Chen Fei inquired. "Are you the Tree of Life? Can you communicate with me?" The Tree of Life responded, "Yes, it is I, Master. You have finally planted me." Chen Fei asked, "What changes occur after our contract? Is it merely the ability to converse with you?" The Tree of Life clarified, "Certainly not, Master. After a contract, my life essence becomes intertwined with yours. If you were to meet with an untimely death, as long as it is within 72 hours and your body remains intact, you may consume my heart to be resurrected." "Resurrection? You can truly bring me back to life. Is it truly possible?" Chen Fei inquired eagerly. "How many hearts of the Tree of Life do you possess? How many times can you bring me back to life?" The Tree of Life responded, "Master, what are you thinking? I possess but a single heart. Once it is taken from me, I shall succumb to a state of frailty. Presently, I am merely a sapling. It will take approximately 3 years for me to regenerate a new heart. However, once I mature, the time required for regeneration will shorten." 3 years indeed. What a disappointment. Chen Fei lamented. "Can your heart resurrect others?" The Tree of Life replied, "That is not possible. Only those bound by a contract with me can experience the revival, as it requires a bond with my essence. Others who attempt to consume my heart would face rejection." "Very well then. Do you possess a name? If not, referring to you simply as the Tree of Life feels somewhat cumbersome. Allow me to bestow a name upon you." "Certainly. I have none. Please, Master, give me a name." "You are the Tree of Life, from which the waters of vitality flow, nurturing the essence of life. Since your being is the source of vitality, let us call you Little Tree." Though the spirit of the Tree of Life knew little, it sensed that the name was rather mundane, causing it to weep. "I do not want this name. Please, Master, give me another." "What about Little Life? Little Wood? Little Branch? Sapling? Little Bud? They're all quite similar." "Very well, I shall call you Bud. Bud is certainly more pleasant than Little Life or Little Wood." The spirit of the Tree of Life, now referred to as Bud, resigned itself. "All right then, I shall be called Bud. Surely you are not afraid of rain? Would you like me to construct a shelter for you?" Master, I am the tree of life. I fear not the rain, as long as it does not accumulate excessively around my roots. But what about the life essence you have condensed? Would it not be washed away by the rain? Bud's proud voice echoed in Chen Fei's mind. Master, I can also choose not to condense the life essence and can store instead. Moreover, I sense that this island is unique and the soil is remarkably fertile. Currently, I can condense more than 3 drops of life essence daily. On such an island, I could produce at least 30 drops each day. Chapter 53. Active phase array radar. Very well. You shall remain here. I will arrange for S-grade pure water to be delivered to you daily. As twilight approaches, we shall return. Chen Fei communicated with Yi through their mental contract. After concluding his conversation with her, Chen Fei led his companions back to the apartment. The path they traversed was relatively manageable on their outward journey, owing to the recent expansion of their island. However, the return was fraught with mud. They rode in a carriage, and while the initial leg of their journey was tolerable, frequent treks along this route would surely transform it into a mire. Upon arriving at the apartment, dusk had already settled. Chen Fei approached the island monument and perused the panoramic map of the island. Brother Fei, what are you up to? Su Mengling inquired as she approached him. I suspect that our trial for this week is the very rain that is currently falling, Chen Fei replied. Have you not noticed how the downpour has intensified? If this continues, it will soon escalate into a torrential storm, rendering our island a quagmire, making navigation quite inconvenient. I just acquired the floor templates today and thought it prudent to pave the frequently traversed paths with flooring, connecting them with corridors to shield us from the rain. Su Xingxi interjected, Island Master, our island spans 42 square kilometers. If we were to cover it with flooring and erect corridors, we would require considerable resources. Furthermore, the resources expended would not yield immediate benefits. One cannot solely evaluate our endeavors by their returns, Chen Fei countered. Moreover, the resources consumed will not exceed the foundational stones utilized. This expenditure is within my capacity to manage. He examined the F-grade floor template, noting that 1 square meter of flooring required 3 units of stone. Given the island's dimensions of approximately 500 meters in both length and width, he calculated the need for 210,000 stones to construct a main thoroughfare 8 meters wide, centered on his apartment, intersecting both horizontally and vertically. An additional 300,000 stones would suffice for the various branching paths. Constructing corridors from timber would necessitate 6 units of wood per square meter, resulting in a requirement of 310,000 wood units for the corridors flanking the main routes, with a further 500,000 for the smaller paths. This was a far cry from constructing an S-grade refrigerated warehouse, prompting Chen Fei to resolutely expend 500,000 units of wood and 300,000 stones for the project. Indeed, he had consumed a significant amount of foundational materials today. Upon reviewing his remaining resources, he noted 40,750,000 units of wood, 39,560,000 units of stone, 21,500,000 units of plastic, 2,500,000 units of fabric, 2,025,000 units of iron ore, 27,000 foundational stones, and 14,100,000 units of metal. Noticing that Chen Fei seemed to have completed his tasks, Su Xingxi spoke up, Island Master, today, Lord Gongsu sent over 7 self-made multi-tube aero vehicles. He mentioned that these vehicles can fire 3 volleys at full load and a maximum of 5 at partial load, after which the transmission mechanism will fail. How shall we proceed with these? Had Su Xingxi not brought it up, Chen Fei would have completely forgotten about them. With a mischievous grin, he replied, You may display these in the shop or auction them off, and inform the buyers that we will provide maintenance services, albeit at an additional cost. Although the number of ordinary multiple-tube aero cars manufactured by Gongshabun is not particularly large, if utilized wisely, they could evolve into a sustainable business. By the way, I've been so busy today that I nearly forgot to retrieve an excellent item I have here. As Chen Fei spoke, he took out the active phased array radar of SSS grade that he had received during the morning roll call. After checking in, he had not examined it closely. Now, upon unveiling it, he discovered not only one radar, but also a plethora of accompanying computer equipment and various other items. Item: Active Phased Array Radar SSS Gray Description. The DCL-8 radar operates at an L-band frequency and can achieve a range of up to 1,200 kilometers in rotating scanning mode. While in staring mode, it can exceed 2,000 kilometers. Each TR component is equipped with an independent analog-to-digital converter, boasting robust clutter suppression and anti-interference capabilities. Chen Fei picked up the intercom and summoned the personnel from Wei to carry all the radar supporting equipment to the top floor. After all, who has a radar stationed on the lower floors? As per the instructions, assembling and debugging took nearly 3 hours. When Chen Fei activated the radar display, he immediately noticed that the most densely marked areas showed a red at every 200 kilometers in a net-like distribution. Originally, with his radar scanning area in rotating mode, he should have detected over 110 red dots, yet only 39 red dots indicated signs of life. It was not difficult to surmise that these red dots represented other survivors and islands. Chen Fei also spotted what appeared to be the red dot of his own vessel, the Wavebreaker. He swiftly contacted Hua Xiubing via the island monument on the Wavebreaker, roughly confirming the latter's location, which matched that displayed on his radar. At this moment, Hua Xiubing had already met up with Su Mengmeng and was searching for islands according to their designated numbers. Chen Fei instructed Hua Xiubing to alter his current route, sending him the coordinates of the uninhabited islands marked on the radar to search sequentially. This strategy would save a considerable amount of time and prevent redundant paths. He couldn't help but ponder, we still lack a great navigator. Why was a Wei Zhongxian given instead of a Ma Sanbao? No, Wei Qi. Where is the person revealed from today's treasure chest? Could it be that there is none today? Thus, Chen Fei picked up the intercom to inquire about who was responsible for fishing today. Shortly after, Ran Min arrived at the apartment to report to Chen Fei. Ran Min, my lord, the person caught today is currently waiting at the apartment entrance. I noticed you have been busy since your return and did not want to disturb you after dinner, planning to report tomorrow morning instead. Chen Fei waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Let us go. Take me to see. Upon exiting, he quickly scanned the 27 individuals at the entrance. Name: L Fengxian level. None. Special units can consume upgrade food to rapidly enhance their level, but their potential limits affect progress. Without extraordinary opportunities, surpassing potential limits is impossible. Loyalty: 100. According to the rules of the island world, all servants start with a loyalty of 60. However, system influences compel loyalty to be raised to 100, which cannot be diminished. Strength: 19. Agility: 19. Constitution: 19. He did not have the grand navigator he yearned for. And among the 27 individuals, there was but one warrior. Chen Fei commanded, very well. Everyone else may disperse. L Fengxian remain. Once the others had departed, Chen Fei arranged. From now on, you shall be known as Elbu. Starting today, you will join the Qilin Guard. Wait a moment. Is it appropriate for him to join the Qilin Guard? After all, he had served as a bodyguard for Dong Zhuo. No, that is not right. Elbu among men, red hair among steeds, wielding the Fangtian halberd, a loyal son to his adoptive father. Yet, he now possesses a loyalty of 100, and I am not his adoptive father. What is there to fear? You shall join the Qilin Guard henceforth, Chen Fei concluded. Elbu responded, yes, my lord. Elbu, as a person, may be deemed haughty, or perhaps brave, yet lacking in cunning. To assert otherwise would indeed be a stretch. He was not trusted while serving as a chief clerk under Ding Yuan, grew estranged from Dong Zhuo due to his tyranny, and was ultimately forced to flee from Wang Yin. He harbored no grand ambitions to seek a patron, yet no one offered him refuge, leading him to establish himself later. During his time in Luoyang, he alone treated Lu Xie as an emperor among Dong Zhuo's subordinates, frequently visiting him. In Luoyang, only El Bu regarded Lu Xie as emperor and often went to pay his respects to the emperor, as recorded in the book of the later Han. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Fei remarked, it is getting late. Everyone should retire for the night. Despite his current level, which would allow him to remain awake for several days without fatigue, The habit of needing rest once established is difficult to alter, since a little rest is inconsequential. Why exhaust oneself unnecessarily? As Chen Fei passed by the door of Jiao Chan's room, he noticed it slightly ajar, with soft rustling sounds emanating from within. Then, Jiao Chan's voice called out, "Is that you, my lord?" "It is I." Chen Fei entered the room and saw Jiao Chan sitting at the edge of the bed, her hair loosely pinned, the ends cascading over her shoulder, evidently prepared for rest. "Is it raining heavily outside?" she asked, unsure of what to say, leading her to utter such a question. "It is quite heavy, but I wish to know if the rain indoors is as torrential as the day before yesterday." Chen Fei replied with a mischievous smile as he approached her. "Soft rain taps the window, dreams are sweet. In the hibiscus chamber, tender thoughts intertwine. A delicate visage bears a shy demeanor. Hand in hand we revel, the night is still young." Chapter 54. The Elixir of Life, S-Class Spatial Ring. On the following morning, Chen Fei rose and silently offered an apology to El Bu in his heart. "Fear not, for I shall care for your wife." El Bu, in this lifetime you are devoid of your former memories, which means you are fated to be estranged from Jiao Chan. Yet, one cannot deny the uniqueness of this special constitution, which nearly compelled Chen Fei to review his studies once more that very morning. At that moment, Kai Yin hurriedly dashed into Jiao Chan's chamber. Chen Fei furrowed his brow slightly. This was not her usual demeanor. What could possibly be troubling her so? Even if it were a matter of revenge for the embarrassment Jiao Chan had caused her previously, it would hardly warrant such urgency. "My lord, something grave has occurred," Kai Yin exclaimed in haste. "Do not fret. Take your time to explain," Chen Fei reassured her. "My lord, what did you add to the S-Class purified water you gave me yesterday?" Kai Yin inquired anxiously. "That was the elixir of life, a precious substance renowned for its remarkable healing properties. You appear to be in fine form after consuming it. What troubles you?" Chen Fei replied, "My lord, therein lies the trouble. It healed me far too effectively." Kai Yin whispered conspiratorially into Chen Fei's ear. "It has completely cured my injuries." "Well, if it has healed you, then that is splendid. It would be quite unusual if it had not done so. Why the fuss?" Chen Fei responded nonchalantly as he donned his attire. Noticing that he had not grasped her meaning, Kai Yin grew anxious. "My lord, I mean it has restored me entirely to my condition from 2 days ago." "I understand. It has restored you to the state of 2 days prior." "Wait a moment. Do you mean to say you are in the exact same condition as 2 days ago?" Chen Fei's hand came to an abrupt halt as he dressed. Jiao Chan, awoken by Chen Fei's startled exclamation, rubbed her drowsy eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed 2 figures leaping onto the bed. 2 hours later, Chen Fei discovered that due to the rain, the room was severely leaking and no longer habitable. He carried both women to Kai Yan's room and descended alone, muttering to himself, "Is the elixir of life truly this extraordinary? It has actually restored her. Perhaps it is more accurate to say it has repaired her." Upon reaching downstairs, he noticed that the gazes of De Qiao and Xiao Qiao upon him seemed somewhat altered. In truth, an hour and a half prior, they had sent Xiao Qiao to summon Chen Fei for breakfast, but upon reaching the door, she had hesitated upon hearing the commotion. "Why do you all stare at me? Hurry and eat," Chen Fei called out. "My lord, we have already eaten. The food has gone cold," Xiao Qiao replied. "Very well, I shall eat alone. By the way, please fetch 2 cups of S-Class purified water," Chen Fei said somewhat awkwardly as he sat down at the dining table. Once Xiao Qiao had poured the 2 cups of S-Class purified water, Chen Fei added the remaining 2 drops of the elixir of life to each cup. "Shall I take these to Sister Kai Yin and Sister Jiao Chan?" Xiao Qiao asked. "No need. Let you and De Qiao each drink a cup," Chen Fei instructed. Observing the 2 Zhous after they finished their drinks, Chen Fei inquired, "Do you feel any changes?" "Not really, just a sense of comfort. Otherwise, it seems nothing has changed," replied the 2 Zhous, shaking their heads. Chen Fei then gestured for them to follow him upstairs, saying, "Come, let us ascend to the upper floor for an examination." 5 minutes later, the trio emerged from the room, with the 2 Zhous trailing behind Chen Fei, their heads bowed and their faces flushed. They could not comprehend why an inspection was necessary after consuming the water. Why had the 2 Zhous not recovered? Could it be that time was required for their restoration? In his mind, Chen Fei posed a question to the system. System, what is the reason for this? Why has Kai Yin recovered while the two Zhous have not? The system replied, this is due to the recovery mechanism of the life water. Kai Yin's injuries significantly affect her normal life, while the injuries of the two Zhous are deemed non-disruptive to their everyday existence, thus falling outside the scope of recovery treatment. The life water solely serves to restore those in need, lacking the capacity to autonomously assess whether repair is necessary. Hence it fully restored Kai Yin. Chen Fei mused, so, you're saying the life water's mechanism identified Kai Yin as injured, affecting her normal life, and consequently chose to restore her to her previous state? The system affirmed, indeed, host. Does this not imply that possessing life water would allow one to perpetually regenerate? The system cautioned, host, this line of thinking is perilous. Have you considered that if this were true, other women would bleed for 7 days a month while they would bleed for 30 days in total? Chen Fei protested. I have not. Do not misrepresent my thoughts. I never considered such a notion. Hurry and register me, you incorrigible system. The system responded, congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-rank spatial ring 1. By signing in for 10 consecutive days, you will receive a quadruple critical hit, granting you an additional S-rank spatial ring 4. Chen Fei exclaimed, wow. Amazing, my friend. Is this spatial ring akin to those in novels? Does it lack the flow of time, allowing one to store items indefinitely? The system replied, host, your thoughts today are quite abundant. Indeed, you can store items for as long as you wish, provided you do not mind them decaying. The absence of time flow? How did you arrive at that conclusion? The items you store here do not even qualify for vacuum packaging. Refer to the description. However, he recalled that in the novels he had read, spatial rings were described as realms unto themselves, devoid of any concept of time. Why was it that, in his case, it could not even manage basic vacuum storage? Items, spatial ring S-rank 4 storage dimensions, length 50 meters, width 100 meters, height 5 meters. Description, currently in a non-binding state. May be bound at any time. Once bound, the spatial ring will obey the user's mental commands. Simply by contemplating, one can freely open or close the space within the ring. The spatial ring can establish 3 tiers of permissions. The first-tier permission holder may grant second and third-tier permissions to others for their use. First-tier permissions, 1-1, second-tier permissions, 3-3, third-tier permissions, 10-10. Living beings cannot be stored. Chen Fei queried, is that all there is to the system? Isn't it supposed to involve a blood oath for recognition? Moreover, why are there different levels of authority? Shouldn't there be a soul mark that prevents others from accessing it? System, host, from where have you acquired such nonsensical ideas? Have you ever seen a spatial ring? Go play by yourself. I'm not in the mood to deal with you today. Chen Fei reflected for a moment and realized that his thoughts today had indeed been rather excessive. Indeed, no one had ever encountered a spatial ring. If it required both blood and soul, wouldn't that mean one could cultivate immortality? After all, there was an old man residing within the ring. Thus, he picked up 4 S-class spatial rings and set his authority to level 1. Compared to the spatial rings in novels, his seemed more akin to a technological marvel. Henceforth, embarking on a quest would no longer necessitate a multitude of individuals burdened with equipment, nor the hauling of heaps of spoils. Although possessing 4 spatial rings, it was evident that they were insufficient for the significant number of vital members on his island. He at least needed to retain one for himself. And with the Qiao serving as his secretary, she would also require at least one. This could be addressed later, as multiple authority levels could be established, granting access when necessary. Xiao, have Hua Tsubing and the others returned? After conversing with the system, Chen Fei turned to inquire. Xiao replied, my lord, it may not be suitable to check here. Perhaps we should move to a room? Chen Fei displayed a look of exasperation. Realizing that he had not yet recovered from the earlier incident, asking was futile. Fortunately, the Qiao answered on his behalf. My lord, they have yet to return. However, they previously sent a message indicating they are on their way back and should arrive shortly. No sooner had she finished speaking than Hua Tsubing pushed open the apartment door, followed closely by Su Mengmeng. My lord, we are back. This time we only visited 17 islands. There is still a significant number left unexplored, and we may need to venture out again tonight. That's fine, no rush. First, we must deal with the natives. Did everything go smoothly? What did you bring back? Chen Fei asked Huitzubing. Chapter 55. The Wavebreaker arrives at the net try, my lord. We have returned with 17 island tablets and 17 fishing rods. Additionally, we discovered a summoning token for the island merchant, identical to the one from our previous expedition, in one of the warehouses, reported Huitzubing to Chen Fei. Excellent. You and the White Tiger Guard may retire for now. We shall require your services again this evening when we set sail, Chen Fei instructed. Su Mingming, please trade the island tablets with me. Understood, my lord. My island tablets are aboard a small wooden boat on the Wavebreaker. I will retrieve them now, Huitzubing replied. There's no need for that. I shall have someone bring the small boat over, Chen Fei said, picking up the intercom to command. Have a small boat carrying Su Mingming's island tablets delivered to the apartment. The direct distance from the apartment to the island's edge was over 3 kilometers, and having Su Mingming walk back and forth would waste too much time. Chen Fei glanced at the newly acquired summoning token for the island merchant, deciding to save its use for tonight. They were scheduled to visit the Net tribe, and it was uncertain if they would return in time this afternoon. Should he activate the token now? And if the island merchant arrived during the day, he would be unable to return to the island promptly. Although it stated that the island merchant would arrive within 24 hours after activation, he surmised that the merchant would likely come during daylight. The White Tiger Guard would rest today, while the Azure Dragon Guard remained to defend the island. The Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Cheeling Guards were to assemble with Li Han's regular troops beside the Wavebreaker in 30 minutes. Chen Fei issued the command through the intercom. After giving the assembly order, Chen Fei turned to Su Mingling and Su Xingzi, saying, Mingling, Xingzi, you shall remain here to safeguard the island. Please produce 1,000 S-grade intercoms. It is time we upgraded our current stock. Sell the lower-grade ones in the shop. Additionally, manufacture 24 multi-arrow vehicles and prepare 200 arrows at the entrance, as I shall need them shortly. After you prepare lunch, send it over to the Wavebreaker's Auxiliary Island Cup. Brother Xiaofei, the rain outside is quite heavy. Will it be feasible to leave things at the entrance? Su Mingling inquired. How heavy could it possibly be? Chen Fei responded, opening the apartment door to peek outside. The rain fell in torrents, creating a cacophony as it struck the ground. A fierce wind whipped the rain into a frenzy, obscuring the landscape in a shroud of mist. The distant saplings and grass, pressed against the ground by the deluge, bent low. The soundproofing of the S-grade apartment was remarkable. He had been oblivious to the storm's severity until now. Water cascaded from the eaves like a waterfall, splashing up to half a foot high upon impact, and the streets became muddied pools. The corridor and pavilion before him blurred, reduced to mere shadows in the chaos. It appeared that this torrential downpour posed a challenge no less formidable than last week's oppressive heat. Then there is no need to worry. With the spatial ring, I shall bring some materials to the Wavebreaker and craft what I need myself. As Chen Fei produced a spatial ring and placed it before them, he declared, This is a spatial ring. I have granted both of you secondary privileges. You may store essential supplies within it, alleviating the need for frequent trips to the warehouse when items are needed. After elucidating the ring's functionalities and operational methods, he continued with his directives. As for the indigenous captives we previously secured, I want you both to sell them. The higher-ranking ones can be directly placed in the auction house. E-grade individuals should be in high demand. Additionally, procure some other slaves for sale. I believe that those capable of reasonable communication are far more useful. Su Xingzi interjected, Island Master, why not trade the indigenous people first and then select a contract? Although they may not comprehend our language, we could issue commands and encourage them to learn. Indeed, why had he not considered this approach? With Su Mingming present, once she facilitated the trade, the loyalty of the indigenous would instantly rise to 100. After selecting a contract, communication would be feasible. However, this matter could be postponed until after the transaction. He anticipated capturing numerous prisoners during his next outing, and they could be traded alongside the current ones. At that moment, Su Mingming's island tablets were delivered. After receiving the 17 tablets from the transaction, he refrained from occupying the opponent's island tablet. You should also take a rest. You will need to return tonight to claim the remaining island tablets. He chose not to seize Su Mengming's island tablet, as her subsequent trades were necessary. Moreover, if he occupied her island tablet, she would lose her survival qualification and would no longer be able to reclaim the island tablets. With the contract card already in use, he was unconcerned about her loyalty. Understood, master. I shall take my leave. After arranging a room for her, she departed. Amidst the torrential rain, Chen Fei, accompanied by the smaller and larger Xiao and several Kirin guards, exited the apartment. The relentless downpour stung against their skin. They first gathered some basic supplies from the warehouse before heading to the farm, where they collected 11 drops of life water produced by the Tree of Life throughout the night in empty bottles. By the time they reached the island's edge, even clad in a raincoat and sheltered by the larger Qiao's umbrella, their clothes were already soaked through. The Zhuke guards, Xuanwu guards, Li Hansen's ordinary guards, and the remaining Kirin guards, each donned in raincoats, stood orderly in the downpour, awaiting his command. The sight of 700 or 800 individuals, obscured by the curtain of rain, was overwhelming. Chen Fei hurriedly gestured for them to board the ship, instructing them to wait alongside the breakwave. They stood resolutely in the downpour, seemingly oblivious to the notion of boarding the vessel first. While high loyalty is commendable, such unwavering obedience could be problematic. Should he issue an incorrect command, they would follow it without question. In their eyes, there was only absolute adherence to orders, devoid of any concept of error. Unaware of the precise coordinates of the indigenous island, he was left with no choice but to utilize the return function of the tidal twin shells. Holding the pair of shells, Chen Fei stood in the breakwave's cockpit as the tempestuous rain and wind pounded against the deck with a resounding clap. The surface of the shell shimmered with an extraordinary luster, as if it concealed the secrets of the entire ocean. Upon activating the return function, the shell seemed to sense something, beginning to emit a low, resonant hum that gradually intensified as though responding to a distant force. Subsequently, the brilliance of the shell surged, the intense light causing him, along with the two Zhous and the warriors behind, to squint against its glare. Amidst this radiance, the sea began to churn, drawn by an invisible power, forming a colossal vortex of water, its center radiating a profound blue light, seemingly connecting to another realm. Chen Fei instructed Xiao AI to navigate the wave breaker into the watery vortex, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared at the shores of the indigenous island. Behind them, the vortex continued to spin slowly. 30 seconds later, the vortex gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing without a trace, leaving only the wet marks on the beach. A testament to this miraculous transportation process. Upon arrival, Chen Fei discovered that it was not raining here, indicating that his island was indeed quite distant. He produced a teleportation talisman to locate his island, realizing that returning would consume 30 of his energy. The cost of long-distance teleportation doubled, meaning the journey to and from the indigenous island would require 3 times the energy, leaving behind 100 ordinary guards to oversee the wave breaker. Chen Fei led the rest of his party ashore. He dispatched scouts to ascertain the position and number of the Net tribe. After surveying the surroundings and noting the absence of indigenous figures, Chen Fei instructed Ranmin. Before long, the scouts returned with news of having located the indigenous village. It was customary for most indigenous settlements to be built near water, thus not far from the sea. Chen Fei commanded everyone to approach the village stealthily, forbidding gunfire. Although the Net tribe had few able-bodied men remaining, the women of these primitive tribes were still capable of retaliation. They must seize the opportunity to ambush before being detected, taking no unnecessary risks. As they neared, Ranmin peered inside, noting the presence of primarily elderly individuals and children within the village. The able-bodied men, with weapons numbered no more than 200, scattered thinly throughout the settlement. Chen Fei addressed his commanders. The Xuanwu guard would circle to the back entrance, while the ordinary guard led by Li Hongxi would be commanded by Yu Yun and Exine Qiji, respectively, to approach from both flanks. The Zhuke guard would wait for the opportune moment in front, while the Qilin guard would take out the sentinels. Xi and Chiji was sketching a route in the sand with a twig. There was a newly erected fence on the east side of the village wall, with wide gaps between the bamboo slats, allowing their men to slip through. Chapter 56. Fierce battle at the tribe beside him. Did Xiao clutch her skirt tightly, her knuckles pale? Xiao gazed curiously at a native child swinging in the tribe until Li Xiaoning gently tapped the back of her hand, prompting her to hurriedly lower her gaze. Wei Zhongxian crouched behind a tree further back, his shrill voice resembling a mosquito's hum. The Qilin guard tightened their quivers. Do not make any noise. He cast a glance at Dian Wei's dual halberds, saying, General Dian, could you perhaps tuck those weapons away a bit more? The tips are glinting. Dian Wei grinned, but remained silent, merely pushing his halberds deeper into a crevice. These halberds were crafted from a B-grade blueprint obtained in the last dungeon, and they had yet to taste blood. Beside him, Su Chu had already unsheathed his steel blade, his muscles beneath his garment rising like iron in the twilight. Since the last dungeon, Wei Zhongxian had garnered recognition from Chen Fei, not only for his rapid level up, but also for his prowess in ranged attacks, earning him the position of a junior commander in the Qilin Guard. Presently, the Qilin Guard lacked a definitive leader. Li Xiaoning managed the female guards, while Dian Wei and Su Chu were not suited for leadership roles, and El Bu had yet to mature into his potential. In modern military terms, Wei Zhongxian essentially served as the chief of staff, temporarily overseeing the troops with the authority of a commanding officer. After all, Wei Zhongxian possessed the capability, and he exhibited no bias towards either male or female guards. Chen Fei couldn't help but marvel. No wonder ancient emperors favored eunuchs. They were convenient to employ and did not require the avoidance of gender issues. Moreover, capable eunuchs were even more efficient. Yin 18 riders. No, Qilin 18 guards infiltrate the granary and set smoke. Just create a distraction without igniting a real fire. Chen Fei's voice cut through the air. El Bu, can your bow reach those 2 sentinels atop the watchtower? El Bu had already knocked an arrow. His eyes narrowed into a line, exuding the spirit reminiscent of the famed archery at the Yanmen Gate. The wind shifts eastward. The arrow will drift 3 inches, just perfect. As his words fell, 2 arrows flew almost simultaneously, striking down 2 natives who were munching on roasted fish at the highest point of the watchtower. He let out a muffled grunt before silently collapsing. Move! Xi and Chiji led his team, moving low to the ground until they reached the new fence. The foremost guards drew their short blades and, slipping through the gaps, severed the vines securing the bamboo strips. The guards surged in like a tide, trapping several elders who had just poked their heads out from the shelter, covering their mouths and pressing them to the ground. The Qilin 18 guards had reached the granary, igniting the smoke-soaked firewood. A grayish-white smoke began to rise through the cracks in the shelter's roof, choking a native woman outside who was nursing her child, causing her to cough violently. Instantly, chaos erupted within the native village, with shouts ringing out, though Chen Fei and his companions could not comprehend the commotion. The remaining members of the Qilin Guard seized the watchtower, crossbows set atop, their arrows aimed at the cluster of young and old gathered by the bonfire. Xi and Chiji and the ordinary guards led by Yin sealed off all exits of the thatched huts, their spears bracing against the flaps, ensuring no one could escape. As Chen Fei stepped into the tribe, several native children with braided hair held fishbone toys, staring wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing armored soldiers, their toys clattering to the ground. An elderly blind woman groped about to pick something up, only to be seized by Dian Wei, who pressed a firm hand upon her shoulder. She gasped, her face a tapestry of wrinkles etched with terror. Bind them all, Chen Fei commanded. Suddenly, the largest wooden door of the stronghold was kicked open from within. A figure emerged, bare-chested and adorned with dark, intricate tattoos, brandishing 2 long blades that shimmered with an eerie blue hue. The edges of the knives were clearly steeped in lethal poison. With a swift, piercing cry that cut through the air, he lunged towards the foremost. Ranmin excellent, Ranmin declared as he brandished his double-ended spear. When the spear's tip met the blades, sparks flew like raindrops. This adversary possessed strength far beyond that of a typical native, sending shockwaves through Ranmin's grip and creating shallow pits in the gravel beneath his feet. He was a D-class native, and each slash of his blade resonated with a thunderous crack, his movements as savage as a wild beast, compelling Ran Min to abandon any arrogance and engage him with utmost focus. Simultaneously, four figures cloaked in animal hides burst forth from a nearby, thatched hut, each wielding a long staff entwined with serpent bones. When the copper bells atop their staffs chimed, 3-inch spikes suddenly sprang forth from the ends. They were using their staffs as spears, splitting to engage Dian Wei, Su Chu, Gao Changgong, and Li Xiaoning. 2 of them are D-class, and 2 are E-class. Proceed with caution, Chen Fei advised after consulting the system. Dian Wei confronted the elder on the left, whose staff techniques were cunning, targeting the joints with precision. Dian Wei skillfully evaded the sharp jabs, and with a powerful sweep of his dual halberds, he forced the elder to continuously adapt. Suddenly, with a deft twist of his wrist, Dian Wei struck the elder's wrist, causing the staff to slip from his grasp. In that instant, his halberd pressed against the elder's throat. There was a discernible difference between D-class fighters. Moreover, Dian Wei was the first to attain D-class, and in technical terms, he stood at the pinnacle of D-class. Su Chu faced the elder on the right, the most ferocious of the group, whose staff whirled like a windmill. Su Chu remained unwavering, setting aside his steel knife to seize dual hammers, crashing them against the staff, which shattered and splintered. Seizing the advantage, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, the force of the hammers driving the elder back, shattering a stone jar at his feet. Gao Changgong confronted the most enigmatic opponent, whose staff rang with incessant chimes, the sound imbued with an almost hypnotic power. In the flickering firelight, Gao Changgong's handsome visage gleamed coldly. He abandoned his longbow and drew a short knife, its blade gleaming like moonlight as he precisely targeted the cords of the copper bells. After 3 swift cuts, the bells fell to the ground. The elder's techniques faltered, and he found himself cornered against a stone wall, unable to move. Li Xiaoning faced a female elder, whose staff concealed fine needles that occasionally shot forth from its seams. Her Kirin guard behind her wished to assist, but she was halted with a firm command. "I can handle this." Li Xiaoning's swordplay embodied a unique grace, her seemingly delicate strikes deftly evading the poison needles. With a gentle thrust, she punctured several small holes in the elder's animal skin, targeting critical pressure points, and the elder increasingly felt her strength wane, her staff growing heavier in her hands. At that moment, a cacophony of bell chimes resonated through the air as a figure resembling a priest brandished a bone staff, chanting incantations. The blood-red gem embedded in the staff radiated a crimson glow, causing the eyes of several elderly natives nearby to ignite with madness as they lunged toward the Kirin guard. Wei Zhongxian swiftly drew a handful of throwing darts from his pocket and hurled them towards the faces of the frenzied natives, exclaiming, "Such sorcery is nothing but a trick." 3 of the darts aimed at the priest were deftly intercepted by the staff in his grasp. With a piercing shriek, the priest advanced to the altar. With a red light from the staff intensified, blood droplets oozed from the gem, cascading onto the stone altar, which suddenly cracked open to reveal a swarm of venomous scorpions. Wei Zhongxian, undeterred, produced another handful of darts to strike at the scorpions, but the priest seized the opportunity to strike him on the shoulder with his staff, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Truly, another E-grade native. At that juncture, the priest charged toward Chen Fei, prompting Wei Zhongxian to shout, "Protect the Lord." Upon hearing the call, Chen Fei immediately steeled himself, ready to draw his weapon to confront the priest, as he was now also an E-grade fighter. Just as he brandished his weapon, a whistling sound sliced through the air, revealing the priest had been transformed into a porcupine by a volley of crossbow bolts. Meanwhile, the fierce struggle between Ran Min and the native chief had escalated to a fever pitch. The chief's blade grazed Ran Min's left arm, instantly darkening the wound. Yet Ran Min fought with increasing ferocity, his dual spears striking with lethal intent, forcing the chief to retreat repeatedly, while the chief himself bore multiple wounds from Ran's relentless assault. With a furious roar, Ran Min slammed his bloodied arm against the chief's chest, while simultaneously piercing the chief's shoulder with his spears. Seeing the chief subdued, the remaining elders, the 2nd and 4th elders, watched as the Grand Elder and the Third Elder were captured, and the priest was slain, his staff clattering to the ground. The village was left echoing with the muffled sobs of ordinary natives. Chen Fei gazed at the chief pinned to the earth. Despite his bloodied visage, his eyes remained fierce until Wei Zhongxian ordered a basin of seawater to be splashed upon the chief's wounds, eliciting a pained groan from him. Noticing the darkening poison in Ranmin's wound, Chen Fei hurriedly retrieved the cup, pouring in a measure of S-grade purified water. Adding a drop of the water of life before offering it to Ranmin simultaneously, he instructed his guards. Bind all able-bodied men and women and send them aboard the breaking waves, except for those severely injured. Moreover, the disabled, the elderly who cannot work, pregnant women, and children aged 0 to 12 should all be executed. Leave not a single soul. Chen Fei added, "What I seek are slaves that can yield value for me. After the island's monument is transferred, none will recall any of this." "Yes, my lord," the entire assembly responded in unison. Chapter 57. The Slaughter of the Old, Young Women, and Children. Over 100 able-bodied men were found bound with their arms twisted behind their backs. More than 300 indigenous women were herded to the other side, similarly restrained. They huddled together, their faces streaked with sweat and tears. The remaining individuals were frail elders, pregnant women, stumbling children, and disabled persons missing limbs. Wei Zhongxian's and Chen Fei's voices carried an undeniable coldness. "As I instructed, this matter is entrusted to you." Wei Zhongxian's shrill voice pierced the air, akin to nails scraping against metal. "Yes, we shall handle it immediately." He gestured, and several guards advanced to drag the indigenous people forward. The anguished cries of the young men resonating harshly beneath the scorching sun. One muscular indigenous man suddenly broke free from his bindings, just as he lunged towards the guards. He was pierced through the chest by Ranmin's double-edged spear, blood spraying across the searing sand. Women were forcibly separated from their children. One mother, clutching a swaddled infant, bit down fiercely on a guard's wrist, only to be kicked down by Yu Yun, causing the swaddled child to tumble to the ground, emitting a brief wail before falling silent. Chen Fei's gaze fell upon the shadows of the weak and the frail. Those murky eyes looked towards him, filled with pleading confusion, and an elderly blind man groped his way toward him, muttering broken syllables. "These useless ones, dispose of them cleanly." He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, his movements casual as if discussing the tidying of clutter. Immediately, guards stepped forward, their swords and steel blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. The first elder's head rolled to the ground, blood splattering onto a nearby child's face, who stood frozen in terror, only to be cleaved in two by a steel blade moments later. The screams and the sound of shattering bones mingled with the cicadas chorus, reverberating through the desolate village. De Qiao stood behind Li Xiaoning, covering her face with her sleeve, her shoulders trembling like leaves in the wind, while Xiao Qiao stared intently until Li Xiaoning pressed her head against her bosom, prompting a suppressed whimper. Chen Fei approached the two. "Are you afraid? Do you find my actions excessively cruel?" "No, my lord. I merely find it somewhat difficult to adjust. If given the choice, I would adopt the same course of action as you. We are still in a phase of survival, and with continuous trials ahead, it would be foolish to carry such burdens. Such an encumbrance would only intensify our plight, and carelessness could lead us into an irretrievable abyss because of them." Xiao replied. At that moment, De Qiao lifted her head and added, "Indeed, my lord, if I were to decide, I would simply issue the command and then walk away without witnessing the aftermath. The results of such orders remain unchanged. I might even consider feeding them to the orcas, which, once satiated, would grant us a bounty of high-quality meat." I heard from Sister Kai Yin and the others during their assessment yesterday that the current marine life is graded at C and D levels. Have the grades of marine life improved? This detail had escaped his notice. He could only wait until they returned to the island to inquire further. It was evident that consulting Mo Do and Shui Xian directly would yield more reliable information than asking the two of them. In order to help the Xiao and Xiao Qiao recover from the shadows cast by recent events, Chen Fei resolved to take the two of them for a stroll near the Net tribe. Naturally, a multitude of generals and the Qilin guards trail behind them. As the group ambled along the foothills adjacent to the Net tribe, a scout from the Chilean guards returned to report to Chen Fei the discovery of a cave ahead. "Lead the way. Let us investigate," Chen Fei commanded, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of a cave, especially after spending extensive time on the islands. Unlike the previous treacherous venture into the misty jungle, which left no room for leisure, this moment offered a welcome respite. Upon entering the cave, Chen Fei observed that the rocky edges were encrusted with white salt frost, mingled with dark powder. He stepped forward, and the air within the cave turned refreshingly cool. The damp walls dripped with water, forming shallow puddles on the ground. After walking about 30 paces, the cavern opened up dramatically. The walls were embedded with countless white crystals, glimmering coldly in the sunlight. A touch revealed them to be chilling to the bone. "This is saltpeter," Chen Fei noted, prying off a fragment. As he rubbed the crystalline substance between his palms, it emitted a delicate crackling sound. It was explosive when ignited, a crucial ingredient for gunpowder. Simultaneously, a notification resonated from the wristband. "Congratulations, you have acquired 0.2 units of saltpeter. Ranmin, use the intercom to arrange for some personnel to come and collect the saltpeter," Chen Fei instructed. Afterward, he retrieved a plethora of tools and containers from his spatial ring, placing them on the ground. "Let us first explore the mountains. We can return for the materials later." With horses brought forth, the group set off deeper into the mountains. The air grew increasingly stifling, and the leaves of the shrubs along the path curled tightly. Soon, a conical peak emerged in the distance, from which grayish-white smoke billowed. The ground at its base was fissured, exuding hot vapors that scorched the grass to a crisp yellow. A volcano. As they rode toward the mountainside, the acrid scent intensified, stinging their nostrils. The mid-slope was exposed, revealing broad swathes of yellow-green rock layered with powder. Scraping with a knife uncovered translucent pale, yellow crystals. Pressing them with a fingernail caused them to shatter, releasing a sharp, sour aroma. "Sulfur," Chen Fei remarked, pinching a bit of the powder between his fingers. The wristband chimed. "Congratulations, you have obtained 0.003 units of sulfur." With both saltpeter and sulfur in hand, the D-level flintlock template for the Xian bird could soon be realized. Yu Yin crouched down, prying open a rock, revealing pure sulfur crystals beneath, nearly devoid of impurities. "My lord, the sulfur here is ready for use, saving us the effort of purification." The ascent toward the summit grew increasingly arduous. The red rocks hot enough to fry an egg. The hot air venting from the crevices carried the scent of sulfur, inducing dizziness. Even the steeds beneath them were reluctant to advance. A scout returned with news that the peak was a vast volcanic crater. Chen Fei produced an S-level spatial ring and handed it to the nearby Gao Gong, granting him third-level authority. "Gong, take a team to fill this ring with volcanic ash. This will serve as our means of transportation between the islands and here. After all, using the teleportation talismans here would be wasteful. With volcanic ash, he would be able to energize the tidal twin shells. The tidal twin shell has bound his island, and neglecting its seaside potential would be a waste." A report crackled through the intercom, announcing that lunch had arrived from the island. Thus, the group departed from the volcano, riding their horses back towards the wavebreaker. In the afternoon, Chen Fei led his companions towards the western jungle of the island. From a distance, he spotted a dense thicket. As he stepped into the forest, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the humid air, reminiscent of mint mixed with lemon. The tree trunks stood tall like spears, some reaching over 20 meters, their gray-brown bark curling and peeling to reveal smooth wood beneath. This was eucalyptus. Chen Fei sliced open the trunk with his knife, and clear sap oozed out, quickly solidifying into amber-colored clumps. The leaves warded off mosquitoes, while the resin served as an adhesive. The eucalyptus wood, with its fine texture, was denser and sturdier than hardwood. Li Xiaoning arranged for some to be felled for the old man Gongshu to craft an upgraded multi-barrel arrow cart. Chen Fei instructed. Since arriving in this island world, Chen Fei seldom experienced such leisurely tranquility. At this moment, he reclined before a verdant bamboo grove, lying atop a mattress, while two catgirl guards were massaging his shoulders and legs. Nearby, the bamboo grew densely, some reaching over 10 meters, with distinct segments and leaves rustling in the breeze. Not far off, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao were identifying herbs under Li Xiong's guidance. De Qiao pointed to a heart-shaped leaf plant, saying this is Pinellia. It can treat coughs. Xiao Qiao excitedly held up a piece of ginger root, exclaiming, this is edible. Throw a few pieces in the meat to eliminate the odor. They also discovered blood-stopping sanqi and fever-reducing qinghao, filling several baskets to the brim. When he grew weary of lying down, he shifted his position, resting his head on the lap of a cat-girl guard and began to hum a song. On this journey, we stop and go, following the traces of youth. Just before stepping off the station, there's a moment of hesitation. I can't help but laugh at this homesickness, yet it remains unavoidable, and the sky in Nagano is still so warm. The wind brings forth the past. When I first encountered this world, so many lingering moments, watching the horizon, as if it were before my eyes. Ah, how I wish to remain here and forego returning to the island. How delightful it would be to avoid the trials. Just then, Chen Fei noticed ominous dark clouds gathering in the sky. An alert echoed from his wristband. Warning, warning. Due to survivors entering indigenous territory, this area has been designated as a trial zone. All nearby natives will converge to attack you. Please vacate the area promptly. Infuriated, Chen Fei stood up and pointed at the sky, unleashing a torrent of expletives. It was certainly a profane outburst, and if transcribed, it would surely fail the scrutiny. Chapter 58. The return of the powerful new indigenous people at that moment. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated, followed by a torrential downpour, akin to a hose unleashed from the heavens. In the days of yore, when ranks were not yet established, one could easily find themselves drenched from a careless misstep. This was no mere rain. It was as though a corner of the sky had collapsed, pouring down the entirety of the Milky Way. Before Chen Fei could don his raincoat, he was already soaked to the skin. Let's hurry back to the breakwave, he shouted to the others nearby. De Qiao's skirt was thoroughly soaked, clinging tightly to her calves, each step weighed down by the water. Instinctively, she drew closer to Chen Fei, droplets from her hair splattering against his hand, sending a chill through his fingertips. Xiao Qiao, rushing along, found her coarse tunic drenched and sticking to her back, revealing the delicate contours of her shoulder blades. She muttered something under her breath, but the wind and rain swallowed her words entirely, her grip on Chen Fei's sleeve tightening to the point of blanching her knuckles. Li Xiong rode alongside Chen Fei, while the two female Qilin guards escorted De Qiao and Xiao Qiao through the downpour towards the breakwave. At last, they reached the deck, each person resembling a drenched chicken. De Qiao raised her hand to brush away the damp strands clinging to her cheek, but as her fingertips grazed her chin, she realized her outer garment had become somewhat transparent, faintly revealing the plain inner attire beneath. Her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly sought refuge behind Chen Fei, inadvertently colliding with his back. His fitted attire was also soaked, the fabric revealing the hard lines of his muscles, causing a tingling sensation at her nose. Amidst the storm, Chen Fei's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. As he turned, his gaze swept over to Qiao's flushed ears before landing on Xiao Qiao's dripping hair tips. His throat tightened as he remarked, I have spare clothing in my space ring. Go change in the cabin and avoid catching cold. De Qiao's skirt trailed behind her, leaving a winding trail of water as she approached the cabin door. Just as her hand rested on the doorknob, Chen Fei's voice called out, I'll be outside. Call for me once you're changed. Xiao Qiao followed her sister into the room, her eyes curiously surveying the cabin. As the two began to untie their outer garments, the breakwave was suddenly struck by a massive wave, sending Xiao Qiao gasping in shock, while Chen Fei heard a dull thud reverberate. Without a second thought, disregarding all else, Chen Fei knew that whatever needed to transpire among the three of them had already done so, leaving no room for hesitation. He promptly pushed the door open and reached out to assist. His hand first brushed against De Qiao's arm. Beneath the slick fabric, her skin felt warm and soft, akin to holding a piece of heated jade. At his touch, De Qiao froze, and as she looked up, her eyes met his lashes still glistening with raindrops. His gaze strikingly bright in the dim light, causing her to hastily lower her head, her ears burning with embarrassment. "Are you all right?" Chen Fei asked, his voice lowering as he assessed the two, concerned for their well-being. Xiao peeked out from behind her sister. We're fine, my lord. We were just startled by the sudden jolt." Her chest rose and fell gently as she spoke. Chen Fei grunted in acknowledgement, his voice somewhat muffled. Xiao tugged at his sleeve. The young girl tilted her face upwards, her eyes sparkling. "My lord, you should change too. Your clothes are soaked." Dajiang cast a look of incredulity at her sister, contemplating the dynamics among the three of them, ultimately finding no cause for concern. Chen Fei, gazing at the corner of his garment that she had grasped, then shifted his gaze to Dajiang's profile, suddenly felt that the tumultuous storm was not so disagreeable after all. He swallowed hard and murmured, soaked to the skin. It would be wise not to wear wet clothes, lest you catch a cold. The torrential rain poured down over the great river, enveloping the cabin in a melodious ambience. As they nestled together, whispering sweet nothings, they wished to transform into mandarin ducks, sharing warmth amidst the fragrant air. When Chen Fei arrived at the main hall within the ship, the assembled warriors had already returned. "My lord, we are back." Leading the group was Ran Min, water cascading from his hair, droplets clattering against his armor. The sulfur and saltpeter from the island have been transported back, filling 20 barrels. Gao Gong has stored them in his spatial ring. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Qiji stepped forward to report, clutching a piece of parchment soaked and wrinkled by the rain, upon which symbols were hastily sketched with charcoal. "My lord, this is the resource distribution map for the island." He handed over the paper, his fingertips pale from prolonged exposure to water. The location of the sulfur mine at the foot of the volcano was marked, and the saltpeter reserves in the coastal cave were noted on the reverse. Chen Fei accepted the map, which not only indicated the mineral veins, but also circled several patches of forest, with annotations reading eucalyptus, bamboo, and medicinal herbs. "How much of the herbs and trees have been harvested?" he inquired. "We have extracted a significant amount of bamboo and transplanted over 30 eucalyptus saplings. Additionally, we have moved seedlings of other trees. The natural evolution on our island is rapid. With this foundation, it may accelerate even further," Li Xioning's voice chimed in from nearby. Having already changed in a dry attire, several bamboo baskets lay beside her, containing herbs wrapped in cloth, untouched by the rain. "We harvested sanchi, qinghao, and banksia, and Xiao also dug up plenty of ginger, claiming it helps to eliminate fishy odors." Wei Zhongxian, hunching his shoulders, approached, clutching a wooden box tightly. His high-pitched voice was carried away by the wind. "My lord, we have also secured a few jade stones hidden by the natives. Though they hold little value, they serve as a memento." He cast a glance at the young natives detained below deck, their resentful eyes visible through the bars. These brutes were quite subdued. They had attempted to cause a ruckus earlier, but were quelled by a swift reprimand from General Dian. "We have also collected the natives' granaries and armories," he added. "You have all performed admirably. Let us proceed thus for now. It is time to return. Lao Wei, you shall remain by my side from now on." Chen Fei found Wei Zhongxian to be rather useful and resolved to keep him close. At that moment, a member of the Zhuge guard rushed in. "My lord, there is movement on the shore." Chen Fei swiftly turned his head, instructing Xiao AI, display the external footage. A projection materialized on one side of the hull of breaking waves, revealing the edge of the dense forest where the native tribe resided. A group of figures had mysteriously appeared, towering nearly half a head taller than the natives of the Wang tribe. Their bare torsos were adorned with dark blue-black tattooed totems, and they wielded gleaming metal-long knives, their blades shimmering with a hue reminiscent of the sea. What is even more disconcerting is their speed. The torrential downpour does not hinder their movements. The muddy ground, treacherous and slippery, poses no obstacle for this group, who appear to glide effortlessly as they rush towards the shoreline. The leading man raises his hand, and a glimmering blade slices through the air, embedding itself with a resounding thud upon the deck of the ship, the wave breaker. Chen Fei responds to the system to examine the natives' profiles, only to discover that the information cannot be accessed on the projection. Thus, he strides over to the window, peering out at the indigenous people beyond the glass. Names, cracked tooth, level, S rank, description, Information inaccessible for non-allied units. Names, giant axe, level, a rank. Names, bone hammer, level, a rank. A cacophony of terrified howls erupts from the young natives confined in the hold, desperately recoiling against the bars, uttering a string of frantic words. Makabaka, Yugubigu, Tumburabu, Isdithis. Wei Zhongxian, visibly anxious, clutches a box filled with precious stones, retreating behind Chen Fei. My lord, these individuals seem rather unsettling. Chen Fei remains silent, his gaze fixed intently on the leader of the group. The man stands upon the rocks, toying with a skull, its eye sockets adorned with two crimson orbs resembling some form of shell. Suddenly, he lifts his head, locking eyes with Chen Fei through the rain and mist. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gestures towards the ship and then points to a bulging pouch at his waist. Within it, spherical objects can be discerned. What do they desire? Gao Changgong inquires. My lord, should I lead a team to confront them? Are they approaching us? Is this the indigenous group indicated by the warning? Their highest rank reaches S level. It appears we have incurred their wrath. We cannot linger in battle. This is merely the first wave, and surely more will follow. Chen Fei elucidates to the warriors. Before his words have fully dissipated, the leader has already moved. He does not board a vessel. Instead, he strides across the waves towards the ship, not swimming, but as if traversing solid ground, each step harnessing the power of the crests. His speed astonishing. Chen Fei swiftly instructs his companion, Shao Ai, retreat. This is not born of fear. They could easily manage a confrontation with this solitary individual. However, what if they are delayed, and countless more natives come rushing forth behind? Even if they were to engage in battle, a victory would yield little gain, only unnecessary losses in manpower. Hence, he resolves to withdraw for the time being. Once the wave breaker has distanced itself, Chen Fei employs the teleportation disc, opting to return to the island. The twin shells of tidal energy for the return journey have yet to recharge. The volcanic ash he has recently acquired will require over a day to replenish. Chapter 59. The hatching of the mysterious bird. The teleportation disc evidently operates differently from the method utilized by the tidal twin shells. At the moment Chen Fei activated it, the energy level of the disc plummeted by 30, and a circular portal of light materialized before the wave breaker, gradually expanding to a diameter of 200 meters before coming to a halt. This was precisely why he chose not to use the teleportation disc in situ. After all, it was his first encounter with such a mechanism, and he was uncertain how long the portal would persist. The prospect of the natives continuously following him through the portal was indeed a troubling thought. Chen Fei instructed Xiaoai to pilot the wave breaker as he plunged into the portal. When he regained his senses, he found himself before his island, the teleportation light behind him slowly shrinking until it vanished. Chen Fei began to orchestrate subsequent matters. Ran Min, take the Zhuke guards and gather the captured natives together with the previous detainees. There is no need for interrogation this time. I will attend to it later. Changgong, you and the Xuanwu guards must transport the saplings, bamboo, and herbs to Elder Su and await his instructions on how to manage them. Also, ensure that all food and weapons from the natives are stored away. After completing these tasks, hand over the spatial ring to Wei Zhongxian. Having given his orders, Chen Fei disembarked from the wavebreaker and approached the nearby carriage, where Li Xiaoning held an umbrella for her. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian, accompanied by several female Qilin guards, brought out the two young Xiaos. Chen Fei couldn't help but marvel at Wei's reliability. He had nearly forgotten that the two young Xiaos were still aboard the wavebreaker, which explained the sense of something missing. The torrential rain poured down like a breached dam, with large raindrops hammering against the canvas of the carriage, producing a dull, crackling sound as water streamed down the eaves, forming winding puddles on the bluestone pavement beneath the wheels. Wei Zhongxian huddled his neck, gripping the reins tighter, while rainwater trickled from the brim of his hat, soaking his silken shirt. Dian Wei, Su Chu, and Elbu stood resolutely by the side of the carriage in heavy armor, rain cascading down the edges of their iron halberds and broad blades. At last, the outline of the island apartment emerged through the curtain of rain, the building glistening from the downpour. Upon entering the apartment, Chen Fei beheld Su Xingzi and Su Mengling seated before the island monument, alongside Su Mengming, who had already risen and was sitting beside them. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from behind the sofa. After Chen Fei's return, Xiao Zi rushed over, cradling a half-foot-long egg that emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds. He ran with such fervor that his hair quivered. Yet he protectively held the egg as if it were a rare treasure. Chen Fei, look, it's moving. The egg, a deep azure hue adorned with flowing golden patterns, trembled violently, cracks spreading across the shell at a visible rate, with faint glimmers of light seeping through. Just as Chen Fei reached out to receive it, a soft pop resonated, and a small head, covered in fine down, abruptly emerged from the top of the shell. It was not the typical pale yellow of a common chick, but a metallic-hued ebony, with a beak tipped in crimson and amber eyes that fixed precisely upon Chen Fei's face. With a sharp chirp that resonated through the air, the sound rattled the windows, causing Xiao Zi to tremble and nearly drop the egg onto the ground. The little creature seized the opportunity to kick away the remnants of its eggshell, unfurling its damp wings, tips trailing faint golden wisps. Though it was no larger than a palm, it exuded an inexplicable air of superiority. The down around its neck parted to reveal a small diamond-shaped patch of crimson scales, akin to a gem embedded in flesh. It seemed to recognize you. Li Mingda gasped and took a half-step back, watching as the creature struggled out of its shell, flapping its wings and leaping into Chen Fei's embrace. Its tiny claws grasped at his clothing with surprising strength. When Chen Fei looked down, he met its amber eyes, reflecting his own image, innocent yet unmistakably intimate. Su Mengling and Su Xingzi hurried over with Su Mengmeng to see, followed closely by the older Qiao and Li Xiaoning, all drawn to the spectacle. Yet the little one appeared utterly unperturbed. The moment the eggshell completely shed, it suddenly raised its head and emitted a call towards the sky, this time infused with a sharpness reminiscent of an eagle's cry, startling several seabirds seeking shelter outside. Su Mengling marveled. S-rank truly is exceptional. To possess such presence right after hatching, imagine how formidable it will become. As Chen Fei's fingertips brushed against the creature's downy feathers, they felt warm. But upon touching the patch of crimson scales at its neck, he sensed a faint warmth radiating from it. The little one nuzzled his fingertip with its beak, producing a soft chirp, while the golden bands on its wings gently rose and fell with each breath, as if stardust were swirling within. You are but an egg and already S-rank. You must be quite impressive, Chen Fei inquired, gazing intently at it. Chirp, chirp. The little Xian bird blinked its wide eyes and tilted its head in response. Chen Fei lifted it and tossed it lightly into the air, exclaiming, "Behold, I shall have a magnificent steed for my outings henceforth." However, the little Xian bird flapped its wings a few times before landing on ground, then scampered over to Chen Fei's feet, tilting its head to look up at him. Chirp, chirp. Chen Fei observed the flapping fledgling, watching it bump clumsily about with its dark down. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Weren't you quite imposing just now? How have you turned into a ground chicken? Perhaps I shall name you Ground Chicken. You can run and fly, and it's so relatable. Maybe not, my lord, De Qiao interjected, frowning slightly. It is an S-rank Xian bird. Such a name would be too demeaning. Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement, playfully teasing the little creature. Indeed. Look how spirited it is. Golden feather would suit it splendidly. A 4-year-old child, Xiao Zizi, came bounding over, clutching Chen Fei's pant leg with her tiny hands. Her voice sweet yet urgent. No, not a good name. Chickens. Chickens could be eaten. Her words tumbled out in a rush. Her face flushed with anxiety, pointing at the Xian bird's wings. Fly. Fly high. Not chicken. Chen Fei chuckled, bending down to ruffle Xiao Zizi's hair. Then what shall we call it? Chen Xiao Xian? Xian Xiao Ji? That sounds too much like a human name. Su Xingzi shook her head in exasperation. It is a Xian bird. It should have a name of some spirit. Suddenly, Su Mengling clapped her hands. How about Chirp Chirp? Its call is Chirp Chirp after all. Chirp, chirp. Xiao Zizi tilted her head, repeating it, her tongue rolling the sounds, mispronouncing chirp as yo. Chen Fei glanced at the little creature at his feet, which seemed to understand him. Suddenly, it spread its wings and emitted a bright chirp. the final note lingering gracefully as it landed on the back of the little girl's outstretched hand. "Look," it responded. Su Mengling exclaimed with a smile. The little girl giggled, reaching out to touch the soft feathers of the azure bird. "Diu. Diu. Good." Chen Fei playfully pinched the little girl's cheek. "All right, let's call it Jiao." "No, wait, let's call it Xiao Jiu Jiu." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Jiu Jiu flitted from the little girl's hand into his embrace, nuzzling him with its tender beak, as if accepting its new name. Seeing Chen Fei amusing the little creature, Su Mingling straightforwardly inquired, "Little Fei, did you have fun on your trip to the indigenous tribe?" Chen Fei cast a glance at the two young women, noting their cheeks redden with embarrassment. He almost blurted out that it was enjoyable, but managed to restrain himself at the last moment. You only think of fun, but the harvest was quite satisfactory. Thus, Chen Fei recounted their experiences from the island journey, including the warnings on their bracelets, the sudden downpour, and the subsequent attack by the natives. He then retrieved the box that Wei Zhongxian had entrusted to him and placed it on the table. "We found sulfur, saltpeter, and volcanic ash, along with some bamboo, eucalyptus, and medicinal herbs that we managed to transplant. These gems and stones are part of the tribal chief's collection, as well as those collected from the altar. They are of little use, but if you like, feel free to play with them. They are rather beautiful." The 4-year-old girl clung to Chen Fei's leg, holding up a piece of dark red jade. Stone, bright." It was a fragment of jade from the altar, its broken edges still glimmering faintly. Su Xingxi traced his fingertip across the mineral shards. "I must study the runes on these fragments. Perhaps I can uncover some clues. I've heard that the natives rely on rituals to ascertain the location of our island and the tides of the twin seashells." Chen Fei nodded. "If you're interested, go ahead and investigate, but do not harbor overly high hopes. From what I've seen, they seem rather useless." Chen Fei had already used the system's functionality to probe the natives' altar and found no significant clues. Suddenly, Xiao Jiu Jiu soared from his hand, landing atop the wooden box, and chirped twice at a piece of jade, its final note resonating with an unusual harmony. Everyone paused in surprise, and Su Xingxi raised an eyebrow. It seems this little creature has discovered something. Chapter 60, The Tongue Bridge. Interrogation of the natives. As the gentle chirp of the little bird faded, the jade disc within the wooden box began to emit a subtle warmth, its fractured edges glowing faintly with a golden light. Su Xingxi reached out to touch it, but upon feeling the warmth, he instinctively withdrew his hand. "This jade disc is responsive?" Chen Fei lifted the little bird from the wooden box, but the spirited creature fluttered back, pecking delicately at the disc's broken edge. With each peck, the golden light intensified, causing the colorful gems on the beast bone platter to shimmer, as if responding to an unseen call. This, it appears to be the script used by the Net tribe. As the Qiao leaned closer, she observed several distorted symbols materializing on the surface of the jade disc, identical to the characters she had seen from the Net tribe earlier. No sooner had she spoken than the little bird suddenly grasped the jade disc in its beak and fluttered to Chen Fei, offering the fragment to him. The moment Chen Fei held the jade disc, a slight sting coursed through his fingertips. As if something had penetrated his veins, he was momentarily flooded with crude phrases from the native tribes, which swiftly transformed into coherent Chinese in his mind. Chen Fei scanned the jade disc once more with the system, and this time, the outcome was markedly different. Item, tongue bridge description, a token of leadership bestowed upon the native tribes during their establishment, offered in sacrifice to the heavens. Given the multitude of tribes, their languages remained diverse. Thus, tribal leaders could utilize it to communicate with other tribes during trade. Consequently, Chen Fei conveyed the significance of the jade disc, or rather the tongue bridge, to the others. Can it comprehend their speech? Su Mengling's eyes widened. What about the reverse? Chen Fei attempted to grasp the jade disc and uttered Net tribe into the air. The disc flickered, and to his astonishment, a series of obscure syllables emerged, echoing the battle cries of the native warriors. Su Xingxi turned to Chen Fei, realizing that with this, they could impart Earth-S language to the captured natives, facilitating interrogation and even enlisting their assistance for various tasks in the future. As they spoke, little Zizi approached with a piece of crumbly biscuit, chirping in a soft voice, Throw, eat. The little bird took the biscuit, and unexpectedly, it tapped the jade disc with its beak, prompting it to emit a garbled native tongue, as if endeavoring to mimic little Zizi's words. Observing the scene, Chen Fei chuckled. It seems that not only can it impart language, but it can also provide real-time translation. He weighed the jade disc in his hand and addressed Li Xiaoning, suggesting they bring the captured natives to test its efficacy. Eager to ascertain just how functional this tongue bridge truly is, suddenly recalling something, he glanced at Su Mingming beside him and altered his course. No need. Let us go together. It will be fitting for Su Mingming to facilitate their exchange with me. Let us proceed, Mingming. With that, Chen Fei deftly stowed the small wooden boat bearing Su Mingming's island tablet into his spatial ring. Understood, Master, Su Mingming replied obediently, having remained silent until now. The torrential rain pounded against the canvas of the cart, while the wheels splashed through puddles on the cobblestone road, sending sprays of water soaring. Wei Zhongxian drove the cart to the entrance of a warehouse. My lord, we have arrived. Please disembark with caution. The curtain was lifted by Dian Wei, allowing a chill breeze laden with moisture to sweep in. Chen Fei alighted from the carriage, followed closely by the Qiao and Xiao Qiao, who interlinked arms. Their skirts, already dampened by rain, fluttered as they curiously gazed towards the storeroom entrance, an impromptu holding area for the indigenous captives. A heavy wooden door, swollen from the rain, hung at the entrance. Before anyone could push it open, the door swung ajar from within, revealing Ran Min accompanying Xin Qiji, who greeted him. My lord, you have arrived. All the captives are secured within. Chen Fei led the group inside, where a mingled stench of sweat and mildew assailed their senses. In the dim light, a dozen indigenous captives were shackled to wooden posts. Upon seeing newcomers, they erupted in furious roars, muffled by wooden plugs lodged in their mouths. Remove the plugs, commanded Chen Fei. His guard stepped forward to comply, and the captives immediately unleashed a torrent of invective in their native tongue, the words coarse and jarring. Chen Fei retrieved a jade tablet from his spatial ring and grasped it firmly. In the next moment, the chaotic cries transformed into clear Mandarin. Release us. This is our land. You thieves will face retribution. The spirits will not spare you. You will only bring us calamity. The Qiao and Xiao Qiao exchanged glances, astonished by the tablet's remarkable translation capability. Little Jiao seemed intrigued, fluttering to the nearest captive and pecking at his chains. Instantly, the jade tablet emitted a childish voice. Be quiet, or there will be no food. The captive stared in disbelief, clearly taken aback that the little bird could speak. Approaching the indigenous leader, Chen Fei noted that due to his elevated status, he had been bound tightly to a post by Ran Min. Chen Fei did not order the removal of the wooden plug in his mouth. Instead, he advanced to utilize a contract card. As he pressed the card against the leader's body, he selected to proceed. However, his wristband promptly signaled, the other party has rejected your contract. The attempt has failed. The contract card in his hand began to dissipate. After the failure, the card had vanished entirely. Fortunately, cards of D rank or below only required one. But why had the orca accepted so readily? Was it simply because it was not human? Chen Fei pondered quietly. Despite the loss of contract card, he still possessed 47, rendering the loss inconsequential. Ming, use your island monument to facilitate this transaction for me, Chen Fei instructed, retrieving the small boat containing her island monument. He had no intention of relying on the contract card again, as a transaction would yield a loyalty value of 100. His earlier use of the contract card was merely to validate his hypothesis. Understood, Master. I will initiate the transaction now, Ming replied, approaching her island monument. Wait a moment. First find an ordinary indigenous person for me to trade. Chen Fei suddenly interrupted, recalling that the indigenous memory would be erased post-transaction. These individuals are distinctly different from the slaves traded by the island merchants. The latter are also bound by contracts established by these merchants. Although the transactions lack the solidity of a contract card, for Chen Fei, anything acquired by him possesses a loyalty of 100, rendering the distinction moot. After all, he is endowed with a system that others do not possess. The island merchants are recognized by the overarching authority of the island world, engaging in legitimate trade, while his actions constitute private dealings. It was rumored that the indigenous captives he sold previously had lost their memories. Upon Chen Fei's acceptance of Su Mingming's trade, he instructed the release of the indigenous individual, who, devoid of hatred in his gaze, was freed from his bonds. Master, the recently liberated indigenous man respectfully greeted Chen Fei, though his words remained incomprehensible to Chen Fei, necessitating Yu Zhang's assistance for translation. "What is your name? Do you recall any other matters?" Chen Fei inquired, directing his question to Yu Zhang for translation to the indigenous man. "I am called Salari, Master. I remember nothing else," the indigenous man replied. "Very well, I understand. Please stand aside," Chen Fei responded, waving his hand for him to retreat. Witnessing this scene, the bound indigenous individuals displayed expressions of sheer terror, muffled cries escaping their mouths due to the wooden plugs they were gagged with. It seemed that while converting these indigenous people into slaves was straightforward, extracting information from them would necessitate more cunning strategies. Chen Fei contemplated. He instructed the Zhuge guards overseeing the captives remove all the wooden plugs from their mouths. Then, turning to Yu Zhang, he added, "All of you will inevitably become my servants. This is an undeniable truth. I now require someone to divulge information regarding the tribes in your vicinity, as well as details about the tribe I encountered today. I can see that many of you recognize them." Upon completing his statement, Chen Fei activated the translation spell. "You are all devils. The gods shall not spare you." "Salari, why have you betrayed us? Have you forgotten that it was he who harmed your family?" "Lowly outsiders, our gods will not forgive you." "Demon, you are the butcher who slaughtered our tribe. We shall reveal nothing to you. Kill me. Even in death, I refuse to serve you, a group of despicable outsiders." It appeared that conventional methods would yield no useful information. Thus, he retrieved a substantial quantity of fabric, scissors, and large wooden barrels filled with water from his spatial ring. He instructed the Xuanwu guards, cut the fabric into pieces, dip them in water, and place them over their faces for 1 minute to allow them to acclimate. Chapter 61. The power hierarchy of the natives. The members of the Xuanwu Guard dutifully executed their orders, applying damp cloths soaked in water to the faces of all the natives. Salari informed the Xuanwu Guard to cease if anyone is willing to speak. Chen Fei instructed, turning to Salari for assistance, recognizing that Yu Zhang's limitations were too great to facilitate communication among so many. Also, convey to them that resistance is futile. I do not require each individual to confess. Those who remain silent will only suffer needlessly. Salari diligently followed Chen Fei's directives, reiterating his words. However, Chen Fei observed Salari's loyalty metrics fluctuating between 99 and 100, oscillating between these values repeatedly. It seemed the system's coercive capabilities were indeed formidable. "System, you wish to play this way, host? Though I am not human, you truly are a cur." Before long, several natives, unable to withstand the pressure, expressed their willingness to confess. Chen Fei waved his hand, instructing, "Take them away for separate interrogations. The others shall continue." His primary concern was the potential for false information arising from the interrogations, thus preferring to question several reliable sources. Once more than 10 natives had agreed to speak, Chen Fei finally commanded the Xuanwu Guard to halt, among them an elder. Shortly thereafter, the interrogators began to return one by one. Chen Fei first directed everyone to report to Ran Min, who would compile the information before relaying it to Chen Fei. "Lord, the interrogations have yielded clarity," Ran Min reported gravely to Chen Fei. "Their deity has informed them that we are outsiders who will bring calamity upon their world. Through their rituals, their god has warned them to eliminate us before we have the opportunity to develop. Given our trajectory, it is inevitable that we shall encroach upon their territory. The tribe that attacked us today is a particularly formidable one known as the Kangxi tribe, which holds dominion over the nearby Wan tribe. Each year, the Wan tribe is obliged to offer food and women to the Kangxi tribe. Alongside the Kangxi tribe, there are others such as the Shiwagu tribe, Changbi tribe, Yurin tribe, Huanling tribe, and the Fuhai tribe. All 6 belong to the jurisdiction of the Candle Sun Temple, and the sovereign of this continent is the Bone King Court. The Qingxi tribe is renowned for its brutality. They regard their teeth as the most resilient part of their bodies. After slaying an enemy, they sever the head, and upon returning to their tribe, they knock out the teeth to create a special powder through arcane means, which they then apply to their skin, rendering it as hard as their teeth. The Shuigu tribe is infamous for constructing altars from the bones of their foes, and in battle, they partake in blood rituals, leaving only white bones in their wake. The members of the Changbi tribe possess naturally elongated arms, with adult males able to extend their arms to 3 zhang. They thrive in dense forests, using their agility to navigate the trees, believing that gibbons are their ancestors. The Yurun tribe is matriarchal, with females at its core, while males serve merely as breeding tools or laborers. The women practice the moon shadow blade technique from a young age, worshipping the moon goddess, whom they believe embodies femininity. The tribe is led by the strongest female warrior, and it is said they were exiled to the Bone King court from another continent inhabited by the Moonshadow clan. The Spirit Calling Division is shrouded in mystery, composed of women adept at communicating with the departed, while men are tasked with excavating graves and collecting bones. It is said that these women can command the dead to fight. The abyss of sea and fire, lurking in the depths of the marshes, is the most enigmatic faction. They are nominally under the jurisdiction of the Candlelight Temple. Legend has it that they are formed from 7 powerful tribes, each led by a chief who has planted a parasitic curse of mutual life. Anyone who dares to betray will be tormented to death by the curse. Currently, these 7 tribes have united to become the abyss of sea and fire, their numbers and strength unknown. Fortunately, our party has not clashed with the stone-eating tribe on the native continent. Had we been surrounded, our fate would have been sealed. If the Bone King's court intervened, escape would be impossible, not to mention the Candlelight Temple, which is equally incapable of handling the situation. There is no need to panic. We can avoid provoking them. Chen Fei reassured Ran Min, though this could very well have been a means of self-comfort. Trade all of them to me, Su Mengmeng, Chen Fei instructed. After all, there are 600 or 700 natives here, many of whom are of high rank. Once these individuals are under his command, the strength of his island would significantly increase. Upon accepting the trade, the natives' curses ceased instantly, their expressions of hatred transforming into respect. It was then that he ordered the Xuanwu guards to release the natives. Ran Min, have them sent to Lihansan, where he will teach them our language. Afterward, arrange for them to be dispersed among the 5 guards. As he spoke, Chen Fei handed a jade tablet to Ran Min, leaning closer to whisper, "Quietly deal with that Salari." This was not due to Chen Fei's cold-heartedness. Rather, after witnessing the manner in which Chen Fei handled the natives, Salari's loyalty fluctuated erratically between 99 and 100, now oscillating between 80 and 100. This was a ticking time bomb. If the system were to overlook it for even a moment, disaster would ensue, potentially taking the natives down with him. Initially, Chen Fei had planned not to trade the native leader, allowing him to choose between losing his memory to comply or retaining his memory through a contract card. However, upon observing Salari's behavior, he decisively abandoned that notion. "Let us depart. It's nearly mealtime. Let us return to dine," Chen Fei announced, leading the group away. Once aboard the carriage, he turned to Su Mengmeng beside him. "Mengmeng, do you know where your sister is now? I have yet to find her. I search for her daily in the world and regional channels, but to no avail. She has not responded to my messages," she replied, her eyes slightly reddened. "Do not fret. It's possible she is in a different world channel. Perhaps another regional meeting will bring her to light," Chen Fei consoled. "Understood, master. Once I locate my sister, I will surely persuade her to join you on your island." Due to Su Mengmeng's current island plaque, which Chen Fei had yet to acquire as a subordinate, her bracelet remained intact, allowing her to communicate freely in the channels. After spending a day on Chen Fei's island, she comprehended his formidable strength, as renowned warriors from history congregated here. Upon returning to the island, Chen Fei first utilized the merchant's summoning token. When mealtime approached, Cayenne also descended, albeit still somewhat inconvenient. However, there was no sign of Diao Chan. As they dined, Su Mingling engaged Chen Fei in conversation. "Little brother Fei, have you checked the regional chat channel? Many are discussing the indigenous continent. Chen Fei replied, not recently. I've been quite busy and haven't paid attention to the regional chat for some time. Have many people visited the indigenous continent? Su Mengling affirmed. Indeed, many have ventured there, some returning with considerable gains. Of course, numerous others went and never returned. With curiosity piqued, Chen Fei opened the chat channel he hadn't viewed in ages. A player named Soil Digging Maiden remarked, Today, I gathered plenty of wild vegetables on the indigenous highway. I won't go hungry anymore. Another player, Gaming Novice but Addicted, queried, Did you visit the new map? I also obtained a teleportation item to the indigenous continent, but I'm afraid to go back. Today's not washing chimed in. Why return? Just move the island monument onto the ship. Isn't that better? T. Selector lamented, Indigenous continent? I got caught in the rain today and caught a cold. Does anyone have medicine? Handsome Madman cautioned, I advise everyone, do not venture to the indigenous continent without a teleportation item. Also, if you go, you will take our current trials with you. Night Owl, Level 1 Protected Animal pleaded, Help! Does anyone have a teleportation item to return? I'm hiding in a cave, being hunted by the indigenous. Ordinary Rice King suggested, Why not just surrender? You can't escape. The indigenous will find you relentlessly, as if you have GPS on you. Staring Champion added, I can't even defeat the indigenous attacking my island. Primordial Hunter questioned, Why go to the indigenous continent if not to confront the indigenous? Are you just going to relieve yourselves? Decisive Brother Wu asserted, The indigenous are not easy to fight. Even a small tribe has 30 to 50 members. A direct confrontation is futile. Joyful Surfer warned, I advise against wandering. I'm currently being chased by the indigenous in the sea. Carbohydrate enthusiast shared. I arrived at a catfolk tribe. I want to capture a few. Daily Beaten in the Canyon remarked, There are catfolk tribes? Why did I end up in a goblin tribe? Sleepy Cat inquired, Catfolk, where are the catfolk? Chip Terminator retorted, Aren't you all human? Wait, aren't you encountering human tribes? Waiting for Food Online added, There are other races? I thought it was only humans. Association member revealed, I merged with someone from a neighboring island. I didn't dare go, so he did, and now his avatar is gray. Milk Tea 7/10 Sweet questioned, seriously? You all went out in such heavy rain? I just stepped out to use the restroom and got covered in red spots from the rain. Little Cheelin who likes Kylan chimed in, Goo 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 goo. My cabin has been flooded. Please rescue me. Chapter 62. The Life-Giving Water, Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. Who still resides in wooden houses these days? Aren't stone houses ubiquitous now? Professional debater. Is it possible that the island cannot accommodate stone houses? Onlookers. Let me share a secret. Rainwater is fresh water, and digging a pit on the island could evolve into a freshwater lake. Chen Fei couldn't help but marvel at the number of reckless individuals around. Those who ventured to the mainland without returning chose to pack their belongings and set sail back. After dining, Cayenne suddenly approached Chen Fei, her face flushed, and asked, My lord, is there any of the life-giving water left? Indeed, why do you ask? Our tree of life produces dozens of drops daily. Chen Fei responded, somewhat puzzled. My lord, perhaps you could let Jiao Chan have a sip as well. It seems she is experiencing some issues with her health, Cayenne whispered. Chen Fei looked on with skepticism. Are you not seeking revenge? Do you still remember the events of that day? Cayenne replied, No, I have no intentions of revenge. Please, my lord, you should go and see her. She consumed quite a bit of S-grade pure water today, but its effects do not seem very pronounced. Thus, she led Chen Fei upstairs into her bedroom. Jiao Chan lay curled upon the soft, plush bedding, wisps of hair clinging to her pale cheeks. She attempted to lift her arm to smooth her hair, but found it limp, as if devoid of bones. Her arm fell heavily midway, and even her breath quivered like a whisper. Do not move, Chen Fei said, carefully bringing over a spoonful of warm S-grade pure water, gently offering it to her lips. It has been a day. Why are you still like this? This should not be the case. Jiao Chan sipped the water, her throat producing a faint, hoarse sound. My lord, I do not know. I just feel utterly drained. Her eyes glistened with tears, conveying a fragility that was heart-wrenching. Seeing her in such a state, Chen Fei sensed something was indeed amiss. He retrieved a drop of the life-giving water from his spatial ring and added it to her cup. Drink this. You will feel better afterward. She instinctively took a sip. The warmth flowed down her throat, bursting like myriad tiny particles of light within her veins. The once weakness in her limbs was suddenly replaced by a wave of warmth. The cold sweat at her temples quickly dried, and a natural flush returned to her pallid cheeks. This water, Diao Chan pressed her hand to her forehead. Her previously muddled mind began to clear. Though she was not yet ready to rise, her complexion had noticeably improved. Kai Yan handed her a bowl of stewed xian yao meat. It's good to see you recovering. Eat something to regain your strength. Don't let this energy go to waste. Chen Fei supported her as she sat up against the bed. Diao Chan accepted the bowl and began to eat, her eyes sparkling like fallen starlight as she chewed, clearly revitalized not only in body but in spirit as well. This batch of xian yao meat had been cooked with S-grade pure water, and evidently the effects were quite remarkable. At that moment, Chen Fei noticed Kai Yan staring intently at the jade bottle containing the life-giving water on the table. Why not have a sip yourself? He noticed Kai Yan's gaze and, with a smile, pushed the jade vial towards her, teasingly remarking in a light-hearted tone. Kai Yan's fingers brushed against the bottle's surface before swiftly retracting. Her voice barely above a whisper, can I too? She furtively stole glances, her demeanor tinged with shyness. Chen Fei sensed she was not jesting. He grasped her arm earnestly and said, You must understand its effects. Are you certain? As he offered the vial, he observed her fingers curled tightly, the tips faintly flushed. Kai Yan took the bottle, clutching it in her palm, her nails seemingly digging in, and after a moment, she emitted a soft, almost tremulous sound of affirmation. Before Chen Fei could react, she quickly poured a drop in her mouth, replaced the cap, and returned the vial to his hand, then turned and fled without a backward glance. This is your room. Where are you running off to? Chen Fei felt a twinge of frustration and turned to Diao Chan, saying, Why don't you rest here for a while? I'll go downstairs to check. Upon descending, he discovered a considerable number of people in the living room and inquired, Why are there so many here? Where's Su Mingming? Xiao Qiao, while explaining, handed Chen Fei a list. This is the roster of those who participated in today's fishing expedition. Su Mingming and the others left after their meal. Chen Fei took the list and scrutinized it. Did Kai Yan not come down? Xiao Qiao replied, No. Didn't she go upstairs with you? Would you like me to go find her? That's unnecessary. I'll review the list first. It had been quite some time since Chen Fei had concerned himself with the materials obtained from fishing, as they were typically stored directly, with only significant resources reported to him. Today's fishing haul included servants, 30 individuals, 15 able-bodied men, 10 middle-aged women, 5 youths, item blueprints and templates, iron longsword blueprint, C-grade, X3, hardwood spear blueprint, C-grade, X7, wicker shield template, D-grade X1, wide-bottom small boat blueprint X2, coarse hemp fishing net blueprint X3, clay pot template X1, hoe template X1, bamboo basket weaving template X1, daily supplies and tools, 20 gene of seeds, ordinary 18 gene, premium 2 gene, 5 complete cowhides, 10 bundles of coarse hemp rope, 3 sets of copper fish hooks, 1 female sheep, F-grade, pregnant, expected to give birth in a month, capable of providing milk and wool for spinning, 3 ordinary ewes, 1 ram, D-grade, 5 bags of sea salt, approximately 10 gene each, coarse granules, suitable for preserving meat, 35 bundles of dried mugwort. When dried and burned, it dispels mosquitoes. Burning it around the camp at night ensures a peaceful sleep. Please arrange for storage. For the next fishing expedition, just mark the important items for me to review. We currently have nearly 2,000 people on this island, and our hourly consumption exceeds this amount, he concluded, handing the list to Xiao Qiao, his gaze drifting towards the 30 servants. This is rather unremarkable. There is nothing substantial, only a mundane job in construction. Such matters hold no allure for Chen Fei. With a dismissive wave, he instructed the Qilin guard to escort them away, adhering to the previous distribution. Meng Lingxing, do check if we are lacking anything in our warehouse. The island merchant will arrive tomorrow. Let us strive to replenish our supplies. Has there been any significant development on the island monument recently? Chen Fei inquired, his primary concern being the impending dealings with the island merchant. As for any noteworthy occurrences, it was highly probable that there were none. He merely asked out of casual interest, having just perused the regional channel. Su Xingzi replied, "If the island master claims we are short on supplies, perhaps we are not lacking anything at all. Just procure what seems important. Even if we are not in need, it is wise to acquire more, as we can sell for a handsome profit once we handle goods." However, there has indeed been a new discovery on the island monument. Just moments ago, someone reported sighting a colossal flood dragon. Some speculate it to be a seasonal boss, while others believe it to be a native creature. Oh, a flood dragon? Who was the first to report this? Did you catch their identification number? Chen Fei suddenly expressed keen interest. Su Xingzi responded, "I noted it down. The number is CB08877, and the individual is humorously named if milk tea lacks sugar. The star being will perish. Do you wish to get in touch with them? Since I have some idle time, you all carry on with your tasks. Rest if you tire. I shall converse with them for a while," Chen Fei stated, proceeding to search for the individual's identification number and sending a friend request. Before long, the request was accepted, indicating that the other party was quite at leisure. "If milk tea lacks sugar, the star being will perish. Oh, esteemed one, you have added me. It seems you're intrigued by the information I shared. Wuyin, indeed? Are many others inquiring as well? If milk tea lacks sugar, the star being will perish, yes. Numerous individuals have asked. However, even though you are esteemed, you are not exempt. To obtain information, I require 10 foundational stones or items of equivalent value." Chen Fei was taken aback. This was an unexpected form of commerce. He mused that he could profit from first-hand information in such a manner. Nevertheless, 10 foundational stones were inconsequential to him, and he promptly provided them. Yet, should the individual dare to deceive him, they might as well pray never to cross paths with him again. Chapter 63. Deep Sea Exploration Suit Template SSS Level. The person known as Milk Tea without sugar will die remarked, "Dear sir, I did not encounter this at the original island location. I have relocated the island monument onto my ship. Today, upon teleporting to the indigenous continent, I found myself unable to contend with my adversaries, who relentlessly pursued me onto the sea." "Enough, enough, get to the point," interrupted Mistvale. "Very well," the individual continued. "As I circled around to the opposite side of the indigenous continent and set foot on shore, a colossal creature emerged from the depths of the sea. Its elongated body resembled a serpentine dragon, undulating like a dark river, wreaking havoc upon the land. The indigenous people knelt in reverence before this entity, bowing their heads in what seemed to be a fervent display of devotion, despite my inability to comprehend their tongue. The creature was adorned with scales akin to obsidian, each gleaming with a chilling luminescence, exuding an air of formidable resilience. Its massive head bore a striking resemblance to that of a tiger, exuding an aura of dominance, with a mysterious blue sigil upon its forehead that glowed ominously when it was enraged, radiating waves of potent energy. Its neck was long and agile, encircled by a band of white patterns, resembling a sacred necklace. For robust claws, akin to enormous oars, were each imbued with strength. Their sharp talons, capable of effortlessly rending any obstacle in its path. The claws were also covered in scales, and as they swiped through the air, they stirred a fierce wind, uprooting the trees of the continent with ease. "All right, enough of that. Do you know the location? How did you manage to escape?" Mistvale pressed. "I am uncertain," replied Milk Tea, "without sugar will die. I teleported directly to the edge of the indigenous continent. It did not attack me. Otherwise, I will not be conversing with you now." At this point, Chen Fei chose to ignore him. While this information was not entirely devoid of value, it could only be deemed marginally useful. He decided to consider it a bedtime story for himself. Well then, everyone should return to their chambers for rest. There will always be more tasks awaiting us. We shall attend to them tomorrow. After addressing the group, Chen Fei ascended the stairs to his room. Upon emerging from the shower, he discovered Kai Yen in his chamber. "No wonder I haven't seen you. You've come here." Kai Yen replied, "Sister Jiao Chan is sleeping in my room, and I had nowhere else to go, so I thought I would come here to prepare your bed." As rain fell heavily and the dim light of the small window cast shadows, the curtains fluttered gently, creating a dual silhouette. They shared tales of bygone days, unperturbed by the length of storms and tempests. Knowing the efficacy of the water of life, why do you still choose to drink it? Chen Fei inquired. Cayenne, her cheeks flushed, replied softly, because I perceive that my lord seems to quite favor the new. Why must you do this? Chen Fei countered. You should refrain from drinking it in the future. You appear to be much better than before. What has transpired? Cayenne responded, My lord, the water of life can only heal wounds. It cannot erase my memories. I am nearing a state of adaptation. Chen Fei, with a mischievous grin, replied, Adaptation, indeed. I shall ensure your adaptation. In times past, the plum blossoms blossomed, evoking the tender affections of spring. Frost and snow hastened the dreams that lingered. Who could have anticipated Chen Fei's renewed attention, allowing new branches to flourish with an ethereal resonance? The splendor of youth reappears, entwined with boundless emotions, as slender silhouettes return. Their intentions more profound. Let not the vicissitudes of life evoke lamentations. Instead, behold the grace of renewed beauty. The following day, after descending the stairs, Chen Fei was approached by the Qiao, who carried a cup of water. She placed it before him, her gaze lowered, long lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes, revealing a hint of melancholy. When Chen Fei inquired about her slumber, she merely murmured, The water is still warm. As he accepted the cup, his fingertips brushed against her hand, icy, reminiscent of sea water. Just as he pondered the situation, Xiao Qiao emerged from the kitchen, bearing a selection of dishes. Her cheeks slightly puffed, casting her eyes elsewhere as she spoke in a muffled tone. My lord, this is your breakfast. It is not burnt. The scene felt unusually out of place. Just yesterday, the Qiao had smiled while adjusting his collar, ruffled by the sea breeze, while Xiao Qiao chattered merrily behind him. Yet now, the Qiao stared intently at her toes, her face devoid of mirth. Xiao Qiao crouched on the ground, her posture emanating an indescribable awkwardness. What could be amiss? Chen Fei approached, squatting beside Xiao Qiao, observing her using shattered ceramic pieces to sketch two crooked figures in the sand, alongside a larger silhouette. The three figures distanced from one another. Is the dinner unpalatable? Xiao Qiao suddenly flung the fragments to the ground, her voice tinged with grievance, tears cascading down her cheeks onto the floor. My lord, you do not despise me and my sister. We are utterly useless. Even the life-giving water cannot restore us. Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback, ready to respond, when he heard the Qiao's gentle cough from behind. Turning, he saw the Qiao standing by the dining table, her dress crumpled in her grasp. The younger sister is but a child, speaking out of turn, yet her gaze was averted from him, fixated on the untouched meal. Her ears subtly flushed. In that moment, understanding dawned upon Chen Fei. These two girls, who had relied on him since their arrival on the island, had likely come to view him as their sole anchor. His recent interactions with Kai Yin and Jiao Chan had evidently stirred feelings of jealousy within them. This had nothing to do with the life-giving water. He had never harbored disdain for them. I assure you, I have never thought ill of you, Chen Fei hurriedly clarified. As Xiao Qiao wiped her tears, she sobbed, her tone laden with sorrow. You have spent 3 days with Sister Cayenne. After you examined me and my sister, you left immediately. Was it not because you found us unworthy of restoration? Chen Fei realized that the misunderstanding stemmed from his previous visit, where he had only taken 5 minutes to validate the efficacy of the life-giving water, inadvertently leading them to believe he had rejected them. Now that he comprehended the root of the issue, he disregarded his meal and took both girls upstairs. As the sudden rain darkened the day, the shared solitude felt as warm as spring. With the sisters' eloquence and the sisters' charming visage, their laughter radiated purity. Together, they conversed over poetry and literature, enriching their spirits, while observing the rain curtain wash away the dust of the heart. This moment would forever remain etched in memory, their bond deeper than the finest wine. Around 9 o'clock, Chen Fei began to consume his breakfast, now long cold, while concurrently signing in with the system. Congratulations, esteemed host, on achieving a remarkable feat of signing in for 11 consecutive days, thereby acquiring the Deep Sea Exploration Suit Template 1. Item: Deep Sea Exploration Suit Template. SSS Grade Manufacturing Requirements. Star Core Dark Iron 5, every 1, 0.0000000 units of iron or metal may substitute for 1 unit. Energy condensed crystal 8, every 1.0000000 units of stone may substitute for 1 unit. Void fiber 10, every 1.0000000 units of plastic may substitute for 1 unit. Tidal fiber 10, every 1.00000 units of fabric may substitute for 1 unit. Description: a product of the universe's most advanced civilization. The suit's overall appearance is a profound shade of deep blue, reminiscent of the ocean's most enigmatic depths, adorned with flowing, peculiar runes. It possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb free energy from the ocean, replenishing itself while also generating a protective shield to withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea and fend off ferocious marine beasts. The helmet is equipped with quantum analytical optics, capable of instantly discerning the weaknesses of surrounding organisms and the distribution of resources, while penetrating the darkness of the ocean's depths as if it were daylight. Accessory 1. Infinite Oxygen Core. This revolutionary oxygen supply mechanism employs quantum conversion technology to extract oxygen molecules from seawater, transforming them into breathable air, thus achieving a truly limitless endurance, liberating you from the constraints of oxygen while submerged in the ocean. Accessory 2. Propulsion Tail Wing. Affixed to the rear of the diving suit. Once activated, it generates anti-gravity propulsion, enabling speeds that far exceed the sound barrier, allowing you to traverse the ocean depths with the swiftness of teleportation. By adjusting the angle of the tail wing, you can execute agile 360-degree turns without any blind spots. Chen Fei, upon reading the description of this extraordinary equipment, was left astonished, unable to close his mouth. It seemed tailor-made for his ambition to dominate the islands. With this suit, one could venture into the depths of the sea, especially since treasures and resources could be harvested directly from underwater. The hidden secrets of the island world would soon be unveiled. However, the material requirements seemed a tad overwhelming. After all, exploring the ocean would be perilous if undertaken alone. Each suit necessitated 5 million units of iron, 8 million units of stone, 10 million units of plastic, and 10 million units of fabric. Chen Fei hurriedly assessed his existing resources to determine how many suits he could fabricate. 42. 44 million units of wood, 40. 22 million units of stone, 21. 99 million units of plastic, 24. 55 million units of fabric, 2. 354 million units of iron, or 560,000 units of foundational stone, and 1. 411 million units of metal. Could he really only produce a maximum of 2 suits? If he were to offer this template to other survivors, he would merely be left to gaze upon it. The prospect of complete production seemed implausible. System, come forth. Would it be too much to ask for you to provide me with finished products next time? System. Host, your sign-ins yield random rewards, and selection is not an option. Even if finished products were provided, it would only be 1 suit. Would you prefer that? Chen Fei. That does pose a dilemma. Yet you could certainly grant me a critical hit. Wouldn't a few dozen times of that suffice to furnish me with everything I need? System. I've already stated that this is random. Do you grasp the concept of randomness? Moreover, critical hits are not within my control. Chen Fei. Very well. You may withdraw. You are of no use to me. System. If only I could unbind myself. Who would choose to stay with you? You troublesome host. Chapter 64. Gust is back. Just as he and the system were exchanging mutual disdain, the intercom crackled to life. My lord, a ship is approaching the island. It is uncertain whether it belongs to the natives or the island merchants you mentioned. Prepare for defense. I shall arrive shortly. Let it be for now. I shall focus on the deep-sea exploration gear and the system, Chen Fei replied. As he finished that thought, he noticed that he was alone, prompting him to hasten to the living room, where he found Kai Yin, Diao Chan, Su Xingzi, Su Mingling, and Little Z holding on to Jiao. Has Hui Tsubing not returned yet? Chen Fei inquired upon realizing Su Mingming was absent. Su Mingling responded, Little Fei. The messages from them indicate that the wave breaker will not be needed today. They plan to bring back all the island monuments you marked. Otherwise, they would fall into the hands of the natives. Several monuments were gone by the time They went to retrieve them last night. Today, they encountered natives heading toward those unclaimed islands, and the White Tiger Guards swiftly dealt with several groups. The captives are on board, ready to be brought back. Chen Fei had overlooked this detail, but it was fortuitous. They could also return with captives. It was a matter of seizing opportunities. The natives attacking other survivors' islands usually numbered fewer than 10, and even those reaching the required level were not guaranteed. If the scale of the natives attacking Chen Fei were considered substantial, the survivors would have been annihilated long ago. Diao Chan, you shall accompany me today. I just received word that guests have arrived on the island. It remains uncertain whether they are genuine or impostors. Prepare the carriage, and the Qilin guard shall accompany me. Chen Fei commanded. Before stepping out, he added, Xingzi, the flintlock, can now be produced. Please check our stocks of saltpeter and sulfur to see how many bullets can be made, and produce them all. As the Qilin guard held an umbrella over Chen Fei, Dianwei suddenly jumped out. My lord, it seems I have reached level C, and Li Tsuanxiao appears to have done the same. Chen Fei glanced at him and confirmed his advancement. Well done, continue to strive for excellence. After speaking, he lifted Jiao Chan into the carriage and headed toward the incoming vessel. Upon reaching the shoreline, Chen Fei observed 2 massive ships had docked, however, without his command. His guards surrounded the vessels, preventing anyone from disembarking. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. The sea roiled with increasing winds and waves when the colossal ships anchored. The sound of iron chains clashing against the hull was swallowed by the downpour, with only the distant cries of slaves and the dragging of iron shackles faintly audible through the curtain of rain. As Chen Fei approached and confirmed that the vessels belonged to the island merchants, he hastily gestured for his men to stand down. After all, the island merchants were neutral parties with considerable standing. A misstep could lead to an unwanted skirmish, which would not favor him. Gust, clad in an oilskin raincoat, stepped ashore, leaving deep imprints in the muddy ground with his spiked boots. He removed his damp hat, revealing a shrewd smile on his face. Lord Chen Fei, I apologize for troubling you to come out in such dreadful weather. Rest assured this time, the goods are absolutely top-notch. Upon discovering that it was your summoning order, I have brought all my finest treasures to ensure your satisfaction. Chen Fei had not anticipated that it would be Gust who approached him for trade once again. A delightful turn of events indeed. After all, the initial exchange had forged a mutual understanding between them, and Gust had now brought an even greater assortment of goods. The merchant token from the island was proving to be exceptionally valuable. Gust, I must say I did not expect you to be the one here again. Gust replied, I neglected to mention during our last encounter, Lord Chen Fei, that this area falls entirely within my sphere of operations. Should anyone utilize a summoning token within this territory, it will be under my jurisdiction. Naturally, if a higher tier trading token is employed, it will not pertain to me. This wretched weather, he continued, it will be best for you to come aboard my ship for our discussion. How much cargo have you brought? He was forthright, boarding the ship with little caution. After all, the rules had long been established. Neutral merchants were solely responsible for transactions and did not engage in any factional disputes, even if a battle erupted before them. They would merely stand by and tally the goods. Of course, it was not that he lacked vigilance. Rather, he deemed it futile. Their group was comprised of numerous A and B-level individuals, and should they harbor any ulterior motives, they could simply resort to outright theft. Once settled aboard Gust's vessel, a servant offered them tea. Gust opened a leather case, revealing a stack of yellowed parchment, each inscribed with a trading list in charcoal. 2,000 ordinary slaves from various races, 500 catfolk, adept in tracking, 300 foxfolk, knowledgeable in herbs and repairs, 800 barbarians, unparalleled in combat and labor. And the remainder consists of assorted races, including flying aviar and the water-holding merfolk capable of holding their breath for half an hour. He pointed to the figures on the list. What do you think, Lord Chen Fei? I know that what you need most at this moment is manpower. So I have specially arranged for these 2,000 ordinary slaves for you. To others, I would only take a little over 100 slaves, but for you, I have gathered this substantial number. Additionally, there are no goblins among them, ensuring effective communication. What can I say? Chen Fei responded. This is remarkable, Mr. Gust. This is precisely what I require. May I inquire about the price? Gust replied, as per our usual agreement, the catfolk and foxfolk are priced at 500 wood each, while the barbarians, being natural warriors with considerable strength and versatility, are priced at a minimum of 2,000 wood each. As for the other races, each possesses unique skills and thus command a price of 3,000 wood each, given their relative scarcity. He paused before adding, furthermore, I believe, Lord Chen Fei, you are well supplied with weapons, hence I have not brought any ordinary weapons this time, nor much food. Do you require any? Chen Fei inquired. As for ordinary weapons, I have no use for them. How much food have you brought? Gust responded, a total of 500 kilograms of various meats, 500 kilograms of rice, and 50 kilograms of alcoholic beverages. Should you require them, I can offer you the meats at a rate of 20 wood per kilogram and the beverages at 80 wood per kilogram. The 500 kilograms of rice I shall give to you as a bonus. Very well, Mr. Gust, Chen Fei acknowledged. A delightful collaboration. I shall take all the slaves, along with the provisions and beverages. Chen Fei nodded, while Jiao Chan swiftly documented the transaction. The sound of her pen gliding across the parchment harmonized with the patter of rain. Are there no living animals this time? He inquired about the most crucial element, for, when compared to food, the ability to cultivate living stock would yield a continuous stream of profit. Ah, I nearly forgot your memory. Gus took out a list from his satchel. 50 bulls at 3,000 wood each, 100 cows at 500 wood each, 100 rams at 800 wood each, 300 ewes at 900 wood each, 30 stallions at 5,000 wood each, and 50 mares at 7,000 wood each. Chen Fei asked Jiao Chan, what is the total of all these? Jiao Chan quickly calculated on a scrap of paper and soon replied, my lord. If we were to consume all the ordinary goods brought by Mr. Gust, it would amount to a total of 19,350,000 wood. Chen Fei said, Mr. Gust, do not hold back. I shall take all of it. Please present the remaining items. You shall not miss out, Gust remarked as he produced a leather-bound ledger, filled with densely packed notes written in charcoal. 80 F-class catfolk at 300,000 wood each, 50 F-class foxfolk at 400,000 wood each, and 150 F-class barbarians at 600,000 wood each. Additionally, there are 10 F-class avians, 5 snakefolk, and 5 fishfolk. If you wish for them, I shall offer them at the barbarian price. After all, you know that such races are becoming increasingly rare, and rarity commands value. The total sums to 146 million. Chapter 65. The token of the Crowbone Reef instance is the highest grade, merely F. Chen Fei urged, I desire all of these. Do not keep them hidden away. Chen Fei's discerning eye certainly shone brightly, prompting the seller to reveal his wares. I shall not conceal them any longer. 10 E-grade catfolk at 5 million wood each. 6 E-grade foxfolk at 2 million wood each. 20 E-grade barbarians at 3 million wood each. 1 D-grade catfolk at 8 million wood. 10 D-grade barbarians at 13 million wood each. 2 C-grade barbarians at 60 million each. 1 A-grade foxfolk at 280 million. The total amounts to 625 million. Concerned that Chen Fei might lack the necessary resources, he continued, of course, the price for the A-grade is indeed steep, but such is the market. There is no need for you to acquire excessively high-level beings. C-grade is currently of little use. Indeed, even when calculated solely in wood, this sum was considerable. Mr. Gust, may I trade using the island tablet this time? Upon hearing the mention of the island tablet, Gust's eyes instantly gleamed, and he unconsciously rubbed his hands together. What a delightful proposition. Lord Chen Fei, you may certainly utilize the island tablet for trade. Should you opt for this method, I can offer you a 10% discount. Noting Gust's excitement, Chen Fei reflected that his previous use of the island tablet had likely resulted in a loss. Mr. Gust, relying on the island tablet for transactions may not be prudent. Its value far exceeds that of these ordinary resources. I assume you profited handsomely from our last exchange. While he was unaware of Gust's exact gains, Chen Fei decided to test the waters, observing Gust's inability to conceal his expression. Gust, uncertain whether his expression had betrayed him or if Chen Fei was aware of the true value of the island tablet, resolved to probe further. He understood that Chen Fei lacked sufficient base resources for a complete transaction and that to acquire all his goods, Chen Fei would need to produce foundational stones. Esteemed Lord Chen Fei, I indeed earned a modest profit last time. However, in business, gains and losses are commonplace. If you are dissatisfied, I can raise the island tablet's offer to 40 million foundational stones, providing you with an additional 10 million. This cunning merchant had indeed increased the offer by 10 million foundational stones, equating to 40 million wood. Mr. Gust, I find this price still somewhat lacking. Not merely an additional 10 million, but even doubling it seems reasonable. Should the price remain too low, I shall have no choice but to forego the high-level slaves and trade with base resources instead. Chen Fei aimed for 50 million foundational stones. As he was not in one of the island tablet, acquiring them was exceedingly easy for him. He already possessed 9, and the last time, Hua Tsubing had returned with an additional 17, with even more expected upon their return. What Chen Fei did not anticipate was that upon hearing his request for merely 60 million foundational stones, Gust was willing to sell the island tablet to him. Without hesitation, he agreed. Very well, esteemed Lord Chen Fei. 1 island monument shall be exchanged for 6,000 cornerstone. He made a concerted effort to suppress the joy that threatened to manifest on his face. The island monument he had previously brought back had indeed brought him considerable wealth. Acquiring 120 million units of timber from Chen Fei, he managed to sell it for 210 million. Moreover, the unit had been converted into cornerstone. This represented nearly an 8-fold profit. Even with 6,000 cornerstone, he could still earn 3 to 4 times his investment. Excellent, Mr. Gust. I trust you will present all your finest goods this time. I shall trade with you using island monuments. Such opportunities are rare. The quantity of island monuments I can procure will depend on the goods you bring. Since he was destined to be at a disadvantage, he aimed to maximize his benefits, urging the other party to reveal all their valuable items, thus allowing him to utilize them sooner and exchange time for greater gains. However, the level items and blueprints he brought this time were quite scarce, primarily consisting of some high-value leveled animals. As for the blueprints, he had given them all to Chen Fei. In total, he possessed over 400 million timber. All items combined amounted to just over 1.2 billion, and he disregarded the small change. After applying a 10 discount, the total reduced to 1.08 billion, equating to a value of 4.5 island monuments, Chen Fei stated. Gust wore a look of dismay, but nodded in agreement, primarily because he had not anticipated that the value of the island monuments he offered would be halved after applying Chen Fei's discount. Chen Fei asked, "Is that settled then? Are you certain there are no additional treasures? Perhaps something akin to the contract card from last time?" Lord Chen Fei, I truly have nothing else. Wait. Mid-sentence, Gust hurriedly dashed outside, turning back to say, I just remembered there is indeed one more valuable item. Please hold on a moment. Before long, he returned, handing Chen Fei a token. Esteemed Lord Chen Fei, this should hold significant value for you. Name, Crowbone Reef Dungeon Token, single player, description, a special dungeon that, when activated, allows entry at any time. It is a cursed cycle, where the survivor must embody 10 crows amidst the stench and shadows of wings to complete the dungeon. Esteemed Lord Chen Fei, this item is worth 200 million timber. Therefore, if you could provide me with 5 island monuments, I will also find you 10 million cornerstone. Gus said with a smile. Very well, let us finalize this deal. I wonder if you possess any surplus resources. I could exchange island monuments for them. Chen Fei ventured, hoping to acquire a substantial amount from the island merchant. However, Gus did not possess such resources. His trading strategy revolved around a price of 30 million cornerstone for each island monument. He had initially brought 20 million cornerstone worth of resources and now sought to return 10 million to Chen Fei. He had planned for the transaction price to exceed 10 million, allowing Chen Fei to supplement with basic resources, while any surplus beyond that amount would be covered by his own 20 million cornerstone. Lacking a spatial ring to carry a substantial amount of resources, the esteemed Lord Chen Fei, I sincerely apologize for not bringing any surplus resources, Gus stated with a shrug. Chen Fei, feeling helpless, resolved to proceed with the situation and presented 5 island stones before Gust. A fruitful collaboration. I hope Mr. Gust will bring more resources on his next visit. After Chen Fei exchanged the slave contracts, the designated contracts would transfer to him within half an hour. The group donned raincoats and unfurled umbrellas as they were escorted to Chen Fei's island by guards. The downpour continued, yet the transaction unfolded in an atmosphere of profound tranquility. The slaves were disembarked in batches, their garments drenched by the torrential rain, yet none dared to resist, not out of fear of Gust, but due to the constraints of the rules. Until the transaction was finalized, they belonged to the merchant. Upon completion, they would automatically pledge their loyalty to their new master, with no possibility of deviation in between. Standing at the water's edge, Chen Fei observed the catfolk, maidens supporting one another as they traversed the gangway. Their tails trembled slightly in the rain, yet their eyes bore no animosity towards Gust. The neutral merchant never mistreated slaves, merely providing the most basic sustenance and shelter, akin to caring for an asset that needed to be preserved. Some slaves even voluntarily sold themselves to the slave merchant out of sheer desperation. Gust, standing beside Chen Fei, elucidated the origins and specialties of these slaves. The neutral merchant adhered strictly to the rules, refraining from interfering with the choices of his clients. Just as he remained indifferent to whether the slaves were purchased for labor or liberation, or whether weapons were sold for defense or aggression. He was merely a trader traversing the islands, a flowing boundary delineating the realms of survival and commerce. Chapter 66. The farm's total failure gradually. The expressions of all the slaves transformed. The prior numbness and vigilance faded, replaced by a serene submission. The young catfolk girls bowed their heads slightly at Chen Fei, their tails swaying gently. The foxmen straightened their disheveled clothing, awaiting the assignment of tasks. Even the most unruly of the barbarians stood silently in line, no longer bellowing. The rules had taken effect. Gust observed this scene with an unruffled demeanor, as if witnessing a play whose outcome he had long foreseen. Their loyalty to you stands at a mere 60. If you refrain from mistreating them, their loyalty shall gradually rise. Chen Fei would never admit that their loyalty was at its peak. Even if he commanded them to leap into the sea, they would not hesitate. He instructed his guard, Li Xiaoning, have Li Hansan take them away, distribute food and clothing. Request Su Xingzi to construct new stone shelters for their allocation. The slaves complied in silence, marching in orderly fashion behind Li Hansan. Their loyalty needed no testing. The rules had already assured it. The trading persisted until dusk. Food and seeds filled Chen Fei's warehouse, and the air was thick with the scent of grain. Once the transactions concluded, Gust departed, the great vessel slowly sailing away, its black sails turning a dark crimson in the setting sun. Chen Fei stood on the shore, watching the silhouette of the ship vanish beyond the horizon. Diao Chan approached, offering him a dry cloak. My lord, the slaves have settled in. The night has fallen. We should return. Chen Fei nodded, gazing at the smoke rising from the distant camp. With these new individuals, his following had swelled to over 4,000, no longer the solitary battles of yore. Has Hua Xubing not returned yet? Chen Fei inquired casually. It has been a day and a night. Surely nothing has gone awry? Not yet, came the reply. They should return by dawn. Hua Xubing mentioned he would survey all unclaimed islands on the radar in one sweep and resolve the matters at hand. Diao Chan responded as they walked toward the carriage. After dinner, while Chen Fei amused himself with the little creature, Su Xingzi asked, recently, our shop has seen a significant decline in food sales. Many have inquired if we have any provisions left. Should we display some of today's stock? Go ahead and put it up, Chen Fei replied. You can manage it as you see fit. Just ensure we reserve some high-quality food for ourselves. The primary concern remains the quality level. By the way, how many individuals on our island have surpassed the quality thresholds? Please wait, my lord, Xiao Qiao responded. I will promptly compile the statistics of personnel levels from both the previous and current acquisitions. Typically, Xiao Qiao and her sister were responsible for such statistics. And with the recent purchase of so many slaves, a reassessment was necessary. Currently, we have 1 at a rank, 1 at B rank, 6 at C rank, 28 at D rank, 51 at E rank, and 399 at F rank. Chen Fei was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that his faction had grown to such strength. To think we have amassed so many. It may be time to venture to the indigenous continent and engage with those natives. I did not expect to have 7 at C rank. And what is the story behind the 1 at B rank? I recall we did not acquire any today. Xiao Xiao, Dian Wei, and Li Tsun Xiao have just recently made a breakthrough today. My lord, you have also acquired the formidable Manda and Man Air, not to mention the chieftain and high priest captured last time. With sufficient food for leveling, they will soon attain C rank. Can you guess who has reached B rank? Since clarifying this matter earlier today, Xiao Qiao has returned to her lively demeanor. Chen Fei, how can I possibly guess? We didn't even have a single C rank before. Where could this B rank have come from? Could it be that the island merchant has inadvertently concealed it? At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, who had been standing quietly in the corner, suddenly spoke up. My lord, this old servant has achieved B rank. He never imagined that the first to reach B rank would be Wei Zhongxian, which made him question again. Could that thing truly have such an effect? Old Wei, do you still possess your skills in castration? My lord, although I have lost my previous memories, it seems I still retain the skill of castration. Almost as if I were meant to possess this knowledge all along. Whenever I think about it, the steps for the procedure vividly appear in my mind. Wei Zhongxian replied with calm assurance. Chen Fei, very well, I will capture some more indigenous prisoners and leave them in your care. If this proves effective, I will reward you handsomely. No wonder those esteemed clans despise evil cultivators. If this works, it could lead to rapid advancement. While others toil endlessly for levels, one could swiftly cultivate a batch of high-ranking guards through castration. However, this method must be tested only by myself. As a loyalty score of merely 60 points would likely plummet after such a procedure. It is unfortunate that the survivor encountered in the dungeon could not be brought back. Otherwise, we could conduct a trial. Now that our numbers have increased, the personnel in the 5 guards are clearly insufficient. Previously, with over 1,000 people, the 5 guards comprised over 600, and with our population now exceeding 4,000, it is unreasonable not to expand the 5 guards. However, it will be prudent to wait until tomorrow morning when Hua Tsubing returns, allowing the newly acquired slaves some time to acclimate to the island. My lord, Lord Su is seeking you. At that moment, Su Chu entered the hall with Su Xing normally. The elder would not disturb him without good reason. Why has he sought him out today? Could it be that something has happened to the Tree of Life? Chen Fei's immediate thought was of the Tree of Life. Lord Su, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Upon hearing Chen Fei's inquiry, Su Xing elaborated. My lord, the recent rains have intensified, and if this continues, our farm's harvest may be at risk. The foundational island's growth rate is already rapid, maturing in just over a week, and now, with the double growth speed, I have discovered that many crops' roots have begun to rot. Even with our preemptive drainage ditches, the situation is not greatly improved. However, there is little Chen Fei can do to remedy this issue. It is no wonder that inquiries about purchasing grain from Su Xing have arisen recently. They must be encountering this problem. Are all the crops affected? Is there no issue with the Tree of Life? Chen Fei asked. Ordinary crops are on the verge of total failure this season. Grade F crops are expected to suffer a reduction of over half, while Grade E crops are also affected, though not significantly. The higher the grade, the lesser the impact. Su Xing elaborated to Chen Fei that the Tree of Life remains completely unaffected. Rest assured, my lord, he assured. What can be done? Chen Fei pondered, ultimately choosing to let the matter rest. Acknowledging, it's fine, we can still endure a season of reduced harvest. I have no better solutions. We cannot resort to indoor cultivation, as the costs far outweigh the benefits. There are only 2 potential solutions to this dilemma. First, to pursue indoor planting, which is immediately discarded due to its inefficacy. Second, to confront the world boss, though its current whereabouts remain a mystery. Even if encountered, the odds of defeating it are uncertain. Last time, luck was on their side, and that foolish creature did not flee. After sending Su Xing away, Chen Fei rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of pressing matters. Today, he had just checked in and had yet to gather materials to craft several sets of the deep-sea exploration gear. He also needed to address the indigenous inhabitants on the continent, as he still had his sights set on the sulfur and saltpeter above. Moreover, he possessed a token for a solo dungeon and was eager to explore it. Who knows what treasures might await? Based on his previous experience, the likelihood of encountering valuable items within dungeons was quite promising. Chapter 67. Enhancing the multi-barrel arrow vehicle, having presumed that the presence of numerous subordinates would ease his burdens. He soon realized his miscalculation. Xingzi, how many flintlock guns and projectiles have been produced today? Upon hearing Chen Fei's call, Su Xingzi turned back and replied, Island Master, I can manufacture as many D-level flintlock guns as desired, but I have only managed to create 500 due to the limitations of the bullet materials. Producing more would serve no purpose. The current damp weather renders the flintlock guns practically unusable. Indeed, this posed a significant issue, for they were not as convenient as breech-loading rifles, which were less affected by weather conditions. Well, that should suffice. Tomorrow, let the 4 regiments, excluding the Qilin Guard, each receive 100 pieces. Afterward, he turned to Wei Zhongxian and instructed, Old Wei, once Hua Tsubing returns tomorrow morning, gather everyone to discuss personnel expansion. The Qilin Guard should increase to 100 members, while the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu regiments should each expand to 300. They may choose their own recruits. He also made sure to remind Su Xingzi, manufacture all the necessary weapons and armor for them and store them in the warehouse, so they can collect them directly tomorrow. The Qilin Guard would remain as before, with 50 men and 50 women. Additionally, each month, the 10 lowest-ranking males and 10 females in the Qilin Guard would be eliminated, replaced by 20 outstanding individuals from the other 4 regiments. It was essential to ensure representation from the human, cat, fox, and barbarian races. After attentively listening, Wei Zhongxian respectfully replied, My lord, the old servant has taken note. With most matters addressed, Chen Fei approached the island monument, preparing to utilize the 10 million foundational stones gifted by Gus to expand the island. Once the expansion was complete, he contemplated constructing a cold storage facility, preemptively addressing the need for food preservation rather than waiting until his supplies grew ample and necessitated another construction. Even if he did not use it immediately, storing ice would be prudent. Should he encounter another heat wave like the previous week, he could sell it. Filtering the rainwater from this week, he could store it in the freezer and sell it during a heat wave. An effortless profit, especially since his current energy consumption was insufficient. This approach was far more lucrative than the arduous task of selling grain, which required laborious cultivation. After the construction was complete, Chen Fei inquired of the system in his mind, Can you scan my resources and add them to the system panel? System updating. Update complete. Please check. Host. Chen Fei, you have this function? Why didn't you mention it sooner? System. It is rather peculiar. Humans often forget the quantities of their own possessions. I presumed you did not require it, so I automatically overlooked it. To add resources to the panel, I merely needed to perform an update. This can be deemed a version downgrade from 1.0 to 0.9. In the system's logic, it believed that displaying the host's resource quantities was entirely unnecessary. It is akin to not needing to record the quantity of steamed buns Chen Fei consumes at each meal, the amount of water he drinks, or the fact that he possesses 2 arms and 1 head. Regardless of the vastness of such quantities, the system's computational prowess can instantaneously derive results. The functionality for displaying the requisite item count is evidently tailored for beings of lower intellect. At this moment, Chen Fei remains unaware that he has been scorned by the system, categorized as a lower-tier organism. Otherwise, he would have felt compelled to argue. How can one be deemed inferior for being unable to remember the appropriate count of one's possessions? It is entirely reasonable that while humanity has developed computers, one's own computational speed may not rival that of these machines. He is currently observing his new system interface. Host, Chen Fei level, island area, 52 square kilometers items, S-grade water purifier 4, S-grade automatic fishing rod 5, SS-grade steel giant ship 1, S-grade item enhancement card 2, A-grade multi-tube arrow vehicle blueprint 1, S-grade duplication card 3, S-grade spatial ring 4, SSS-grade deep sea exploration suit blueprint 1, contract card 47. Idle island monument 17, subordinate island monuments not included, Lumber, 32, 750,000 stone. 31, 560,000 plastic. 20,000 fabric. 24, 450,000 iron ore. 16, 500,000 foundation stone. 1, 400,000 metal. 1, 360,000. This presentation is far more pleasing to the eye. And Chen Fei suddenly realizes he has 2 level-up cards yet to be utilized. Should he enhance the A-grade multi-tube aero vehicle? If he employs a duplication card, he could replicate it and then enhance the duplicate as well. However, he contemplates whether it would be imprudent to duplicate the multi-tube aero vehicle when he still has ample spatial rings. He raises this query for discussion among everyone. Su Mingling, Little Fei, if we wish to obtain the S-grade multi-tube aero vehicle, we will need to expend 1 level-up card as well as 1 duplication card. Both of these cards are of utmost importance. Using them on a multi-tube aero vehicle seems somewhat extravagant. I believe we should exercise patience. Conversely, Su Xingxi, who shares a close bond with her, presents a differing perspective. Island Master, I believe we should enhance it. Currently, we lack more advanced weaponry. Upgrading the multi-tube aero vehicle will significantly aid us in encounters with the indigenous populace and during quests. After all, swift action leads to subsequent advantages. Rather than waiting for superior items to emerge, it would be wiser to enhance the multi-tube aero vehicle and leverage it to extend our dominance. Kaiyan interjects, "My lord, in this case, I propose we find a middle ground between their opinions. We should enhance without duplication, thus utilizing only 1 card. Daqiao, have you all considered the necessary foundational materials for manufacturing post-enhancement? Have you forgotten the resources required for the refrigerated warehouse during production? Xiao, although the material requirements increase upon reaching S-grade, so too do the range and power, enabling us to confront stronger adversaries while minimizing the losses of our guards. Diaochan, is it not a bit of a waste to use an S-class replicable card to duplicate an A-class item? My lord, may I express a thought?" At that moment, Wei Zhongxian stepped forward and spoke. "Please do. Everyone is welcome to share their opinions." Chen Fei, unfazed, encouraged Wei Zhongxian to contribute. Wei Zhongxian, the primary concerns of everyone are the materials consumed after enhancement, as well as the value of 2 S-class cards. The advantages are self-evident. Besides enhancing power across various contexts, they also significantly ensure the safety of our people and reduce casualties from warfare. My suggestion is to assist by using 2 S-class cards. Although enhancement and replication cards are precious, who can say we want to acquire more in the future? As for the materials consumed, that is no issue. We can manufacture A-class multi-tube aero cards and sell them in the marketplace at the price of S-class multi-tube aero cards, or even at the combined price of 2 S-class multi-tube aero cards. I believe that in comparison to the benefits the multi-tube aero cards will bring us, using 2 S-class cards is entirely worthwhile, even if applied to A-class items. Given the demand, why should we be concerned with the item's grade? Regardless of the worth of the item, as long as it is utilized appropriately, it is justified. Chen Fei could not help but turn around, smiling as he patted Wei Zhongxian on the shoulder, his tone filled with admiration. "Old Wei, your thoughts are truly meticulous. With you around, these trivial yet critical matters can be managed smoothly. Well done." Thus, Chen Fei unhesitatingly employed the replication card to duplicate a version, enhancing it to S-class. Name: S-class multi-tube aero cart materials required. Cart body: wood 100,000, iron 100,000, crossbow arrows, wood 20, iron 5, would require significant conversion to Xian wood. And using ordinary materials for A-class items incurs a tenfold material cost. The leap from A-class to S-class demands a greater quantity. Range: effective kill distance is 1,000 meters. Maximum range can reach 3,500 meters. Description: the S-class multi-tube aero cart utilizes a human-pulled unicycle as its base, equipped with 6 rectangular boxes of clustered arrows arranged in 2 rows resembling large beehives, carrying a total of 160 arrows. Upon activating the firing mechanism, all arrows are simultaneously ejected from the launch tubes. Additional materials can modify the arrowheads to rockets, signal arrows, or explosive arrows. Although the material consumption is 20 times greater than that of the A-class multi-tube arrow cart, it is all worth it. Now, should the Xian bird return, a single S-class multi-tube arrow cart would suffice to pierce through it. If we were to attack the indigenous continent and line them up, it would be nothing short of a slaughter. Moreover, the A-class multi-tube arrow cart can be manufactured by ourselves, allowing us to earn resources for creating deep-sea exploration gear. This is truly a perfect solution, yielding multiple benefits. Chen Fei informed Gongshuban tomorrow that there is no need to produce ordinary multi-tube arrow carts anymore. Chapter 68. Bloodshed under the moonlit blade as twilight deepened. Chen Fei instructed everyone to return and take their rest. When the island, spanning 54 square kilometers, was engulfed by inky darkness, torrential rain began to pour down. The large raindrops struck the stone path and the wooden corridor roof with a sharp crackling sound, reminiscent of countless hands beating against the tent, blurring all subtle sounds within the curtain of rain. In his chamber, Chen Fei turned over, pulling Diao Chan closer to him. Her hair infused with the fragrance of coconut oil, oblivious to the brewing storm outside. Wei Zhongxian stood beneath the corridor at the edge of the island, the raincoat failing to shield him from the deluge that soaked his clothing beneath. He gazed towards the dark jungle in the northwest, where amidst the rain, silver lines flickered, not lightning, but the silver bells adorning the ankles of the indigenous women, glistening under the downpour. Indeed, shortly after Chen Fei succumbed to slumber, the intercom crackled with reports of the natives launching an assault on the island. With sufficient manpower present, the warriors opted not to rouse Chen Fei. Concealed by the night and the rain, coupled with the expansive territory of Chen Fei's island, the natives had already begun to land as the others assembled. "Commander Wei, they are coming," reported a scout from the Qilin Guard, emerging from the rain, water cascading down from his helmet. Approximately 1,000 figures, all women, glinted like blades in the downpour. Manda, Manair, have the brothers from the barbarian tribe guard the other 3 sides. Do not allow them to flank us from the sea. Inform me immediately upon spotting them, commanded Li Tsunxiao, his voice wrapped in the rain, yet every word resonated clearly. 2 robust barbarian men responded in deep voices, shouldering their massive axes as they plunged into the curtain of rain, their bare skin glistening as water streamed down their muscular forms like 2 moving towers of ebony. Suddenly, a delicate tinkling sound pierced through the rain, filtered to a whisper akin to the flutter of wings. Li Tsunxiao raised his hand sharply, sweeping it downward. Arrows that had long been knocked released from over 20 multi-barreled arrow chariots in an instant. Thousands of arrows piercing through the rain to strike the native ranks with precision. The cries of anguish were largely drowned out by the rain, with only sporadic wails escaping. The indigenous women, evidently well-trained, quickly emerged from the downpour, their figures clad in moon-white attire, almost merging with the night, save for the moon shadow blades they wielded, each swing casting a gleaming arc of silver light. Shield formation, Li Tsunxiao bellowed, and hundreds of shields were raised simultaneously, forming a wall of iron. The moon shadow blades clashed against the shields, producing a sharp, metallic sound, sparks flaring briefly in the rain. Yet these women were remarkably agile. Upon realizing the frontal assault was ineffective, they swiftly dispersed, weaving through the gaps in the shield array, their curved blades targeting the wrists and ankles of the guards. Several caught off guard fell to the ground, shrieking in pain. "Dianwei, left flank," Li Tsunxiao directed towards the breach on the left side. A shadow erupted from the rain like a cannonball. It was the bare-chested Dianwei, his twin halberds whirling in his grasp like windmills, the rain splattering around him in a chaotic dance. With a single thrust, he sent 3 native women flying, the force of his strike creating a vacuum that parted the surrounding raindrops. "You little girls, I shall cleave you." Su Chu, wielding a great sword, flanked from the right, his armor already marred by several strikes. Rain mingled with blood cascaded down, yet his speed remained unyielding. A female native's curved blade grazed his neck, but he did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a swift stroke to her waist. She fell with a muffled groan, and he spat a mouthful of blood, disdainfully remarking, "Is this all the strength you possess?" On the other side, the 2 barbarian brothers were fully engrossed in combat. The massive axe of the elder brother struck a rocky outcrop, sending shards flying and forcing two approaching female natives to retreat. The younger brother, more direct in his approach, lifted a boulder nearly as tall as himself and smashed it into the throng, the cacophony of screams mingling with the ominous sound of cracking bones. A handful of C-grade catfolk guards, utilizing the cover of the torrential downpour, darted like shadows, their daggers tearing through the flesh of the female natives, quickly disappearing into the curtain of rain after their strikes. Li Tsuanxiao surveyed the battlefield with the keen gaze of a hawk. He observed an A-grade foxfolk surrounded by a dozen female natives, yet he maneuvered with apparent ease, his whip felling foes with each swing. He noticed Ranman advancing fiercely, 3 corpses of female natives hanging from his double-headed spear. He saw Gao Chonggong's long sword carving ghostly trails through the rain, protecting the injured guards as they retreated. He also beheld Li Xiaoning and Xian Qiji standing back-to-back, one parrying with twin swords while the other launched stealthy strikes with a short blade, their synergy impeccable. As the rain intensified, the moon shadow blade technique of the female natives began to falter on the slick ground. Some even slipped and were promptly bound by their approaching kin. The silver bells on their ankles, once ringing with clarity, now sounded dull and heavy, echoing a somber tune. Suddenly, Wei Zhongxian noticed that a group of female natives was stealthily making their way towards the center of the island under the cover of the rain. His expression hardened. He unleashed a flurry of silver needles that sliced through the downpour, propelling himself forward like an arrow. The Qilin guards stationed half of their number around the apartment, while the others engaged with the natives, attempting to infiltrate the island's interior. The leading female chieftain, upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's command, though unable to comprehend his words, recognized his authority and charged towards him. Her blade moved with astonishing speed, transforming into a beam of moonlight in the storm, gliding perilously close to Wei Zhongxian's sword spine, aiming for his throat. He ducked abruptly, narrowly avoiding the blade, but was met with a kick to the chest that sent him staggering back, colliding with a column, a sweet taste rising in his throat. "Commander Wei!" The Qilin guards cried out, rushing forward but were repelled by the chieftain's blade. The A-grade foxfolk heard the commotion and swiftly came to assist, her whip striking like a serpent, targeting the chieftain's abdomen. The chieftain, caught off guard, attempted to parry but found the foxfolk's wrist twisting suddenly, ensnaring her weapon. With a fierce tug, the chieftain was pulled forward unexpectedly, and seizing the moment, Li Tsuanxiao delivered a decisive kick to her knee, causing her to collapse into the mud, where she was firmly subdued by the approaching barbarian guards. With their leader captured, the remaining female natives lost their composure. Li Tsuanxiao quickly signaled, "Spare their lives. Regroup." The clamor of battle ceased, leaving only the sound of rain washing over the earth. Hundreds of captured female natives crouched in the mud, their hair drenched and plastered to their faces, yet their gazes remained fierce and unyielding. The guard were clearing the battlefield, dragging the corpses to the shore where a pod of orcas had long been awaiting. This attack on the island resulted in the demise of 922 indigenous people, with 679 captured and a total of 4 vessels involved. Everyone had gained experience from this encounter, understanding that Chen Fei sought only to eliminate rather than inflict injuries. What was unexpected, however, was that all 601 captured individuals were women. On Chen Fei's side, over 140 had perished or sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, the dense rain of arrows from the multi-barreled crossbows had provided a protective cover, revealing that the individual combat prowess of the adversaries was truly lacking. The devastation wrought by the concentrated volley of arrows was terrifying, effectively shattering the morale of the opposing forces. When Hua Xiubing and his companions returned, they beheld the blood-soaked ground washed by the rain, with the orcas feasting upon a multitude of corpses. In the early morning, Chen Fei stretched lazily, pushed open the door, and descended the stairs. He observed everyone bustling about, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. He seated himself to join the others for breakfast. Wei Zhongxian approached, wearing a gentle smile. "My lord," regarding last night. He reported the events of the previous evening to Chen Fei in a remarkably subdued tone, as if recounting a routine drill, omitting any mention of his own injury to the chest. Chen Fei paused for a moment, gently rubbing his fingertips along the rim of his bowl. "How intriguing," Such formidable combatants, all women, wielding blades without any control over the corpses, which belonged to the Moon Blade faction, correct? Though it was a question, his tone conveyed utmost certainty. My lord is indeed wise. They are indeed from the Moon Blade faction, replied Wei Zhongxian. And where are the captives? Chen Fei inquired. My lord, they are confined in the warehouse where the Net tribe was previously detained. A total of 679 individuals have been examined, and none are severely injured. After speaking, he handed Chen Fei a formation disc, which was markedly different from his previous teleportation rune formations. Chapter 69. The Cold-Toed Crystal Disc. Subduing the Natives Item. Cold-Toed Crystal Disc. A-Grade. Introduction. The array disc is composed of numerous pairs of teleportation crystals, each pair radiating a gentle luminescence, interconnected by invisible threads. By inputting the corresponding coordinates, one may utilize moonlight for long-distance teleportation. However, it is inoperable during daylight. The game is indeed a remarkable creation, yet the constraints are rather excessive, allowing teleportation solely by moonlight. System. Host. Are you aware of the nature of these teleportation crystals? System. You may disassemble the cold-toed crystal disc. I have detected that it contains 100 pairs of teleportation crystals. Each pair enables mutual teleportation, albeit with limitations. Not only must moonlight replenish energy, but the range of teleportation is also restricted. Chen Fei. No wonder that group of natives launched their assault on our island under the cover of night. System. What is the distance limitation you mentioned? System. It is approximately 50,000 kilometers. Short-distance teleportation is still feasible. Chen Fei. 50,000 kilometers considered short distance? The circumference of the equator is merely 40,000 kilometers. That should suffice. System. Host. Are you perhaps overthinking? Which planet's equator are you referring to? The disparity between your original planet and the island world is akin to the difference between a sesame seed and an automobile, a gap of billions of times. Do you still believe you can teleport vast distances within a range billionths of the island world? Chen Fei. Goodness, on such a large planet, why does it still have the same 24-hour day? This seems illogical. System. Could it be possible that the island world is not a planet at all? What if it were flat? The name island world is what you survivors have coined it. What if the island world is merely a trial ground? Chen Fei. My friend. Do elaborate, I am intrigued. What manner of world is this island? If it is flat, what lies on its reverse side? Surely it cannot be merely a vast expanse of land? System. That is something you must explore on your own. I can divulge no further. It is not yet the time for you to know. Refrain from prying. Chen Fei rose to his feet. Let us go. Take me to see the captives. As he approached Su Mingming, he paused momentarily and patted her shoulder. You should accompany us as well. Your assistance may be needed for trade later. When Chen Fei and his entourage arrived at the storeroom where the native captives were held, they beheld Li Xiaoning standing before them, hands clasped behind her back, idly toying with a moonshadow blade, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing, its handle wrapped in shark skin, adorned with a crescent moon totem. Beside her, a female guard held a jade tablet, translating. Who is the leader? Chen Fei's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, startling the foremost woman, who abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with hostility. No one responded. The women's lips were tightly pressed. Had they not been bound to the pillars, they might have been driven to self-destruction against the nearby columns. Naturally, Li Xiaoning and the others knew who the leader was, yet they wisely refrained from answering. After all, an interrogation must begin with the simplest inquiries. Once the first question is answered, the subsequent psychological defenses are likely to weaken. Chen Fei suddenly smiled, shedding his raincoat and tossing it to Wei Zhongxian behind him. He crouched down to observe a girl who appeared to be the youngest among them. She was merely 15 or 16, with bloodstains on her arms from arrow wounds, yet she defiantly glared at him, reminiscent of a feisty little beast. No one dares to acknowledge this, do they? Chen Fei took the moon shadow blade from Li Xiaoning, lamenting, what a pity for such a young child. In my homeland, there exists a form of punishment where one is slowly cut with a small knife, delivering precisely 3,600 cuts while ensuring the individual does not perish. Surely, none of you wish to experience such a fate? A stir arose from the crowd, and a woman appearing to be in her 20s suddenly shrieked, her words tumbling out in a rapid, obscure dialect. Fortunately, Yu Zhang was there to translate. You pitiful outsiders, the moon goddess shall not spare you. It would be wise to release us promptly. Otherwise, when our leader captures you, you should be offered as sacrifices to the moon goddess. Chen Fei approached her and inquired, "What is your name?" Yet, the woman before him dismissed him entirely, turning her head and coolly stating, "I advise you to either release us or kill us. I will reveal nothing to you." Chen Fei then scanned the information of the captives using the system. As expected, this woman indeed possessed the highest rank among them. The quality of this group of captives was surprisingly high. 1A grade, 5B grade, 16C grade, 47D grade, 100E grade, and 450F grade, with approximately 100 individuals lacking a grade. There was something amiss with this tribe. This time, Chen Fei intended to employ a different method of interrogation. "Su Mingming, trade these 100 individuals to me." Chen Fei casually pointed to a specific area, instructing Su Mingming to facilitate the exchange. Once the transaction was completed, he commanded his guards to release them from their bindings. The 100 individuals stood respectfully before Chen Fei, their previous hostility replaced by a demeanor of complete submission as they collectively bowed, addressing him as master. Chen Fei said, "Now, let us go around and introduce yourselves. What are your names?" The recently traded members of the Moon Blade tribe eagerly chimed in with their names. "Master, I am Silver Spider, Shadow Sand, Bellflower, Moon Trace. Cold Edge, Starfall, Moon Ripple, Silver Frost, Shadow Ink, Bell Snow." At this moment, the other natives gazed at Chen Fei with eyes filled with terror, despair, confusion, and disbelief. Chen Fei waved his hand, signaling the guards to escort the 100 individuals away. He did not wish to leave a negative impression on them, forcing himself into a position where he would need to eliminate them all. Once they departed, Chen Fei, with a gentle demeanor, addressed the remaining natives, saying, "I believe you have witnessed my capacity to compel your submission, and it is of a nature that renders resistance futile. Now, I present you with two choices. First, you may continue to resist, and I shall render you akin to the 100 tribespeople who have just met their fate, erasing their memories and wielding my blade against your kin, transforming you into emotionless puppets under my control. Second, you may choose to submit to me voluntarily. In doing so, I shall endeavor to prevent you from turning your weapons against the very members of your Moonblade tribe." His smile, to the eyes of the captives, seemed more terrifying than that of a demon. After presenting the options to the captives, Chen Fei inquired of his system, "Is there a way to preserve their memories, akin to the slaves traded with the island merchants?" The system replied, "There is no method. The island merchants employ contract scrolls for their trades. To retain their memories, one must utilize contract cards." Chen Fei retorted, "If I possessed that many contract cards, why would I need your assistance? Utterly useless." If only he could preserve their memories and elevate their loyalty to 100, he could seamlessly return these individuals to their original tribe and conquer Moonblade without bloodshed. Now, it seemed this plan was rendered futile, devoid of memories. Their return would risk exposure, especially with everyone lacking recollection. At this moment, through the translation of Yu Zhang, many had already chosen to yield. However, Chen Fei pointed to another group. "Su Mingming, bring me the 100 people from this side." After inquiring their names, he ordered them to be taken away. At this juncture, the doubts harbored by the remaining natives had entirely dissipated, leading them to abandon their resistance. Chen Fei then approached the leading A-class female chief. "Tell me your name and your position within the tribe." She, stripped of her previous arrogance, replied, "I am Yu Li, the leader of the first warrior team of the Moonblade tribe." Chen Fei stated, "I now offer you a singular opportunity to retain your memories. You may refuse. However, should you do so, I will simply select another to preserve their memories as well." Yu Li asked, "Is it truly possible to retain my memories?" "I am willing." To glean more information, Chen Fei reluctantly used 4 contract cards to bind the A-class Yu Li. She was thoroughly intimidated by his methods. And this time the contract proceeded smoothly. "Master, I possess extensive knowledge about the Moonblade tribe and can assist you in conquering it with greater ease." After the contract, Yu Li's demeanor had completely transformed. Upon using the contract card, Chen Fei could not comprehend her words, but grasped their meaning. The contract card indeed possessed its unique qualities. Chen Fei gestured for her to pause and instructed, "There is no rush. We shall discuss this shortly." He then turned to Su Mengmeng and commanded, "Mengmeng, trade the remaining ones to me." Chapter 70. The Strength of the Moonblade Tribe. SS-class fishing net. After resolving the matters concerning the captives, Chen Fei returned to the apartment in a horse-drawn carriage, intending to have Yu Li provide him with an overview of the Moonblade Tribe. However, he was interrupted by Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian said, "My lord, Huitsubing has returned with the White Tiger Guard, bringing back numerous island tablets and fishing rods. Additionally, regarding the expansion of the 5 guards, do you wish to incorporate the newly recruited members of the Moonblade Tribe?" Having just awakened and hurriedly consumed his breakfast, Chen Fei found himself inundated with tasks. Just as he thought he could enjoy a moment of respite, more responsibilities awaited him. "Proceed as I instructed yesterday. Incorporate the members of the Moonblade Tribe, prioritizing the Qilin." Su Mengmeng inquired, "How many island tablets are there? Shall I trade for all of them?" After Chen Fei's directive, she initiated the transaction while responding, "Master, there are a total of 24 island tablets, but only 22 fishing rods. I have sent them all to you. Yesterday, we encountered several waves of natives and captured 17, all currently secured aboard the breaking wave. Would you like to interrogate them first, or should I send them directly to you?" Chen Fei replied, "No need for interrogation. Send them all to me." Su Mengmeng confirmed. Island tablets 24, ordinary fishing rods 22, native 17, tide flow symbiotic shells 3 pairs, cornerstone. Transaction complete. What are tide flow symbiotic shells? Upon inspection, he discovered they resembled the tidal twin shells, albeit with a limited teleportation range, accommodating only personnel and vessels within a 15-meter diameter, far too small for the breaking wave to utilize. Very well, when time permits, I'll send someone to change to a smaller boat and embark on a raid against the native tribes. Upon receiving the captives, Chen Fei noted they were all male. He casually handed the fishing rods to Wei Zhongxian, instructing, "Deliver the rods to the fishing area, and you may handle the captives. Perform a minor procedure on them." Wei Zhongxian's previously placid demeanor brightened with visible excitement as he responded, "As you command, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he eagerly took the fishing rods and the 17 native captives and departed. At last, Chen Fei had the opportunity to invite Yu Li to sit across from him and recount the details of the Moonblade Tribe. "Yu Li, please elaborate on your tribe." Yu Li bowed her head slightly and spoke respectfully. "Master, according to the records of our Moonblade Tribe, we were not originally inhabitants of this continent. Our ancestors were a branch of the Moonshadow clan from another land, but were subsequently forced to migrate here. Our tribe is predominantly female, with males being scarce, and most men are frail, not participating in combat or labor, primarily responsible for caring for the children. In our tribe, there exists a moon goddess well, from which women who drink will enhance their levels, though it has no effect on men. Hence, most of the women in our tribe attain level F upon reaching adulthood. Our kin begin practicing the Moonshadow sword technique from a young age, which emphasizes victory through skill, combined with our specially crafted Moonshadow swords, making them formidable in close combat." As she spoke, Yu Li demonstrated several sword-wielding movements, and though she held no weapon, her posture exuded an aura of sharpness. Additionally, the tribe observes a unique custom wherein every adult woman adorns her ankle with silver bells. The silver bells serve a purpose beyond mere decoration. During battle, we utilize the sound of the bells to convey signals, enabling coordinated combat and the formulation of a unique combined attack technique. "What is the organizational structure of your tribe?" Chen Fei inquired further. "The tribe is governed by a leader, who is the one closest to the moon goddess and is capable of conveying her divine will. Beneath the leader, there exists a high priest and 8 elders. The high priest is primarily responsible for conducting sacrificial ceremonies and safeguarding the tribe's moon well, while the elders assist the leader in managing the tribe and participate in formulating developmental strategies. Both the leader and the high priest have reached S level, and all 8 elders have attained A level." Yu Li methodically elaborated. "What about the levels and numbers of the other members?" Chen Fei continued to ask. Yu Li replied, "Including various commanders, there are 9 at A level, over 60 at B level, and nearly 200 at sea level. Aside from a few frail men, nearly all adult women are at F level or above. Our tribe's total population exceeds 12,000. Of course, there are also some affiliated tribes, which merely provide tribute annually and maintain no regular contact, being situated at a considerable distance. Chen Fei furrowed his brow. So that means at least 2 at S level, nearly 20 at A level, and close to 200 at sea level? Yuli affirmed, indeed. We also have 2 warrior squads like ours, with 3 squads of comparable strength. The first squad is notably powerful, with a significant number of A-level warriors among them. We haven't returned this time, but the next time I launch an attack on your island, it is highly likely that the first squad will lead the charge, and possibly even some elders will accompany them. If the 2 A-level warriors failed to seize your island this time, there will be at least 10 next time. Wait, 2? Aren't you the only one at A-level? Chen Fei interjected. Yuli replied, slightly embarrassed. The vice commander of my squad is also at A-level, but he perished last night in the first wave of arrows. Did what you just mentioned include your second squad? Chen Fei asked. Yuli looked up at him with a somewhat innocent expression. Yes, it did. However, even without us, they still have over 10,000 people, and their levels are quite high. Indeed, this is a significant concern. I have come to understand the situation of last night's battle. The devastating casualties were primarily due to the dense rain of arrows from the multi-tube arrow vehicles, which terrified them, along with the surprise tactics of the A-level Fox tribe guards and Li Tsunxiao, who captured their sole A-level warrior. Given that the enemy suffered heavy losses and lacked an A-level leader, they surrendered. Had it continued, the outcome could have been uncertain. But what if they come again next time? We only have 2 A-level warriors, and in terms of numbers, we are not far apart. Yet our level of warriors is inferior. Without a way to neutralize their high-end combat strength first, our chances of victory seem slim. A sense of urgency washed over Chen Fei. He could not simply retreat to the break wave and abandon the island. Even if he were to produce more S-level multi-tube arrow vehicles, it would still be precarious. While these vehicles are effective for long-range attacks, the A-level multi-tube arrow vehicles performed admirably last night. However, if one fails to inflict sufficient damage upon the opponent, the utility of such equipment diminishes significantly once engaged in close combat. It is hardly appropriate to resort to indiscriminate shooting. By the way, I haven't checked in today. System, please register my attendance and, if possible, grant me some formidable weaponry. Chen Fei eagerly sought assistance from the system. Congratulations. You have checked in for a consecutive 12 days and received an SS-level fishing net template 1. This won't do. I cannot have my guards ensnaring the natives with a fishing net, can I? Although perhaps it is not entirely out of the question. Ensnaring them and then attacking? Yet, why take such an unnecessary step? Would it not be more effective to unleash a barrage of arrows from a multi-arrow siege engine? Such a folly. While this item is indeed useful for capturing prisoners, is this truly the time for such endeavors? My island is on the brink of collapse. Merely fending off the enemy is already a blessing. At that moment, Kai Yin called him for lunch. In the vastness of the world, the call of sustenance is paramount. Chen Fei decided not to dwell on it and resolved to contemplate the matter further after his meal. After dining, he approached the island monument with the intention of crafting several SS-level fishing nets for future use. Item: SS-level fishing net template crafting requirements. Fabric 5, 000, plastic 20, 000, lead or iron and other applicable metals 50, 000 description. A product that harmonizes high strength, corrosion resistance, flexibility, and durability among various characteristics. It has a broad range of applications, allowing for the selection of various models for manufacture. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. Yet the substantial material requirements for such a high-tier product pose a challenge. Xing Ci, Meng Ling, this afternoon, I shall join you in trading goods. Let us exchange ample resources, for I have recently acquired 2 additional resource-consuming beasts to contend with, Chen Fei stated. Chapter 71. Sale of A-Class Multi-Barrel Arrow Vehicles. Chen Fei, invigorated and ready for action, opened a regional chat channel with 39 million participants. United Forces of the Island. The freshly manufactured broadsword slices through the indigenous vine armor as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Bring food to exchange. 15 kilograms of grain or 5 kilograms of meat per weapon. No credit. Drinker, have you lost your mind? Just yesterday, it was 10 kilograms. The natives have been attacking the island like madmen. And you're raising prices? United Forces of the island. Take it or leave it. Iron is running low, and this price is quite reasonable. 3 days without rations. I have 10 pairs of horn bows and 50 bamboo arrows, willing to trade for 15 swords. Shooting them with bows feels like mere tickling. We must rely on swords for effective combat. Chen Fei realized there was a genuine market for weapons, especially since the current focus was on defending against indigenous incursions rather than attacking their mainland. Could you both check how many A-class multi-barrel arrow vehicles we can produce with our timber and iron? Chen Fei inquired, glancing at the chat channel as he spoke to Su Mingling and Su Xingxi. Su Xingxi responded, "Our timber reserves are abundant. The main concern is iron. We currently have over 17 million. If each multi-barrel arrow vehicle is outfitted with 160 arrows, we can produce around 300 A-class units." Chen Fei declared. "Then let us create 300 sets. We'll set the price according to S-class standards. 100,000 timber and 100,000 iron. A profit of 20 times is quite acceptable. Manufacture and list them concurrently while I announce it in the chat." Su Xingxi cautioned, "Island Master, please hold on. This isn't like smaller items that can be produced in bulk. Each vehicle requires individual clicks to manufacture. Please allow us some time." Once they completed the manufacturing, Chen Fei began his promotional campaign. After all, an impactful advertisement necessitated a substantial number of listings. Fog Hidden, from now on referred to as Fog Hidden. No more ambiguity. Attention, brothers. A significant sale of A-class multi-barrel arrow vehicles. An absolute battlefield essential. Fog Hidden. Each multi-barrel arrow vehicle is equipped with 160 A-class arrows, capable of simultaneous firing, delivering overwhelming firepower that can instantly cover vast areas. Whether for outdoor team battles or defending the island, they can be effortlessly managed. Fog Hidden. A-class quality, exquisite craftsmanship, and exceptional stability make operation easy for both novices and veterans alike. Moreover, these arrow vehicles boast high mobility, adept at navigating various complex terrains. Defeating one indigenous tribe will repay the investment. Fog Hidden. Limited quantity available. First come, first served. Interested parties may send private messages with their offers. We support various trading methods and can negotiate for bulk purchases, ensuring your satisfaction. After sending the message, he reposted it in the World Channel, having discovered that he could now send over 40 messages there, likely due to the number of island tablets he possessed, though he did not investigate further. At that moment, both channels erupted with excitement. Vinot River Crossing, what? A-class. Multi-barrel arrow vehicles? Am I seeing this correctly? Seeker. No way, no way. Can A-class equipment be sold in bulk now? This item previously sold for 300,000 iron at an auction, and it was snatched up in a frenzy. Lonely boat crossing stormy waves. Bulk? How many constitutes a bulk order? 5 units or 10? I find it hard to believe. It must surely be a deceptive post. Climbing the cliff. Previously, someone claimed to sell an A-grade shield. Yet what was listed turned out to be nothing more than a rusty scrap of metal, a direct slap in the face. Perseverance. I concur with the above. Posting such news at this moment seems like an attempt to privately deceive us into revealing coordinates for a surprise attack. The campfire dispelling the cold night. But what if it were true? Water source. Nonsense. If a single blueprint for an A-grade device were to emerge, we would be grateful. To expect them in bulk is mere fantasy. Setting a trap. Foolish ones, do you not even consider who is making these claims? Even if you are unaware of what mist concealment signifies, at least take a moment to glance at the rankings, please. As soon as this was said, the channel fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted anew. Mist enshrouding the return. Goodness, what speed you all possess. I see over 3,000 units listed, and they have all sold out. United in adversity. Damn it, my hands are trembling. I finally managed to secure one, elevating my island's defenses by 3 tiers. Wrapped in animal hides for warmth. 100,000 wood, 100,000 iron. Upon first seeing this, I thought a bit pricey, but considering it is A grade, I suddenly find this price exceptionally reasonable. When I decided to purchase, it was already gone. Seeking water sources, it is being sold by the esteemed Mist Concealment. What are you still doubting? Just grab it directly. Have you not checked the rankings? I cannot even ascertain if anyone among the top 1,000 has a higher score than him. Mending, 120,000 wood, 120,000 iron for 1 unit. Seeking survival on a deserted island. Hold on before rushing to purchase. Does the esteemed one have any left? Can more be listed? Igniting the flame. Indeed, esteemed one. We are a team. Could you sell me a few more? It is simply impossible to secure them otherwise. Crossing the hazardous shallows. The esteemed one has sold over 3,000 units, resulting in more than 300 million wood and iron at hand. Defending against enemies. I care not how much he has acquired. All I know is that I could not seize any. Guarding the remaining fire in the cold night. Like the one above, I simply wish to express my desire for one. Look out, esteemed one. Could you possibly sell some A-grade arrows? This quantity is barely sufficient for a single round. Ordinary arrows shatter upon being shot. Chen Fei now finds himself in a quandary. Should he list more units? If he sells too many, much like in the last dungeon, where everyone possessed A-grade multi-arrow carts, it could pose a danger to him. Should someone take advantage of his unguarded moment and launch an assault, he would be at a tremendous loss. The reason he carries only 160 A-grade arrows is precisely this. Last night, the indigenous people fell to the multi-arrow carts. However, considering the threat posed by the indigenous, he arrives at a resolution. Selling these A-grade multi-arrow carts could indeed bring peril, yet without selling them to gather resources for constructing sufficient S-grade multi-arrow carts, he would not survive the upcoming trial against the indigenous. In comparison to the threat posed by the indigenous, the risk of selling A-grade multi-arrow carts is still manageable. At worst, he can control the quantity sold. Let us produce another 8,000 units, this time opting for a complete resource trade, Chen Fei instructed. Very well, dear brother Fei, but we must wait a moment. Manufacturing so many will require some time. Moreover, the sudden production and storage pose a dilemma. Shall we not manufacture and shelve simultaneously? Su Mengling replied, primarily noting that the template for the multi-barreled arrow vehicle had cooled. Previously, it could be linked continuously. But now a few seconds of waiting was required. Chen Fei reassured, no worries, there is no rush. Let us list them batch by batch, producing while selling. Wu Yin remarked, by popular demand, we are reintroducing 8,000 units of the A-grade multi-barreled arrow vehicle. However, manufacturing will take time, so we will list them gradually. He added, considering everyone's resource constraints, this time we can facilitate full resource trading. Thorny Bramble chuckled, haha, this approach is splendid. Gradual listing increases my chances of seizing one. After all, more opportunities abound. Urgent Aid interjected, don't get your hopes up, you still won't manage to grab one. The competition will be fierce. Roasted Game commented, I noticed the big shots are also shouting in the World Channel. Just think, hundreds of millions, even billions, are vying for those 8,000 units. Stored rations added, exactly. If it were 80 million units, it would be a different story. Wild Vegetables remarked, not that many will be needed. The market will saturate swiftly, as not everyone can muster such resources. Some need to gather. Step by Step cautioned, what are you even thinking? They are A-grade items, not something that can be easily phased out, especially as they are essential for survival. Even if it means selling everything, one must secure at least one. Bochaim, it seems the prominent figures on the leaderboard have gone mad, frantically offloading items to seize basic resources. Drinking Dew and Dining on Wind expressed gratitude to Wu Yin. Thank you, great Wu Yin. You have significantly lowered the prices of food, and even the prices of higher-grade food have decreased. Stormguard added, do you think it's possible that the value of basic materials has actually increased? Wildland Navigator responded, indeed, much like you believe your goods have appreciated, it may actually be the currency that has depreciated. With urgency, Carry On urged, everyone, hurry and seize the opportunity. The big shots on the leaderboard have spoken. If you buy from them, they are willing to offer a 10% increase in price. Wu Yin stated, I will intermittently list A-grade matched arrows in my shop. So those in need, May keep an eye on my store. Observing the fervent purchasing frenzy, Chen Fei opened the leaderboard, which he had not checked for quite some time, especially since the merger of regions had occurred without his attention. 1. Wu Yin 32, 407, 411 2. A paper of famine 541, 287 3. No one at the river crossing 507, 411 4. Dawn kissed by morning 481, 105. Bamboo knocking on snow 480, 0006. Grandfather, what can you do to me? 461, 389. This period's reward is the growth rate of animals. Excluding humanoid species, first place receives a buff of plant growth speed 100, second place 80, third place 60, fourth to 10th place 40, 11th to 100th place 20, 101st to 1000th place 10. It was then that he discovered that this period's reward had remarkably shifted from plant growth speed to animal growth speed. Chapter 72. The little chirp transforms into a Zhuan resident, seizing the opportunity. They placed some items on the market that they deemed too low in rank and unworthy of their attention. Su Xingxi remarked, "Island Master, that bamboo knocks, Snow wishes to speak with you." Chen Fei responded, "Oh, what is it?" If he seeks more multi-barreled arrow cars, inform him that ordinary resources are no longer for sale. Private transactions must involve special items. Understood, Island Master. I shall reply to him immediately. As Su Xingxi spoke, he busily composed a message. He informed the other party that he was willing to engage in a trade involving special items. Chen Fei's interest was piqued when he promptly opened his wristband and added the individual as a friend, noting that the friends on the island monument did not sync with his wristband. Before he could introduce himself, the other party sent a message. "Boss, it's quite a challenge to secure your friendship. I've applied countless times without your approval." Wu Yin replied, "Apologies, I receive too many friend requests daily, making it impossible to sift through them." Bamboo Knock Snow responded, "I completely understand. How much can I trade for this item? An A-grade multi-barreled arrow car? Language barrier removal card." Chen Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. While the item was indeed useful, its functions somewhat conflicted with that of the contract card. Wu Yin replied, "This item is not of great utility. You must be aware of the contract card's function. Once a contract is signed, communication becomes seamless. How about this? I can offer you a multi-barreled arrow car, which, given its A-grade status, holds intrinsic value." Bamboo Knox Snow protested, "Boss, you're being rather unreasonable. No matter how the functions clash, it shouldn't warrant merely one multi-barreled arrow car in exchange. The language barrier removal card's efficacy far exceeds that of just enabling personal communication." Chen Fei considered the validity of this argument. All right, the intrinsic value of the multi-barreled arrow car is equivalent to 100,000 wood and 100,000 iron. How about I supplement it with 3 rounds of A-grade arrows, 500 in total? After all, a multi-barreled arrow car is of little use without arrows. Bamboo Knox Snow countered, "That's far too little. The minimum configuration is 600 A-grade arrows. I acquired this car at the risk of my life." Wu Yin conceded, "Fine, but you must tell me how you obtained the language barrier removal card." Bamboo Knox Snow replied, "Well, there's not much to conceal. I obtained it from a solo dungeon. Many have likely acquired various valuable items through dungeons as well. I possess 5 cards and am willing to trade them for 5 A-grade multi-barreled arrow cars and 8,000 A-grade arrows." For Chen Fei, the difference between 1 card and 5 was negligible, as crafting an A-grade item required only 5,000 wood and 5,000 iron. He readily agreed to the trade. Subsequently, others sought to engage in private transactions for multi-barreled arrow cars through Su Xingxi and Su Mingling. They too only accepted rare items for such trades. It was not until evening that Chen Fei began to tally his gains. The first batch of 300 vehicles traded solely for iron and would netted him a total of 330 million of each resource. The second batch of 8,000 units has been acquired, 13. 3 million iron, 13. 5 million cornerstone, 66 million fabric, 65. 8 million plastic, 130 million stone, and 190 million wood. With this trove of resources, He can now embark on the grand manufacture of SSS-level deep-sea exploration suits and SS-level fishing nets. Let us pause for a meal, Chen Fei called out, intending to create the necessary items after dinner. Tomorrow, he would also venture into a solo dungeon. Perhaps today was particularly fortuitous. Amidst his meal, he suddenly felt a wave of comfort coursing through his body. Had he leveled up? Chen Fei hastily opened his panel information. Host, Chen Fei level, D island area. 52 square kilometers items. S-level water purifier X4. S-level automatic fishing rod X5. SS-level steel giant ship X1. S-level item enhancement card X2. Multi-barrel arrow cart template level X1. S-level duplication card X3. S-level space ring X4. Deep sea exploration suit template X1. Contract card X43. Language barrier elimination card X5. Idle island monument X41. Not counting affiliated island monuments. Wood, for 150 million. Stone, 160 million. Plastic, 86. 5 million. Fabric, 90 million. Iron ore, 360 million. Cornerstone, 15 million. Metal, 13. 6 million. Excellent. He had now amassed enough materials for 8 deep-sea exploration suits. When time permitted, he could send someone to explore the seabed. As for the fishing nets, he would temporarily make do with the 2 SS-level ones. Jiu, come here. Chen Fei called to the observing Xian Yao. Once Xian Yao approached, Chen Fei used a language barrier elimination card on it. Jiu, how do you feel? To his astonishment, it responded in human speech. You old rascal, it seems I have learned a foreign language. Instantly, everyone in the room turned to look at Jiu. The little creature, feeling curious, shouted, You fools, what are you staring at? Look at your silly faces. Xiao Zi, who was busy scooping rice with a spoon, nearly dropped it in shock. Her eyes wide as saucers. This little rascal is quite clever. Su Mengling remarked with a hint of disdain, Brother Fei, this bird speaks like a little shrew. Its insults are rather unpleasant. She added, it was a decent bird until it opened its mouth. Meanwhile, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, having heard the commotion, approached. Xiao Qiao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, finding it amusing that Jiu could retort. De Qiao gently tapped Xiao Qiao's head, admonishing, Don't pick up bad habits. This is not a commendable trait. Xiao Qiao stuck out her tongue, but couldn't help but gaze at little Jiu, intrigued as if encountering something novel. Little Jiu puffed up proudly. Look at you all, foolish expressions. Have you never seen a talking bird? Xiao Zi, on the verge of tears, lamented, I don't like it anymore. Little Jiu fluttered over, playfully tugging at her hairdo. What is wrong with scolding you? You little brat, still growing your feathers. Initially, Li Xiaoning merely raised an eyebrow in amusement, until Xiao Jiu shouted at her. What are you staring at, you ice-faced one? Do you think a pretty face can serve as sustenance? Chen Fei observed the chaotic scene, scratching his head. Xiao Jiu swooped down, exclaiming, Why is there no place for me at the table? I too wish to dine. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Chen Fei's mouth. Oh, I wish to dine? Such grandiloquence. I have yet to savor such tender Xian bird meat. Utter another word, and I shall stew you for a feast. Xiao Jiu instantly flared with indignation, defiantly retorting, Who are you trying to scare? Come at me if you dare. You are all show and no substance. Chen Fei reached out to seize Xiao Jiu, but it deftly evaded him. After all, it was no longer a freshly hatched chick. With a few flaps of its wings, it could sustain flight for a time. It landed upon Kai Yan's thigh, proclaiming, No more blue, I need a moment to rest. Chen Fei inquired, Where did you learn such phrases? Who taught you? He was perplexed, considering it had only recently hatched, and this was an island. From whence had it acquired such knowledge? Xiao Jiu replied with a sense of entitlement. I learned it when I first mastered this foreign tongue. What on earth have you been using on me? Chen Fei was taken aback. Could it be that the language barrier removal card had inherently provided it with the linguistic memories of a citizen from the Dragon Kingdom? What else can you say? He probed. Xiao Jiu responded, Vimi 50, Vimi 50. I am Qin Shi Huang, pay up. Flax butterfly. Can you handle it, you mutt? Chen Fei, his face darkened with incredulity, interrupted, Stop. What on earth have you learned? He now harbored serious doubts that the language barrier removal card had stripped a complete linguistic memory from a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom and implanted it into Xiao Jiujiu. The individual deprived of their language was likely a resident of Longwuzun. Chapter 73. The SSS-class manner. The instance commences. He initially presumed that the language barrier elimination card would translate the language of a creature into one he could comprehend. However, it now seemed more plausible that it directly imparted the language employed by Chen Fei. Regrettably, his supply of elimination cards was insufficient to assist the indigenous guards under his command, compelling them to gradually acquire knowledge of the Chinese language on their own. Xing Xi, Mengling, you too shall retrieve all the A-class multi-barrel arrow vehicles we currently possess, package them for sale, and procure S-class multi-barrel arrow vehicles in exchange. Once manufactured, place them in the warehouse and inform them to collect. Our primary objective this time is to acquire fabric and plastic. Chen Fei delineated the arrangements for the evening. He then reviewed the list of anglers from the past 2 days, discovering that no special individuals have been caught during this time. Feeling stifled after a long afternoon indoors, he summoned a few members of the Qilin Guard and donned raincoats, preparing to take a stroll around the island with the 2 Qiaos. After all, he intended to explore a solo instance the following day, and it was prudent to finalize arrangements on the island sooner rather than later. First, they visited the farm to collect the life water accumulated over the past few days, which he entrusted to Wei Zhongxian for the treatment of injured guards. Following the skirmish with the Moonblade faction, a significant number of wounded remained bedridden without available treatments. Now that a remedy was at hand, he could not bear to watch his guards perish. Subsequently, they traveled by horse-drawn carriage to the edge of the island, where they observed some guards gathering marine creatures washed ashore by a pod of whales. Currently, most of the marine life was around C-class, and given the island's vast expanse, relying solely on the orca pod was insufficient. They could not consume everything, and on rainy days, the impact on the whales was minimal, resulting in a steady influx of marine creatures each day. A considerable loss of island territory was unavoidable. Once the rain subsided, he decided it was time to contract some whale sharks to patrol the island. The rain intensified, accompanied by fierce winds. Even clad in raincoats, Chen Fei and his companions were soaked, with rainwater flooding the carriage, prompting them to choose to return. Upon returning to the apartment, they refreshed themselves and rested. The sound of water splashing from the tub was soothing as Chen Fei immersed himself in warm water, feeling utterly relaxed. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pelt against the windows, yet inside, it was as cozy as a spring night. Rest quickly, the Qiao instructed, folding their clothes and gesturing towards the soft couch within. The sound of rain gradually morphed into a gentle backdrop, and as Chen Fei gazed at the ceiling, he suddenly felt as if the deluge was isolated in another realm. The room was suffused with a faint fragrance of soap from the girl. He turned over, resting his head on the warm pillow, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, Chen Fei's first task was to check in. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired SSS-class Manor X1. Chen Fei thought, what I desperately need are weapons. The indigenous people are nearly upon us, and I have been waiting for days. What use is a manor to me?" Despite his frustration, he dutifully began examining the manor's data. Item, SSS-level manor area, approximately 12.7 square kilometers, equivalent to 218 standard football fields, comprising a 3.8 square kilometer artificial lake, a 3.8 square kilometer forest reserve, and a 1.8 square kilometer intelligent indoor planting area. Core architectural complex. Main castle, 97 meters tall, with 23 stories. The exterior walls are constructed from nano-grade, cloud-pattern titanium steel, capable of withstanding a typhoon of level 12 and impacts from small meteorites. Underground structure, 8 layers deep, featuring a climate-controlled wine cellar, capacity of 800,000 bottles, computer room, storage facilities, a refuge level, and an energy repository with a 100-year endurance. AI steward, control nodes. The estate is equipped with 12,000 neural sensors, monitoring environmental conditions, security, and equipment status in real time. Energy management. Through a nuclear fusion microreactor and rooftop photovoltaic arrays, it generates 2.8 million kilowatt hours daily, achieving a self-sufficiency rate exceeding 95. Personnel configuration. AI steward plus 100 robotic staff members, including medical teams, servants, warehouse management teams, technical maintenance teams, and agricultural teams. This creation indeed surpasses expectations. Possessing such a marvel would undoubtedly grant a life of unparalleled ease. However, the time for indulgence is not yet upon us. If we fail to neutralize the threat posed by the natives, all efforts will be in vain. Although the value of the manor is extraordinarily high, perhaps even beyond reason, without the military strength to defend the island, all is futile. While our neighbors stockpile weapons, I stockpile provisions, effectively becoming their granary. Chen Fei quickly shook his head. This is not the time for complacency. After finishing dinner, he gathered everyone together. Next, I must venture into a solo instance. You all can deliberate on matters concerning the island. If something proves insurmountable, await my return. Mengling and Xingzi, please keep an eye on the regional channel for any updates. Chen Fei instructed. Su Mengling replied, Brother Fei, we lack nothing on the island now. Can you not go into the solo instance? Kaiyan added, Indeed, my lord. No one knows what lies within a solo instance. It is better to refrain from entering. Chen Fei reassured them, It is of no concern. Since it is an instance, there is no reason not to enter. I am curious about what it entails. Su Xingzi inquired, Lord of the island, how long will this instance be? Chen Fei responded, I am uncertain. The instance token does not specify a duration. I suspect it will be calculated based on the time taken to complete it. Most likely, the instance will conclude upon its completion. At this stage, a solo instance should not pose significant danger. Diao Chan cautioned, My lord, since you cannot bring anyone with you, ensure to carry ample weaponry in your spatial ring. Should any danger arise, you must return before it escalates. Rest assured, I am fully prepared. Everything essential is secured within my spatial ring. While I am away, please keep a vigilant watch over the island, Chen Fei declared before activating the Crowbone Reef instance token. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei found himself in a dimly lit corridor with only a path leading forward. Welcome to the Crowbone Reef instance. You shall successively embody 10 crows, unraveling the truth behind the curse. Remember, each step may herald the beginning of a cycle. A commanding voice resonated from all directions. Chen Fei took a deep breath and stepped into the passage. At the end of the corridor lay a circular hall, its dome soaring to a height of approximately 10 meters, adorned with stalactites from which water